Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
Well, this is great. I come to the park to get a hot idea, but the day turns out hot, and my idea turns out cold. Idea. Well, I thought I'd find something different in a public park, and I did. A small boy mashing his ice cream cone against my brand new trousers. And all to meet a deadline. Deadline. Story idea. Why didn't I do what I should have done in the first place?
Copy, boy.
Hi, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya.
Hey, Smith, where's the lead on that fire?
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What do you say, Bill?
Jones, where's that interview? Hiya, Dan.
How are you, Joe?
Where's the makeup on page 4?
Hi, Holliday.
What's a good word, boy?
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya, Susie. Anything in box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Go to the park and get a story idea about romance. Sure, why not? What do I come back with? Gravel in my socks, sand in my shoes, and a June bug in my hat band. Holliday, why didn't you pick a different profession like driving a coal truck?
Mr. Holliday,
What's that, Susie?
I said there's a message in box 13 for you.
Oh, thank you, Susie. Thanks so much.
Don't mention it. Say, you got a faraway look in your eyes today.
Yes, but only as far as the dry cleaners.
Dry cleaners?
Have you ever had a small boy wipe his ice cream cone off on your trousers?
Oh, girls don't call them trousers. In our set, it's slacks.
So it is, Susie. So it is. Well, see you later.
Okay, if you say so. But I still don't like that look in your eyes. You look like you might get into trouble.
You know what I think after spending the day in the park?
What?
Trouble will be a welcome relief. Why did I ever have to decide to be a fiction writer? I could have stayed a newspaper reporter. I could have kept on writing those snappy obituary notices and worn a hat that turned up in front and shoes that did the same thing. Well, better see what's in this envelope. If you want real adventure, be at the corner of 7th and Main at 10 p.m. tonight. A black limousine will pick you up at that time. Do not try to engage the chauffeur in conversation. What's this? No signature. Oh, no signature. Black limousines, chauffeurs who won't talk. Meetings on street corners at 10 o'clock at night. Well, this should be interesting. Oh, there it is, a black limousine. And look at that chauffeur.
This way, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks. What a character this driver is. He looks like he spent his nights on a nice cold slab down at the morgue. Wonder if I can get him to talk.
Driver. I said driver. Oh, chauffeur. Oh, you.
Through there, Mr. Holliday.
So you do talk. I was beginning to wonder about that.
This way, Mr. Holliday.
Who's that?
It's only me, Mr. Holliday.
That black suit, it makes you almost invisible, you know.
Yes, I know. Follow me. You're curious about the way you were brought here. Did it frighten you?
Maybe. Maybe not.
This room, please. My office.
Well, this is very cozy.
Well, I'm glad you find it so. To eliminate a lot of questions, I'd like to say this. I know all about you.
All?
You're a successful writer. Apparently you fear nothing, and I would presume that some of your adventures spring from that ad you run every week in the Star-Times.
Did you find it interesting?
Adventure wanted. Will go any place, do anything. Do you catch many people with that ad?
I caught you. Or is that vice versa?
I had you investigated, Holiday. I know where you live, what you do. The newspapers have told me of your experiences.
What are you leading up to?
You'll notice I had you brought here by a devious route. I wanted to be sure no one knew you were here.
Go on.
How much do you know about insurance, Holiday?
A great many people buy it. A great many don't.
And of those who do buy, a great many intend to defraud, to steal from their insurance company.
Now, look, if this is a racket, I'm not interested.
My name is Abner Blake. I'm the chief investigator for Northern Insurance.
Oh.
Do you remember the disappearance of Dr. Max Alexander?
I read something about it. Why?
He carried a very large policy with us. He's been gone almost 7 years. When his 7 years are up, the law will permit his widow to collect. And Holiday,
Yes?
I don't think Alexander is dead.
This man has the coldest, frostiest eyes of any professional man-trailer I've ever seen. And he's loaded with energy. Energy which I'll bet has helped him track down the people who tried to cheat his insurance company. Boy, I'm glad I'm on his side.
If you'll think back, Dr. Alexander performed a very delicate brain surgery on a prominent man. The operation was not successful.
I remember that he was criticized in some circles for taking a chance.
Immediately after the patient died, Alexander walked out of the operating room, the hospital, and so far as we've been able to prove, right out of this world. But I still feel that he's alive, somewhere.
And you believe it's an insurance fraud?
I'm sure it is. And I have a reputation, Holiday. No one has ever attempted to defraud Northern Insurance and has been successful.
You, suspect Mrs. Alexander?
Hardly. She's barely left her house in all these years. She receives no mail except from her daughter.
Her daughter?
She lives in New Mexico.
What about your regular men?
They've looked everywhere. They've come up with absolutely nothing.
Police?
Same thing.
And you're afraid you'll have to pay off?
No. Not if I have a smart man, a resourceful one, a man who can be as relentless as I am. And I think that man is you.
If Shakespeare were alive, he would cast Abner Blake in the role of Macbeth and throw him an extra part as one of the witches. But that's no affair of yours, Mr. Holliday. You've got to find a man who's been gone for almost 7 years. And if you were the hero of this story, you'd go to the files of a newspaper and look into the past.
Well, if it isn't Dan Holliday, what are you doing down the morgue of the Star-Times?
What would anybody be doing down in the morgue, Mac?
Well, some of them just lay there. You know me, Dad. I just got to have my little joke once in a while. Now, what was it you're looking for?
Oh, the clips on a citizen named Dr. Max Alexander. What have you got on him?
The works, Dan. The whole works.
Prominent man dies following delicate operation. Doctor criticized for taking chance. Dr. Alexander walks out of operating room and disappears. Grief-stricken wife employs private investigators when police fail to find Dr. Alexander. Dr. Alexander given up for dead. Not a bad-looking citizen, the doctor. He's been shot from more angles than Miss Philadelphia at Atlantic City. Kindly eyes, intelligent face, strong chin. Yes, Doctor, when I see you, I'll know you. And I hope to see you soon.
Yes.
Oh, I'm Dan Holliday, Miss Alexander. I'd like to talk to you about your husband.
My husband is dead.
Well, some people think he isn't.
They found something. They think he's alive. Come in.
Now then, Mr. Holliday, who are you? And why are you looking for the doctor?
A commission from the insurance company. I hoped you might give me some information.
It was on all the front pages.
That's exactly as it happened?
Yes. He was never seen again. Oh, Mr. Holliday, if only you could find some trace of him.
I'm going to try.
You don't know how terrible it is. Almost 7 years. But still, I've had the feeling that he'll come back someday. You look for me, too.
Well, of course.
I miss him so.
What about your daughter?
After her father's disappearance, she couldn't stand it here in town. She went to our ranch in New Mexico.
Oh?
Her father's disappearance broke her heart. I pray you find him.
Mrs. Alexander, so do I. Mrs. Alexander is a grief-stricken old lady. One who sincerely wants her husband back. So, where to look first? This is the build-up to the main story, Holiday, and if you're smart, you'll bring in all the characters.
Where to, mister?
I want a drawing room to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Well, Holiday, you've got a railroad ticket and an hour to make the train. Better get back to your apartment, a quick shower, pack your bag, and get on your way.
We've been waiting for you, Mr. Holliday.
Well, gentlemen, is this a pleasant intrusion? And I hope you are gentlemen.
We were positive you wouldn't mind.
Oh, of course not. People break in here regularly.
Good. Sit down.
If you don't mind, I like the air up here.
As you wish. I understand you like to travel, Mr. Holliday.
Travel? A wonderful pastime, travel.
Ever think of South America?
Often. You see, I'm a Carmen Miranda fan.
How would you like to go to South America? For me. All expenses paid. For as long as you want to stay.
What would I have to do?
Just forget a few things.
Like New Mexico?
Particularly New Mexico.
Give me about 2 weeks and I'm your man.
You don't seem to understand. You're leaving. Tonight.
Well, that's what I mean. But I'm going west.
No. South.
You and I would make a nice compass together. Now, suppose you point north and walk right out of this apartment. Oh, and don't forget your gorilla.
You mean Spencer?
If that's his name, I mean Spencer.
You'll hurt his feelings talking that way.
Well, that makes us even. Just looking at him hurts mine.
Is it, South America?
In a way. At least I'm showing you the open-door policy. Now, get out, you and your gorilla.
Spencer.
I wouldn't recommend that.
So?
I said get out.
Have you ever stopped to consider something, Mr. Holliday?
What?
You may never get to New Mexico.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. And now, back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well. Now you've got all the ingredients for a story. Insurance investigator doesn't believe doctor is dead. Wife doesn't believe doctor is dead. 2 men try to stop Ryder from making further investigation. All right, Holliday. Write the rest of the plot. Or maybe you'd better hit the sack. This is very pleasant. I've got a comfortable drawing room, and I'll bet it's got 1,000 springs to ease my worries. Uh-oh. The man with the urge to send me to South America. Well, I've got something for him. Let go. Now, fellow, what's the big idea breaking in here?
I'm sorry. I must have come into the wrong drawing room.
You came into the wrong apartment a couple of hours ago. Now, what do you want?
I just want to go to sleep.
In my traveling bag?
I was looking for my razor. I wanted to shave.
You just had a close one. Come on.
Where?
To find out if you got space in this train. If you haven't, we'll make some for you. Under guard in the baggage car. This is fine. I couldn't prove a thing. My friend had space, and to the conductor, it seemed like a perfectly logical thing to mistake car 19 for car 18. I wonder who this man is and who's in back of him.
Next stop, Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. Well, that's the end of the line for me. And I hope I don't mean that too literally. Long distance? I want to speak to Catherine Alexander at the Bar Cross Bar Ranch just outside of Valmont. Yes.
Hello?
Miss Alexander?
Yes?
This is Dan Holliday. Wonder if I might come out to the ranch and see you.
Oh, you're the man who's looking for Father. Mother wired me about you.
Was it complimentary?
Mother said she believed if anyone could find Dad, you could. Come right out. I want to talk to you.
And I want to talk to you.
Cab, mister?
Yeah, ever hear of Valmont?
Sure did.
Know where it is?
Sure do.
Very far?
Sure is.
Can you take me there?
Sure can. You got enough money to pay for the trip?
Sure have.
Let's go, then.
Sure thing. This is New Mexico, Holiday. Breathe deeply and treat your lungs to a shot of straight ozone. 20 miles to Valmont, and all you've seen on the whole trip is 4 buzzards, 3 in the air, and the 1 driving. And if he's a cab driver, I'm a flying disc.
Car behind.
Yeah, so I hear.
Wants me to pull over.
Don't do it.
Know them fellas?
One of them is Spencer.
Friend of yours?
That depends on what you mean by friend.
I gotta pull up. Those guys are gonna run me in the ditch.
Can you fight?
Nope.
Then can you recommend a good dentist?
What for?
Something tells me that when this is over, I'm going to need a new set of teeth.
You feel better, young man?
Yeah, thanks. What happened after those 2 fellas jumped me? Who are you?
My name is Moran. I'm the caretaker up at the Bar Cross Bar Ranch. I was coming down this way when you were forced off the road.
Oh, what happened to the driver?
Last I saw of him, he was just a cloud of dust.
I remember now. I got out of the car. He drove away.
Those 2 fellows started to beat you up good. When they saw me coming, they ran off, too. You had a mighty close call, young man.
I had 3 of them. After this, my luck runs out.
Somebody after you?
And vice versa. Say, how far is the ranch?
Half a mile up the road. Better take it easy.
Come on, I've got to get to the ranch.
Feel you can make it?
My friend, I've got to make it. This is not good. Spencer and his gorilla followed me all the way out here, trying to stop me at every turn. Maybe I'm getting warm. But if that's true, why hasn't someone else found Dr. Alexander?
Here's the ranch house, Mr. Holliday. They say Miss Catherine was expecting you?
Yes, but hardly in this condition.
You're Dan Holliday? Oh, what happened? You're all beaten up.
So this is Catherine Alexander. What a beautiful girl. And what beautiful eyes.
You'd better lie down, Mr. Holliday. You're badly hurt.
Oh, no, thanks, Miss Alexander. I don't feel that bad. I just look that way.
Anything more I could do, Miss Kathy?
Oh, no. No, and thank you so much. If you hadn't come along, Mr. Holliday might have been badly injured. Perhaps fatally.
Thank you, Miss Kathy.
Now then, how about a hot shower? You can get a rub down and change of clothes.
Miss Alexander, you read a man's mind.
Sometimes that's a pleasure, depending on the man.
You're depending on me?
What do you think?
Well, this is more like it. Hot shower, brisk rub down, little iodine on a few... Ouch, that stings. And Catherine was kind enough to loan me some riding clothes. That should indicate a sojourn in the saddle out on the desert, with the stars blinking their approval of my companion. Blinking approval? Holiday, you're an incurable romantic.
Isn't this beautiful? That gorgeous sky and the stars.
You love it, don't you?
I always have. Always will.
Have you been here long?
The Bar-Cross Bar belonged to my dad. We used to come out during the summer. Now I live here all the time.
Alone?
Oh, there's always Moran.
Moran? He's a strange old fella.
People around here say he's a little touched. But he's been wonderful to me.
Oh, say, those men who jumped me down the road. Moran, ever see him before?
How could he? They were strangers.
Oh. Your mother told me you've been searching for your father a long time.
Yes. Mother and I have spent a fortune on private detectives, investigators, following up leads, but nothing ever happened.
Yes, I know. Oh, tell me, Miss Alexander.
Kathy, please.
Kathy, have you any idea where I might begin to look? I thought you might give me a starting point.
Not unless it would be back in the city. He just walked out one day. No one ever saw him again.
Well, I'd better go back there and start from scratch.
You don't have to leave. Right away.
I'd enjoy staying a while.
Maybe I have been lonesome. Perhaps I've forgotten what companionship can be.
Perhaps.
You'll stay a while?
A while.
Good. Say, the time. We'll be much too late for dinner. Come on, I'll race you.
You're on.
Hurry or I'll beat you. I'm at the corral gate already.
Kathy, look out! Kathy.
Mr. Holliday, what happened?
You were racing. The horse stumbled over that lower bar and threw her. Look at that gash in her head.
She's unconscious. I hope she isn't seriously hurt.
Don't stand there, man. Get into the house. Call a doctor.
Yes, a doctor. Doctor.
Hurry, will you?
Of course. Get into the medicine cabinet in the house. I need some bandages. She may be suffering from multiple contusions.
Multiple contusions?
Or even a compound skull fracture. Hurry, will you?
Compound skull fracture?
Iodine, if you can find it. Hurry, I said. There isn't much time.
Okay. Dr. Alexander.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, now I'm back in the city again, walking up the street towards that same grim gray house where I first met Abner Blake. Up the steps, Holiday, and write the final chapter.
That was a nice job, Holliday.
I was nice about it.
What do you mean?
You didn't see the look in Dr. Alexander's eyes when he recovered his mind. And that lovely, lovely girl being mixed up in a deal like this.
If you feel sorry for her, you're making a big mistake.
Yes, I know. She was following him the day he walked out into the country. She'd almost caught up with him when a hit-and-run driver knocked him down.
That's when she got the idea for the disappearance act.
Why not? The doctor's face had been so damaged that no one would ever recognize him. And he'd lost his memory to top it off.
We've got the daughter and the mother in custody.
Just think, if she hadn't have fallen off that horse, I might never have been able to prove that Dr. Alexander was alive.
I know.
Hiding him on his own ranch was the daughter's idea, too.
Why not? No one would pay attention to an old man puttering around the place.
I've got a story, and I don't like it. Mother and daughter hide amnesia victim to collect insurance.
Oh, excuse me. Blake speaking. Yes, he's here. For you, Holiday.
Oh, thanks. Hello.
Mr. Holliday, this is Susie.
Oh, yes, Susie.
There's a message for you in box 13. Shall I read it to you?
Now, Susie, you know you're not supposed to open my mail.
But this is already open. It's a postcard.
Oh. Is it interesting?
I think it is.
All right, come on. Tell me what it says.
It says, rental for box 13, $15.
Oh, fine. Goodbye, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music was composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
From Hollywood, the Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Jane Wyman in The Blue Veil. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When I first met Jane Wyman several years ago, I was impressed with her beauty, her talents as a pert ingenue, and, of course, her sense of humor. I thought she undoubtedly would win some sort of an award with this delightful combination. But I didn't predict that it would be the coveted Academy Award and that Jane would receive it for her performance in a highly dramatic role. Tonight we present Jane Wyman in a characterization for which she received another Academy Award nomination. RKO's moving drama, The Blue Veil. Now the curtain rises on The Blue Veil, starring Jane Wyman.
But he didn't stand a chance of getting away. And then he stopped and began firing at us. That was his big mistake. The sound of the shot stampeded the cattle, and by the time they were driven off, our suspect had been trampled to death.
Why are you driving me home, Lieutenant?
Oh, Inspector Donnelly suggested it. You should have been home long ago.
It's too bad you lost that man.
Yeah, I've been waiting for you to say that. But at least we know who he was. His name was Gus Hatter. Where he lived, fingerprints, driver's license. Donnelly's got men planted at the hotel and on his telephone. If anyone tries to get through, they'll take him.
I suppose that's the best way to look at it now. Try not to think about the other kidnappers. The ones who are waiting for that man to...
Meantime, we'll look for something else for you.
I'm certainly glad to see you, Mrs. Mason. And I hope that as you get accustomed to the house and to the little fellow here, that you'll be happy and glad you came to us.
Well, thank you, Mr. Begley. But you realize that I'm just filling in until you can find someone.
Oh? Oh, well, I didn't know. But you will stay until I do get someone.
Oh, yes, of course I will.
May I tell you something, Mrs. Mason? For 10 years, my wife and I prayed to have the joy of a child. And when she died, to give him life, the joy became a great sorrow. I am only now getting able to speak of it. I try to hide it as much as possible, but I do feel
Mr. Begley, I think your son needs some rest now, don't you?
What? Oh, yes, ma'am. Rest he shall have. When it comes to Fred K. Begley, Jr., I'm your obedient servant at your beck and call. This way, Mrs. Mason. Let me show you to your room.
As the weeks went by, Mr. Begley discovered that finding someone to replace Louise was anything but easy. It became their custom on Sunday mornings for Louise and her employer to take the baby to the park.
I give up, Louise. I've interviewed 5 nurses this week.
Oh, you'll find someone, Mr. Begley.
You've spoiled us, you know. You've not only been so good to little Freddie, but the way you've brightened up that gloomy old house.
Thank you.
Louise, how is it that a girl like you, young and attractive, is doing, well, this sort of work?
I like it.
Well, I must say that's a perfect reason.
But then I suppose I'd like any kind of work that has a lot of Freddie in it. He's such a sweet baby.
Louise, that man back there on the bench, you spoke to him before.
Oh, yes, that was Frank Hutchinson. He owns the toy shop. I stop by there quite often.
But you call him Frank and me Mr. Begley.
Well, I'll call you Frank, too.
My name, as you well know, is Frederick and has been for some time. Louise, let's sit here for a while. There's something I would like to say.
Yes, Mr. Begley.
I've had lots of time to think since Margaret died. I know I'm not a young man, but I do have some standing in the community. I own the 4th largest corset house in the East, and I have the goodwill of my employees. And, well, I hope I don't seem big-headed or anything like that.
Oh,
but
no. You have so much to be proud of.
Well, what I'm getting at is that I find myself increasingly lost without a woman close to me. Wife, Louise, and I was wondering whether, since you two
Oh, Freddie, darling. Oh, well, it's all right. It's all right. It's a nice doggy. He was just playing with you. Oh, now, you mustn't cry, dear.
Just frightened, eh?
I think he's more tired than frightened. We'd better start for home.
Home? Oh, yes, of course.
That's a good boy. There. Now, you see? The doggy wants to walk with us. Well, we had a fine time in the park, didn't we?
Yes, didn't we? May I come in, Louise? I've brought some ice cream.
What a nice surprise. Yes, come in.
What? Oh, I take it my son is asleep.
Shh. Yes. My, this is a treat.
Louise, did you hear what I said to you in the park this morning?
No. What?
Nothing, I said.
Well, you were telling me about your situation.
I was proposing to you, Louise. I mean, well, I know you love Freddie just as much as I do, and since we're both... Well, what I'm saying is, will you be my wife?
It's kind and good of you to ask
Maybe
me.
you don't find it such a bright prospect, but on the other hand, it's nothing to dismiss lightly, is it?
Oh, no, it isn't.
No.
And I understand what you mean by loneliness. It's frightening. But one mustn't act hastily because of loneliness, Mr. Begley.
Oh. Then the answer is no.
Oh, don't put it that way, please. I like you very much. But I feel that my place is with little Fred. Big Fred can fend for himself. He always has, and he's done very well.
It was good of you to listen to me.
I want you to know I'm proud of having been asked.
Thank you. Thank you, Louise. Good night.
Some months later, Mr. Begley married his secretary at the factory, a good and devoted woman. Little Freddie had a mother again. And to Louise came the bitter realization that she'd have to leave him. But whenever she felt in special need of cheering up, she could depend upon the man in the toy store, Frank Hutchinson.
Look at this train. Just look at it. The workmanship.
Well?
It's too good for children. They don't deserve it.
Now, what have you got against children this time?
They act like a privileged class just because they're little. When they're infants, they're nothing but an alimentary canal with noises attached. Then the older they get, the more they resemble adults, and you know what that leads to.
Is there no one you like, young or old?
No, don't start fishing for compliments. I have a criticism to make of you, too.
Now what have I done?
I'll tell you, as soon as I get rid of this monster.
He's just a little boy. Now be nice to him.
All right. Now what do you want?
You should be ashamed of yourself. Pretending to that little boy that you didn't know what he wanted.
Any fool would know he wanted a kaleidoscope.
Then why wouldn't you let him buy one?
Because all he could call it was a thing. Let him learn words. Nobody knows how to speak anymore. No language. Everything's a thing.
You were going to tell me what's wrong with me.
Oh, I was indeed. Why do you want to go on looking after other people's kids? The first thing you know, that silly nurse's blue veil of yours will be a permanent fixture, a way of life. A habit?
A bad habit, Frank?
I'm warning you, Lulu. Mind what I say now.
And I love you dearly, but you haven't been right about anything as long as I've known you.
Mr. Hutchinson.
Well?
The thing I wanted. It's a kaleidoscope.
A what?
You know, a kaleidoscope.
Spell it.
Yes, Louise had taken another position, this time with a wealthy family in Connecticut, the Palfreys. They had 2 boys, Harrison and Robbie. The Palfreys had a tutor for Harrison, an energetic young man named Gerald Keene. So it was the younger boy, Robbie, who was Louise's special care.
Oh, I'm coming, Robbie. I'm here.
Lulu!
Oh, it's just thunder and lightning, Robbie. Don't be afraid.
It woke me up. It scared me.
Well, you know what that old thunder does. He's here to wake up people who are sleeping so he can tell them to get up and close their windows or they'll be rained on.
Why is it so loud?
Well, sometimes it's loud because it wants to make little boys brave enough to jump out of bed and turn on the light.
I can turn on a light. I think.
Well, good. Let me see how brave you are.
There.
Why, that's wonderful. Now turn the light off and show me that you're not afraid of the storm in the dark either.
Now?
Now.
There.
Oh, Robbie, I'm so proud of you. Now back to bed and go to sleep. I'm sure Harrison's been asleep for hours.
Aren't you going to tell me a story?
Again?
But I have to fall asleep again.
Oh, well, all right. Now, where did I leave off?
They were in danger, and it sure looked bad.
Oh, yes. The enchanted prince was pitching. All the bases were loaded when along came a 5-eyed giant swinging 5 bats at the same time.
Why did he have 5 bats?
Oh, I don't know. He was that kind of a batter. He went up to the plate and the umpire said, "Excuse me, sir, but aren't you using more bats than the rule allows?" And the 5-eyed giant said, "Well, excuse me, sir, but I was always under the impression that a batter could use as many bats as he cared to." Now this puzzled the umpire. Mr. Keene? Oh, I thought I heard someone down there.
Shh, we just came home. Harrison and we've been seeing a cowboy movie.
You and Harrison? Well, where is he?
I told him to sneak up the back stairs.
Oh, my, how education has changed. I never thought a cowboy movie would find a place on a tutor's course of study.
Oh, come on in the kitchen. I'm hungry.
How was the movie?
Oh, it's good. It's very good. You mind if I take off this wet coat?
Better take off those wet shoes, too. You can put your feet in the oven.
Oh, the nicest extras come with this job.
Do you like this job?
Well, it'll do till something better comes along. And something may, too.
Oh?
I've got applications all over the place. An instructor in Mexico, something rather with standard in China, faculty job at the American school in Beirut, Syria.
Mexico, China, Syria.
Adventure, Lulu, adventure. New horizons. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, this milk I've been warming is for Harrison, not for you.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to fix some eggs.
Well, thanks. I'll eat them in the morning. Good night, Mr. Keene.
They saw considerable of each other in those next few weeks, Louise and Jerry Keene, the tutor. And then one afternoon in the garden, he brought her some exciting news.
It's a cablegram, Lulu, from Syria.
Well, something better did come along, didn't it? Congratulations, Jerry.
Only now I'm not so sure that I want the job. I'll miss you, Lulu.
They don't leave you much time, do they?
No. And by the way, you're going to a party with me tomorrow night.
Oh, you're way ahead of me.
That's just a few friends giving me a send-off. Say yes, Lulu.
Well, I'm not sure that I could get off.
I've already fixed it with Mrs. Palfrey.
Oh, you're too efficient for me.
Yeah, we'll have dinner in New Haven, go on to the party, and be back here in time for me to catch the 1:40 for Washington. I have to meet some of the trustees down there. How about it, Lulu?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that I'd fit in with your professor friends.
Oh, utter, absolute, horrible nonsense.
Lulu!
Oh, it's Robbie. Excuse me.
Wait a minute. Is it a deal?
Lulu!
Yes, it's a deal.
The party was a wonderful success, for Louise especially. Jerry's friends all liked her very much. And then, while they were driving back to the Palfrey estate.
I liked your friends, Jerry. Why, they didn't scare me a bit. And thank you for such a nice evening.
Oh, gosh, how fast can things happen? One minute I'm tutoring a rich man's son, and the next minute, Syria. A whole new life ahead of me.
Oh, you're so lucky. I envy you so.
Hey, I just got a great idea. You're going to Syria with me.
Oh, Jerry.
No, I'm serious.
Oh, but that's a mad idea.
Well, what of it? Haven't you ever done anything mad in your life? Now, look, we can stop at the house, you pack your things, and we'll still be able to catch the train. We'll sail on Wednesday and be married by the ship's captain on Thursday. What do you say?
Well, what about Robbie?
Robbie? Well, he's a pal for you, isn't he?
Oh, he still needs me, Jerry.
And so do I. Oh, come on, Lulu. The minutes are slipping by.
But aren't you being a little impulsive?
Oh, sure, but I'm asking you to be impulsive with me. And we haven't much time. Shall I drive fast or slow?
Well, not too fast, Jerry.
I heard you drive in, Mr. Keene. I wanted to say goodbye again.
Thank you, Mrs. Palfrey. You've been very kind. I'm glad you heard me. I was just about to leave a note for you.
Oh?
I'm not leaving alone. Louise is coming with me.
Louise? When did she decide to do that?
Tonight, Mrs. Palfrey. Just like that.
And you're going to be married?
Yes, on board the ship.
Well, I hate to dampen your enthusiasm, but I must say I'm a little bit startled.
You're angry with us?
No, but you haven't known each other very long. And marriage is a big contract, you know.
We know that, Mrs. Palfrey. But because some quick marriages fail, it's no reason to condemn all of them, is it?
We're very fond of Louise. We'd be sorry to see her hurt, that's all. And you, too. But I shouldn't have spoken. I hope both of you will be very happy.
Thank you, Mrs. Palfrey.
Lulu?
I just came in to kiss you, Robbie. Now go back to sleep.
Where have you been?
I was out.
Are you going out again?
Yes, I'm going out again.
Why?
But I'm going away for a little while, Robbie.
No, Lulu, no.
Oh, Robbie, darling, you've got to let me go or I'll be late.
I won't let you go. Don't go, Lulu. Please don't go. Lulu. Lulu.
Well, darling, we're on our way. You happy?
Almost. Oh, it's Robbie, Jerry. I just couldn't tell him the truth, but somehow he knew I'd never be back.
Oh, he'll get over it. After all, you had to leave him someday.
Well, it's done now, and I'm very happy to be here.
Oh, you don't know how glad I am to hear you say that. You know, you've had me worried.
But why?
I didn't think you seemed sure.
Well, what do you mean, Jerry?
Well, I had the feeling that I took advantage of you. I mean, and using the pressure of time to rush you into this.
Oh, but I liked being rushed.
Yes, but would you have accepted if I'd asked you yesterday, when I showed you the cable?
You're trying to say something. What?
No, I just want to be sure.
Well, aren't you sure?
Oh, come here, darling. That's my answer, sweetheart. Are you convinced now? You're going to love the trip, Lulu. You're going to love the country and the people and all the things we're going to see.
You don't have to convince me, Jerry.
I'm not trying to convince you. It's just that I want so much for our marriage to be a success.
You aren't very confident, are you?
Well, of course I am, but well, you're the last person in the world I'd want to hurt, Louise.
I hoped you'd have something else to say to me. I am a little hesitant now.
But you've got me all wrong. I just thought it was being fair to you to mention the dangers. The point is, we're going to succeed in spite of them.
In spite of them?
You haven't lost your nerve, have you?
Oh, no. You see, I had a feeling it was wrong to rush into this like a couple of kids, and then when I saw Robbie...
Well, you don't mean that he makes any difference now.
Well, I had no right to hurt him, and I did. Jerry, if this thing is right, our getting married, it doesn't have to be this minute, does it? I'll go back.
Go back?
And we'll wait a while. We can write to each other, and then in a couple of months, after you're established and you still feel, then I'll follow you.
Well, if you really think that we'd...
And by that time, then Robbie will understand, and I won't be running away at his expense.
Well, I guess that is more sensible. But I hate to be sensible.
I know. I know.
They changed trains in New York. Jerry went on to Washington, and Louise went back to Connecticut. Early in the morning, Robbie stirred in his sleep, his eyes half opened. He saw a familiar figure sitting at the window of his room.
Hi, Lulu.
Hi, darling.
In just a moment, we will continue with Act Two of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Today, one of our outstanding ambassadors of goodwill is Nelson Rockefeller, grandson of John D. With his brothers, Nelson has invested $3 million in a business partnership with South American nationals. The official title of this venture is the International Basic Economy Corporation, but South Americans call it El Plan Rockefeller. With American equipment and techniques, among other things, Nelson Rockefeller has built a profit-showing fishery in Venezuela, a reconversion plant to turn powdered milk imported from the United States back into fluid milk, a food warehousing and distribution concern, a series of model and self-supporting farms, and a 300-acre hog farm. Throughout South America, the Rockefeller plan has set up thriving businesses, enthusiastically supported by the people and the governments of the two nations. Part of the plan's profits go back into other projects for food production and distribution, where little or no production has been done before. Part will help finance the American International Association, a non-profit organization set up to study scientific nutrition, sanitation, hygiene, and child welfare. In 10 years, when the International Basic Economy Corporation is fully established, its stock will be sold to citizens of the countries in which it now operates. As Nelson Rockefeller put it, the people of South America don't want Santa Claus gifts. They want to be partners, and with us, do the job of helping themselves. Mr. Rockefeller knows only too well that by helping others, you help your country. Now our producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Act 2 of The Blue Veil, starring Jane Wyman as Louise Mason.
Jerry Keene went to Syria. Louise never saw him again, nor did they ever write to each other. When Robbie was a few years older, Louise left the Palfrey home and went to work for Annie Rawlins. Annie was in musical comedy, not so young anymore, but still a star. She had a daughter, Stephanie.
Well, tell me, Lulu, the dress. How do I look?
You look very lovely, dear. Well, all I have to do is finish the hem, and that's it.
I wish Mother were here. She should have phoned by now.
Well, she will, darling.
Lulu, this confirmation dress, it's like a wedding gown, isn't it? I mean, with a veil and everything?
Yes, it is, a little.
When you were married, did you wear a beautiful wedding gown? Was it exciting?
No, it was a pale blue chiffon dress.
I mean being married. Were you madly in love? Lulu, what's it like to be in love?
Oh, Stephanie, my goodness, I don't even know that I'd remember.
Oh, yes, you do. Was it long ago? How many times were you in love?
Once and a half.
How did you feel? What's it like?
Well, it's mostly a glad feeling, like when school's out for summer vacation.
Is it really?
Of course, it isn't any one thing, Stephanie. Sometimes it can be very exciting, like when bells are ringing and whistles are blowing on New Year's Eve. And sometimes... Well, I wonder who that is. I'll get it, dear. Good evening, Mr. Ashworth.
Hello, Louise. For heaven's sake, what have we here?
Hello, Uncle Bill.
Well, you modeling for a wedding cake?
She's being confirmed tomorrow.
Oh, good. It'll never hurt you, Steffi. I've been confirmed for years. A confirmed bachelor, for which your mother is entirely to blame. Where is our Annie?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Ashworth. She was supposed to be home early. Take the dress off, darling, and it's way past your bedtime.
Good night, Uncle Bill.
Good night, honey, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Good night, Lulu.
Good night, dear.
What's going to happen to Annie?
Oh, I really don't know, Mr. Ashworth.
Well, why won't she quit? She's had a great career. She's had everything an actress could possibly...
Who's here?
Oh, hello,
Oh,
darling.
there's no business like show business. Hi, Louise.
Good evening, Mrs. Rollins.
Things have been happening.
Well, tell me.
Well, here I am worrying about the show closing when who do I bump into but Peter Allen? He's written a new show and he wants me to audition for Tad Joplin.
Joplin, that old wart? Don't tell me you're going to...
Mama.
Stephanie, darling. Oh, but what are you doing out of bed?
I want you to see you. I was worried about you.
Oh, I know, honey, and I'm awfully sorry, but I got tied up. I was just coming in to see you.
Will you sit up close tomorrow at my confirmation?
Of course I will. What time do you go on, sweetie?
11 o'clock.
Well, I have an audition at 9, but I'll be there in loads of time.
You hope.
Oh, don't pay any attention to him. Now go to bed, sweetheart. I want you to be bright and pretty in the morning.
Good night, Mama. Thanks for coming home.
Good night, baby.
Joplin, huh? Annie, be sensible. Give up this rat race.
Well, believe me, I was ready to, until I met Peter Allen. Oh, darling, come over to the piano. Let me show you some of the songs.
No, Annie didn't make it to church the following morning. It wasn't her fault. Joplin, the producer, enjoyed keeping people waiting. So it was Louise who took Stephanie to church. Louise who met Stephanie's friends. And then, later on, at home.
And I tried, Steffi. I tried to get away. Oh, baby, are you mad at me?
No, Mama, it's all right. Louise was there. How was the audition?
Oh, it's a big day for us, Steffi. I got the job. I'm going on the road again. But today we'll celebrate. We'll do anything at all that you'd like to do.
Can Louise come?
Well, sure, if you want her to. Where is she?
In the kitchen, fixing lunch.
All right. Now, you get into a pretty dress, and then we'll... Well, you make the plans, huh?
I'll think of something real special. And thank you, Mama.
Louise.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Rollins. Lunch will be ready soon.
How was the ceremony?
Very beautiful. And so was Stephanie.
Well, I got the job.
Oh, that's fine.
3 weeks rehearsal. Boston 2 weeks, then New Haven, then New York.
Mrs. Rollins, I'd like to leave if you could find someone to replace me.
Louise.
Well, I've been meaning to say something about it for some time, but I find it so difficult.
Don't you like it here? Don't you like Stephanie?
Well, I'd rather not go into that.
But I insist that you tell me.
I've been on the verge of leaving before, Mrs. Rollins, but each time, well, you'd get another show, and I'd postpone doing anything about it, and each time it would get worse.
I just don't understand. I thought you were happy with us here. I thought you loved us.
Oh, I do. And believe me, it's because I do that I have to leave.
Oh, well, that just doesn't make any sense.
Mrs. Rollins, I know you don't mean to, but you see so little of Stephanie. She's been turning to me more and more, and now she's turned completely.
Oh, that's silly. No one could take the place of a mother in a child's life.
This morning at church, the children, some of the parents, well, they wanted to meet Stephanie's mother. Stephanie introduced me. She told them that I was her mother.
But it was just a gesture, Louise.
No, it's more than that. Unless I leave, Mrs. Rollins, you may lose your daughter, and that would be the worst mistake you ever made.
It's good of you to tell me. Excuse me, I'm going to phone Mr. Joplin. I'm turning down that job.
And then after lunch, we're all going out, Lulu. I've decided, well... Lulu, what's the matter? Don't you want to come with us?
Well, perhaps it would be better if I stayed here, Stephanie.
What's wrong? Something must be wrong. What is it? Mama!
Stephanie, I'm leaving, dear.
What? Did you two have a quarrel or something?
Oh, no, darling, not that. I have a new job. I just didn't want to tell you about it until after you were confirmed.
That's right, Angel.
Well, you're just going for a short time, aren't you?
No.
Why? Why are you leaving?
Well, you see, you're getting to be such a big girl now, and I should be taking care of smaller children.
Is it anything I've done?
Oh, no, darling, you mustn't think that.
Who are you going to take care of?
There's a little girl.
I don't want you to go.
Oh, don't be selfish, sweetheart. You've had Lulu to yourself for a long, long time.
I don't want you to go.
I really don't know what to do, Stephanie. The people called me last week. They said it was pitiful how this little girl needed someone, and I told them that it was up to you whether I would leave or not. I thought that maybe you'd let me go. But if you want me to stay, then I'll stay.
You don't love me. Isn't that the truth?
Oh, no, darling. It's far from that.
But then why
Do you remember what the bishop said this morning? He said that you're an adult now. You're like Mother and me. You're responsible. And if that's true, then aren't we all responsible for people who need help more than we do?
Well, I suppose if the girl really needs you.
She doesn't have a mother like you do, darling.
We're both going to miss Lulu very, very much, Steffi. Now come inside, darling. I've something else to tell you. I'm not going to work anymore. I'm not even going to...
Stephanie. Oh, Stephanie.
So just as little Freddie Begley had gone out of Louise's life, as Robbie Palfrey had, now Stephanie, too, was only a memory. Except that part of Louise's heart remained with each child. Her next two charges were both boys. There was Dennis Rice, and then Tony Williams. Louise had been with the Williams family only a few months when the war broke out in Europe, and Tony's father, being English, was called back to London. And then some weeks later...
Oh, I'm so glad you're back. Oh, Louise. Why, you've been crying, Mrs. Williams. What's wrong?
Louise had been with the Williams family only a few months when the war broke out in Europe, and Tony's father, being English, was called back to London. And then some weeks later...
Oh, I'm so glad you're back. Oh, Louise.
Why, you've been crying, Mrs. Williams. What's wrong?
I've had bad news. My husband, he's been wounded.
Oh, is it serious?
I don't know. All I know is that I've got to go to him. I wanted to go with him in the first place, remember? Oh, Louise, I've been thinking. Oh, I know it's a wild notion, but...
Well, what is it?
I've just been... Well, I was wondering if you'd take care of Tony for me while I went over. As soon as Huey's all right, I'll be back.
Well,
Oh, please say yes. You're the only person I trust with Tony. Please say yes, Louise.
Well, you're not to worry anyway. We'll work something out, Mrs. Williams. Just please don't worry.
So Tony's mother went to England. For a while, there was a letter every week and a check every month. But then the letters and the checks became less and less frequent. Through the years, Louise had one friend who'd never changed, the man in the toy shop, Frank Hutchinson.
Yes, I hate to admit it, Louise, but that's quite a boy you got there. Quite a boy. 3 years old already. Well, what about it?
What about what?
I want to know why Tony's mother isn't back. First, it was because she'd enlisted in the ambulance corps. Then came word that her husband had been killed. That was 2 years ago, Louise. 2 years.
Well, you read the last letter I got. She's remarried.
That's just what I'm saying. If she's married again, why can't she come back now?
Well, they're having such a hard time of it. And after all, she's doing her part and I'm doing mine. She'll be back as soon as they get on their feet.
Little Miss Sacrifice.
Oh, now, Frank, stop it. I'm enjoying it. It's the first time in my life I've had a child all to myself, and I like the feeling, as long as it lasts. They'll be back one of these days.
They're taking advantage of you, shameful advantage.
How can you say that?
You don't mention they've stopped sending you money.
Who said so?
Oh, you can't fool me, Louise. Moving into that tiny flat, skimping on yourself right and left. Look at that dress.
Well, I've always dressed conservatively. You just never noticed it before, that's all. Well, do you intend to wait on your customer or not?
All right. I know how to run my business.
Lulu. Do you want a cookie, Tony? You do. All right, darling. Here's another cookie.
But Tony's mother didn't come back, and the years rolled by. Tony was 10 years old now and quite a baseball player. Every Sunday afternoon, Louise would go to the park and watch him play.
How'd you like that, Mom? That's 3 hits out of 4. Boy, are we giving him a shellacking.
Well, this is your last inning, Tony, and Frank's too.
You're some umpire, Frank, calling those first 2 pitches strikes. Anything wrong with your eyes?
Just myopia, astigmatism, and a tendency to blindness. Now get out in the field.
Yes, sir.
So, it's my last inning, is it?
You know what I promised, Dr. Berenberg. Just look at you, and at your age.
You know, for all the boasting around you do, we might as well be married.
What a proposal.
What an acceptance.
Who said I accepted?
Now, you listen to me, Lulu. At our stage of life, we're no longer Siegfried and Brunhilde. Just very old friends. But nobody can make soft-boiled eggs the way you do. And I'd be happy to marry you for just that. Furthermore, you can't go on supporting that boy just by doing needlework. He'll be taken in washing next. And I choose to think you prefer me.
I think we'd better continue this conversation after dinner. I wouldn't want you hit by a fly ball.
Well, I suppose after 30-odd years, I can wait till this evening for a simple answer.
Come on, Frank, umpire.
And this is your last inning, or we boycott your dinner.
Just be there on time for a change. 6 o'clock. And I don't mean 6:30.
When Louise got home, there was an envelope under the door, a cablegram from England. Tony's mother and her husband were coming back.
Boy, oh boy, what a game, huh, Ma? Hey, did you see me drop that fly ball? I can't figure it out.
Tony, we're not going to Frank's tonight.
You mean we're staying home?
No. We're going away, darling. We're going to pack some of our things, and we're going away.
In our moment, we'll continue with Act 3 of The Blue Veil.
We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on The Blue Veil, starring Jane Wyman as Louise Mason.
And so they disappeared, Louise and Tony. The boy's mother started to search for them, which was why one afternoon a detective came by to see Frank Hutchinson.
I'm here to see you about Louise Mason.
Oh? Where is she?
Well, that's what I want to know from you. I'm from the police.
I have no idea where she is. What do you want to know for?
Because Louise Mason may be charged with kidnapping.
How silly can you get? That boy's mother abandoned him long since. Louise Mason has devoted 8 years to that child.
You've seen them together often?
Of course I have.
You related to Mrs. Mason?
No, just friends.
For how long?
Oh, years and years.
You've been no more than friends, huh?
Get out of here. Go on, get out of here. You're a disgrace to your badge.
All right. Don't get excited.
Mr. Hutchison, is anything wrong?
I'm afraid I've upset the old boy. Didn't mean to.
Throw him out. I won't have him in my shop.
Mr. Hutchinson!
Please. Doctor. Get the doctor, please.
And I don't mind saying, Mrs. Mason, that my office had quite a time trying to find you. You know who I am.
Yes. You're the district attorney.
Now, you admit having received a cable from Mr. and Mrs. Hall, hmm?
Yes. That's when I decided to leave. Where is my boy? What have you done with him?
He's all right. You'll see him soon. Now, you didn't mean to kidnap him, did you? You were excited, perhaps not in your right mind when you ran away with the boy.
I was never so calm. I've never done anything so deliberate.
Mrs. Mason, believe me, I'm trying to help you. Now, to begin with, Tony is not your son. He's Mrs. Hall's son.
She has no right to claim him.
Burgess, bring in the boy, will you?
He's happy and content as my son. They've had a life of their own. They can have children. What do they want with mine?
His mother's very angry about your disappearance. For a month, she didn't know whether Tony was alive or dead.
For 5 years, she didn't know. And she didn't care.
Lulu.
Oh, Tony, darling.
They wouldn't let me see you.
Oh, I know, sweetheart, I know.
But why are we here?
We have to answer some questions, dear, but nobody's going to hurt us now. Now, you come and sit down by me.
How much does he know?
Nothing.
Don't you think you were wrong to let him lose all memory of his parents?
Do you have to in his presence?
I'm sorry, I really am. But it has to be done. All right, Burgess. Tell the Halls to come in. Tony, you know, you have a real mother. Louise took care of you when your mother went away. But now she's back, and she wants to have you with her and your new father.
I want to stay with Lulu.
Yes, I know, Tony, but after a while,
Tony. Oh, Tony. Aren't you going to say anything to me?
Go and kiss your mother, Tony.
And this is your new father.
How are you, son?
You have no right to call him son, and neither do you.
Louise.
A son is a person you live with, not a piece of baggage that you check.
Look, Mrs. Mason, there's a little matter of kidnapping, and I'm
Officer, take the boy in the other room. It's all right, Tony. You can come back in a little while.
Lulu.
Mr. Hall, do you intend to take the boy to Chicago with you?
Yes, naturally.
Are you going to take Louise Mason with you, too?
Certainly not. We were very grateful to her, but when she stooped so
Never mind
low as
that.
to- Oh? Why not?
Mr. Hall, I'm not at all clear just who's to be prosecuted. I'm not sure that this isn't a case of child desertion and abandonment.
Oh, please. There was no idea of abandonment. When I went to England, I joined a service. I was in uniform.
I know all about that. Now, tell me, how much do you figure you owe Mrs. Mason for the care and education of the boy?
Well, I sent her about $1,400.
In 8 years. Yeah, that comes to about 50 cents a day for salary, food, board, clothing, doctor bills, and love. I take it you trusted Mrs. Mason to make up the difference. How much did you spend, Louise?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Well, Mr. Hall, How much are you going to give her?
Well, I've made out a check. Here. I thought this might be fair.
I don't want anything. Are you going to let them take Tony away from me?
As much as I regret to say it, the law doesn't allow that he be left with you.
She's never been a mother to him. Giving birth to a child doesn't make a mother. What about the 1,000 and million things she doesn't know? That she'll never know about him.
Louise, please.
What does she know about all the things that frighten him? How to comfort him when he wakes up in the night crying? And the little things about him. What if he'd been neglected? And suppose there hadn't been a savings to see him through. Suppose no one worried about his measles and whooping cough and pneumonia. And what does she know about getting on her knees and praying to God to take her life instead of his? What if there had been no love in all this time? No love, do you know what that means?
Yes, I think I do. Burgess, bring the boy back, please. Mr. Hall, do you still want to press the charges?
Well, I don't know. My lawyer said...
I advise you not to. I further advise you to get out of here right away. Now, there's the boy. Take him and go.
Come along, son. Everything's going to be all right.
Mrs. Mason.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry.
Have you any relatives? Any old friends?
I did have one. I telephoned him yesterday, but the young lady said he had died. It was quite sudden.
The district attorney had slipped the Hall's check into Louise's purse. For a while, anyway, she'd be able to get along. But Louise couldn't live without children. The employment agencies told her she was too old now for a nursing job. Parents wanted younger women. So she took the only other job she could get and still be near children. She went to work for a private school.
You wait for me. I'll be back in a minute.
Hello, little boy. Did you forget something? Now, don't be afraid. I'm just the cleaning woman. Was it your book? Or your cap? Oh, maybe it was your lunchbox.
My glasses. They were in a case.
Your glasses? Oh, well, we must find those. I don't see so well myself. I'm going to have to get glasses one of these days.
Here they are. I found them.
Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine. Now, what's your name?
Jackie.
Jackie? Well, my goodness. Jackie, you come over here where I can see you. Oh, that's better.
I have to go now.
You can talk to me just for a second. How old are you?
6, going on 7.
6, going on 7. Well, now, when is your birthday? You know, when a little boy has a birthday, he's...
I found them. I found my glasses. Hey, Tommy!
Louise didn't do anything about getting glasses until one day when she was crossing a busy street and a car almost hit her. The traffic cop told her about the clinic at the city hospital.
Well, there's nothing radically wrong with your eyes. It's just a condition caused by a deficiency in your diet.
Everything in diets these days.
I'm prescribing some pills and some eye drops, and you'll feel better if you wear tinted glasses for a while. Now, what's your name, please?
Louise Mason.
Mm-hmm. Now, just take these prescriptions down to the dispensary. And, about the glasses, tell them to talk to me, to Dr. Palfrey.
Dr. Palfrey?
That's right, Mrs. Mason.
You're not Robert Palfrey?
Why, yes, I am.
Did you have an older brother named Harrison?
Yes, I did. He was killed in the war. Did you know him?
So, you're little Robbie who was afraid of lightning.
Why, you're Lulu. Lulu, I can't believe it. Oh, my goodness, what are you doing now, Lulu?
Well,
I just can't get over it. Oh, those days all come back to me now.
Oh, I have many pictures of you when you were a little boy. I carried them around with me all the time.
You do?
Yes. I have a little album of all my children.
May I see it?
Oh, yes. Now, that one was taken the day we went on the picnic with Harrison and Mr. Keene.
Mr. Keene. Yes, of course. Oh, this is wonderful. Louise, could I borrow these pictures? I'd like to show them to my wife.
Why, certainly. But you mustn't lose them.
Oh, no, of course not. And I don't want to lose track of you either. I'll tell you what. Why don't you have dinner with us some night soon?
Oh, I'd like that.
You would? Well, let's see now. How about next Tuesday?
Oh, fine.
And about these prescriptions, I'm taking you down to the dispensary myself.
Why, that's very nice of you, Robbie. Thank you.
So on Tuesday night, Dr. Palfrey called for Louise and brought her home.
And here she is, Mary. This is Lulu.
Oh, I'm so glad to meet you, Mrs. Mason. I feel I've known you for years.
You're very kind, Mrs. Palfrey.
Robbie and I were so worried. We thought you might have forgotten about tonight.
Oh, my eyes are weak, I suppose, but my memory's fine. Oh, my, this is a very handsome house.
Not as elegant as the old place, Lulu, but it's ours.
And you have a very beautiful wife. You should be proud of yourself.
He doesn't have time for that, Lulu. I have to be proud for him.
Well, now if you'll just open the door, dear.
Oh, so many people, Robbie. I didn't know you were having company.
Don't you recognize anyone?
Recognize?
Lulu.
Stephanie.
Oh, Lulu. Lulu.
My dear Stephanie.
Did you think I could ever forget you?
Oh, my goodness. And this young man, this is your husband?
No, Louise. I'm Freddie. Fred Begley, Jr.
Little Freddie. What a big boy you are. I can't get over it. And Dennis. You're Dennis.
Lulu.
Little Dennis who hated girls.
I want you to meet my wife. This is Marjorie.
How do you do? She's very pretty. Dennis, Robbie, you did this from all the names in the album.
Are you surprised?
Oh, my, yes.
There's someone on the phone who wants to speak to you, Lulu. It's long distance.
For me?
Oh, yes. We had quite a time arranging for this. But go on. Go on, talk to him.
Hello? Yes? Yes. I can't speak. Where are you, Tony? Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. It's so nice to hear your sweet voice. You are? During your Easter vacation? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I am. I'm very happy. Very happy. Yes. Goodbye, Tony. All of you. All my dear, dear children.
And two more, Lulu.
But I don't remember these two.
Well, these belong to the house, Lulu.
This is Andy, and this is Judy.
They're yours now.
Hello, Andy.
Hello, Lulu.
Hello, Judy.
Hi, Lulu.
In a moment, Jane Wyman will return.
Here's a story that has sort of a special tug at the heart when you hear it. An American soldier with a camera spotted a cute little Japanese boy playing outside the family home in northern Japan. He asked him to pose, and the boy did. The soldier went his way. 1 month later, tragedy struck at the household. The little 7-year-old boy was dead of influenza. His father, realizing that there was not even a recent snapshot to remember his son by, remembered the passing serviceman, and he asked the United States Army for a copy of the picture. Ordinarily, that would seem like a pretty hopeless task, to find among all the Army's picture-taking soldiers the one guy who'd taken that picture. But one man set out to do just that, PFC Stephen Toole of the 19th Infantry Public Information Office. He wrote letters, he broadcast over the radio, searched Army records. Eventually, halfway around the world, he traced Sergeant Leroy McIlvaine in a little Kansas town. Yes, the sergeant had been in Japan during that time. Yes, his hobby was photography. Yes, he had pictures of little Japanese boys, some 4,500 of them. Painstakingly, he searched through them, and he found the right one, the one that could make a grieving family just a little bit happier. This is a story that community in northern Japan will not soon forget. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow. Now, here's Mr. Cummings and Jane Wyman.
Janie, you were simply magnificent. We all want to congratulate you. And Jane, congratulations are also in order on your recent marriage to musical director Freddie Garger. We want to wish you both every happiness.
Well, that's very nice of you, Irving, and we both thank you.
I am amazed at your versatility. No wonder you were invited to place your footprints in the famous concrete blocks in the forecourt of the Chinese Theater.
They don't look like much alongside of Jimmy Durante's famous nose. Al Jolson's hands and knee prints.
Well, that's only because you have very small feet.
I love to sing their praises.
And we love to hear you. Speaking of singing, Janie, reminds me that Warner Brothers just completed their Technicolor production of The Jazz Singer.
Yes, and Danny Thomas and Peggy Lee are just wonderful as the stars.
And now, Janie, I want to tell our audience about another great picture we have for them next week. It was a gigantic undertaking to film, and the stars undoubtedly gave two of the most hazardous performances of their careers, because the picture was filmed in deepest Africa on the thrilling search for King Solomon's mines. And as the stars of this Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer screen triumph will be the original romantic team of Deborah Carr and Stuart Granger.
It was certainly a breathtaking picture, Irving. And good night.
This is Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were Dan Riss as the narrator, William Conrad as Begley, Bill Johnstone as Frank, Gloria Blondell as Annie, Lamont Johnson as Keene, Herb Butterfield as the district attorney, Yvonne Patey as Helen, Tom Brown as Dr. Palfrey, and Norma Varden, Stanley Farrar, Marlene Ames, Peter Votrian, Mickey Little, Eddie Marr, Charlotte Lawrence, Martin Dean, Harry Shearer, Leon Ledoux, Marvin Bryan, Harvey Grant, Lee Norrix, and Dave Alfred. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. Hollywood Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ronald Colman in Which We Serve, with Edna Best. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The slim gray shape of a destroyer is a thing of beauty as it knifes through the sea, and a thing of power and fury with its guns ablaze. But look below the steel shell, and you'll find a heart and a personality, intimately known to the captain on the bridge and to the men who are proud to be called destroyer sailors. One of the finest craftsmen of the theater in our time probed deep into the heart of a destroyer and gave us the epic motion picture In Which We Serve. In fact, Noel Coward not only wrote it, but also produced, directed, and acted in it. We consider its presentation an event in this theater, and we have a star in keeping with its importance. That star is Ronald Colman, and sharing honors with Ronnie tonight is the very accomplished actress, Miss Edna Best. In Which We Serve, I said, was the story of a ship. That's true. But the ship is a captain, and a chief petty officer, and a torpedo man, and an ordinary seaman, and their wives and mothers and sweethearts and children. His Majesty's ship Taran is all these, and a touch of Dunkirk, and the North Sea, and the Battle of Crete. And its story is told in the events that flash through the minds of the crew as they cling to a life raft in the Mediterranean. Dramas like this don't come from any ordinary typewriter, unless the right man is on the sending end. And they don't come to life here by themselves. But every bit of effort and care is repaid when we run across a note like this one from two members of the audience, which Lux Toilet Soap brings together each week. It's signed by a husband and wife who write, "We'd like to send a word of gratitude for a real show each Monday night. We're a pair of middle-aged war workers. We have 11 and a half hours at home out of each 24. Just enough time to eat, sleep, get a Lux soap bath, and go back to work. And thank you again. When people like that give us one of those very precious hours of leisure and use our product, too, we just can't let them down. And we won't with the play you'll hear now. It's curtain time for In Which We Serve, and Act One, starring Ronald Colman as Captain Kinross, with Edna Best as Alice.
Aircraft in sight, bearing red 40. Enemy aircraft! Hoist enemy aircraft! Bearing red 40. Angle of sight, 15.
Off the island of Crete in May 1941, the British destroyer Taran is under attack. The ship twists and turns through the sea. From her deck comes the pounding rhythm of the pom-pom gun as she fights gallantly for her life. But the odds are too great. Wave after wave of German Junkers sweep downward from the clouds to release their screaming loads of death and destruction. Now the ship is wounded. She keels over to starboard, her decks awash. From the sky, the last of the bombers is dropping like a stone toward the Taran's masthead. Hard aport.
Hard aport, sir. This one's coming in much slower, sir.
Probably hit our mast. Rapid salvos.
All guns, rapid salvos. Here he comes. You hit the mark for sure, sir. Come back. You all right, Captain?
Yes. Well done, guns. We got him, but I'm afraid he's got us, too. Midship.
She won't answer her wheel, sir. Steering gear's gone.
Stop both engines.
Stop both, sir. Stop both. No answer from the engine room, sir. The takehouse must be shot away.
I'm afraid we're going over. Pass the word for all hands to cast loose the Carly float.
All hands, cast loose Carly float. Here it is, sir. She's turning over.
The Taran is down. The Taran's gone down. I'm captain of a dead ship. Get to the top. I must get to the top. Lungs bursting. Get to the top. That noise. What is it? The Taran's engines. Yes, she's still fighting. Taran's still fighting. The Taran, my ship. budget, I took command. August 1939. My ship, the Tarin.
Are you prepared to take over the Tarin, Captain Kinross?
Yes. I've time for her now. I've time for her now.
Sawyer's coming aboard, sir. Commander of the shipyard.
Yes, we're taking over the Tarin today. Is number one bringing him down?
Yes, sir.
Hands all up?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, Edgecombe, how are you coming on?
Your cabin's all snug, sir. And those curtains help, if I may say it, sir.
Yes, they do, don't they?
This picture of Mrs. Kinross, sir, shall we have it on the desk or the shelf, sir?
Shelf for the moment. We'll have the usual one on the desk when you find it.
The one in the wedding dress, sir?
Yes.
It's here, sir.
Oh, yes, thanks. Let me have it, huh? By the way, Edgecombe, we're commissioning the Tarin tomorrow morning. I'll spend the night at home. You can drive me. That'll give you a bit of leave.
Thank you, sir.
Come in. Oh, good morning, Sawyer.
Good morning, Captain Kinross.
Sit down. Everything in order?
Certainly. I have the papers right here, Captain.
Well, we'll get the little ceremony over with, and then we'll go on deck.
Were you satisfied with the full-power trial?
Yes, she's a well-found ship.
Thank you. Now then, are you prepared to take over the Tarin, sir?
Yes, I'll sign for her now.
I'll sign for her now. I'll sign for her now. Get to the top. Get above water. I'll spend the night at home. You can drive me. I'll spend the night at home.
Daddy!
Hello there.
Daddy! We thought you were never coming. We've been waiting for hours and hours.
You have?
Mummy wanted us to go to bed, but we wouldn't. Hello, Penny.
Hello, darling. Everything under control?
Oh, far from it. We've been in an uproar all day, ever since your telegram came. Come into the house, darling. I've been holding dinner.
We saw the ship, Daddy. We saw the Tarin.
You did?
We took our tea under the cliffs and stopped your bike. Quite close.
Not it, Laddie. Her.
Oh, that's right, son.
She looked beautiful, Teddy. It was thrilling.
How fast was she going, Daddy? Was she going 40 knots?
Good heavens, no. Only about 20.
But she can do more than that, can't she?
You bet she can.
When would you like dinner, darling? Now?
Oh, anytime you say.
Can I tell him what you've got for dinner, Mummy?
Of course you can. It's a surprise. She mustn't spoil it, must she, Mummy?
Do keep still, Bobby. There's a dear. Teddy, how long have you got?
Only until the morning, I'm afraid.
The morning.
Daddy,
Is that all?
can we come to the dockyard tomorrow and see her?
I'm afraid not, old man. I'll be too busy. We're commissioning, making a rash job of it.
But Mummy promised
Now,
that
that's
if
quite
we...
enough, darling. You heard what Daddy said. But we shall be able to come on board before you go away, shan't we?
Yes, we'll make time somehow.
When, Daddy?
Oh, don't be so persistent, Bobby. Let Daddy relax for a minute. Give him a cigarette. There's a good boy.
Let me.
Sit down, darling. You must be exhausted. I'll mix you a drink. Cocktail or a whiskey and soda?
Well, seeing that it's a gala evening, let's have a Kinross special, shall we? And I'll bet you've forgotten to lay in the Cointreau.
Wrong again. Here it is.
Here, Daddy. Cigarette.
Thanks, Bobby.
Let me light it.
Children, you really must go to bed now. It's dreadful late.
Oh, Mommy.
Daddy will come up and say good night to you before dinner if you're quick.
I want to hear about the ship, Mommy.
I'll tell you all about it in the morning, Bobby. We'll have an early breakfast, and you can fire as many questions at me as you like. It will be good. Now, do as your mother tells you and go to bed.
Can I ask questions, too?
You never do anything else, darling. Now, go on, off with you both. I'll come up in 10 minutes.
Promise?
Promise.
Are you coming up too, Mommy?
Yes, darling.
Come on, Lovey. I'll race you. You're cheating, Bobby. You and head start. Come on.
Children. They've been wild with excitement all day. I'm so glad you got home, Teddy.
Yes, so am I.
Was the trial satisfactory, darling? Were you pleased?
More than pleased. She's a lovely ship. Beautiful manners, does what she's told without a murmur.
Why are you making such a rush job of the commissioning?
Oh, I don't know. I like getting things done quickly.
Is that the only reason?
We live in strange times, darling. It's as well to be prepared for anything.
Yes. Here, try this. It may be a little too sweet.
There's nothing to worry about, you know.
Of course not.
Well, here's to you, my love.
To you, my love.
Just right. Not a bit too sweet. Well, did you miss me?
Of course not. I've been far too busy. I never gave you a thought.
That's the girl. Now tell me, what's the surprise for dinner?
Grouse. Marine sent us a break from Scotland.
Good for Maureen. There's a girl of really fine perception. By the way, is that a new dress?
No, dear. I've had it for ages.
I'll swear I've never clapped eyes on it before.
Only about 20 times, my darling.
Perhaps it's you that looks new. As good as new, anyway.
Teddy, is there going to be a war, do you think?
Yes, I think there is.
Oh.
There's no use worrying about it until it comes.
No.
Yeah, now don't be sad, darling.
I'm not sad, really. I'm just gathering myself together.
Is there any more of that Kinross special left in the shaker?
Oh, of course. Teddy, no matter how busy you are and however quickly you get your commissioning done, I should like to come on board once before you go to sea. Just to give the ship my love.
Darling, you'll have to, whether you like it or not. My cabin's got to be made presentable.
Does the chintz look all right?
Lovely. Very shiny, very smooth. Gay as can be.
Good. Now let's drink this quickly and go out to the children. Dinner will be ready in a minute.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Get to the top. Get above water. There. Another stroke. One more.
Captain Kinross, are you all right, sir? All right. You were under so long, sir.
Where's the float?
There's one over there, sir.
Men, swim to the float. Over this way.
She's still above water, sir.
Eh?
Turn, sir.
Yeah.
Just her keel showing, but she's still on top.
Oh, yes.
Lend a hand, mate. This one's got it pretty bad. He can't hang on much longer.
Get him onto the float.
I've got his arm. Give a lift there. Up you go, mate. There we are.
Who is he?
Hardy, sir. Chief butler.
Hardy? Anyone got any brandy?
I've got some in me. Jeeves, sir.
Let's have it.
Here, sir.
Hardy.
Oh.
Come on. Take a swallow. That's it.
Oh. Cass. What's he saying?
Cass, sir. His wife. His second anniversary.
Oh, Cass.
One more swallow. That's right. That's it.
Cass, where are you? Cass, you hear? Cass, girl. We're commissioning the Torrin today. I gotta hurry. Cass, girl, you hear?
Yes, Walter. Come in.
Cass, girl. We're commissioning the Torrin today. I gotta hurry.
Yes, Walter. Come in. Here's your coffee, and here's the paper, dear.
Oh, thanks. Oh, it's nearly half past. Don't have much time to read more than the headlines. News doesn't look too good, does it?
Oh, you can't believe anything they say. Do you really think we're going to have another war, Walter?
Oh, looks like it.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, if you ask me, you'll see it quicker than you bargained for. I think we're in for it.
Well, if we have another war, I give up, see? After all we went through the last time.
All you went through. Why, you were too young and innocent to know anything about it.
Oh, don't talk so silly, Walter Hardy. You know perfectly well how old I am. And it's no use pretending you don't.
Oh, now. You'll always be young and innocent to me.
Oh, will I indeed now?
That's what I said. Well, I must be going. Is your mother coming downstairs?
Oh, I promised I'd call her. Mother, Walter's just going. You'd better come down as you are.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Will you get ashore again after commissioning? Before you go to sea, I mean.
Well, that all depends. Now, don't forget to put them bulbs in when the right time comes.
You and your bulbs.
Well, give us a kiss, eh? Goodbye, old gal.
Why, Walter Hardy, whatever is the matter with you this morning? Anybody would think you was going away forever.
Well, you never know, do you?
Oh, you ought to be ashamed of yourself saying such things.
Oh, here comes Mother. Well, Mother.
That spirit lamp of mine will be the death of me yet.
What's the matter with it, Mother?
Oh, it blew up again. Frightened the wits out of me.
Well, I don't see what you want to go fussing about with spirit lamps in your bedroom for. You could easily pop down in the kitchen. Nobody would see you.
I've made my own tea in my own bedroom all my life, and I don't see any reason to stop now.
Yes, but that doesn't happen to be your own bedroom. It's my spare. And if you go on blowing things up in it every 5 minutes, it won't be fit to sleep in.
Oh, now, stop it, you two. I've got to go now. Goodbye, Mother.
Nice thing when my own daughter starts criticizing me.
Oh, keep quiet, Mother. Say goodbye to Walter. That's what you came down for, isn't it?
Will you get ashore again?
Well, that all depends on Hitler.
Hitler? Who does he think he is anyway?
Oh, that's the spirit, Mother. Now, look after Cass for me. And don't go nagging at each other from morning till night.
Nagging, I like that, I must say.
Well, goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye, Wolf.
Goodbye, old gal.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Walter.
Ship's coming up! Halt! Ship's company present, sir.
Thank you. Stand them at ease.
Aye, sir. Ship's coming up! Hang that! East!
Break ranks and gather round me, will you? Now, come a bit nearer. I don't want to have to shout. Can you hear me all right in the back row?
Yes, sir. We can hear you fine.
Good. Well, you all know it's the custom of the service for the captain to address the ship's company on commissioning day. Give them his policy and tell them the ship's program. Well, my policy is easy. If there are any here who have served with me before, they'll know what it is. Are there any old shipmates of mine here? Show your hands, will you? Oh, glad to see you again, Johnson. And who's that? Coombe and Adams. Hello, Reynolds. Who's that small fellow hiding his face behind the chief stoker?
Parkinson, sir.
Ah, Parkinson. Yes, you were coxswain of the All-Comers whaler in the Valletta, weren't you?
I was that, sir, when we won the All-Comers Cup in the 1936 regatta.
Yes, and fell into the ditch when you got back to the ship. Well, there are enough old shipmates to tell the others what my policy has always been. Johnson, Coombe, Adams, Reynolds, Parkinson. What sort of a ship do I want the Torrin to be, Come on, Reynolds.
An efficient ship, sir.
That's right.
A happy ship, sir.
Correct. A happy and efficient ship. Some of you might think I'm a bit ambitious, wanting both, but in my experience, you can't have one without the other. A ship can't be happy unless she's efficient, and she certainly won't be efficient unless she's happy. All right, now for our program. You've most of you seen the commissioning program of the Torrin published in Plymouth General Orders. And you'll have noted that this allows the customary 3 weeks. In peacetime, it takes all of the 3 weeks to get a new ship's company together. Let them sling their hammocks and teach them their stations and various duties. But you've read your papers, and you know what's going on in the world. As I see it, it means war next week. So I'll give you not 3 weeks, but exactly 3 days to get this ship ready to sail. None of us will take off clothes or sling hammocks or turn in for the next 3 days and nights until the job is finished. Then we'll send Hitler a telegram saying the Torrin is ready, you can start your war.
September 3rd, 1940. Today, from his cabinet room at 10 Downing Street, the Prime Minister declared that a state of war now exists between England and Germany.
Come on, Hardy, one more swallow.
Enemy plane, sir. I believe she started to float.
We're in for it, I suppose. Keep down, everyone. If she passes over us, get under the water.
Here she comes, sir.
All right. Down!
Well, he couldn't come much closer, could he?
Anyone hit?
I don't think so, sir.
Well, he'll be back, I imagine.
Yes, sir.
Torrin doesn't want to sink, sir. She's still hanging on over there.
Just her propeller showing now, sir. She ain't got much longer.
No.
Well, she did her stuff, sir.
The ship I ever served in, sir. Goes for me, too, sir.
A very happy and very efficient ship, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
God bless this ship and all who sail in her. God bless this ship and all who sail in her. God bless this ship.
It was Alex who said that Christmas, last Christmas, the Torrin was back in port for repairs. I remember the services we had on board, the men singing. O eternal Lord God, who alone spreadest out the heavens and rulest the raging of the sea, who has compassed the waters with bounds until day and night come to an end, be pleased to receive into thy almighty and most gracious protection the persons of us, thy servants, and the fleet in which we serve.
King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen when the snow lay round.
Merry Christmas! Oh, Edgecombe, leaving Hardy? Having Christmas dinner at home. Thought you might care to come along.
Oh, thanks just the same, but the captain's having his on the boat, so I'm staying to help out.
Well, come on over later if you can. It's going to be a whole crowd.
Thanks, Hardy, I will.
My family and my friends, I will now make a speech.
Oh, Walter, sit down. Now, sit down.
Oh, quiet, wife. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take the opportunity of this festive occasion to drink the health of one and all present, and to thank a kindly fate for so arranging that my ship would have to come home for boiler cleaning exactly 2 days before Christmas. A bit of luck, which any sailor will tell you, is nothing short of a bloody miracle.
Oh, how can you, Walter? You know I don't like you using that word.
Be that as it may, I would like to add that I consider that we are very lucky to be all together on this happy day. And now, I should like to propose the health of one who is very dear to me.
Oh, now, Walter.
She's a creature of many moods and fads and fancies. She is, to coin a phrase, very often uncertain, coy, and hard to please.
What's that now?
But I'm devoted to her with every fiber of my being, and hereby swear to be true to her in word and deed. Ladies and gentlemen, His Majesty's ship, Torrin.
Oh.
Will there be anything else, Captain Kinross?
No, thank you, Edgecombe. That'll be all. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Same to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the King.
King. God bless him. You're having a good time, darling?
Wonderful. Terry, look at Flags and Maureen. They've been whispering all through dinner.
Yes, we should never have put them together. Flags, stop whispering. That's an order. we ought to drink to them. Come on, everybody, to the newly betrothed.
The newly betrothed.
What's betrothed, Daddy?
That's the beginning of the end, my boy.
Well, on behalf of my fiancée and myself, thank you very kindly.
Alex, as Flags and Maureen are so bashful, I think it only right and proper that you should make a speech.
Oh, no. No, I can't. Honestly, I can't.
Come on, Mrs. Kinross. I'll support you.
Here, Steve. I swear I'll never forgive you for this. Oh, dear, what am I to say?
Happy Christmas.
Just you wait.
Come on now, silence everybody. Her worship, the Lady Mayoress, is about to declare the bazaar open.
Don't let him get you down, Mrs. Kinross.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'll begin by taking my husband's advice.
Hooray!
And wish you all a very, very happy Christmas. I'm sure that Mrs. Farrell and Mrs. McAdoo will back me up when I say I'm going to deliver a word of warning on behalf of all wretched naval wives to Maureen, who's been unwise enough to decide on joining our ranks. Dear Maureen, we all wish you every possible happiness. But it's only fair to tell you in advance what you're in for.
Shame.
Speaking from bitter experience, I can only say that the wife of a sailor is most profoundly to be pitied. To begin with, her home life, what there is of it, has no stability whatsoever. She can never really settle down. She moves through a succession of other people's houses, flats, and furnished rooms. She finds herself grappling with domestic problems in Hong Kong, Bermuda, Malta, or Weymouth. We will not deal with the question of pay. That is altogether too painful. But what we will deal with is the most important disillusionment of all. And that is...
Stop her, somebody. This is rank mutiny.
That is that wherever she goes, there is always in her life a permanent and undefeated rival. Her husband's ship. Whether it be a sloop or a battleship or a submarine or a destroyer, it holds first place in his heart. It comes before home, wife, children, everything. Some of us fight this and get badly mauled in the process. Others, like myself, resign themselves to the inevitable. And that, my poor Maureen, is what you will have to do. That is what we all have to do if we want any peace of mind at all. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you my rival. It is extraordinary that one could be so fond and proud of her most implacable enemy. This ship, God bless this ship, and all who sail in her.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Ronald Coleman and Edna Best in Act Two of In Which We Serve. And now, let's shadow a young lady walking up Main Street on some late afternoon errands. She stops for a moment to greet a friend who says,
"Why, it's Mary, my dear. I haven't seen you for ages. What have you been doing to yourself? You look simply marvelous."
Well, this is certainly Mary's day, because just a few blocks farther on, she meets someone else she hasn't seen for quite a while.
Hello, Mary. How are you? I don't have to ask. You look wonderful. Some luck meeting you my first day home. Hope we're going to have a date soon. Tonight, maybe?
And as Mary hurries home to get ready for that date, she's thinking to herself,
Well, my Lux Soap facial certainly worked all right. I guess cream stars know a thing or two when they say nice, smooth skin's important.
you see, Mary decided to give Hollywood's beauty care a real try. Every day for 30 days, she's been using the simple complexion care screen stars depend on. Active lather facials with Lux toilet soap. Here's what she does.
I smooth lots of the lather well in, rinse with warm water, and splash with cold. Then I pat my skin dry with a soft towel. That Lux soap lather is so rich and creamy, it's just like smoothing beauty in.
Yes, Lux toilet soap is a real beauty soap. Mild and pure, kind to delicate skin. 9 out of 10 screen stars use this fine soap as their daily complexion care. If you'd like your skin to look fresher, more appealing, why don't you try it? Take a Lux Soap Beauty Facial several times a day, and always at bedtime. Follow this gentle care faithfully for 30 days. Then be surprised and delighted with the new smoothness and beauty that you and others will notice in your skin. Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's beauty soap, tomorrow. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of In Which We Serve, starring Ronald Coleman as Captain Kinross, with Edna Best as Alex.
Down, men, under the water.
Get down!
Again and again the German Junkers dive, but this time it is not a ship they aim for. Their target is a group of defenseless, oil-blackened men clinging desperately to a tiny raft. Now the planes circle and come roaring in for the kill.
Keep down, men.
He missed! Butterfingers!
What's the matter, Shorty?
Blimey, I spoke too soon.
Hold on to him. Dad, did it get you badly?
I don't rightly know, sir.
Where is it, Blake?
My arm.
Knife. Somebody. Cut the sleeve away. Carefully now.
There it is, sir. Clear through the arm. Dirty rats up there. Dirty rats! With a mother with a baby in her arms, they would. Is it a bad one, Captain?
Oh, I don't think so.
Look, boys. He ruined a fine piece of tattooing, didn't he? See there? Frida, it says. See? Frida. You'd be pretty mad about that if I know Frida.
All right, Shorty, all right.
Easy, Blake.
I always did hate the sight of the blood.
Blake, it's fainted, sir. Frida, of course. That's his wife. I met her on the train. That time, their honeymoon. Blake had leave, going to Torquay on their honeymoon.
Well, here we go, Frida. A honeymoon toast. Ginger ale for you, beer for me.
Be careful, Lux. It might go off top.
Here's your little lot. Now then, cheerio, Mrs. Shorty Blake.
Mrs. Shorty Blake. It does sound funny, doesn't it?
Oh, you'll get used to it.
There's one thing I never shall get used to, and that's you going away all the time.
Well, it's your own fault for marrying a sailor. Fairly asking for trouble, that is. Can't trust any of them an inch. Wives in every port. Always coming home unexpected and catching you having tea with a lodger.
I'm the one that'll be the lodger if I'm going to live with Cat Hardy when you're back at sea.
Well, that isn't for an whole week yet. Think of it. 7 whole days of glorious life. You'll like being with Kath and Walter, won't you?
Of course I shall. It's you being away and me wondering what's happening to you that I shan't lie.
Here. Proceed with the following operations as ordered. 1, give us a kiss. 2, chuck us another of Mum's sandwiches. 3, cheer up and remember this isn't a funeral, it's an honeymoon. And 4, give us another kiss. Yes, sir.
Hello, Blake. What are you doing here?
On the honeymoon, sir. Just got married.
Well, that's splendid. Congratulations.
This is my wife, sir. Mrs. Blake, Captain Kinross.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
Alex, come in and meet one of my shipmates and his wife. They've just been married.
Hello. How do you do?
Ordinary Seaman Blake, Mrs. Blake, my wife.
I hope you'll be very happy, Mrs. Blake. Thanks ever so. Are you going to live in Plymouth? Yes, that is when Shorty goes to sea again.
You see, sir, she's Petty Officer Hardy's her uncle by marriage, sir. So she's going to live at their place for the duration, you might say. But we're spending the next few days in Torquay.
And very nice, too. Well, Mrs. Blake, you keep him in order. My wife rules me with a rod of iron, and it's really been quite successful so far, hasn't it, darling?
Oh, darling, don't talk such nonsense. I'm never allowed to have my own way over anything.
We won't interrupt you any longer. Mrs. Blake, you report him to me if he doesn't behave himself.
Goodbye, and the very best of luck. Thanks very much.
Come along, Alex. Have a good time and enjoy your leave, Blake.
Thank you, sir. Goodbye to the present, sir.
Bye.
That was my captain.
He's ever so nice.
Yes, he's all right. Knows what he wants anyhow, and he doesn't waste time mucking about.
Have they been married long?
Yes, got 2 kids.
She's pretty, isn't she?
Not half as pretty as you.
Oh, no. Don't talk so silly.
Oh, now.
How pretty she was, wasn't she? And so very young.
Yes. It's a coincidence about them going to Torquay for their honeymoon, wasn't it?
I thought of that at the time. But I didn't want to go on about it.
That first quarrel we had, remember? You went off stamping to listen to the band all by yourself, and you came back in tears about half an hour later.
Only because they were playing the Blue Danube. You know that always makes me sort of pent up and emotional.
Oh, come now. That wasn't why you were in tears, and it's no use pretending it was.
If I was in tears at all, which I hotly deny, it was probably because that was the very first time I discovered what a disagreeable, horrible character you had.
Still, it was a good honeymoon, as honeymoons go.
Yes. It went awfully quickly.
Ah, now look at that.
What is it, Teddy?
Oh, more news about the Altmark incident. British seamen overpower crew of German vessel in hand-to-hand encounter. This thing positively haunts me.
I believe you're jealous.
Jealous? I should say I am.
Oh, you know, you promised at breakfast not to go on about it anymore.
Well, I always seem to be refitting or boiler cleaning or something when anything really exciting happens. I'd give my eyepiece at the chance of a show like that.
Never mind, darling. There'll be lots of other chances. And lots of other shows before the war's over. Lots of other shows before the war's over.
From the log of the Tarin, August 16th, 1940, sighted line of enemy destroyers, speed 30 knots, line of bearing 250, opened fire 2,000 yards.
Lead round to 090.
Port 20, sir. 20 a port on, sir.
Don't get your complete torpedoes off. Not more than 2 at any ship. Flag, next to the division train tube to port.
Aye, sir. Main office, make Tommy port.
That lead ship's on fire. Ship to the next.
Aye, aye, sir. Check. Ship target right. Follow GBI, range 030.
Check. Ship target right. Stoker, don't send that range. Put that shell on the ammunition hoist.
Listen, what's going on up there on deck?
We're in a fight, sailor. That's what's going on.
But what's happening up there?
Off that shell. That ain't for us to know. We just keep feeding the shells up to them, and they do the shooting.
It's like working in the dark down here. Just listening, never knowing.
Off that shell.
If the ship was sunk, we'd be caught. We'd never get up, never.
Keep 'em coming.
You see, we were hit then.
Next shell, keep moving there.
I'm going to look. I'm going up.
Hey, you.
I've got to see. I'm not staying here. I'm going up on deck.
Hey, get back here. Cover there! Front!
Lower deck clear, sir.
Thank you. Stand them at ease.
Aye, sir.
Ship cover there! From that east!
Make yourselves comfortable. We're all pretty tired. First, I'll hold a short memorial service tomorrow for our 36 shipmates who lost their lives. And to return thanks that the old ship herself has come through safely with many of her compliments. I expect Hitler is even now conferring the Iron Cross on the man who claims to have sunk us. Secondly, I want to tell you that you all did pretty well in the trying time we've been through. When a torpedo hits a smaller ship as a destroyer, the result is bound to be fairly devastating. And I can understand the temptation to think of your own skin first and of the ship and your shipmates second. In a way, I suppose it is gratifying that out of 244 survivors, 243 behaved as I hoped and expected they would. One man, however, did not. One man who left his post without permission. I'm told he's only been in the Navy for 6 months and in this ship for 2 months. Even so, I feel that in that time I should have been able to make it clear to him that I did not expect and would not tolerate such behavior. Well, I failed. And I won't punish a man for an action for which I must largely take the blame. But after this, there will be no more caution. Next time we run into any trouble, and as leader of a striking force, this ship should be in plenty, Next time, I know that no one will fail to do his duty to the very end. Thank you for making my task so easy and the Tarin a ship to be so very proud of.
Chief! Miss! All right, men, clear the way here. Clear the way. Give them room. We're moving the wounded, sir.
Good. Make them as comfortable as you can. Well, Blake, how are you feeling?
Fine, sir. Thank you, sir.
Got a bit concussed, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I think so, sir.
The first lieutenant tells me that you stuck to the gun even when most of the crew were knocked out. Is that true?
Well, sir, somebody had to do it, sir.
You did very well, Blake. We're proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
Captain Kinross, sir.
Yes?
Can I speak to you a moment, sir?
Yes.
Captain, that man who left his post, it was me, sir.
I know.
I just wanted to say, sir, it won't happen again. It won't, sir.
We'll see. That's all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Lots of other shows before the war's over.
Today, June 4th, the British Army has received orders to evacuate Dunkirk.
Ship coming up! Stand back! East!
Men, no operation of war that the Navy can be called upon to perform is less pleasant than an evacuation. But the whole of the British Expeditionary Force is falling back on Dunkirk, and it's up to us to get them off. We all know the leg pulling that goes on between the services, but the soldiers are our brothers in arms, and we must go in greater heart than we've ever done before. Let them see how much we admire the way they've fought. And don't forget that the success of our evacuation will be measured by the smallness of the military casualties, not the naval ones. The soldiers will be our guests, and their lives will be in our hands. The position of danger, and therefore the position of honor, is at the head of the line of our ship. I shall be the senior officer of the destroyers. Which ship would you all wish me to send in first? Well?
The Tarin!
The Tarin. Thank you. I knew I could count on you.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars Ronald Coleman and Edna Best will return in Act 3 of In Which We Serve. If there's anything lovelier than a June day, it's certainly a June garden.
Oh, Jane, so many different kinds of flowers. Roses and lilies and those gorgeous flowering shrubs. Yes, and look how beautifully all the colors blend in the sunlight. I really think, though, my favorite time in the garden is late in the evening, especially after a rain. Oh, why, Jane? Because then you get the fragrance of all the flowers together in one delicious perfume. That's when I'm the happiest about my garden.
It's true that no perfume is fresher, more appealing, than the fragrance of many flowers together. And that's why women love the delicate perfume of Lux toilet soap. It's a light, truly flower-like fragrance. No less than 34 costly ingredients are used to make this Lux soap perfume, all blended by a master perfumer into one distinctive, haunting fragrance. Screen stars are delighted with it. Say they love the light, clinging perfume their Lux Soap Beauty bath leaves on their skin. Yes, it's luxurious, this fragrant satin smooth soap, but it's inexpensive, too. So many cakes of Lux toilet soap are sold each year that women everywhere can buy the beauty soap of the stars for a trifle. Why not get some fine white Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
We'll have a little talk with the captain and his lady after the play. But now here's the third act of In Which We Serve, starring Ronald Coleman as Captain Kinross with Edna Best as Alex. The destroyer Tarim has not yet sunk to her grave. Her head is down, but her keel still shows above water. Now the men clinging to the raft strike up a song, a gesture of defiance to the enemy planes that thrust them from the skies, a challenge to the sea that engulfs them. Captain Kinross' eyes are turned to where the Tarin lies, but he's thinking of other days, of the Tarin at Dunkirk, of the Tarin steaming into port for a long-earned rest, of a day with his wife on Sussex Downs. One day of peace in a world at war.
Children, we're going home now. Pack up the hamper, Bobby. Yes, Mother. Oh, Teddy, what a perfectly lovely day it's been. Lovely for us, I mean. I suppose that's selfish of me.
Selfish.
Oh, I can't believe that it's so dreadfully wrong to forget the war every now and then. When one can, just for a little.
Darling, I think it's very clever of you. If those planes dogfighting over our heads an hour ago?
I made a tremendous effort and pretended that it wasn't real at all. They were toys having a mock battle. Just to keep us from you.
What a shameful confession. Sheer escapism.
I don't care. It has been a lovely day. The sun has been shining, and the country does look so very green and sweet and peaceful. And you are on leave, even if it's only until the day after tomorrow. Teddy, I wonder where we shall all be this time next year.
Yes, a lot may happen between now and this time next year.
September 27th, 1940. Continuing their nightly bombing of coastal towns, it is estimated the German Luftwaffe sent more than 250 planes against Plymouth during the past 48 hours.
Yes, was that the all clear I heard?
No, Mother, it wasn't.
Oh, dear. Where's Frida?
I'm here, Mrs. Lehman. How are you feeling tonight, dear?
Fine, thank you.
Oh, that letter from Shorty must have cheered you up. I wish he was home. I wish the Torrin could get just a little damage. But not so that anyone was hurt, I mean. But just enough for him to get a bit of leave. Oh, never mind, Frida. Men must work and women must weep. That's what I always say.
Here they come.
Oh, dear, again.
Yes, a bit later than last night. Frida, I wish you'd go down to the shelter.
Oh, please don't start all that again, Mrs. Lehman. You know I hate being shut up down there. It makes me feel sick. I'd much rather stay here. Really, I would. But in your condition, dear, I honestly do think
It's no use, Mother. Why don't you leave her alone?
It's all very fine you being so calm and collected, but I'll tell you one thing here and now. My nerves won't stand much more of this night after night, and that's the truth.
Well, you can go down to the shelter if you want to. Nobody's stopping you.
Try as I may, I can't understand why you won't shut up the house and evacuate.
I've told you why till I'm blue in the face. This is Walter's own, Mother, and he expects to find me in it when he comes back on leave. Now, what do you suppose he'd think if he turned up unexpected one day and found the house locked up and me hiding somewhere in the country? And he might only have a few hours. Now, that would be a nice thing, wouldn't it?
Well, you could let him know where we were, couldn't you?
Oh, it's we now, is it? I thought there was a catch in it.
Why, Kathleen Hardy, how can you say such a thing to your own mother?
I'm sorry, Mother. You make me tired sometimes, really you do.
I'm sure I was only trying to be sensible.
And what about the garden? And Walter's bulbs that he's so proud of. Now, who'd look after them?
Bulbs don't need any looking after. They just come up.
That was a bit closer. Come on, Frida. Under the stairs you go. Your chair's all ready for you.
I'm all right here. Can't honest I am.
Oh, never mind about that. Just you do as you're told. There's a good girl. We'll leave the door open like we did before, so you won't feel lonely.
Oh, careful one now.
I'll bring you sewing. The light's quite good in the hall.
Oh, dear. I don't like this, Kath, and it's no use pretending I do.
I know you don't, Mother. Nobody does. But there's no use in making a fuss now, is there? Come on, dear. Cheer up. There's a dear.
Listen. They're in shelter. They're right over this way. Now, Mother. Here. Kath! Kath!
Here you are, boys. Let it remember. Shorty, yes, one for you. Thanks, Percy. Easy now, easy. Steady, forward, lift up, steady, body.
Walter.
Oh, hello, Shorty. Come in.
I just popped along to see if you'd had any news from home.
Ah, not so much as a postcard. That's Kath all over. In all the years we've been married, she never got a post right yet. You heard from Frida?
Yes.
How's she doing?
She's all right.
Oh, what's the matter?
It's Kath, Walter. She and her mother. They was all in the house together, and they got blitzed.
What do you mean?
Kath got killed. Both of them did. Frida was all right. She was under the stairs.
Oh, I see.
I thought I'd better tell you and
Seeing it. Well, I mean...
Oh. Thanks, son. I'm much obliged. Thanks very much. I think I'll go out on the deck for a bit.
Righto.
I'm glad Frida's all right.
Yeah, she's fine. We got a son.
Well, that's good. That's fine, Shorty. Congratulations.
Torrent's going down, sir.
Well, she did her best, didn't she?
Yes, sir. There goes the torrent, boys.
3 cheers for the ship. 3 cheers for the torrent. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
He's down.
All right. There's a ship, sir.
Where?
Off to starboard.
Well, let's see. It's the Tomahawk. She sees us all right. She's coming this way.
She sees us! She sees us! Look! She sees us!
Up you go, man. Come on. Coffee's waiting for you.
Easy, mate. Doctor's coming.
Glad you're all right, Captain.
Thanks. How many of my men have you picked up?
90, sir, all told. Some of them are rather badly knocked about, I'm afraid.
Well, where are they?
Mostly between decks, sir. The dive bombing's pretty incessant.
Yes, I'll go down to them.
Glad you're okay, sir. Getting a bit worried about you.
Thanks, Moran. There's nothing like a good swim before breakfast.
That's right, sir.
Want to see my captain. Want to see my captain. I want to see my captain.
It's all right, old man. I'm here.
Captain.
Easy now.
My mother. Write it down, sir. It's best.
Flags. Take this. Yes, sir.
Plymouth. Number 17. Just as you turn off the High Street. My mother. Plymouth.
All right, old man. I've got the address straight. I'll let her know.
Thank you, sir.
Captain.
There's another one, Flags. Get this address, too, will you?
Yes, sir. Captain.
Yes, here I am.
Captain. I see.
I can't quite hear, son. Try again.
I said I didn't run away this time.
I know.
Other time, I ran away from both. But I didn't run this time, Captain.
You did a fine job, old man.
Thank you.
And don't worry. I'll write your family. I'll tell them they can be proud of you.
Is it Jim Ross? Telegram. Oh. Thank you, Emily. The girl's waiting for an answer, ma'am. Oh. No, Emily. There's no answer. It's from the captain, and everything's all right. I'm so glad, ma'am. Thank you, Emily.
Mother, what is it? Was it from Daddy, Mother?
Yes, from Daddy. He was picked up and taken to Alexandria. He's quite safe.
Oh, Mother.
He's quite safe.
Ship's coming up! John! Ship's company present, sir.
Thank you. Stand easy, please.
Ship's coming up! Stand up! East!
Men, I've come to say goodbye to the few of you who are left. I've always tried to crack a joke or two before, and you've all been friendly and laughed at them. But today I'm afraid I haven't any jokes, and I don't suppose any of us feel much like laughing. The Torrin has been in one scrap after another. But up to now, most of us survived and brought the old ship back. Now she lies in 1,500 fathoms, and with her more than half our shipmates. They lie all together with the ship we love, and they are in a very good company. We have lost her, but they are still with her. Those of us left will take up the battle with even stronger heart. We know twice as much about fighting, and we've twice as good reason to fight. You will all be sent to replace men in other ships. And the next time you're in action, remember the Torrens. As you ram each shell home into the gun, shout Torren. And so her spirit will go on inspiring us until victory is won. I should like to add that there isn't one of you that I wouldn't be proud and honored to serve with again. Goodbye, good luck, and thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
Captain Kinross, the men would like to say goodbye to you personally.
Oh, I wish they would.
Come forward, men, one at a time.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Shorty.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Good luck, sir.
Good luck, Hardy.
Bye, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you, Edgecombe.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye.
Best of luck, sir.
Thank you.
This ends the story of His Majesty's ship Torren. But there are other ships, and there always will be, and men to fight in them. Men like Shorty Blake and Walter, who ram shells into the breach and whisper as they do,
"For the Torren."
And men like Captain Kinross on the bridge, quiet-spoken, staunch-hearted men who fight now, so this world of ours will find peace forever in the days to come.
Open fire.
The curtain falls on tonight's play, but the drama will go on until the cause in which we all serve is finally victorious. To Ronald Coleman and Edna Best, our congratulations on a distinguished performance.
Thank you, C.B. I think the Torren is a symbol of the hopes and gallantry of all the United Nations. And it seems very fitting that her story should be told in this month of June, 1943.
June has been a very fateful month in this war. June of 1940 was the month of Dunkirk.
And June of 1941 was the month Hitler attacked Russia.
And in June 1942, the Germans and Italians had reached El Alamein in the Egyptian desert.
But June 1943 has already spoken for itself, and it still has 9 days to go.
Perhaps Noel Coward will have another play suitable for June 1944. By the way, Edna, you acted with him on the stage, didn't you?
Yes, Ronnie. We were in the Constant Nymph together in London.
I've always marveled that Noel Coward could do so many things and do them so well. Writing, acting, directing, even writing songs.
Oh, come now, C.B. You could write a song, too, if you put your mind to it, if you ever tried.
If you'd ever heard me singing in the shower, you wouldn't encourage it, Ronnie.
Well, it's probably the Lux soap that makes you sing, Mr. DeMille. I know as a complexion care it makes a lot of women very happy.
We can't hear too many people singing the praises of Lux soap, Edna. And I think you'll like next week's play, too.
Comedy or drama?
Drama, Ronnie. Paramount made the picture, and it's called The Great Man's Lady. And our stars will be Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris. If you saw the picture, you'll never forget Barbara Stanwyck's fine performance as Hannah Sempler, from a girl of 17 to a woman of 109. They say there's a secret in the life of most great men. This woman was the secret in the life of one. And Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris tell the story next Monday night in The Great Man's Lady.
Yes, it was a good picture, and I look forward to the play. Good night, C.B.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. That was a shipshape performance. Ladies and gentlemen, there's something we can all do to help the men aboard the ships of the United Nations. It's very well expressed in a slogan that originated in Boston. Zip your lip and save a ship. I understand this slogan, and some fine cooperation between Army, Navy, and civilians, has been instrumental in eliminating gossip about troop and ship movement at this large embarkation point. So let's take a tip from Boston. Zip your lip and save a ship. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris in The Great Man's Lady. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
In Which We Serve was produced at the studios of Two Cities Films Limited and released by United Artists, whose latest picture is Stage Door Canteen. Heard in tonight's play were Pat O'Malley as Walter Hardy, Charlie Lung as Shorty, Claire Videra as Kath, Gloria Gordon as Mrs. Lehman, Esther Mason as Frida, and Frederick Warlock, Dennis Green, Eric Snowden, Robert Regent, Norbert Muller, Mary Lou Harrington, Fred Mackay, Vernon Steele, Alec Harford, Douglas Grant, Anthony Marsh, Roland Drew, Virginia Gordon, and Raymond Lawrence. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris in The Great Man's Lady.
Mothers, what kind of vitamins do you give your family in these days of food shortages? Make sure you get enough. Get Vims. Vims are scientifically designed to help make meals complete. They give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. In addition, Vims give you all the minerals commonly lacking. At your druggist, VI for vitamins, MS for minerals. Vims. Start taking Vims this summer. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soups present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, waiting to act as your guide through the squeaking door on a specially prepared travelogue. First, we'll take a little jaunt with jeopardy along the path of peril, where we'll prowl with panic until we take the left turn into Horror Highway, and thence via Terror Turnpike straight into the road to ruin.
I don't think I like your itinerary, Mr. Host. If you don't mind, I'd much rather take a shortcut to the Highway of Happiness via the kitchen.
And pray tell us, by what signpost shall we recognize your blithesome Highway of Happiness, Mary?
Well, you'll just know you're headed for pleasure when you take your first taste of swell Lipton tea. Because, what a world of contentment there is in every cupful. What flavor, what wide-awake flavor. No wonder the tea experts say there's only one word to describe Lipton's, and that's brisk. No wonder more folks enjoy Lipton's than any other brand of tea in the world. It's because Lipton tea never tastes dull, flat, or dreary. It's always lively and cheery. Yes, Lipton's is the world's favorite tea, and it will be your favorite, too, once you taste that brisk Lipton flavor. So be sure you try Lipton tea.
Listen now to the strange tale of a boy and his twin sister, and their dog, and the wreckers of Hurricane Cove. It's called Detour to Terror. An original radio play written especially for Inner Sanctum by Emil Teppelman. And here is Mason Adams as Jerry Watson to tell you the story himself.
I had a strange, uneasy feeling all evening after Linda left to drive to Hurricane Cove. Somehow I had a presentiment of danger. Linda and I were twins, and always, in some uncanny way, each of us had been able to sense when the other was in trouble. Tonight, the feeling was very strong. Butch sensed it, too. He was only a mongrel pup, but he was smart. I shouldn't have let Linda go alone, but she had insisted. She was a feature writer for the Manhattan Magazine, and she'd run across the trail of a story about an old family of wreckers who lived down by the shore near Hurricane Cove. The tale went that this family had made a living in the old days by placing false signals on the shore in order to lure ships onto the rocks and then loot them. It was this story that she'd gone to investigate. Unwilling to go to bed with that uneasy feeling lying heavy upon me, I dozed in the chair by the fire with Butch's whine in my ears. It must have been a dream, because I saw Linda's white face floating in a sort of haze. And then I saw the fear in her eyes as she called to me.
Jerry! Jerry, help me! Help me!
I came awake suddenly with a cold sweat on my face. Butch was on his haunches by the fireplace, nose in the air and howling as if for the dead. I felt myself trembling. Linda in danger. Somewhere out in that storm, Linda was calling to me for help. She needed me terribly. Come on, Butch, we're going after her. Within 20 minutes, I was speeding through the storm out along Highway 9. I remembered Linda's telling me just what route she'd take.
See, Jerry, I'll go out on 9 to here, and then turn off on the old shore road. It isn't used much anymore, but it's the shortest route to Hurricane Cove. And if I leave now, I should be there by midnight.
The mist lay heavy on the old shore road, and the rain drove against the windshield, and the swirling fog played strange tricks with my eyes. But I knew I was almost an hour behind Linda, and I had to make time. Now, don't worry, Butch. We'll catch up to her. We'll find her. If I could only go faster. It's fog. I can't see 20 feet ahead of me. Hey! It's a red lantern on the road. What? It's a detour sign. Bridge ahead, washed out. Detour. What'll I do, Butch? How do I know what Linda did? Did she drive straight ahead or did she take the detour? I've got to know. I can't sit here waiting. We'll take the detour, Butch, and pray it's the right choice. Detour isn't taking us anywhere, Butch. I don't think Linda came this way. Maybe she didn't see the detour sign back there. Drove into the washed-out bridge. Maybe that's what the danger was. No, she couldn't have missed that red lantern even in the fog. She must have turned off. She must have come this way. Hey! There's the car, Butch, stalled in the ditch and blocking the road. It's Linda's car. Come on, let's get to her quick. Gosh, it's coming down and bucking. Never mind the lightning. Let's go. She's not in the car, Butch. I don't see her in the car. Oh, no, she's not in here. Linda! Linda! Where could she have gone, Butch? She was always scared of thunder and lightning. Linda! How can we look for her in the dark and the fog? What is it, Butch? What have you found over there? I'm coming, Butch. I'm coming. Where, Butch? Where? Behind the tree? All right. Linda. She's not. Linda. Open your eyes. It's Jerry, Linda. Linda, don't be scared, Linda. Everything's all right. It's me. It's Jerry. Oh, Linda.
Jerry.
Yeah.
Oh, thank heaven. Oh, Jerry, take me away from here.
Sure, kid. Come on. Here, I'll help you out. Come on. My car's over this way.
I must have fainted. I knew you'd come, Jerry. I had a feeling you would. I was afraid it might be too late.
Here, get in the car.
Yeah.
Come on in, Butch. Gosh, you're soaked to the skin, kid. What happened here?
Well, there was a man. He was hiding up there behind a tree. The headlights caught him when I got stalled in the ditch.
How'd you come to land in the ditch?
Well, there's a tree lying across the road. See, look over there. You can just see it in the headlights.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Gosh, it's a big one. Must have been struck by the lightning.
That's what I thought at first. But when I got out to look at it, I saw that it wasn't struck by lightning.
What?
Jerry, that tree has been deliberately cut.
Linda, are you
sure? Sure I am. It's been cut by a saw.
The minute I looked at it, I realized it wasn't any accident. Somebody meant to block this road.
Great Scott.
So I hurried back into the car, and I tried to turn around. I wanted to go back.
You couldn't have turned around anyway. This road is too narrow.
Yeah, well, I was too scared to realize that. I started backing up, and the rear wheels landed in the ditch. And it was just then that I saw the man. He was coming out from behind the tree, and he was all hunched up so I couldn't see his face. Then when the headlights struck him, he ducked back, and he disappeared. Well, I was afraid to stay in the car, so I jumped out, and I started to run. Then I could hear him coming after me. And I must have tripped, and my head struck something. And that's all I knew till you found me.
Are you sure it was a man you saw, kid?
Yeah, positive, Jerry.
I don't get it. What was the idea of blocking the road? What's the matter, boys?
He hears something. Look over there.
Someone running through the woods carrying something. I'm going after him.
Careful, Jerry. Look, Butch has that man by the trousers. Oh, he kicked Butch.
Hey, you don't you kick my door!
Jerry, be careful.
Come on back here, you!
Jerry, I'm coming with you.
Oh, it's no use. He ran away in the night. Are you all right, Butch?
Look, Jerry. Whoever he was, he dropped what he was carrying.
What is it?
Looks like a big board of some kind.
Here, I'll turn the flashlight on. Oh, it's a sign. It has lettering on it.
What's it say?
What it says? Great Scott.
What is it, Jerry?
It says, bridge ahead, washed out. Detour.
Jerry, this is the detour sign from the highway.
Yeah. They only put it up there to lure you onto this back road. Then they blocked the road with a tree. Kid, it looks like we're in some kind of a trap.
Now, what kind of a mess have we got these poor people into? Imagine finding that poor twin sister unconscious behind the tree. And it took Butch to find her, too. I wonder what kind of a tree it was. Oh, probably a dogwood tree. As you can always tell a dogwood tree by its bark.
There's poor Linda in all that trouble, and here you go, making puns.
I can't help it, Mary. That's my nature.
I ought to know it's your nature by now. And I ought to know, too, you can't change people. Take those of us who like to start each day off with piping hot Lipton tea. Why, nothing in the world could change us. In fact, breakfast just wouldn't be breakfast without Lipton. Lipton tea just seems to go with a bright bowl of gay yellow jonquils, a sunny checked gingham tablecloth, and, of course, the morning paper. Part of the reason is Lipton's deep amber color and tempting aroma. But the big reason breakfast wouldn't be right without Lipton's is Lipton's grand, brisk flavor. It's so lively and tingling with zip. Just a cup or two of Lipton's and your spirits catch on and your day's off to a bright start. Yes, breakfast time or any time is the right time to enjoy Lipton tea. So for real tea-drinking pleasure, ask your grocer tomorrow for brisk Lipton tea.
Well, let's get back to our story now and see what happens along that deadly detour. I have a hunch that Jerry and Linda are in for a lot of trouble. Trouble and twins, you know, never come singly.
We got back in my car, wet and shivering, Linda, Butch, and I. And we tried to figure out what to do.
Don't you see, Jerry? This is the way those old-time wreckers used to work. They'd place false signals on the shore so that the ships would be lured onto the rocks.
Mm-hmm. You think that phony detour sign back there...
It was just like a false signal to a seaman. It lured us onto this back road. When they get good and ready, they'll come for us.
Maybe you're right, kid.
Well, Jerry, we can't just sit here and wait to be murdered.
Look, Linda, up there in the hill through the trees. See those lights? Looks like a big house.
Hey, maybe they've got a phone. We could call the police.
Uh-huh. And maybe...
Maybe what, Jerry?
Nothing.
You think maybe they're the ones who lured us here?
We'll have to take the chance, Linda.
ground here is so soft. Isn't there a path through these woods?
There is. We could never find it now. Anyway, this is the quickest. There are the lights of the house, up ahead through the trees.
Such big trees, so old and bare. They look like evil things. Like they're waiting to twine their arms around us and crush us.
Quit it, kid. You'll work yourself up for nothing. We'll be at the house in a minute.
What? What is it?
The lights, they went out.
The house, it's all dark.
Quiet, Butch,
Why did
quiet.
they put the lights out, Jerry?
Maybe they went to sleep.
What'll we do?
We'll go up and ring the bell. That's what we'll do.
Jerry.
What?
Do you hear that?
What? Yeah, someone playing the piano in there. In the dark.
Oh, it sounds uncanny.
Come on, I'm going to ring the bell.
Piano stopped.
Yeah. I think I hear someone coming.
Still no lights. It gives me the creeps.
Someone's opening the door.
Good evening. Caught in the storm, eh? Won't you come in?
Your lights, aren't they working?
How stupid of me. I'd forgotten. There. That better?
Yeah, yes, thank you. I'm Jerry Watson. This is my sister, Linda. This is Butch.
How do you do? My name is Considine. Gregory Considine. And you're quite welcome, I assure you.
Mr. Considine, there's been a tree cut across the road down there.
Tree? Cut? You mean struck by lightning?
Well, I don't think so, sir. I think it was done deliberately. I'd like to use your phone to call the police.
I'm so sorry. The phone is out of order. The storm, you know. I'm sure you must be mistaken about tree. You must be soaked through and through. Please, follow me into the library. I'll get you some dry clothes.
Jerry, did you see his eyes? He's blind.
That's why I was playing the piano in the dark.
Right in here, please. It's a nice crackling fire. You can warm up while I ring for my handyman. Matt will be here in a moment. I heard what you said to your brother, Miss Watson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not at all. I managed quite well.
You live alone here, Mr. Considine?
Just my brother Vincent and I, and Matt, of course. We seldom see strangers here. No one uses this old back road.
Mr. Considine, someone put a phony detour sign out on the main road.
Really? Sounds almost incredible. Ah, here's Matt.
You ring for me, Mr. Gregg?
Matt, this is Miss Watson and her brother, and Butch. They've been caught in the storm. I think there's some dry clothing in the west room.
Yes, Mr. Gregg. Yeah, this way, please.
Are you in there, Gregg? What have you done to those people?
Oh, dear. That's my brother Vincent. I'm afraid I'll have to ask a favor of you. Please overlook anything Vincent may say. He's, shall I say, a bit strange.
Oh, here you are. Well, introduce me to your friends, Gregg.
Go upstairs, Vincent.
Go upstairs, Vincent. Is that all you have to say to your brother? What are you going to do to these people? What are you planning for them?
Vincent.
You can't shut me up. Look here, mister. And young lady. Take a bit of advice from me. Don't stay in this house overnight, or you'll never live to see the morning. Get out, quick.
Matt, you know what to do.
No.
Yes, Mr. Gregg.
No, please, keep away from me, Matt. Keep away. I warn you, mister, get your sister out of it. No, let go of me, Matt.
Hey, he knocked him out.
I regret that it was necessary, Mr. Watson. Vincent is difficult at times. Please pay no attention to what he said. I'm very sorry that you had to witness this painful scene. Matt, please carry Mr. Vincent upstairs and lock him in his room. I hope you like these rooms.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I'm sure we'll be comfortable, Mr. Considine.
They're adjoining rooms, as you see. And these doors bolt on the inside. I advise you to keep them locked all night.
We surely will.
Thank you for these dry clothes and for the tea.
You're quite welcome, I assure you. Now just try to get a good night's sleep. Everything will be all right in the morning.
Oh, Jerry, I'm scared.
So is Butch. And so am I.
What'll we do?
First thing to do is bolt the door.
He's blind. Yet he frightens me, Jerry. The way he ordered his brother knocked down. Jerry, there's something I've got to tell you.
What is it, kid?
The name of that family of old-time wreckers. It's Considine.
You mean these are the people?
Their ancestors used to loot ships.
And now they're working on motorists. Poor Vincent tried to warn us.
Jerry, what are we going to do?
We've got to get out of here before they come up to finish us off. Let's take a look out the window.
Oh, it's pitch black out there.
Look, by the streak of lightning. Did you see?
Yes, I did. That man, that Matt, standing under the tree with a rifle.
We're stuck. No escape.
What's that?
Someone tapping against the wall.
In there. Can you hear me?
Who is it?
It's Vincent. I'm in the room next door to you. It's locked on the outside. Can you get me out?
We'll be right there. Quiet, Butch.
Oh, Jerry, maybe there's a chance if Vincent will help us.
Come on, kid.
Yeah.
No noise. Come on. Here, this is the door.
Look, it's bolted on the outside. They must keep him locked up all the time.
Well, here goes. Vincent? Here I am. Don't make any noise. My brother has ears like a cat. And don't let him fool you. He may be blind, but he's more dangerous than any man who can see. How are we going to get out of here? Matt's watching outside with a rifle.
Listen. The piano.
My brother is amusing himself in the dark. He always plays the piano when he has something on his mind. Do you know any way for us to get out of here? Well, there's only a slim chance. Now listen to me carefully. The only chance is to get out the back way. But you have to pass the open living room door downstairs. And Greg is in there at the piano. And what'll we do? Well, you wait here. I'll go down first and see if they've left the cellar door unlocked. I'll come back for you. Please, don't move until I return.
Be careful.
Don't worry. I will.
Jerry, what'll happen if Greg hears him?
Greg will probably call Matt and then lock him up again.
And what'll become of us?
We'll worry about that later.
Jerry, he stopped playing.
Yeah.
Do you think he heard Vincent coming down? Jerry, Greg caught him. What'll we do?
Come on, we're going down.
The lights are all out down here.
I don't hear anything.
Where do you think Greg is?
Maybe waiting to jump us in the dark. Come on, I don't care. Stick behind me. We're going in the living room. Where's Butch?
I don't know. What is it?
My foot touched something. A body. Then I'm going to take a chance on the flashlight. Stand by.
All right.
Great Scott.
What is it?
Look.
What is it? That isn't Vincent. It's Greg. He's been stabbed.
Watch out. Vincent is somewhere around. He'll kill you.
What do you mean?
My brother Vincent, the one who's been doing the wrecking. We always keep him locked up. But tonight, he got away.
planted the detour sign, cut the trees.
Vincent did all that.
Matt and I, we tried to stop him. Matt went out to the road, took down the detour sign, but it was too late. Watch out. He'll be back to kill you.
He's dead.
Jerry. Poor Greg. And we thought of... Oh, the lights.
Thank you for waiting for me.
Vincent.
Where'd you get that rifle?
From Matt.
He won't need it anymore.
What are you going to do?
What do you think?
You're crazy.
Well, aren't we all? Now, my good friends, if you'll just say a prayer. Any little prayer will do.
Point that gun at my sister.
It won't do you any good to stand in front of her. This rifle is a 30-30. Now, if you're ready...
Jerry, he's mad.
Look out!
Butch! Attaboy, Butch! Let go of the gun!
The gun went off in his face.
Oh, Jerry.
Take it easy, kid. He's dead. Don't look at him. He isn't pretty to look at. What you did all right. Oh, kid, you can write your feature story now. The story of the wreckers of Hurricane Cove. And it'll be under your own byline, too.
Oh, I'm going to write it under a double byline, Jerry. The Wreckers of Hurricane Cove by Linda Watson and Butch.
Well, Butch, how does it feel to have a byline? You like it. You like collaborating, don't you? Especially with a pretty girl like Linda, huh? Which just goes to prove that there's a little bit of wolf in the best of dogs.
But do you know the difference between a wolf call and a wolf whistle, Mr. Host?
Let me think. When a fella gives a wolf whistle, he's starved for love.
And when he gives a wolf call, he's just plain starved. In which case, there's just one thing to do. Feed him. But if you really want to appeal to his better nature, see that he winds up every meal with a good big cup of satisfying Lipton tea. Men certainly go for that brisk Lipton flavor. It's so lively and full of zip. So make a note right now to ask your grocer for Lipton tea tomorrow morning. Once you taste full-bodied Lipton tea, you'll know why you find Lipton tea in more teacups than any other brand of tea in the world. For Lipton is tea at its delicious best. Start enjoying it real soon. Get the tea with brisk flavor. Get Lipton tea.
A parting word of advice, friends. If you should ever awake from a hideous nightmare and find yourself driving in a mental fog along a lane that has no turning, with madmen lurking behind trees waiting to strike you down, and strange beasts with red tongues lapping at your ankles, and the bare and ugly trees stretching forth their gnarled arms to crush you, and there is no escape at all, why worry about it? You won't come out alive anyway. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Benefit Performance by Richard Sale. And next week, the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soups will bring you another Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown, and called Murder in the Night. Correction. There'll be 3 murders. You know, it's going to take a lot of nerve to hear this tale out, so I don't suppose you'll be listening. That is, unless you've just got to find out how a brass button in a dead man's hand traps the murderer. If so, tune in to Inner Sanctum next week at this same time. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Lipton's, here's a good way to lead off a meal. Serve quick, grand-tasting chickeny Lipton's noodle soup. The first taste of Lipton's noodle soup takes you back to Grandma's own country kitchen. But you get Grandma's results in a jiffy, because Lipton's noodle soup is a real old-fashioned noodle soup with oodles of tender noodles in savory golden broth that's easy to fix and costs little. Ask for Lipton's when you ask for noodle soup, and you'll hear your folks ask for more. And tune in next week for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I know that Dr. Watson will agree with me when I tell you that the best way to begin a good meal is with a glass of Petri California sherry. Before you sit down at the table, pour yourself and your family a glass of Petri sherry. Try it. There are many ways to tell a good wine, by its color, its aroma, and its flavor. On every count, Petri sherry is outstanding. The color of Petri sherry is a clear, deep amber. Perfect. The aroma? Well, Petri sherry is as fragrant as a bunch of dew-covered grapes picked in the early morning. But most important to you, and to me, is the flavor of Petri sherry. We want a wine that tastes good. And believe me, you couldn't ask for a more delicious wine than Petri sherry. And just to make sure you get a wine that's exactly the way you want it, Petri makes two kinds of sherry, the regular and Petri Pale Dry. If you're not sure which you like better, why not try them both? Don't buy one, buy two. Just be sure you always buy Petri Sherry. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's ready for us. Let's go in and join him. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Quiet minute. I don't want it.
Dogs seem very chipper tonight, Doctor. Have they been getting into any more trouble lately?
Oh, no, my boy. It's been a relatively quiet week for them. One meeting with a dead seal, 2 visits to my neighbor's chickens, and a losing battle today with a cross-eyed Siamese cat.
You call that a quiet week, huh?
Oh, it is for them, but never mind about the dogs. Draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable. You're just in time to join me in a glass of sherry.
That'd be very nice, Doctor. Oh, I see you have the old dispatch box out again.
Yes, my boy. As the story I'm going to tell you tonight took place in 1887, I thought I'd better refresh my memory on some of the details of the case. It was shortly after my marriage, and as I had bought a practice in the Paddington district, I saw very little of my old friend Sherlock Holmes.
How was doctoring in those early days?
A struggle, my boy, a distinct struggle. Dr. Farquhar, from whom I had bought the practice, had at one time an excellent clientele, but his age, combined with an unfortunate affliction, the that resembles St. Vitus's dance, had very much thinned it. I had confidence, however, in my youth and in my energy, and I was convinced that in a very few years the practice would be as flourishing as ever. But, as I said, I saw very little of Holmes in those days.
I guess you were too busy to visit Baker Street, huh, Doctor?
Here you guessed quite correctly, Mr. Bartell, quite correctly. Holmes seldom went anywhere himself save on professional business. You can imagine my surprise, therefore, when one day on coming home from a heavy day's work, I found that Holmes had decided to pay us a visit. My wife persuaded him to stay to dinner, and as the three of us sat at the table, the flickering candlelight dancing strange patterns on the walls, made it quite like old times. Holmes was in an unusually gay mood, and I can remember the twinkle in his eye as he turned to my wife and said,
"You're a brave woman, Mrs. Watson, to feed an unexpected guest on the maiden night out. I'm extremely grateful. Mrs. Hudson's cooking, though excellent of its kind, lacks variety. Your dinner has been quite a treat.
That's a very gracious little speech, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I've never known you to be so observant about food, Holmes.
Perhaps the lack of your company, my dear chap, and the consequent lonely meals have made me conscious of Mrs. Hudson's culinary shortcomings.
I suppose you're taking John out with you tonight on one of your cases.
Oh, no, Mrs. Watson. Though I can understand your suspicions, my visit was purely social.
Yeah, let's go into the other room and have a pipe, shall we?
Well, don't you think you'd be more comfortable at the club?
Miss Old Mary, I believe you want to get rid of us.
No, dear, it's not that. It's just that...
Your visitor is due at any moment, and you had counted on the house being empty by now.
Why, how on earth did you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Past half hour, you've been glancing at the clock with mounting anxiety. I feel sure that... If it had not been for my unexpected visit, your good husband would already have been walking towards his club.
Yeah, it is my custom to go to the club on Thursdays, but how'd you know?
I know your habits, my dear chap, as well, if not better than you do. It's a good thing I'm a bachelor, isn't it, Mrs. Watson?
Yes, indeed. A wife could keep no secrets from you, Mr. Holmes, I'm sure.
Well, Mary dear, who is your visitor, and what is the secret that you've been hiding?
It's innocent enough, John. As Thursdays is the maid's night out, and you've been going to the club, I've been letting Alicia Wentworth meet her young man here, with me as chaperone, of course.
Oh, so that's the mystery.
Well, Watson, young love is on the wing, and I'm sure we're dreadfully in the way. Let's stroll to Baker Street, shall we?
Of course, I'll get my coat. Why didn't you tell me, Mary?
Well, I was afraid you might be angry, John.
Angry, of course, ma'am.
Alicia's such a sweet girl. And Harry Prendergast is a very charming young man. He comes from an excellent family, has a commission in the infantry, and the children are tremendously in love. But her beastly guardian forbids them to meet. Oh, there she is now.
Well, we can pretend that we were just leaving anyway.
Yes, I'll get my coat.
Hello, Alicia, dear.
Oh, Mrs. Watson, I'm so glad to see you.
Come, dear. Alicia, this is my husband and Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do, my dear? It's a shame that we have to go now, but my friend and I have some very important business to attend to.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective, aren't you?
Yes, Miss Wentworth.
Please don't go, Mr. Holmes. Please don't. I need help so badly.
Why, Alicia, what's wrong? You're as white as a ghost.
Let's go into the drawing room, shall we?
What's troubling you, Miss Wentworth?
It's Harry, Captain Prendergast. I don't know exactly what's the matter, but something dreadful has happened to him.
Oh, now sit down here beside me, dear. That's it.
Miss Wentworth, what reason do you have to suppose that Captain Prendergast is in trouble?
I've seen friends of his today. They spoke of him almost as if he were dead, and yet they wouldn't tell me why. And just now I went to his club, and they told me that Captain Prendergast was not a member. But he is a member. He's been a member for years. Oh, what's happened to it? What has happened to it?
There, dear. Mr. Holmes will help you. Now, don't you cry.
Have you been to the police, Miss Wentworth?
No, Doctor. You see, I went to my guardian, but he wouldn't let me go to the police. He said there'd be a scandal. But then he hates Harry.
The Prendergasts are a fine family. Why does your guardian object to him so strongly?
I don't think he would approve of anyone I choose. He doesn't want me to get married.
Oh, sounds like a positive ogre to me. Who is your guardian, my dear?
Colonel Moran. Colonel Sebastian Moran.
Indeed. He's a man who has many entries against him in my ledgers, but a man that I've never met. I have long hoped to cross swords with him directly.
But how could Uncle Sebastian have anything to do with the criminal profession, Mr. Holmes? He's the son of Sir August Moran, and he was once British minister to Persia. Oh, you must be confusing him with someone else.
No, my dear, it's the same man, and furthermore, I'm almost certain that your guardian is the right-hand man of a certain friend of mine whose name also begins with the three letters M-O-R.
Good Lord, Moriarty.
I have no proof. And yet I suspect that Colonel Moran is the second most dangerous man in London.
That's Harry. It must be Harry.
Oh, poor girl. I do hope you can help her, Mr. Holmes.
I shall do my best, Mrs. Watson.
If that is her young man at the door, it's more than likely her problem doesn't exist any longer.
I hope you're right, Watson. Though with Colonel Moran as a guardian, I'm afraid the young lady is destined to have trouble.
Come on, Harry.
Good evening, Mrs. Watson.
I'm so glad to see you, Harry. This is my husband.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do, my boy?
And Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do, Captain Prendergast?
How do you do, sir?
Harry, what's wrong? I can tell by your face that something dreadful has happened.
It has, darling.
Tell Mr. Holmes about it. He's promised to help us.
Well, sir, I'm afraid this is a little outside of your province.
You will find that my friend's province is quite extensive, Captain Prendergast.
I shall be more than happy to do anything I can to help, sir.
That's very nice of you, Mr. Holmes. Well, it's pretty bad. Last night I was accused of cheating at cards at the Tankerville Club.
Oh, dreadful.
course, I don't have to tell you that I didn't cheat, but the evidence was dead against me. I'd been winning heavily, and the cards were proved to be marked.
Marked? How?
There were pinpricks on the edges. Pinpricks which indicated the card's value.
How did the pack of cards come into play?
That's the devil of it. I myself broke open a sealed pack given to me by the club porter. And I swear that was the pack that was later found to be marked.
Was everyone searched?
Yes. But they found a new, unopened pack in my pocket.
The obvious implication being that you had substituted the marked cards, of course.
I can see what happened. Somebody deliberately tried to incriminate you by dropping the new pack in your pocket.
Of course, darling. But what I can't understand is how the marked pack was introduced into the game.
Were there any other cards found in the room?
None, Doctor.
The Tankerville, eh? Colonel Moran is a member of the club, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Uncle Sebastian uses it all the time.
He was present at the game last night, Alicia.
Oh, Harry, now we're worse off than ever. If he thinks you cheated at cards, he'll never let us get married.
Now, don't worry, Alicia. I'm sure that Mr. Holmes can find a way out of this.
I'm afraid it'll be too late. I couldn't marry you now, Alicia.
What do you mean, Harry?
But they forced me to resign from the club. That's a bad enough disgrace. But I know there's worse to come. You see, I was expecting my promotion to major any day. Now it'll be a miracle if I'm not cashiered from the regiment. What kind of a life can I offer you?
Harry, you're talking absolute nonsense.
I think, Captain Prendergast, that the next step is obvious. We must remove this apparent stain on your character.
But how?
Miss Wentworth can stay here with Mrs. Watson. The doctor and I will drive over in a cab with you to the club and see what can be done.
What kind of a card game were you playing last night, Prendergast?
Stud poker. Ever since the American ambassador introduced it at the club, it's been quite a favorite.
The perfect game for marked cards. It requires no elaborate dexterity in the dealing, simply the knowledge of your opponent's whole card. How many of you were playing?
Half a dozen of us.
You were winning heavily, you say?
Yes, Doctor. Though one of the others, a fellow named David Harkness, was doing well. Now I come to think of it, Harkness almost seemed to know when I was bluffing, as though he could see the marked card.
Well, perhaps he was the one who marked them.
It's possible. And yet certainly no one could accuse him of tricky dealing.
He was so clumsy with his bandaged finger, eh?
How did you know he had a bandaged finger, Mr.
I'll
Holmes?
tell you that, Captain Prendergast, when you tell me what's really on your mind. There's a great deal more at stake than a card scandal, isn't there?
Yes, there is. I didn't dare to tell Alicia about it. You see, I'm fighting a duel tomorrow.
A duel? Lord, with whom?
Colonel Moran. Huh? He insulted me last night. He goaded me beyond a man's patience. He taunted me until I couldn't stand it any longer. And so I challenged him.
And in so doing, gave him the choice of weapons.
Yes, confound it. Of course, he chose revolvers.
Moran is a big game hunter of note. He was reputed to be the best shot in England.
And I'm probably the worst in London. If only I could shoot as well as I can box. I'm regimental champion, you know.
Revolver? Good heavens, man, revolvers. A duel with Moran is suicide for you.
No, it's not suicide. At the Tankerville Club. Here, cabby. Keep the change, will you?
Oh, blimey. Thank you, Governor.
Suicide. No, it's not suicide. This is a carefully laid plan for murder. Pray heaven that we are not too late to avert it.
Mr. Harkness that you're wanting, sir? Yes, he went to his room half an hour ago. Number 108. Up the main stairs and down the corridor, sir.
Thank you. I want you to follow us in precisely 1 minute and bring a sealed pack of the club's playing cards to Mr. Harkness's room. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, sir. And thank you.
Did you make the arrangement?
Yes, come on. Let's go up to Harkness's room.
Well, 3 members have cut me dead since I came in here. It's a most humiliating experience.
A little patience, Captain Prendergast, and I'm sure your honor will be entirely vindicated.
I wish I knew what you were up to, Holmes.
I'm going to try and restage the drama that was presented in this club last night. The only difference being that my production will have a cast that's a little different. Now, here we are. Now, let me do the talking.
Yes? Did you want something? Prendergast, I don't want you in my rooms. I don't know why they allowed you inside the club.
Let us in, Mr. Harkness, please.
No, I won't. Take your foot out of the door, confound it.
Mr. Harkness, there are 3 of us. I think you'd better let us in.
You're going to let us in, Harkness.
Oh, all right. Come in.
Ah, thank you for your hospitality, sir.
Now perhaps you fellows will tell me what the devil you think you're up to.
With pleasure. As you very well know, Mr. Harkness, this is probably Captain Prendergast's last day on Earth. He has one request to make of you, that you join him in a farewell game of poker with us, to show you bear no grudges.
Oh, it's fantastic. You're all insane.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Harkness, I'm delighted to notice that your sore finger seems to have healed with great rapidity. By an odd coincidence, you'll observe that I seem to have injured mine.
Mr. Helms, when did you do that?
Oh, in the carriage just now, a mere scratch. Fortunately, I had some first aid materials in my greatcoat.
Come in. Yes, Taylor, what is it?
Begging your pardon, Mr. Harkness, but the gentleman asked me to bring this sealed pack of cards here.
Put them on the table, Taylor.
Very good, sir.
Well, what's the game?
Stud poker, Mr. Harkness. A game with which you're quite familiar, I understand.
And the stakes?
A man's honor. Possibly another man's freedom. Open the pack, Mr. Harkness, and deal us all a hand. I should think this might be a very unusual game.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. Time for me to explain that Petri California Sherry is not only an ideal wine to serve before dinner, but it's also the perfect wine for almost any occasion. Petri Sherry is fine after dinner, when you're listening to the radio or just sitting around talking. And, of course, you couldn't ask for a finer party wine than Petri Sherry, especially if your party is at cocktail time. If you don't know what wine to buy, you can't go wrong with Petri Sherry. But be sure it's Petri. Look for the letters P-E-T-R-I. They spell the proudest name in the history of American wine. Well, Dr. Watson, that was quite a game of poker you were settling down to. I have a feeling that Sherlock Holmes had an ace or two up his sleeve, didn't he?
Figuratively, he did, Mr. Bartell, though at the time I must confess that, as usual, I was pretty much in the dark. David Harkness opened the new sealed pack of cards, and the four of us played a hand of poker. It was easy to see that our unwilling host was far from happy. His ferrety eyes darted from one to the other of us as he played our cards. He knew that he was the victim of a conspiracy, and so he was watching every move we made. Finally, as that strange game progressed, Captain Prendergast leaned across the table and said,
I think you're bluffing, Harkness. Do you? Well, it'll cost you exactly the limit to find out. How curious are you?
By Joe, I think you are bluffing, Harkness. I'll see you.
You'd be a fool to, Watson, when he has a straight flush.
What do you mean, Holmes?
My dear Harkness, the markings are quite apparent, I assure you, to someone who knows what he's looking for.
Scott, you mean that these cards are marked too?
Examine them for yourself, old chap.
They are marked. They're pinpricked just like they were last night.
Oh, that's impossible. Harkness broke the seals on the new pack just now. We all saw him do it. He couldn't have switched the pack.
And why would I do that, even if I could? I wouldn't try and cheat Mr. Sherlock Holmes, would I?
No, Mr. Harkness. I just wanted you to know that I understood the trick.
What trick, Mr. Holmes?
The same one that was played on you last night, Captain Prendergast. This was a demonstration of how easily a sealed pack of cards may be turned into a marked one by a man with a sore finger.
What else the sore finger got to do with it, Holmes?
Oh, it's very simple, Watson. A pinhead or a thumbtack hidden under the bandage, a tiny pressure against a card one wishes to mark as it comes into one's hand, and after several deals, hey, presto, a marked pack.
Oh, so that's how it was done.
You can't prove it, Holmes. You can't prove a thing. You weren't here last night.
No, unfortunately, I wasn't, Mr. Harkness. Otherwise, I should have had the great pleasure of exposing your trick at the time. As it is, I shall have to rely on a public confession.
You'll never get a confession from me.
Possibly not, but I'm sure that you'll be interested to know that I've made quite an extensive study of card sharping. In fact, I've considered giving a little lecture or demonstration here at the club.
What are you talking about?
This game that we've just played was in the nature of a rehearsal. I should, of course, stress this particular method as being of great local interest. I'm sure most of the gambling members will recall one man who has had unusually bad luck with his fingers.
Holmes, you're trying to ruin me.
Well, you were willing to see Prendergast ruined.
And killed. For a pistol duel with Colonel Moran is almost equivalent to murder.
What do you want me to do?
From the direction of your glance, Mr. Harkness, I'm certain that you keep a loaded revolver in your desk drawer. That's a very poor solution, I assure you. Why not be a man, write a confession, and sign it? It'll free Captain Prendergast from any stigma, and it'll help to trap the real culprit, Colonel Sebastian Moran.
Moran? Where does he come into the picture, Holmes?
Mr. Harkness knows, don't you?
And I think I know now. Why don't you tell us, Harkness?
One thing at a time, Prendergast. I owe it to you to write a confession. I'll do that, rather than face a public exposure in the club, but that's as far as I'll go. If you have any ideas about Moran, go and talk to him yourselves. There's a certain honor, you know.
Even among thieves? Thank you for the implication, Mr. Harkness. You have writing materials here?
Yes, I have writing materials, Holmes.
Splendid. Then while you're telling the truth about last night's episode, we'll call on Colonel Sebastian Moran. Have you any idea where we might find him at this time of night?
Yes, I have every idea. You'll find him in the gun room. Thinks he has a duel on his hands tomorrow.
In the gun room, eh? Thank you, Mr. Harkness. We'll go and talk to him. You may expect us back within half an hour.
Who are you fellows? Turn the gas up, can't you?
Colonel Moran, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Colonel Moran, I've been wanting to meet you for a very long time.
Sherlock Holmes. I've heard a lot about you.
And I of you, Colonel.
Harry, what are you doing inside the club?
Mr. Holmes brought me back. We've just left David Harkness's room. He's writing a confession that he engineered the swindle last night, that he deliberately tried to involve me.
So, in that case, I suppose I need oil this revolver no longer. Harkness is a cheat. Dear me, how shocking.
Aren't you glad that my name will be cleared in this business?
Of course I am. I'm delighted.
And you'll apologize for the things that you said last night?
Yes, Harry, I'll apologize. But you must realize that this revelation makes no difference to my feelings about your marriage to Alicia.
On my soul, Colonel Moran, it seems to me that one
Dr. Watson, I think the name is.
Watson, yes, my name's Watson.
Dr. Watson, I would suggest that the happiness of my ward is a matter that cannot possibly concern you.
Now, look here, sir, I don't want to go...
Will you, old chap?
Oh, sorry, Holmes.
Colonel Moran, I think I may be able to change your mind on the question of your ward's marriage.
How very interesting. And what makes you labor under that delusion?
Would you care to have it known at the club that you had deliberately planned Captain Prendergast's murder?
What in thunder are you talking about?
You know, sir, that a revolver duel with you is no duel. It's a cold-blooded killing.
Rubbish. I was challenged. Therefore, I had the choice of weapons. Naturally, I chose the weapon with which I was most familiar.
And you had the choice for a very good reason, Colonel Moran. You forced Prendergast into a duel because it was the only way you could be certain that he'd never marry your ward.
Alicia? What do you know about her?
More than you think, sir. She's at my wife's house this very minute.
She suspects you of jealousy. I think it's far more likely that the financial aspect of guardianship is involved here. A financial accounting is due upon her marriage, isn't it?
That's none of your business.
An accounting is due, Mr. Holmes. Alicia told me that herself.
Exactly, and the accounts were in no state to undergo scrutiny. The answer is obvious. David Harkness, a card sharp, was in need of money. You induced him to practice his cheating last night in order that you could trap Captain Prendergast into a duel.
Harkness, what the devil do you want?
Put that revolver down, you fool.
I don't care about my own disgrace, but you're going to pay for your share in it, Moran.
Drop that revolver, Harkness. Don't you see that you're...
Oh.
Moran, you shot him.
You saw that it was in self-defense, gentlemen. He was waving a loaded revolver at me. It's most unfortunate, but it was in self-defense.
Yes, self-defense that removed the one dangerous witness who could have testified against you. He's dead, Watson, isn't he?
Yeah. Shot right through the heart.
Moran, you're a cold-blooded, murdering devil.
I demand satisfaction for that insult. These gentlemen are my witnesses. I apologize for the misunderstanding last night, but this is a different matter. You've insulted me, Harry.
The duel will take place, Colonel Moran, and Dr. Watson and myself will act as seconds for Captain Prendergast. Let's make the necessary arrangements, shall we?
Mrs. Watson?
Yes, Alicia, dear?
It's 2:00. What can have happened to them? They left here just after 8.
Well, if you'd been married to John for any length of time, my dear, you wouldn't worry. When your husband goes out with Sherlock Holmes, you're prepared not to see him for a few days.
Mrs. Watson, what are you saying? I haven't got a husband.
Oh, now, Alicia, don't glower at me like that. What did you say the time was?
It's just after 2. And they left here at 8. What can have happened?
Well, I don't know. But Mr. Holmes was with them. So don't worry, my dear. He's frightfully clever. I wouldn't be surprised.
There's the front door now. They're back.
Oh, dear me. Now I'll have to make cocoa.
Harry, darling, what's happened?
Oh, lots of things, darling. I'm a member of the Tankerville Club again. I'll probably become a major, and you'll certainly become Mrs. Prendergast before very long.
Oh, it all sounds wonderful. What have you two been up to, John?
Oh, it's the old story, Mary, dear. Holmes solved the case, and it all ended happily.
Happily? My dear Watson, that's hardly the word to use. Harkness is dead, and Colonel Moran is probably in hospital.
Please, tell me what happened.
Well, your guardian challenged Captain Prendergast to a duel. He overlooked the fact that since he was the challenger, the choice of weapons belonged to his opponent.
Perhaps you can guess what that choice was. Boxing gloves.
We've just come from the gymnasium at the club, Alicia. I'm afraid I really gave him a thrashing.
And a well-deserved one, too. I'm only sorry that I couldn't put him where he belongs, behind prison bars.
Oh, Harry.
He'll be the laughing stock of London.
I'm glad of it.
But that means that he'll never consent to our being married.
I disagree, Miss Wentworth. If we keep his secret, and we've hinted that we might, I'm quite certain that he'll withdraw his objections to the marriage, and somehow he'll make up his deficiencies in his guardianship account.
Probably by borrowing money from Professor Moriarty.
Oh, I think it's all wonderful. But it's well after 2 o'clock in the morning. Let's go into the kitchen, shall we? I'll make some cocoa.
Cocoa? Spot of whiskey.
Harry, you and Alicia stay here. You probably have some plans to make.
Oh, cocoa's not a very exciting drink.
Oh, shush, John.
Oh, sorry.
As soon as the cocoa's ready, we'll call you.
Well, Doctor, that was some story. You know, I'm glad the age of dueling is over. I'd hate to have someone challenge me to a duel.
What's the matter, Mr. Bartell? Are you afraid of being hurt?
Afraid of being hurt? Of course not. If someone challenges me to a duel, I have the right to choose the weapons, don't I?
Yes, and what weapons would you choose?
Cream puffs at 30 paces. Nobody's going to hurt me.
see that.
Although, come to think of it, instead of cream puffs, I'd rather have a piece of cake.
Oh, why a piece of cake?
Because it tastes so good with a glass of Petri sherry. Any questions?
No questions.
For a while there, I'll bet you thought I'd forgotten all about Petri wine.
Forgotten about it. Not you, Mr. Bartell.
No, not anybody who's ever tasted it. Petri wine is the kind of wine you'll always remember. That's because the Petri family really knows how to make good wine. They've been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. It's an art that's been handed on down in the Petri family from father to son, from father to son. Every drop of Petri wine is clear, fragrant, and delicious. As delicious as the luscious, sun-ripened California grapes from which it's made. Remember, the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that their wine is the kind of wine you like, for any occasion. You can't miss with Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you an adventure that took place in the gay Vienna of the 90s. It concerns a strange tragedy that occurred on a ballroom floor and a weird series of murders that were punctuated by the sound of music. I call the story The Waltz of Death.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The 5 Orange Pips. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week. Next week, many communities will change time, and this program will reach some of our listeners at a different hour. consult your local newspaper or mutual station for the exact time in your area. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petrie family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Norman Corwin. There have been writers who have caught the spirit and humor of the Irish of Ireland, but they were mostly Irishmen. Then came Ray Bradbury out of Illinois, a man as American as Washington's birthday, who nevertheless has a warm and loving and highly articulate regard for the people of that green isle. Mr. Bradbury has expressed this feeling many times, notably in his stage play, The Anthem Sprinters, and again in a short story entitled The Great Conflagration Up at the Place. I persuaded friend Bradbury to adapt this story by his own hand for the second of his new radio series, and he did just that. I had the pleasure of directing it, and the added good fortune to engage a cast starring William Shallett as Timothy, who describes himself as a mob of one, Gary Wahlberg as Heber Finn, who runs the best pub in town, and Ben Wright as Kilgotten, his lordship, up at the place. So now, Ray Bradbury's The Great Conflagration Up at the Place.
None of that. Try again. That's more like it. What's that, you ask? Ireland and the Irish. Listen to the marks. Now, hark to the weather. What a mystery we are. Our weather is a mist inside of a fog, inside of a rain. Our people, a congregation tucked in a crowd, hid in a mob. You're talking to one of them now. A mob of one named Timothy. Shall I take the Irish apart like a Galway comb and show you the bones? Shall I explain the mystery of how we fix it to rain 29 hours out of 24? Well, here goes. First, let's change the rain to snow. There. It's the time of the great troubles. Yells in the streets, shouts in the churches, fisticuffs in the theatre prosceniums, shots fired, dear blood spilled the English in shocks and panics, old gentry Irish homes burning, and revolutionaries on the road. Here comes a pack now, trudging in the snow, 7 or 8 men, full of ale or stout or whiskey, or worse, politics, on their way from Heber Finn's pub to no damn good, out to destroy the world, or one country estate, whichever comes first.
Are we almost there, Timothy?
Almost.
You should have brought our damn bikes.
In snow like this, you idiot.
Catch on. By the time we arrive, my fever to destroy will be over.
Halt, halt.
What do you mean, halt?
We're there. That's the place.
Oh, what do you mean, that's the place? We've seen it all our lives.
Sure. But with the troubles eating us, don't the estate, the big house, look different? Like a grand toy lying in the softly falling petals of snow at dusk.
Oh, shut up. Shut up. Did you bring the matches?
Reardon's got 'em.
I have not.
Well, Kelly has 'em.
Not me.
Oh, good grief. We come in a grand rebellious mood to win a war and burn a house, and no one's brought the matches.
What the hell? They'll have matches inside.
We'll borrow a few. Come on, that's it, Nolan, that's it. Fall in the snow. Years from now in the pub, we'll tell of the great conflagration up at the place. But what we'll be truly remembering is Nolan falling on his ass in the snow.
Yes, me. Get along. Here we are. The front door indeed. Now, what do we do next? Destroy it?
You're so dumb, you're hideous. First, are we all here? Nolan? Aye. Murphy? Yes. Finn? Here. Reardon?
Right here.
Kelly? Hey. Myself? Right.
The Grand Army.
So, now for the blueprints, the plans.
Blueprints? Plans? Let's just tear the damn place down.
Right to that. Give us the plan, Timothy. Well, let's go rap on the door and ask permission.
Permission? I'd hate to have you run in hell. The lost souls would never get fried.
But he's right at that, Timothy. He's right.
Gentlemen?
It's himself. Good evening, your lordship.
Good evening, my lord, sir.
Good evening. I say, would you mind keeping your voices down? The lady of the house is sleeping before we drive to Dublin for the evening.
Beg pardon, your lordship.
We will keep our voices down, yes.
How kind of you. Good evening, gentlemen.
He's gone back in. Beg pardon, your lordship. We'll keep our voices down, your lordship. What kind of dumb gab is that? Why didn't someone catch the door while he was still there?
We was took by surprise, that's why. Him coming on us like that. After all, we weren't doing anything out here, were we?
Seeing as how we left the matches home, no. But do you notice his lordship has come and gone from our fell clutches?
Shh, not so loud.
Loud.
Tell you what, let's just sneak up on his door.
Sneak up, yes. He knows we're here now. We were just...
I say, what are you gentlemen doing out there?
Well, it's this way, your lordship. We come
to burn the place.
Yes,
to burn the place. Yes, to burn.
Burn, yes.
Well, in that case, you'd best come in.
I'd love to. Wait. We'll come in when we're good and ready.
Very well. I shall leave the door ajar, and when you've decided the time, enter. I shall be in the library.
When we're ready? Good grief, when will we ever be readier? Gangway, Finn, come on, man.
Go. Sure, what the hell?
Here goes.
Scrape your shoes, please.
We'll
get the tag.
There we go. Nolan, in the back of your shoes, don't you scrape off that. God, you're getting it all in the rug, you fool.
I don't suppose any of you might need a drink of whiskey.
Would we like a bit of whiskey?
And in we went, the Grand Army, led by this fragile little old lord of a man, his face the face of an old, sad, quiet hound that has killed its share of foxes, but now has grown quiet and set himself to the drink. In we went, I say, and his lordship poured drinks all around.
There we are.
Thank you, sir.
And
Oh, that's lovely, sir. Thank you.
there.
Oh, your sweet reason itself.
Gentlemen, drink.
We decline.
Decline?
This is a sober thing we are doing, and we must be sober for it.
Men, who do we listen to? Finn here, or his lordship?
Hell, his lordship.
Yes, lordship.
Ah, look, Finn. See the courage that shows in a red colour in their faces immediately the drink is in the sink.
Well, I suppose I must catch up.
That's the boyo.
Is that not a fine, soft whiskey?
It's tops, Your Honour. Oh.
Your Honour, that is, you've heard of the Troubles?
Our own very great civil strifes and rebellions.
Yes. Let us speak of it. I know you all. You have worked for me, and I think I have paid you rather well on occasion.
Oh, yes,
That's true, Your Honour.
Sir, your lordship, the old order changeth. We have heard of the great houses out near Tara and the great manors beyond Kilishandra going up in flames to celebrate the freedom and all
Whose freedom? Mine? From the burden of caring for this house, which my wife and I rattle around in like dice in a cup?
Oh, no.
Well, I suppose you've got to get on. Sir, when would you like to burn this place of mine?
Well, sir...
Now. Oh, dear, dear.
Of course, if it's inconvenient, we could, come back later.
Later? What kind of talk is that?
Sir, do you speak for these men?
I run a local pub. I speak for everybody.
He does.
Heber Finn's the name.
Mr. Finn, please, excuse me. Let me explain. Lady Kilgotten is asleep now. We have guests coming to take us into Dublin for the opening of a new play by Synge.
Oh, that's a damn fine writer. I saw one of his plays last year.
Did you now? How does he compare to...
Me bum standoff.
We have dinner planned back here at midnight for 10 people. Now, I don't suppose that you could give us until tomorrow night to get ready for your conflagration?
No.
Well,
no,
come on.
Finn, burning's one thing. Tickets is another.
Right.
What a dire waste not to see the play, and by John Millington Synge on top of it.
He's right.
All that food set up, a sin not to eat it.
Indeed.
All their guests coming, hard to notify and warn them off.
Exactly. Exactly. I couldn't have said it better.
Oh, saints save me sanity. But you don't put off burnings. You don't reschedule them like strawberry tart tea parties, damn it. You do them.
You do if you remember to bring the matches.
Oh. Your Honor, would you give me the loan of a box of just plain kitchen matches?
Before you strike, Finn, let's take a vote.
Another drink, gentlemen?
Well, I'll have just a wee bit on the top.
Oh, hell, I see the vote counted already. Tomorrow night will do for the burning, damn it.
Well, bless you. Tomorrow night, then. There'll be cold cuts laid out in the kitchen. You shall probably be hungry, for it will be heavy work.
Heavy work? Striking one match, lighting a fuse in your house?
Well, come along, gentlemen.
We're coming.
Now, do you see this picture of a cavalier on the wall?
We're looking at it.
This portrait is by Van Dyck. It's a very old, very fine, very important, and very expensive. It is, gentlemen, a national art treasure.
Let me see. God, it's fine work.
The flesh itself. Notice the way his little eyes seem to follow you.
Oh, sweet Jesus, that's canny.
Makes your flesh crawl.
Makes me socks roll down my shoes.
Do you realize that this treasure, which does not truly belong to you, nor to me, but to all the Irish people as precious heritage, this picture will be burned and lost forever tomorrow night?
We never thought about that.
We can't have that.
Well, we'll move it out of the house first.
Hold on.
Oh, thanks, but then where would you put it? Out in the weather, it would soon rot. No. Perhaps it is best if it burns quickly.
No, there'll be none of that. I'll cart it home myself.
Well, didn't rupture yourself in the bargain.
And, gentlemen, when the great strife is over, you will then deliver into the hands of the new government this precious gift of art and beauty from the past.
Every single one of those things we'll do.
Right.
How much does the monster weigh?
Oh, I would imagine 70 to 100 pounds.
And how in the hell do we get in Timothy's house?
Me and Reardon will carry the damn treasure.
You clod, you haven't worked in 200 years.
Now, moving along, gentlemen, here we now... here it says, is indeed a treasure.
Good grief. Some naked ladies. They are that.
Don't it put out your eye. See, there, no, that's better than sunset.
Two nude paintings by Renoir.
That's the French gentleman who made them, if you'll excuse the expression.
They look French, all right. For sure, Renoir.
Are these our treasures too, sir? If they're not, I never saw a treasure.
You'll be wanting these naked ladies saved too, Your Honor.
Oh, yes.
Well, sir, I would like to volunteer my home for the two French ladies.
You're a saint to want to take that home.
Devil's more like it.
And now, step over here, gentlemen. Here, this large landscape.
It must weigh a ton.
Look, and 17 feet wide and 2 miles tall. And what's that? Sorts of monster beast men cavorting about, treading fruit and squeezing summer melon women.
Stand away.
What's the brass plate read? Twilight of the Gods.
Twilight, hell. It looks more like the start of a grand afternoon.
It does,
Volunteers, me and Finn will carry the demon gods and the bare-ass ladies off to my place. Right, Finn?
Right.
You would.
And so it went along the hall, until at last we came to a dreadful painting of a man on the wall of a dim alcove.
Gentlemen, portrait of myself. Yes, painted by my wife, her ladyship. Would you leave it hanging right there, please?
Huh? You mean you wanted to go up in the great fire?
Shut up, will you, Nolan? Next picture.
Yes, the next.
That is a lot, gentlemen. Of course, if you really want to save extra treasures to be handed over to the National Museum, there are a dozen exquisite Ming vases.
As good as collected.
The Persian carpet on the landing.
Saved by me.
And that splendid crystal chandelier in the main dining room.
The tears of the Virgin they are. I'll hide them in me potato cellar.
Now then, perhaps you'd better start,
Start?
What exactly do you mean? The work, the job.
Work?
Well, you do indeed have a largish task, preserving the national treasures.
We do. We do. I see that.
Well, I shall be upstairs having a small nap before dinner. The house is yours, gentlemen. Fall to your task with ready hands and a good heart.
But,
And you call me if you need any help.
We need a new set of broken backs and some rupture supporters is what we need. Ready hands, good heart. Has it crossed anyone's mind that if we had brought the matches, all this long night's toil and sweat would not lie ahead of us now?
Divil you, Finn, where's your taste for the aesthetics of this?
Aesthetics, is it? 17 tons of carpet, 29 tons of paintings, and 2 tons of crystal chandelier to be toted and hauled and maneuvered between now and daylight? Okay, Timothy. You on this end. Nolan, you on that. Grab hold of the twilight of the gods. 1, 2, heave!
From 7 until 10, the paintings walked out in ones and twos. There went Nolan and Murphy, hauling the grand bacchanal of the gods off into the bogs toward town. There in the snow were the footprints of Reardon, heading home with his naked lady paintings, drunk with happy laughter. But wait, I'm ahead of the story. It all ends in disaster. What happened to Kelly, for instance, on his way home to protect his national art treasure?
Here we go, me dear Cavalier. God, you're a heavy one, you are. Let's shift hands and change shoulders. I go now. Oh, graceful mercies. Oh, me back. Oh, God, it's sprung. I'm ruined. There went me spine like a man hitting a harp with a hatchet. Oh, God. No, drop it, man. Drop it. Lie there. Lie there, you foul canvas with mud on your face. So much for you, Mr. Painter Van Dyke. Now you get behind me. Come on, Kelly, old man. I'll drag myself back to the Lord's house and beg for mercy. Or a drink. Well, a drink at the least.
So much for Kelly. Well now, what of Nolan and Murphy, afoot by night, and a huge 9-foot painting of wild gods and summer night ladies panting along with them? Well...
this way on the path, man.
No, this, are you blind? Hold up your end.
Hold up yours.
I am, you slut. Stop blundering.
Stop slipping. Grab hold.
He's blind I am with no moon. Oh, Branch just poked me in the eye. Nolan.
Help.
What do you mean, help?
I'm sinking. I'm in...
The bog?
The bog. Help. The
the bog.
The painting's too heavy.
I'm too heavy. Help!
Help yourself. I'm sinking too.
Let go of the damned gods and goddesses.
What?
Drop the damn painting. Heave it over some...
It's worth thousands of pounds.
It weighs thousands of pounds. I'm going down for the third time.
I need free.
I'm leaping.
What do we do now?
The twilight of the gods. It's sinking.
The poor things. You'll never get around to them ripe summer melon ladies now.
Oh, stop philosophizing. Oh, back to the big house for help.
Wouldn't you know, in the midst of it all, the snow stops and the thunder and rain fall in. So there goes Kelly with his ruptured spinal cord, and here comes Nolan and Murphy, fleeing the gods and the goddesses in bog water up to their ass. What of Reardon, sprinting off home with those two ren-raw nude ladies under his hugging arms?
Ah, let us in, will you, wife? Get!
How many of you drunken sots are there?
There's 3 of us. 1 drunk, 2 sober, 1 ugly as sin, 2 as lovely as saints in a shrine.
Oh, I got to see this.
Here we are, the darlings and me.
I see only you. Where are all the saints?
Here. And bless me eyes. Here.
Oh, what's that?
You may well ask. Eternal summer. Forever spring.
Them's women.
How'd you notice?
And they're raw day of their birth naked.
Well? Don't just stand there, woman. Oh, God, is there any silence like a woman's silence when she's manufacturing a lightning bolt to strike a dumb with? Speak, wife. Let it out.
Those women are as raw naked as the inside of a clam at low tide.
No, these are studies of natural physique by a famous French artist.
I bet he's French. I bet he's famous. Skirts half up to your bum, French. Dress half down to your navel, French. Would you yank the crucifix off the wall and nail them dire pictures there?
Well, now that you mention it, that wall there...
Out!
Now.
Is that what you'd have our young boys look at last thing at night or first in the morning?
It wouldn't...
Out!
Can't I...
Out!
Is that your last word?
I'll take the bums and bosoms with you. Out!
Out it is!
So much for Reardon. As for me and my great cry of crystal, my great drenching cluster of lovely chandelier, well, it slipped. Now you can see how the afflictions ran to ruin, can't you? We were the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse plus 3. Doom, disaster, and defenestration. By 3 in the morning, Lord and Lady Kilgotten were long since home from the Dublin theatre, long since fed and in bed. But apparently his lordship could not sleep, so he rose to sit in a library, staring at the empty walls, sipping his brandy, when...
I say, who's there?
That's me.
Oh, is it time for me and her ladyship to go?
You're going nowhere, Your Honour. It's your friends is coming back.
Friends?
Your painting, sir. Come along to the door with me. Take a look out there, your lordship. What do you see?
Why, who are those men out there?
It's the Grand Army of the Irish Rebellion, sir. It's Napoleon's rain-drenched, dog-eared, foot-weary, demoralized men, sir. Their hands full of oil paintings, sir. Look at them, with pictures leaned against their legs, pictures on their backs, pictures stood upright and held by their trembling hands.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Thank you, see, sir. considered in all its aspects.
Your Honor, you being such a fine gent, we've decided...
we will not burn your house.
Well said.
That's right. We will not burn your house.
But we're all packed. I mean, we're prepared.
Oh, you're taking the whole thing too lightly, begging your pardon, Your Honor.
Yes, easy for you is not easy for us. Me back is sprung.
The twilight gods are in the bog, half sunk. My wife kicked me out with my naked Renrose. She's writing to the Pope. How do you say that?
And your chandelier is a fall of real tears on your floor.
Not only that.
Wait till you hear.
You know, the customers in me pub, they laughed when I lugged in that painting of the Queen.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry to hear this. Sorry indeed to hear all this. Come in, gentlemen, come in.
We're in. Your Honor, if we may, to moist the parched tongue.
Oh, by all means.
No, sometimes you have a good...
You see, Your Honor, the more we walked, the deeper we sank in the bog.
And so you left the picture in the bog?
Yes.
Perhaps you could send 4 men to retrieve the picture.
Consider it done when we finish our drink.
And we must get a doctor for your back, Mr.
Kelly, thanks a lot, Your Lordship.
And I shall speak to your wife about the Renoir news, Mr.
Reardon, sir. All thanks if you would do that. Here are the 2 paintings, back safe and twice as naked.
They do seem to be undressed, don't they?
Well, that's the sum total and substance of this long disaster and prolonged nightmare, Your Honor. We have fought a good war against the snow, rain, and wind, and the bad weather of wives and mother-in-law, and we've lost.
So, will you take the paintings back?
I will.
Here they come, there they go.
And so, in out of the rain and snow flowed a tide of animals and angels, nudes that flamed and smoked in our hands, the national treasures. And along about 5 in the morning, the whole mob brought the twilight of the gods back out of the bog and renamed it.
Sunrise for the deities, men! Sunrise!
Gentlemen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that a portrait of myself in the corridor?
The one painted by your good wife, sir?
The ugly picture?
That one, yes. Would one of you very quietly steal that portrait off the wall and take it out in the woods and burn it?
It's done. Here I go out to the burning.
Don't burn your fingers. Good old Finn.
Now, gentlemen, suppose we celebrate the safe return of the national treasure.
We stood there in the great library with the pictures all about returned, and drinks in our paws, and Lord Kilgotten blinking gently around at the walls, and our small rebellion over and lost, and us feeling warm with the drinks in our mouths, and a final toast at hand.
Well, gentlemen, now, what shall we drink to?
Why, to his lordship, of course.
Of course, his lordship. What a good toast.
Why, what's this? I think I am... Yes, to me, tears in my eyes. No, gentlemen, no, not to me. To Ireland. To our Ireland.
To Ireland. I'll drink to Ireland. To Ireland.
Mr. Finn.
Yes, it's me.
You're back.
What brings you back?
This ugly painting here.
Well, what is it, Finn?
Well, does anyone have a match?
The great conflagration up at the place.
a radio adaptation by Ray Bradbury of his own short story, directed by Norman Corwin, and starring William Shallert as Timothy, Gary Wahlberg as Finn, Ben Wright as Lord Kilgotten. Others featured in this evening's performance were Bob Ball, Steve Franken, Alan Bergman, Virginia Gregg, and Byron Kane. David J. Holman was recording and mixdown engineer. Assistant Director, Don Hills. This has been a Jackie Segerman production.
Hi there. Welcome to Chesterton Radio.
Where a thriving audience loves its radio shows.
Don't take our word for it.
Here's what listeners say about Chesterton Radio.
TV is so overrated. Chesterton Radio rules.
I feel my IQ going up by the minute.
I am enjoying these so much. I haven't turned on my TV in weeks.
Lying here on my sofa with my eyes closed, I can picture the whole story. I've seen the movie version. This was just as grand, if not more. I thought I'd doze off, but no.
I am hooked. Gotta listen to one story every night before bedtime.
I love this channel. It gets me through my workday.
I'm new to radio plays. Excellent story and played out wonderfully. Thank you for the hard work and love you put into bringing us these shows.
I found Chesterton Radio over a year ago. I'm forever thankful.
I love the Lord. This is a guiltless pleasure. I bet even He likes to listen to Chesterton Radio.
I love this channel. I've not watched TV in over 2 years.
I've never heard anything like this. Mind-blowing. Enjoy our shows? We need your help today. Keep Chesterton Radio afloat. For half of what you pay the cable guys, you can support Chesterton Radio. Go to chuckthetv.com for links to our pages on Patreon, Subscribestar, and Buy Me a Coffee. Or use the link in the description below this video. Thank you for your support. It means a great deal.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun in A Doll's House.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's your purchases of our products, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, ladies and gentlemen, that make this program possible. For the splendid loyalty you show us, our sincere gratitude. Last week, we announced an offer of a beautiful compact. So many of the ladies in our audience have taken advantage of this offer, and we are making it again tonight at the end of our program. So please listen carefully and have your pencils ready. Starred tonight are Joan Crawford, Basil Rathbun, Sam Jaffe, Netta Harrigan, and Vernon Steele in A Doll's House. As special guest, Miss Frances Manson, head of the story department of Samuel Golden Productions. Our orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play is the work of one of the loneliest figures in literature, Henrik Ibsen. Poverty-stricken as a boy, Ibsen exiled himself for many years from his native Norway because of the lukewarm reception that country gave his plays. First produced many years ago, A Doll's House provoked a storm of angry criticism because the playwright dared express the belief that a happy marriage must have a foundation of truth, freedom, and intellectual companionship. Like all masterpieces, A Doll's House has a deathless quality and has brought fame to a score of world-renowned actresses, to which list we add tonight the name of Joan Crawford. And no one is less conscious of her success than Joan herself. She tackles each new job with the same I've got to make good attitude that she had when she first arrived here, fresh from a Schubert chorus. A Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, Joan is seen next in The Shining Hour and is heard tonight as Nora Helmer. Co-starred as Torvald Helmer, a part more sympathetic than his usual roles, is that master of glistening villainy, Basil Rathbone. One of Hollywood's more gentle and considerate citizens off the screen. This splendid actor is currently flaunting his darksome deviltry in The Adventures of Robin Hood, and is with us this week straight from the set of Paramount's If I Were King. Sam Jaffe, who gave such a remarkable performance of the ancient llama in Lost Horizon, plays Krogstad, the same role which brought him unstinted praise when A Doll's House played on Broadway this season. Netta Harrigan plays Mrs. Linden, and Vernon Steele is Dr. Ronk. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone in A Doll's House. The year is 1890. We're in a little town in Norway on a gray September afternoon. Along the windy street in a quiet section of the city, a young woman walks hurriedly, her long dress whipping out behind her, her face half buried in an old-fashioned muff. She glances frequently over her shoulder, as if to assure herself that she's not been noticed. Then she stops, and after a final nervous glance, darts quickly into a doorway.
Well?
It's I, Mrs. Helmer.
Oh. Come in, please. Sit down, Mrs. Helmer.
Thank you.
Wasn't it a little indiscreet of you? To come here, I mean.
Oh, I was very careful, Mr. Krogstad. I'm quite sure no one saw me.
I hope not.
Did you think it over, Mr. Krogstad? The matter we spoke of yesterday?
Yes. The lending of money, Mrs. Helmer, is a serious business.
Oh, I know it is.
It's even more serious when the loan is to be made to a wife without the consent or even knowledge of her husband.
Oh, but he mustn't know. He mustn't even dream that I borrowed the money. That's why I came to you. You've known him at the bank.
Yes, at the bank and at school. But we were never very friendly.
Well, you worked with him. You must know how he feels about being in debt. He has a dread of it, Mr. Krogstad. He thinks debts are immoral, almost criminal. He'd never allow me to owe the butcher or the baker a single krona.
And now you wish to borrow a great many kronas.
Because he needs it. Oh, you know how ill he's been. And now the doctors say that he must go away to rest. A long rest in Italy. And if he doesn't go, he'll never be well again. I want to save my husband's life, Mr. Krogstad.
Mrs. Helmer, I wish I could help you.
Does that mean you won't? Oh, but I'll pay it back. I promise I will. I'll save and I could make money other ways. I'm very clever at copying.
Mrs. Helmer, is there anyone you could get to sponsor the loan?
Sponsor it?
To sign the note with you and act as surety. I mean a man, of course.
Well, I don't know. There's no one I'd like to ask for fear Torvald would find out. And...
Well, you have a father living.
My father? Oh, would he do?
If he'd sign the note with you, yes.
Oh, then he will. I'm sure he will.
Very well.
Oh, thank you.
Now, here is the note.
Yes?
When you come back to me with the note signed by you here and your father's signature down here, I'll let you have the money.
Oh, how wonderful. It really isn't difficult at all, is it? Oh, I almost wish Torvald could know. Then perhaps he'd see how clever I really am. Oh, but he mustn't. All he must know is that we have money from somewhere and that we're going away to Italy.
Nora, come and sit down. Don't tire yourself out dancing like that. Now, sit down, Nora, please.
Oh, Torvald, isn't it wonderful? I feel as if I belonged here, as if I'd lived in Italy all my life. Oh, and now I've learned to dance the tarantella.
Yes, and you dance it beautifully, Nora.
Oh, it's so easy to dance here, where your heart is light. Aren't you glad I teased you until you brought me?
Very glad.
Oh, and the rest has been good for you, Torvald. So good.
Oh, nonsense. I never needed a rest.
Oh, no, of course you didn't. It was just for me. And I love you for it.
Well, you can hardly thank me. I could never afford a trip like this. It was strange, your father leaving you that money.
Strange, Torvald?
I always thought he was rather improvident. I was sure that he'd die quite penniless.
Well, he must have had some put away.
Yes. Yeah, nevertheless, it's almost gone, my dear. We'll have to be leaving for home soon.
Oh, I know. But I'm so anxious to see the children again. Ellen, you can put these flowers in water.
Oh, flowers too, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Ellen, and so awfully expensive. Oh, did the Christmas tree come yet?
Yes, ma'am. I put it in the kitchen so the children wouldn't see it.
Is that you, Nora?
Oh, Torvald, I'm so glad you're home. Come and see all the presents I have. Look, Torvald.
You mean to say you've bought all these?
Oh, just a few little things for the children and Ellen and Anna and Dr. Ronk and...
I suppose you spent every penny I gave you.
Oh, no, I did have some left, and then I saw those heavenly roses.
Oh, but that's so extravagant.
Oh, I know, Torvald, I know, but I just couldn't resist.
And what did you buy for yourself?
Oh, I don't need anything.
Nonsense. Tell me, what'd you like? Something useful, something sensible.
Well, if you really do want to give me something, you could give me money.
Now, Nora.
And then I could buy myself something, just what I needed.
But there's no Christmas spirit about cold, hard money.
Oh, yes, there is.
But you're so extravagant, Nora. On that trip to Italy last winter, we simply can't afford to go on throwing money about, you know.
Oh, but you'll be making lots of money now, and we could always get a little credit.
Credit? Nora, have you ever known me to borrow money?
No, but it ought to be easy enough now.
I want no creditors in my life, thank you. We've held out all these years without ever owing anyone a penny, and we're certainly not going to begin now at the last minute.
Yes, darling. Of course you know best.
At the same time, we're not exactly paupers. Look, what do you think I've got here?
Oh, Torvald, money? Oh, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50.
Here, give that
back.
back.
Oh, Torvald, darling, thank you. This will go a long way.
I should hope so. No one would believe how much it costs a man to keep a little thing like you.
A lady to see you, Mrs. Helmer.
A lady? Well, ask her to come in, Ellen.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I must get back to the bank for a while.
Goodbye, darling. Come home early tonight.
I'll try.
This way, please.
Who is it, Ellen?
Oh.
Nora. How are you? You don't remember me, do you? No, I don't think I... Why, yes, Christina. Is it really you?
It really is.
Christina. And to think I didn't even know you, but you're so changed.
Yes, I guess I am in 9 or 10 years.
Oh, good heavens, has it been as long as that? But what are you doing in town?
I arrived on the morning boat.
Oh, yes, to spend Christmas. How wonderful. Oh, what a thoughtless wretch I am. Oh, darling, how can you forgive me?
Forgive you?
Oh, Christina, I forgot that your husband...
Yes, my husband died 3 years ago.
Yes, I saw it in the papers, but, well, you know how it is. Did he leave you anything?
Nothing.
Not even any children?
No.
Nothing? Not anything?
Not even a regret.
Oh, darling, you must tell me the whole story. I never would have dreamed it. It must have been awful. And to be absolutely alone afterwards. Oh, you know, I have two of the sweetest children. Just wait till you see them. They're out with their nurse now, so there's nothing to disturb us, and you can tell me all about it.
No, dear. You tell me.
No, really, darling, I won't be selfish today. But I must tell you one thing. Have you heard of our wonderful luck?
No, what is it?
My husband has been appointed manager of the savings bank.
He has? Oh, how splendid.
It is. Oh, Christina, can you imagine how it makes you feel to have lots of money? Not only what you need, but just heaps of money.
Oh, Nora. Nora, you haven't changed a bit. You're still the same old spendthrift.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I've had to work.
You worked? Oh, but why?
Well, Torvald was ill, you know, and of course you mustn't tell Christina.
Tell what?
Well, we needed money, and of course we didn't have any, so I went... So Torvald thinks we inherited the money from my father.
Nora, wasn't it a little rash of you?
But it saved his life.
But won't you tell him?
Oh, after a great many years, perhaps, when I'm not so young. Oh, don't laugh, Christina. I mean when Torvald isn't so much in love with me. When it isn't fun for him any longer to see me skipping about and dressing up and acting. Well, then it might be good to have something in reserve.
Oh.
Now, what about you? What are you going to do, Christina?
Oh, I wish I knew, my dear. I'll have to find work, I suppose.
I was wondering a while ago, Nora, if...
What, Christine?
Well, with your husband a bank official...
You mean he might be able to do something for you?
Well, I was hoping...
Oh, darling, that's a wonderful idea.
Nora, do you really suppose...
Oh, just you leave it all to me. I'll give you a note to him, and you go to the bank and see him. Oh, I know he'll give you the position if I ask.
Nora, you don't know how much this means to me.
Poor Christina. I'll write the note at once. Children, come in, darlings. Mama's here.
Mama, he threw a snowball and hit me. I did not. I hit him back.
Oh, my baby. Such cheeks. Darling, you've been out for hours. Aren't you frozen?
I'm warm. I saw a dog, Mama. He ran after a man and he growled. I saw the dog, too.
Oh, did you, my sweet?
And the man picked up a stick and the dog ran around biting people.
Really? Oh, I know he didn't bite you, though, did he, darling?
I'd like a dog.
I'll just take their coats, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Ellen.
Can we play now, Mama?
Of course, darling. Any single thing you want is Christmas Eve.
I want to play Blind Man's Buff.
Blind Man's Buff? All right, now you know what you do first.
I know, Mama.
Oh.
It's a man, Mama.
What do you want, Mr. Crookstead?
You see, the door was open, and I thought...
My husband's not at home, Mr. Crookstead.
Yes, I know.
Children, go to Ellen.
Come on, Emmy. Wait for me.
What did you come here for? It isn't the first of the month, Mr. Crookstead.
It isn't that. I wanted to ask you something. An hour ago at the bank, a lady asked to see Mr. Helmer. She said she had a note from you.
Well?
Would you mind telling me if that lady was a Mrs. Linden?
Yes. Do you know her?
I haven't seen her for a great many years. Naturally, I was surprised when I heard her inquire for your husband.
It isn't surprising. She's going to be given a position at the bank.
She is?
Why, yes.
But how?
Well, you see, sometimes a little influence with the right people, Mr. Cook.
You mean you had something to do with it?
Well, naturally, I did what I could for my friend. Why?
Come now, Mrs. Helmer. You know very well whose job it is your friend is getting.
What are you talking about?
So I'm just to be thrown out, am I?
What?
Oh, you needn't pretend you didn't know.
How dare you talk like that to me? I didn't know. My husband doesn't tell me his business.
Mrs. Helmer, I must ask you to use your influence for me.
But I have no influence whatever.
But you just said you had,
That's
Mrs. Helmer.
quite different. If someone is to be hired, and if Mrs. Linden is capable, being an old friend of mine might help with my husband. But this is different. Do you expect me to be able to tell my husband what to do? I'm truly sorry for you.
Miss Helmer, I don't want your pity. I want your help. You really can't refuse me.
You're trying to frighten me, but I'm not afraid of you anymore. In a little while, I'll have paid off the note, and I'll be through with the whole business.
Please listen to me, Mrs. Helmer. Try to understand that it's vital for me to keep my job at the bank.
I'm sorry, but really, I'm quite helpless.
I tell you, I've got to keep it, that's all. I've got children, and they're growing up. They need to have a father who's able to hold up his head in a respectable position. I tell you, my job at the bank is the only chance I've got to get anywhere.
I'm sorry, but I just can't listen.
You've got to listen.
Mr. Krogstad, you're threatening me.
I don't care what you call it.
Would you tell my husband I owe you money?
I don't know.
Why, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. When it's all my own secret, and I'm so proud of it. Why, if he heard about it that way, there's no telling how unpleasant it would be.
Unpleasant? Mrs. Helmer, I'm afraid there are some things you don't understand very well. Let me make them clearer for you.
You needn't bother.
When your husband was ill, you came to me to borrow a sum of money. I promised to find you the money in exchange for a written agreement which I drew up. Your father was to sign this agreement.
Was to? He did sign it.
Did he, Mrs. Helmer?
Well, you know he did. Anyway, haven't I made my payments on time?
Mrs. Helmer, your father was very ill, wasn't he?
Yes, he was on his deathbed.
Tell me, Mrs. Helmer, do you happen to remember the day he died? The day of the month, I mean.
It was the 29th of September.
Ah, that's correct. But you see, I made a little investigation for myself, and I discovered a rather remarkable fact, which I can't quite explain.
What remarkable fact?
The remarkable fact is, or seems to be, that your father signed this paper 3 days after his death.
I don't understand.
Well, neither do I, Mrs. Helmer. Here your father dies on the 29th of September, and here he signs his name on October the 2nd. There's the date, don't you see? Now, isn't that remarkable? Perhaps you can explain it. Your father really did write his name here himself, didn't he?
No. No, I wrote it.
Do you realize what you're admitting? That was a very dangerous thing to do, Mrs. Helmer.
But why? You'll have your last payment in a few days.
Mrs. Helmer, you really don't seem to understand what you've done. Do you know, Mrs. Helmer, that I did something just about like that once, and it ruined me?
You mean you took a risk to save someone's life?
The law, Mrs. Helmer, takes no account of motives.
Then the law must be very bad.
Bad or not, if I take this paper to court, the law will condemn you exactly as it did me.
I don't believe it. As if I didn't have the right to save my father from worry when he was dying. As if anyone should tell me that I hadn't the right to save my husband's life. I don't know very much about law, and I don't want to if that's the way it is. But I'm certain they'd let you do that. Why, the idea of not knowing they would when you're a lawyer. You must be a very poor one.
Maybe I am. But I do understand something about this business you and I are in together. And now, Mrs. Helmer, you can do exactly as you please. But let me tell you this one thing. If I'm thrown off into the mud again, there'll be others to keep me company.
I must go, Torvald.
No, not yet. It's Christmas Eve.
Well, I don't hear Nora persuading me.
Oh, what? Oh, yes, please say Dr. Ronk.
No. I have patients waiting for me in the morning. People are as sick on Christmas Day as any other day.
Then you must come again tomorrow.
I will, if I'm still alive.
Oh, what a way for a doctor to talk.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Well, I still have a little work to do before bed.
Oh, no, Torvald. I want you to talk with me.
Now, what would that be about? By the way, was anyone here this afternoon?
No, just Christina. You gave her the position, Torvald.
Oh, yes. Yes, but when I came home, I thought I saw Krogstad leaving the house.
Krogstad? Well, he really was here, but just for a minute.
Nora.
Well, it was just for a minute.
Nora, look at me. I'm very, very much surprised. Krogstad has been asking you to put in a good word for him, hasn't he?
Are you going to be angry with me?
And you were supposed to do it just as if you'd thought of it yourself.
Well, yes, but I...
No, Nora. And you could stoop to that, to speak to such a man, to make a promise and then to lie about it. To me. Now, you won't do that again, will you, dear? Will you? Well, we won't say any more about it.
Torvald, tell me. Was it really something awful this Krogstad got into trouble over?
Oh, forgery, that's all. You know what that means.
But don't you think he might have been forced to do it?
Perhaps. And I'm not so hard-hearted as to condemn a man for a single slip.
Oh, no, of course not.
And a man can redeem his character if he admits his crime and takes his punishment.
Crime?
But Krogstad didn't. He dodged and used all kinds of tricks. He was disbarred, of course, but he should have been sent to jail.
But don't you think he had responsibilities, children? After all, he might have done it for their sake.
Yeah, that's the worst of it. It's like a poison, especially for the children.
How do you mean?
Oh, I've seen it time and time again. It's really amazing to see how criminal tendencies in children can be traced to lying parents. This Krogstad has been contaminating his children for years.
But how?
Oh, by his life of lies and deceit, of course. They're all drawn into it with him. Sad, isn't it? I can sympathize with you when you feel sorry for him. But you'll promise not to say any more about it. Well, I'm going to my study. I won't be long.
Oh, dear God.
Mrs. Helmer, the children want to come and say good night.
What?
The children. Shall I bring them in to you?
No. No, not now, Ellen.
So ends the first act of A Doll's House, starring Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone. Before they return in the second act, we want to present to you in verse our own version of a few historical love affairs. We must admit we've improved on history a little, which is just another way of saying that you'll find our verse historically inaccurate. Anyway, we think you'll find it amusing. Our first subject is the devastating Helen of Troy.
Greek Helen of Troy had a way with a boy that caused the upheaval of nations. To buy her a cloak, Menelaus went broke, and an army went short on its rations. But her jewels counted not, her robes were but aught we've learned from historical data. We'll give you the dope. She used Lux toilet soap, and her face was what launched the regatta.
We jump now to colonial times and to the comely maiden, Priscilla.
Priscilla was fair and had smoothly brushed hair when John came to woo her for Standish. But she wanted John with no pro or con. Why, the idea of Miles was outlandish. She got her own way and her confidence lay, not in clothes so demure and colonial. It's easy. Why, shucks. It's because she used Lux. It's a passport to things matrimonial.
And now we come to Miss 1938, in whom we're all most interested.
The girl of today wears a suit and beret. She ponders on color selection. But though fashions vary, they are still secondary compared with a lovely complexion. And she knows it still pays, as it did in past days, to keep her skin clear and attractive. And, of course, if she's clever, she'll do it forever with Lux, for its lather is active.
The famous beauties of history understood the relation between lovely skin and romance. The famous beauties of our own day, the lovely stars of Hollywood, understand it, too. 9 out of 10 of them used Lux toilet soap to protect their beauty. Its active lather removes dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics thoroughly. Guards against choked pores that cause cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Protect the loveliness of your skin the easy Hollywood way. Use Lux toilet soap before you renew makeup, always before you go to bed. May I remind you that an important announcement comes at the end of our performance tonight. I suggest that the ladies have pencil and paper ready. Now, our producer.
Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun continue in A Doll's House with Sam Jaffe and Netta Harrigan. Christmas Day finds Nora in a state close to hysteria. Under the influence of her husband's stern philosophy, she's fearful of contaminating her children with her presence. And so she's not seen them for almost 24 hours. Now, late in the afternoon, she knocks timidly at the door of her husband's study.
Come in. Well, Nora?
Am I disturbing you, Torvald?
Oh, well, just a little, but, what do you want, dear?
Torvald, if I were to ask you for something, to beg you for something very prettily, would you do it?
Nora, you can't mean what you were hinting at yesterday.
Oh, yes, for my sake, Torvald. You must let Croakstead keep his place in the bank.
My dear Nora, it's his place that I'm giving to your friend, Mrs. Linden.
Oh, yes, darling, and that's so good of you. But instead of Croakstead, couldn't you just dismiss some other clerk?
Dismiss some other clerk? What's the matter with you, Nora? Just because you were impulsive enough to promise to put in a good word for him, I'm to...
No, it's not that. It's not that I said anything to him, but it's for your own sake, Torvald. I'm so terribly afraid of him.
Why?
Well, I hear he's rather malicious, and there's no telling what he might say. That's why I beg you.
Yes, and the more you plead for him, the more you make it impossible for me to keep him on.
Oh, darling, please.
Now, there's no use going any further with this. The matter's closed. I've just sent a messenger out with a letter.
What letter?
Krogstad's dismissal.
Oh, call it back again, Torvald. There's still time for my sake, for your own. Oh, listen, please, Torvald. You don't know what might happen because of it.
Now, come, Nora. What do you expect me to do? Worry about being slandered or blackmailed by a wretched fellow like Krogstad? Really? I can forgive you only because I know it's proof of your love for me. And that's as it should be. Let what will happen when it comes to the pinch. I think you'll find my shoulders are broad enough to bear the burden.
No, you'll never do that. I won't let you.
Well, we'll do it together then. We'll share it. Man and wife. How would you like that? Now. Stop worrying. It's just your imagination. I'll tell you what. Take your tambourine and practice your tarantella.
Tarantella?
Yes. You're going to dance it at the Stenbolg's party tonight. You haven't forgotten, have you?
No, I remember.
Oh, Mrs. Helmer.
Is Dr. Ronkin?
Why, yes, come in.
Come in, Nora.
Thank you.
Well, sit down, Nora. I was just about to leave for your house.
Dr. Ronk, there's something I want to ask you. I'm not disturbing you, am I?
I always have time for you, Nora. I always will have. Just as long as I'm able.
As long as... What does that mean?
Does that frighten you?
Well, I think it's an odd expression, isn't it? Do you expect anything to happen?
Oh, something that's no surprise.
Is there something you've really discovered?
I've been auditing my life account, Nora.
Oh, you discovered something about yourself.
Yes, and it looks as if I'm bankrupt. Before very long, my poor carcass will be rotting in the churchyard.
Oh, what a dreadful way to talk.
Dreadful? Well, it's a dreadful business. There's one final test to be made, and then we'll know exactly when disintegration sets in.
Oh, Dr. Rank.
As soon as I'm certain of the worst, I'll send you my visiting card, and then you'll know that really serious things have begun.
I won't listen. You know you're exaggerating. You just like to talk this way. You mustn't think of dying and leaving Torvald and me. You're our oldest friend.
Oh, you will get over it. The absent are soon forgotten.
Do you think so?
People make fresh ties. Although I do hate to leave it all.
Oh, nonsense. You shan't leave us.
And without leaving behind as much as a little token of gratitude. Nothing but some space. The first person that comes along can fill that.
And just suppose if I were to ask you for...
For what?
For a great proof of your friendship. For a very, very great service.
Would you, for once, make me so happy?
Oh, but you don't know what it is.
Then tell me. Don't you trust me?
Oh, I do, Dr. Rank. It's something you must help me prevent. You know how deeply, how really deeply Torvald loves me. He wouldn't hesitate a moment to give his very life for me.
Nora, do you think he's the only one?
What do you mean?
Who'd gladly give his life for you?
Oh.
I wanted to say it to you once, before I go away. I'll never find a better moment. Well, I've told you. Now you know you can trust me as you can trust no one else.
Dr. Rank.
Well?
How could you be so... Why did you say that? It was all so nice before.
Nora,
please.
I
can't tell you anything now.
You mustn't punish me, not that way. Let me help you,
No,
Nora.
you can't do anything for me now. Besides, it's not... Oh, I really don't want any help. I have to leave now. Goodbye, Dr. Rank.
Oh, I'm glad you've come home, Ma'am. There's a man here to see you. Mr. Krogstad.
Here? Ellen, where's Mr. Helmer?
He's out, ma'am. Gone over to fetch Dr. Rank.
Oh.
Mr. Krogstad's in the library, ma'am.
Thank you, Ellen. What do you want here?
I want some information, Mrs. Helmer.
Be quick, then. What is it?
You know I've been dismissed.
I couldn't prevent it, Mr. Krogstad. I fought and I stood up for you, but it wasn't any use.
Oh. Is that all he cares for?
Oh, please, you won't tell. Think of my children.
Why should I? Did you and your husband think of mine? However, I've come to tell you that you needn't take this matter too seriously. I'm not going to use this information I've got. Not for the present, anyway.
Oh, Mr. Krogstad, I knew you wouldn't.
In fact, no one need know. It can remain just between us three.
Oh, no. My husband must never know.
Why? Are you ready to pay off the balance?
Well, no, not at the moment, but it won't be long before it's all paid.
No. I'm going to hold on to that note.
Why? What would you do with it?
Just keep it, Mrs. Helmer. Don't worry. No one else will ever know anything about it. So that if you had any desperate scheme in mind, put it right out of your head. We all think such things at first. I did too, Mrs. Helmer. But I didn't have the courage.
No, nor I.
No. You wouldn't have the courage either. Would you, Mrs. Helmer? It would be very foolish. Very, very foolish. Now, I've written a letter to your husband.
To my husband?
Sparing you as much as possible.
But he mustn't ever see it. Tear the letter up. I'll get the money somehow.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Helmer, but I think I've told you I don't want it.
Well, then what do you want?
I'll tell you what I want. I want to regain my foothold in the world. I want to get back to where I belong. I want to rise. And your husband shall help me.
No, he won't.
He will. I know him, Mrs. Helmer. He won't dare put up a fight. And when he and I are together there, you'll see. Yes, within a year, I shall be his right-hand man. It won't be Torvald Helmer. It'll be Niels Krogstad who runs the bank.
No.
No? Who will stop me?
Somebody who has the courage.
Oh, you can't frighten me. A petted, pampered creature like you.
Oh, you'll see. You'll see.
Under the ice, perhaps? Down in the cold, black water? The next spring to come up again ugly? Unrecognizable? No. People don't do that sort of thing, Mrs. Helmer. And anyway, what will be the use of it? I've got your husband in my pocket, no matter what you do.
Not after I'm gone. Not after
You forget. Your reputation is in my hands. You can think of that when you're planning to do something foolish. I'll drop this letter in the mailbox on my way out.
No, please.
I expect to hear from your husband very soon.
Oh, Christina.
What are you doing, my dear?
I'm trying to get the mailbox open.
But where's the key?
I haven't one. Christina, look. There's a letter in there, and it's from Krogstad.
Krogstad?
Yes, and now Torvald will know everything.
Oh, believe me, dear. It will really be best for both of you.
Oh, but you don't understand. I forged a name. I forged Papa's name.
Nora.
Listen, Christina. You must witness.
What is there to witness?
If anything should happen, if I should go out of my mind, if anything should happen so that I wouldn't be here.
Nora, you've lost control of yourself.
If anyone else should try to take the whole blame on himself. You are my witness that it was all my doing. No one else knew anything about it. Oh, I'm not out of my mind, Christina. I know what I'm saying. I did the whole thing. You will remember, won't you?
Of course I'll remember, but I don't know what you mean.
Oh, no. No, how could you? Because a very wonderful thing is going to happen. A miracle is going to come.
Miracle?
Yes, a very wonderful thing. But it's so terrible, too, Christina. Oh, it mustn't happen.
Don't, dear. I shall go to Krogstad right now and talk to him.
You? What can you do?
In the old days, he would have done anything for me.
Krogstad?
I knew him very well.
Nonsense. You must come tonight.
No, I'd better not.
Oh, listen.
But everyone will
It's Torvald and Dr. Rank. They're coming up the stairs. Torvald mustn't see
Go
me.
inside. I'll try to find
What in
Krogstad.
heaven's name are
Don't
you
give up
talking
hope,
about?
Nora.
A miracle. It must happen. Oh, it must.
Come in, Rank. And I still say you're quite mad.
Perhaps.
Well, Nora, home again?
Yes. How do you do, Dr. Rank?
Good evening, Nora.
Oh, what's the matter with you, Nora? You're quite upset. Have you been practicing too hard?
No, I haven't practiced at all yet.
But you'll have to.
Oh, yes, I must. I must practice a great deal. But, Torvald, I can't without you. I know I've forgotten everything.
Oh, well, when you've worked on it, it'll come back to you. Sit down, Rank.
Where are you going, Torvald?
Just have a look at the mailbox.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Oh, why not?
Torvald, I'm sure there are no letters there.
Well, just let me look
Oh,
at
no,
it.
if you don't rehearse with me, I won't be able to dance tonight.
What? You're really as nervous as all that about it?
Terribly, Torvald. Let's rehearse now. There's time before dinner. Sit down and play for me, and you can direct me. You know the way you used to do.
All right. What a creature.
Play, Torvald, play.
Slower.
I can't do it any slower.
Not so violently, Nora.
But I must.
Oh, Nora, that will never do.
Oh, Torvald, please. I told you I needed to practice.
Let me play for her. Perhaps we can do it slower.
Oh, yes, please. Now, look, Torvald, sit here, and then you can watch me.
All right. Now try to calm yourself.
Yes, darling, I will. How's this, Torvald? Is it better?
Nora, there's no need to dance as though it were a matter of life and death. Right, stop. This is all out of control. Stop, I say. Nora, I don't see how you could have forgotten everything that way.
But I told you I had. Oh, Torvald, you must practice with me right up to the last minute. Promise, Torvald.
Well, certainly, if you wish.
Well, you're to think of nothing but me. Not a letter, not a paper. You mustn't even look at the mailbox until after the party.
Very well, my dear. But you seem so overwrought. Now, let's all go in and we'll have dinner and then we can practice again later.
Thank you, Torvald.
Come along, Rock.
Thanks.
7 o'clock. 5 hours until midnight. And the tarantella will be over. 5 hours to live.
Nora, are you coming?
Coming, Torvald?
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
curtain falls on Act 2 of A Doll's House. Before we hear Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun in Act 3, we spend this brief intermission with another personality from backstage Hollywood, Frances Manson, chief story editor of Samuel Goldwyn Productions. Miss Manson came here from Columbia University, where she taught short story writing and advertising. Today, she's one of that highly important group who, seeking for good motion picture stories, wade through the vast mass of material turned out by the world's authors. And now, Miss Manson, what's your story?
A complaint, Mr. DeMille. We've had a very definite lack of story material. If good stories were only half as plentiful around Hollywood as Lux soap, I'd be a lot happier. There's a cake of Lux in practically every dressing room in Hollywood, but there are only about 10 good motion picture ideas in every 1,100 stories. In spite of the fact that about half the letters that come to producers are from people claiming they have great ideas for film stories, we're still screaming for new material. Many of these unsolicited stories may be great, but every unknown writer who sends us one is certain of receiving it back promptly and unopened.
We can't give them a chance because we can't take a chance.
That's it. A lot of people think we're just waiting for the opportunity to steal their ideas. Obviously, that isn't true, and here's a typical example. We received a letter from a man who said, I have a great idea for Gary Cooper. Make him a cowboy in his next picture and let him fall in love with a society girl. Please send me a check for $1,000 immediately as I am going on my vacation next Tuesday.
I assume he went on his vacation without your assistance.
Right. You know as well as I do, Mr. DeMille, that such a vague suggestion doesn't mean very much. An idea like that is so obvious that it had already occurred dozens of times to writers at the studio and hundreds of times to people outside the studio. As a matter of fact, in reference to this particular case, Mr. Goldwyn had already started work on a picture called The Lady and the Cowboy with Gary Cooper and Meryl Oberon. Imagine how embarrassing it would be if we read every manuscript we received. Without a doubt, a manuscript would be bound to contain an episode somewhere in it that might slightly resemble part of our movie script. And human nature being what it is, we would never convince the would-be author that we had not stolen his play and changed it around to suit ourselves. The safest plan for all concerned is the one we follow, namely not to open any manuscript which comes in unsolicited. This is the firmest rule in Hollywood.
Then what outlets are open to the would-be screenwriter, Miss Manson?
My advice is this. Prove your ability first, write for the magazines, for the book publishers, or the play producers, and we'll grab you without further delay. In other words, if you want to write for Hollywood, don't write for Hollywood until we ask you.
Well, what do you think of the ones we've already asked?
As a rule, the important screenwriters are quite as temperamental as actors. But at times you can't blame them because the producers they work for are temperamental too.
Heresy, Miss Manson. That requires explanation.
I can recall one producer who summoned in his writers and said he wanted the scope of the story to be much bigger. This isn't big enough, he said. I want it to be great. I want it to be infinitesimal. And the producer was not Mr. Goldwyn. Then there's the producer who reluctantly agreed to read a certain writer's story. All right, he said, I'll read it with an open mind, but I may as well warn you, I think it's terrible.
But writers, in turn, are often something of a problem to producers. For instance, Robert Riskin has to write every line of a screenplay in longhand. S.K. Lauren has to go away and do his creating in a shack. Joe Swirling will spend weeks at wood carving and not write a single line, then suddenly appear, call for a dictaphone, and give forth a complete shooting script without having put a word down on paper.
Still, in my opinion, the screenwriter is entitled to every bit of individuality he cares to assert. The fact remains that he delivers the goods and contributes what, to me, is the most important phase of pictures, the story. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Manson. Act 3 of A Doll's House, starring Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun with Sam Jaffe and Netta Harrigan. Later the same night, with Christina gone to use her influence with Krogstad, Nora dances at the party. Faster and faster she whirls about the room, her cheeks 2 spots of crimson, her eyes burning, and then the tarantella ends.
Nora, come here.
Oh, Torvald, did I dance well?
You were magnificent, my dear. You remembered everything I told you. Come now. We must go home.
Oh, no, not yet, darling. Just a little longer.
But it's late, Nora, and you're tired.
Yes, I am tired.
Come along, dear. We'll say good night. so slowly, Nora. Let me help you.
I'm even more tired than I thought.
There we are. You see, I was perfectly right not to let you stay any longer.
Yes, darling. Everything you do is right. Torval, what are you doing?
I want to clear out the mailbox.
So late, Torval. Won't tomorrow do?
Look at all the letters that have collected. Why? What's this?
What?
Dr. Rank's visiting card. It was right on top. He must have just put it in tonight. I wonder what this means.
What is it?
This black cross over his name. What a ghastly idea. You'd think he was announcing his own death.
He is.
What? How do you know? Has he told you something?
That card is his farewell. He's going to shut himself up alone and die.
Oh, poor old Rank. Of course, I knew we couldn't hope to keep him long, but so soon. And to go off alone, like a wounded animal.
When one goes, it's best to go silently, don't you think?
I just can't realize that he's gone. He'd grown into our lives so. Ah, well, perhaps it's for the best, at least for him. And for us, too, because now we have to depend entirely on each other. Go in, dear. Oh, it's a relief to be home again. Come here, Nora, you enchanting creature.
Torval, don't, please.
Why not? Oh, I know what it is. You have the tarantella still in your blood, and it makes you all the more tempting.
Read your letters, Torval.
Oh, but a moment ago, you asked me to wait. Oh, my darling, I can't hold you close enough. You know, I wish sometimes that you were in some great trouble, so that I could do something really marvelous for you, risk my body and soul, everything.
Please, you must read your letters, Torval.
What an insistent creature. Very well. Let me see. This is strange. A letter from Krogstad. I wonder if he's going to ask... What's this? Nora, do you know what's in this letter?
Yes.
He says that you're a forger. That you forged your father's name. Is it true?
I loved you, Torval.
Answer me. Is it true?
It was all because I loved you.
Stop saying that.
Yes, it's true.
You fool. What have you done?
Torval, you're not going to take this on yourself. You're not to try to save me.
Oh, don't be melodramatic. Do you understand what you've done?
Yes.
You've ruined my future. Do you know that? You've put me in the hands of a scoundrel. From now on, he can do whatever he likes with me. Demand what he chooses. Domineer over me as much as he likes, and I must submit to everything.
When I'm out of the world, you'll be free.
Out of the world? Oh, this is no time for fine phrases. What good would it do if you were out of the world? He blabbed the story just the same, and people might even suspect me of having been a part of it. Did you ever stop to think of that? They'd say that I was at the bottom of it, that I'd egged you on. And it's you I have to thank for all this. You whom I've petted and spoiled all our married life. Now do you understand what you've done to me?
Yes.
I just can't believe it. I've got to keep him quiet somehow. That's it. People simply mustn't find out that there's anything at all out of the way. Well, we'll make things look as though nothing had happened between us. And oh, what can that be at this hour? What is it?
A letter for you, sir. Mr. Krogstad asked me to deliver it.
Krogstad, give it here. Oh, what more can he do to me now?
Torval,
Be quiet. Why? What? Look. It's a promissory note. It's your note. He's returned it. I don't understand. What does he say? Returning your wife's note, I regret my actions in this matter. Mrs. Linden has convinced me that... Oh, Nora! Nora, thank God! I'm saved.
And I?
You too, yes, of course, darling. We're saved, Nora. It's all over. It's finished. I'll tear it up. I won't even look at it. The whole thing shall just disappear like a dream. Oh, Nora, these must have been terrible days for you.
Yes, they have been.
Yes, I see now. You did it because you loved me. It was just that you went about it in the wrong way, dear. You didn't have the experience to know how. But the next time, you see, dearest, you must come to me. You do realize that, don't you? Nora, you're not going to remember the things I said, are you? Why, the whole world seemed to be falling to pieces around me. It's all going to be forgotten. I forgive you.
Thank you for your forgiveness, Torval.
Thank you. Is that all you have to say to me? Why do you look at me so strangely? Now, dear, you'd better go and get some sleep.
I shall not sleep tonight.
But it's late.
It's not so late. Sit down, Torval.
Nora, what do you mean? Your face is so cold and set.
Sit down, Torval.
Nora, you frighten me. I don't understand you.
That's just it. You don't understand me. And I've never understood you. Until tonight.
What do you mean?
Doesn't one thing strike you as strange as we sit here?
Nora, what are you talking about?
We've been married 8 years. Doesn't it occur to you that this is the first time we two have talked together seriously?
Oh, my dear child. What have you to do with serious things?
I've had a great injustice done me, Torval. First by my father and then by you.
Your father and me?
Yes. When I was at home, Father used to tell me all his opinions, and I always agreed with them. He used to call me his doll child and play with me, just the way I played with my dolls. And then I came to live in your house.
Oh, what a way to talk about our marriage.
Well, I mean, I changed hands. From his to yours. And I heard your opinions and agreed with them. Or pretended to.
Nora.
I've been living here like a beggar by performing tricks for you. That's the way you would have it. You and my father are responsible. It's your fault my life has come to nothing.
Nora, haven't you been happy here?
No. Only merry. You've always been kind to me, but our house has been nothing but a nursery. I've been your doll wife, just as I used to be Father's doll child. And in the same way, my children have been my dolls. That's what our marriage has been, Torval.
Well, perhaps there is some truth in what you say. But, Nora, from now on, it will be different.
Yes. Very different. I'm leaving you, Torval.
What are you saying?
I can't stay with you.
You've lost your mind. I won't allow it.
I'll spend the night with Christina, and tomorrow I'm going home.
You mean that you propose to leave your home, your husband, and your children? And have you considered what people will say?
I don't care what they say. From now on, I must think things out for myself.
Oh, you talk like a child. Desert your home, you can't. These things are your duty. Your sacred duty.
I have other duties equally sacred.
Name them.
My duties toward myself. Before all else, I'm a human being, just as much as you are. And if I'm not, then I must try to become one.
Nora, you're ill. I almost think that you're out of your senses.
I've never felt so clear or so certain.
Clear and certain enough to forsake your husband and children?
Yes.
Oh, then there's only one possible explanation. You don't love me anymore.
Yes, that's just it.
Nora.
I'm sorry, but I can't help it. I don't love you anymore.
You're clear and certain of that, too?
Yes.
And can you explain to me at what moment you ceased to love me?
Yes, I can. It was this evening when the miracle that I expected to happen didn't happen. It was then I saw that you were not the man I'd imagined.
I don't understand you.
For 8 years now, I've been waiting for a certain wonderful thing to happen between you and me. And I've been waiting patiently because I know that really wonderful things can't happen every day. And when I saw that this catastrophe was hanging over me, I said to myself, it's coming. The miracle is coming.
When was this?
Torval, when Krogstad's letter was lying in the box, it never occurred to me that you'd think for a minute of submitting to that man's conditions. I was certain that you'd say to him, all right, tell everybody, publish it to the whole world. And I was certain that after that...
After that, what? When I'd covered my wife's name with shame and disgrace?
Oh, then I was sure you'd come forward and take the whole thing on yourself. You'd say, I'm the guilty one.
I? But Nora...
Oh, I'd never have accepted such a sacrifice. Of course not. But what would my word have been against yours? That was the miracle I hoped for and dreaded. And to prevent that, I wanted to die.
Nora, I would gladly work day and night for you. I'd bear any sorrows and want. But no man sacrifices his honor even for the woman he loves.
Millions of women have done it.
Oh, you talk like a child. You think like a child.
When you got over being frightened, not for me, but for yourself, and you knew there was nothing more to fear, then it was as if nothing had happened. I was your doll again, and you would take twice as much care of it in the future because I was so weak and fragile. Torval, it burst on me in that moment that I'd been married for 8 years to a man I hardly knew.
But you're still my wife, now and always.
Torval, when a wife leaves her husband's house, as I'm doing, I've heard that in the eyes of the law, he's free from all duties to her. At all events, I release you from all duties to me. Here's your ring. Give me mine. Here are the keys. Tomorrow when I've left town, Christina will come and pack up the things I've brought from home. I'll have them sent after me.
Is everything over? Nora, will you never think of me again?
Torvald, I shall often think of you and the children and this house.
May I write to you, Nora?
No, never. You mustn't.
But I must send you.
No, I say.
Can I never be anything more than a stranger to you?
Perhaps. Someday. Oh, Torvald, to that the miracle would have to happen.
What's that?
Both of us would have to change so that... Oh, but I no longer believe in miracles.
Perhaps I do. Tell me, Nora.
So changed that our marriage would be real, with a real love to hold us together. Goodbye.
Nora, wait.
Goodbye, Torvald.
Nora! A miracle. Perhaps someday. Yes, that miracle will happen. It's got to happen.
And so we take our leave of Ibsen's play. A little later, Melville Ruick brings you the important announcement mentioned earlier tonight. But now, we meet the two principal tenants of A Doll's House, Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbun. Basil, you're such a scoundrel in pictures, so persistently. How did it feel to take off the whiskers and play a less villainous role?
Well, C.B., getting into A Doll's House was like getting out of a dog's house. I've played villains on the screen so long that every time the steam radiators hiss at my house, I take a bow. But what's particularly interesting to me is that I've never been a villain on the air.
I've often wondered, Basil, what type of letters the fans write to you men who put the menace in the movies.
Oh, I get a lot of letters, Joan. The only trouble is they all seem to have the same idea. They just hope that someday I'll get the thrashing I deserve.
But the more disliked you are by the audience, the better the producers like you.
Well, that's comforting anyway. I've been perforated by swords so many times, I now train on a bed of nails. Rather sad, don't you think? I never know just how to save my skin from lunging heroes.
Did you ever try Lux soap? 9 out of 10 stars protect their skin with it.
Yes, but Lux soap makes me look so completely lovely, John. I'd soon be out of work. Yes, I'd get to look like you, and that would... Oh, I mean...
Oh, that's all right, Basil. I understand. And until I want to look like your partner in crime, I'm going to continue using Lux soap, because I don't think there's anything nicer for a lovely complexion. And now, having disposed of Basil's problem, Mr. DeMille, my sincere thanks for bringing A Doll's House to the air and allowing me to play Nora. And my appreciation, too, to Mr. Rathbun and to Mr. Jaffe, who made a special trip from New York to be here. And to Miss Netta Harrigan, Mr. Steele, and all the others in our cast. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, Joan. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Joan. Good night, Basil.
There's another real treat in store for you next Monday night. In a moment, our producer, Mr. DeMille, will be back to tell you all about it. But while we are waiting, I want to tell you about our offer of a compact for the ladies. The response to this offer last week has been overwhelming, and it is repeated tonight so that no one need lose out. If you have not already sent for your genuine Van-style double compact, by all means do so tomorrow. Or if you have obtained one and want one or two more for a gift or for a bridge prize, you may have it now. It's difficult for a man to describe this compact and do it justice. All I can say is that it's swell.
Perhaps I could help you describe it.
Oh, would you please? Just tell the ladies in our audience how this compact appeals to you.
Well, this is really the sort of compact every woman wants. Thin and lightweight, a delicate horseshoe shape of graceful design, curved in the front and square at the back. And, of course, there's no advertising on it. The top is finished in gold effect and set in gleaming black enamel. The bottom, richly tooled in a harmonizing pattern. It will remind you of a piece of fine old antique jewelry, and it's just as smart as it can be. The black and gold color combination makes it harmonize with any costume. It's a double compact with 2 compartments, one for loose powder and the other already filled with a cake of fine neutral shade rouge. And it's so easy to get rouge refills to match your own complexion. The clear, gleaming mirror is the full size of the cover. In many stores, this type of compact usually sells for $1.
Well, thank you very much, but this compact does not cost our listeners $1. For the time being, our Lux Toilet Soap friends can get it for 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and only 25 cents in coin. Send for yours at once. Now let me repeat that. You need only 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 25 cents in coin. Fold the coin into the wrappers and enclose in an envelope with a slip of paper on which your name and address is printed clearly. Don't send stamps. Address, Lux Toilet Soap, Box number 1, New York City. Your compact will be mailed to you promptly. This offer is good only in the United States. So, buy 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. Send 3 wrappers and only 25 cents in coin folded into them, together with a slip of paper with your name and address printed clearly, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box number 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. Mr. DeMille.
From the stern drama of A Doll's House, we turn next Monday night to the gay romance of Columbia's highly successful comedy, Theodora Goes Wild. Starring in the title role will be the same delightful comedienne whom you saw in the picture, Irene Dunn. And co-starred with Miss Dunn, the seasoned sensational comedy find, one of the most versatile stars in Hollywood, Cary Grant. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and Cary Grant in Theodora Goes Wild. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Our cast tonight included Celeste Rush as Ellen, John Russell as Ivar Helmer, Jackie Horner as Emmy Helmer, Frank Nelson as a messenger, and Eleanor Mitchell as Via. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for Josette. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Prunella Scales, Freddie Jones, and Dennis Hawthorne in Bernard Shaw's comedy, You Never Can Tell. A dentist's waiting room on a fine August morning in 1896. Not the usual tiny London den, but the best sitting room of a furnished lodging in a terrace on the seafront at a fashionable watering place. That was my first tooth.
Your first? Do you mean to say that you began practicing on me?
Well, every dentist has to begin with somebody. Why didn't you let me give you gas?
Because you said it would be 5 shillings extra.
Oh, don't say that. It makes me feel as if I'd hurt you for the sake of 5 shillings.
Well, so you have. Why shouldn't you? It's your business to hurt people. You have a good view of the sea from these rooms. Are they expensive?
Yes?
You don't own the whole house, do you?
No.
Your furniture isn't quite the latest thing, is it?
It's my landlord.
I suppose you haven't been here long.
6 weeks. Is there anything else you would like to know?
Any family?
I am not married.
Of course not. Anybody can see that. I mean sisters and mother and that sort of thing.
Not on the premises.
If you've been here 6 weeks and mine was your first tooth, the practice can't be very large, can it?
Not as yet.
Well, good luck. 5 shillings, you said it would be?
5 shillings.
You charge 5 shillings for everything?
Yes.
Why?
It's my system. I'm what's called a 5-shilling dentist.
How nice. Well, here, a nice new 5-shilling piece. Your first fee.
Thank you.
The young lady's brother, sir.
Am I in time?
No, it's all over.
Oh, did you howl?
Oh, something awful. Mr. Valentine, this is my brother Phil. Phil, this is Mr. Valentine, our new dentist. He's only been here 6 weeks, and he's a bachelor. The house isn't his, and the furniture is the landlord's. He got my tooth out beautifully at the first go, and he and I are great friends.
Been asking a lot of questions?
Oh, no.
I'm glad to hear it. It's so good of you not to mind us, Mr. Valentine. The fact is, we've never been in England before, and our mother tells us that the people here simply won't stand us. Come and lunch with us.
Oh, do, Mr. Valentine.
At the Marine Hotel, 1:30.
We shall be able to tell Mamma that a respectable Englishman has promised to lunch with us.
Say no more, Mr. Valentine, you'll come.
Say no more. I haven't said anything. May I ask who I have the pleasure of entertaining? It really is quite impossible for me to lunch at the Marine Hotel with two perfect strangers.
Oh, what bosh. One patient in 6 weeks. What difference does it make to you?
No, Dolly. My knowledge of human nature confirms Mr. Valentine's judgment. He is right. Let me introduce Miss Dorothy Clarendon, commonly called Dolly. I'm Philip Clarendon. We're from Madeira, but perfectly respectable so far.
Clarendon? Are you related?
Yes, we are.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, we are. It's all over, Phil. They know all about us in England. Oh, Mr. Valentine, you can't think how maddening it is to be related to a celebrated person and never be valued anywhere for one's own sake.
Excuse me, the gentleman I was thinking of was not celebrated.
Gentleman?
Yes. I was going to ask whether you were by any chance a daughter of Mr. Densmore Clarendon of Newbury Hall.
No.
Well, come, Dolly. How do you know you're not?
Oh, I forgot, of course. Perhaps I am.
Don't you know?
Not in the least.
It's a wise child.
The fact is, Mr. Valentine, we are the children of the celebrated Mrs. Lanfrey Clarendon, an authoress of great repute in Madeira. No household is complete without her works. We came to England to get away from them. They're called the 20th century treatises.
20th century cooking.
20th century creed.
20th century clothing.
20th century conduct.
20th century children.
20th century parents.
Cloth limp, $50.
Or mounted on linen for hard family use, $2. No family should be without them. Read them, Mr. Valentine. They'll improve your mind.
But not till we've gone, please.
Quite so. We prefer people with unimproved minds. Our own minds are in that fresh and unspoiled condition.
Phil, he prefers people whose minds are improved.
Well, in that case, we shall have to introduce him to the other member of the family. The woman of the 20th century, our sister Gloria.
Nature's masterpiece.
Learning's daughter.
Madeira's pride.
Beauty's paragon.
Bosh. No complexion.
May I have a word?
Excuse me, go ahead.
So sorry.
I really must give a hint to you young people.
Oh, come. I like that. How old are you?
Over 30.
He's not.
He is.
27.
33.
Stuff.
I appeal to you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, really, 31.
You were wrong.
So are you.
We're forgetting our manners, Dolly.
Yes, so we are.
We interrupted you, Mr. Valentine.
You were going to improve our minds, I think.
The fact is, your...
Our appearance.
Oh, do let me speak.
The old story. We talk too much.
We do. Shut up, both.
Mum.
Thank you. Now, may I ask, to begin with, have you ever been in an English seaside resort before?
No.
No.
I thought so. Well, in a seaside resort, there is one thing you must have before anybody can afford to be seen going about with you. And that's a father, alive or dead. Am I to infer that you have omitted that indispensable part of your social equipment?
I'm afraid...
We have.
Then I'm sorry to say that if you're going to stay here for any length of time, it will be impossible for me to accept your kind invitation to lunch.
Come, Dolly.
Good morning.
Oh, stop. You make me feel a perfect beast.
That's your conscience, not us.
My conscience? My conscience has been my ruin. Listen to me. Twice before, I have set up as a respectable medical practitioner in various parts of England. On both occasions, I acted conscientiously and told my patients the brute truth instead of what they wanted to be told. Result, ruin. Now I've set up as a dentist, a 5-shilling dentist, and I've done with conscience forever. This is my last chance. I spent my last sovereign on moving in, and I haven't paid a shilling of rent yet. I'm eating and drinking on credit. My landlord is as rich as a Jew and as hard as nails, and I've made 5 shillings in 6 weeks. If I swerve by a hair's breadth from the straight line of the most rigid respectability, I'm done for. But under such circumstances, is it fair to ask me to lunch with you when you don't know your own father?
Well, after all, our grandfather is a canon of Lincoln Cathedral.
What? Have you a grandfather?
Only one.
Oh, my dear, good young friends. Why on earth didn't you tell me that before? A canon of Lincoln. That makes it all right, of course. Just excuse me while I change my coat.
That wretched, bankrupt ivory snatcher makes a compliment of allowing us to stand him a lunch. Probably the first square meal he's had for months.
Too beastly. I won't stand it any longer, Phil. Here in England, everybody asks whether you have a father, the very first thing.
I won't stand it either. Mamma must tell us who he was.
2 ladies for you, miss. Your mother and sister, miss, I think.
Well, children, how is the toothache, Dolly?
Cured, thank heaven. I've had it out.
And the dentist, a first-rate professional man of the highest standing, is coming to lunch with us.
Phil?
Beg pardon, ma'am. I'm waiting for Mr. Valentine. I have a message for him.
Who from? Dolly.
Only the landlord, ma'am.
Let me introduce you, Mr. Valentine. My mother, Mrs. Lanfrey Clarendon.
How do you do?
My sister, Gloria.
Oh. How do you do?
How do you do?
I understand that we are to have the pleasure of seeing you at luncheon today, Mr. Valentine.
Thank you. If you don't mind. I mean, if you'll be so kind. What is it?
The landlord, sir, wishes to speak to you before you go out.
Oh. Tell him I have 4 patients here. If he wouldn't mind waiting just 2 minutes, I'll slip down and see him for a moment. Say I'm busy, but that I want to see him.
Yes, sir, I will, sir.
We are detaining you, I'm afraid.
Not at all, not at all. Your presence here will be the greatest help to me. The fact is, I owe 6 weeks' rent, and I've had no patients until today. My interview with my landlord will be considerably smoothed by the apparent boom in my business.
Oh, how tiresome of you to let it all out. And we've just been pretending that you were a respectable professional man in a first-rate position.
Oh, Dolly, my dearest, how can you be so rude? Will you excuse these barbarian children of mine, Mr. Valentine?
Not at all. I'm used to them. Would it be too much to ask you to wait 5 minutes while I get rid of my landlord downstairs?
Oh, don't be long. We're hungry.
Dolly, dear.
All right, thank you. I shan't be long. Yes. Thank you.
Did you observe? Love at first sight. You can add his scalp to your collection, Gloria.
What nonsense you do talk.
Shh, pray, Phil, he may have heard you.
Oh, not me. And now look here, Mamma. Dolly and I have been talking over things a good deal lately, and there are certain matters upon which we are beginning to feel that you might take us a little more into your confidence.
Phil, take care. I never ask you questions about your private concerns. You are not going to question me, are you?
I think it due to ourselves to say that the question we wanted to ask is as much our business as yours.
Besides, it can't be good to keep a lot of questions bottled up inside you. You did it, Mamma. But see how awfully it's broken out again in me.
I see you want to ask your question. Ask it.
Well, it's a simple one. Now, when the ivory snatcher...
Phil.
Oh, dentist is an ugly word. The man of ivory and gold asked us whether we were the children of Mr. Densmore Clarendon of Newbury Hall. In pursuance of the precepts in your treatise on 20th century conduct and your repeated personal exhortations to us to curtail the number of unnecessary lies we tell, we replied, truthfully, that we didn't know.
Neither did we.
Shh. The result was that the gum architect made considerable difficulties about accepting our invitation to lunch, although I doubt if he has had anything but tea and bread and butter for a fortnight past. Now, my knowledge of human nature leads me to believe that we had a father, and that you probably know who he was.
Stop, Phil. Your father is nothing to you nor to me. That is enough.
Mother, we have a right to know.
Gloria.
We. Who is we? We 3.
In your mouth, we used to mean you and I, Gloria.
We're hurting you. Let's drop it. We didn't think you'd mind. I don't want to know.
I'm sure I don't. Oh, don't look like that, Mamma.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you, Phil.
We have a right to know, Mother.
Ah, you insist.
Do you intend that we shall never know? Oh, Gloria, don't. It's barbarous.
What's the use of being weak? You see what has happened with this gentleman here, Mother. The same thing has happened to me.
What do you
What
mean?
happened to you?
Oh, nothing of any consequence. On board the steamer, the first officer did me the honor to propose to me.
No, it was to me.
The first officer? Are you serious, Gloria? What did you say to him? Oh, excuse me, I have no right to ask that.
The answer is pretty obvious. A woman who does not know who her father was cannot accept such an offer.
Well, surely you didn't want to accept it.
No, but suppose I had wanted to.
Did that difficulty strike you, Dolly?
No, I accepted him.
Oh, I say.
He did look such a fool.
Why did you do such a thing, Dolly?
For fun, I suppose. He had to measure my finger for a ring. Oh, you'd have done the same thing yourself.
No, Dolly, I would not. As a matter of fact, the first officer did propose to me. And I told him to keep that sort of thing for women who were young enough to be amused by it. He appears to have acted on my advice. Gloria, I'm sorry you think me weak, but I cannot tell you what you want. You are all too young.
Well, this is rather a startling departure from 20th century principles.
Answer all your children's questions and answer them truthfully as soon as they are old enough to ask them. See 20th Century Motherhood.
Page 1.
Chapter 1.
Sentence 1.
My dears, I did not say that you were too young to know. I said you were too young to be taken into my confidence. You're very bright children, all of you. But I'm glad for your sakes that you're still very inexperienced and consequently very unsympathetic. There are some experiences of mine that I cannot bear to speak of except to those who have gone through what I have gone through. I hope you will never be qualified for such confidences. But I will take care that you shall learn all you want to know. Will that satisfy you?
Another grievance, Dolly.
We're not sympathetic. Mother, I did not mean to be unsympathetic.
Of course not, dear. Do you think I don't understand?
But, Mother...
Yes?
It is nonsense to tell us that our father is nothing to us.
Do you remember your father?
I'm not quite sure. I think so.
You are not sure?
No.
Gloria, if I had ever struck you purposely, deliberately, with the intention of hurting you with a whip bought for the purpose, would you remember that, do you think?
Oh, Mother.
That would have been your last recollection of your father, Gloria, if I had not taken you away from him. I've kept him out of your life. Keep him now out of mine by never mentioning him to me again.
I hope I've not kept you waiting. That landlord of mine is really an extraordinary old character. He doesn't want his rent at all. He's broken his tooth on a Brazil nut, and he wants me to look at it and to lunch with him afterwards.
Then have him up and pull his tooth out at once, and we'll bring him to lunch too. Tell the maid to fetch him along. I suppose he's respectable. Really respectable.
Perfectly. Not like me.
Honest Injun.
Honest Injun.
Then off with you, and bring him up.
Well, I dare say he'd be delighted if...
I should be happy to see your friend at lunch if you can persuade him to come. But I can't wait to see him now. I have an appointment at the hotel at 1:45 with an old friend whom I've not seen since I left England 18 years ago. Will you excuse me?
Certainly, Mrs. Clandon. I will see you to the front door.
Shall I come?
No, dear. I want to be alone. Thank you, Mr. Valentine.
Aha. You rang, sir? Show the old gentleman up. Madam? The old gentleman with the toothache.
The landlord.
Mr. Crampton, sir.
Is his name Crampton?
Show Mr. Crampton's up. Mr. Crampton, miss. Crampton. Crampton. I must get that name right, or heaven knows what I shall call him.
But hark, he comes.
Who? Talkstone.
Shh. Attention. If he's good enough for the lunch, Gloria, I'll nod to Dolly. And if she nods to you, invite him straight away.
May I introduce you? This is Mr. Crampton, Miss Dorothy Clandon, Mr. Philip Clandon, Mrs. Clandon. Sit down, Mr. Crampton.
That is the most comfortable chair, Mr. Crampton.
Thank you. But, won't this young lady...
Thank you, Mr. Crampton. We are just going.
Oh, sit down. You're tired.
Well, perhaps as I am considerably the oldest person present,
Mr. Crampton, we understand that we are preventing Mr. Valentine from lunching with you by taking him away ourselves. My mother would be very glad indeed if you would come too.
Thank you. I will come with pleasure.
How old are you, Mr. Crampton? I am afraid we must be going, Mr. Valentine. It is understood, then, that we meet at 1:30.
1:30. Allow me to see you to the door. Are you coming too, Mr. Clandon?
Yes, I will. Dolly?
In a minute. Make him give you gas. It's 5 shillings extra, but it's worth it.
Very well. See, you want to know my age, do you? I'm 57.
You look it.
Dare say I do.
What are you looking at me so hard for? Anything wrong? Is it my hat?
You're like somebody.
Who?
Well, you have a curious look of my mother.
Your mother? You're quite sure you don't mean your daughter?
Yes, I'm quite sure I don't mean my daughter.
Oh, tooth bad.
No, nothing. Twinge of memory, Miss Clandon, not of toothache.
Have it out. Pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow with gas 5 shillings extra.
No, not a sorrow. An injury that was done me once, that's all. I don't forget injuries. I don't want to forget them.
I don't think we shall like you when you're brooding over your injuries.
Dolly, my sister means well, Mr. Crampton, but she's indiscreet. Now, Dolly, outside.
He says he's only 57 and he thinks me the image of his mother and he hates his daughter.
Miss Clandon has gone on.
Don't forget, 1:30.
Now, mind you leave Mr. Crampton enough teeth to eat with.
That's a spoiled child, Mr. Valentine. That's one of your modern products. When I was her age, I had many a good hiding fresh in my memory to teach me manners.
What did you think of her sister?
You liked her better, eh?
She struck me as being... However, that's not business. Open, please. You have broken that one. What a pity to spoil such a splendid set of teeth. Why do you crack nuts with them?
I've always cracked nuts with them. What else are they for? The proper way to keep teeth good is to give them plenty of use on bones and nuts and wash them every day with soap. Plain yellow soap.
Soap? Why so?
I began using it as a boy because I was made to. I've used it ever since. I never had toothache in my life.
Well, your teeth are good, I admit, but I've seen just as good in very self-indulgent mouths.
Well, that's not the effect on the teeth, it's the effect on the character.
Oh, the character, I see. A little wider, please. That one will have to come out. It's fast saving. Don't be alarmed. You shan't feel anything. I'll give you gas.
Rubbish, man. I want none of your gas. Out with it. People were taught to bear necessary pain in my day.
Oh, if you like being hurt, all right. I'll hurt you as much as you like, without any extra charge for the beneficial effect on your character.
Young man, you owe me 6 weeks' rent.
I do.
Can you pay me?
No.
I thought not. How soon do you think you'll be able to pay me if you have no better manners than to make game of your patients?
No, my good sir, my patients haven't all formed their characters on kitchen soap.
So much the worse for them. I tell you, you don't understand my character. If I could spare all my teeth, I'd make you pull them out, one after another, to show you what a properly hardened man can go through with when he's made up his mind to it.
And you want to be more hardened, do you?
Yes.
Why did you never get married, Mr. Crampton? A wife and children would have taken some of the hardness out of you.
What the devil is that to you?
Well, I've an idea of getting married myself.
Naturally, sir. Naturally, when a young man has come to his last farthing and is within 24 hours of having his furniture distrained upon by his landlord, he marries. I've noticed that before. Well, marry and be miserable.
Oh, come, what do you know about it?
I'm not a bachelor.
Then there is a Mrs. Crampton.
Yes, damn her.
A father, too, perhaps, as well as a husband, Mr. Crampton.
3 children.
Damn them, eh?
No, sir. The children are as much mine as hers.
I should really like to know your family, Mr. Crampton.
Sorry I can't introduce you. I'm happy to say that I don't know where they are and don't care, so long as they keep out of my way. What's that cylinder thing for?
Oh, never mind. It's something to put my foot on to get the necessary purchase for a good pull. And so you advise me not to get married, Mr. Crampton?
I advise you to get my tooth out and have done reminding me of my wife. Come along, man.
What do you bet that I don't get that tooth out without your feeling it?
Your 6 weeks' rent, young man. Don't you gammon me.
Done. Are you ready?
No, take care, man. I'm quite helpless in this position.
You'll be more helpless presently.
Waiter.
Sir.
Are you quite sure Mrs. Clarendon is coming back before lunch?
Quite sure, sir. She expects you at 1:45, sir. Not that yet, sir, is it? 12:43, sir. Only 2 minutes more to wait, sir. Nice morning, sir.
Yes. Very fresh after London.
Yes, sir. So all our visitors say, sir.
We shall have 2 more gentlemen to lunch, William.
Right, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Are you Finch McComas?
Can't you guess?
I believe you are. Where's your beard?
Would you employ a solicitor with a beard?
Is that silk hat yours?
Would you employ a solicitor with a sombrero?
Oh, I've thought of you all these 18 years with the beard and the sombrero. Do you go to the meetings of the Dialectical Society still?
I do not frequent meetings now.
Finch, I see what has happened. You have become respectable.
Haven't you?
Not a bit.
You hold to your old opinions still?
As firmly as ever.
Bless me. Why have you made me come down here?
Well, partly because I wanted to see you.
Thanks.
And partly because I want you to explain everything to the children. They know nothing. And now that we've come back to England, it is impossible to leave them in ignorance any longer. Finch, I cannot bring myself to tell them.
It's all right, Mama. The dentist is coming and he's bringing his old man.
Dolly, dear, don't you see Mr. McComas?
This? But where are the flowing locks?
Where's the beard? The cloak? The poetic exterior?
Oh, Mr. McComas, you've gone and spoiled yourself. Why didn't you wait till we'd seen you?
Because 18 years is too long for a solicitor to go without having his hair cut.
How do you do, Mr. McComas? We are glad to meet you at last.
Miss Gloria, I presume? And this young gentleman is Master Philip.
Well, I was Master Philip. I was so for many years, just as you were once Master Finch. How strange it is to look back on our boyhood.
Has Finch had a drink?
Really? Dearest, Mr. McComas will lunch with us.
Have you ordered for 7? Don't forget the old gentleman.
I have not forgotten him, dear. What is his name?
Chalkstones. He'll be here at 1:30. Are we like what you expected, Mr. McComas?
Dolly, Mr. McComas has something more serious than that to tell you. Children, I have asked my old friend to answer the question you asked me this morning. He is your father's friend as well as mine, and he will tell you the story of my married life more fairly than I could. Gloria, are you satisfied?
Mr. McComas is very kind.
Oh, not at all, my dear young lady, not at all. At the same time, this is rather sudden. I was hardly prepared.
Oh, we don't want anything prepared.
Tell us the truth.
Bald-headed.
I hope you intend to take what I have to say seriously.
Well, I hope it will deserve it, Mr. McComas. My knowledge of human nature teaches me not to expect too much.
Phil.
Yes, Mother. All right. I beg your pardon, Mr. McComas. Don't mind us.
We mean well.
Shut up, both.
Now, your father...
How old is he?
Dear Dolly, don't let us interrupt Mr. McComas.
Thank you, Mrs. Clarendon. Thank you. Your father is 57.
57? Where does he live? Dolly.
Let me answer that, Mrs. Clarendon. The answer will surprise you considerably. He lives in this town.
I knew it. Phil! Chalkstones is our father.
Chalkstones?
Oh, Crampstones or whatever it is. He said I was like his mother. I knew he must mean his daughter.
Mr. McComas, I desire to consider your feelings in every possible way, but I warn you that if you stretch the long arm of coincidence to the length of telling me that Mr. Crampton of this town is my father, I shall decline to entertain the information for a moment.
And pray why?
Because I've seen this gentleman, and he's entirely unfit to be my father, or Dolly's father, or Gloria's father, or my mother's husband.
Oh, indeed. Well, sir, let me tell you that whether you like it or not, he is your father, and your sister's father, and Mrs. Clarendon's husband. Now, what have you to say to that?
You needn't be so cross. Crampton isn't your father.
Mr. McComas, your conduct is heartless. Here you find a family enjoying the unspeakable peace and freedom of being orphans. We have never seen the face of a relative, never known a claim except the claim of freely chosen friendship. And now, you wish to thrust into the most intimate relationship with us a man whom we don't know.
An awful old man. And you began as if you had quite a nice father for us.
And how do you know that he's not nice? And what right have you to choose your own father? Let me tell you, Miss Clarendon, that you're too young to...
Stop! I forgot. Has he any money?
Oh, he has a great deal of money.
Oh, what did I always say, Phil?
Dolly, we have perhaps been condemning the old man too hastily. Proceed, Mr. McComas.
I shall not proceed, sir. I'm too hurt, too shocked to proceed.
Finch, do you realize what is happening? Do you understand that my children have invited that man to lunch, and that he will be here in a few moments?
What? Do you mean, am I to understand, is it...
Steady, Finch. I think it out slowly and carefully. Oh, he's coming to lunch.
Which of us is to tell him the truth? Have you thought of that?
Finch, you must tell him.
Oh, Finch is no good at telling things. Look at the mess he's made telling us.
I've not been allowed to speak. I protest against this.
Oh, dear Finch, never be cross.
Gloria, let us go in. He may arrive at any moment.
Do not stir, Mother. I shall not stir. We must not run away.
My dear, we cannot sit down to lunch just as we are. We shall come back again. We must have no bravado. Come, Gloria.
Gentlemen, come yet, ma'am.
2 more to come still, thank you. They will be here immediately.
I have an idea. Mr. McComas, this communication should be made, should it not, by a man of infinite tact.
Well, it will require tact, certainly.
Good. Now, Dolly, whose tact were you noticing only this morning?
Oh, yes, I declare. William.
The very man.
William! Coming, sir.
The waiter? Stop. I will not permit this.
Yes, sir. William, you remember my request to you to regard me as your son?
Yes, sir. Anything you please, sir.
William, at the very outset of your career as my father, a rival has appeared on the scene.
Your real father, sir? Well, that was to be expected, sooner or later, sir, wasn't it? Is it you, sir?
Certainly not. My children know how to behave themselves.
Oh, no, William. This gentleman was very nearly my father. He wooed my mother, but wooed her in vain.
Well, of all this...
Consequently, he's only our solicitor. Do you know one Crampton of this town?
Cock-eyed Crampton, sir, of the Crooked Billet, is it?
I don't know. Finch, does he keep a public house?
No. Your father, sir, is a well-known yacht builder. An eminent man here.
Oh, beg pardon, sir, I'm sure. Son of Mr. Crampton. Dear me.
Mr. Crampton is coming to lunch with us.
Yes, sir.
don't usually lunch with this family, perhaps, sir. William, he does not know that we are his family. He's not seen us for 18 years. He won't know us.
We want you to break the news to him, William.
But I should think he'd guess when he sees your mother, miss.
I never thought of that.
Nor I. Nor you, Finch.
And you a solicitor.
Finch, your professional incompetence is appalling. William, your sagacity puts us all to shame.
You really are like Shakespeare, William.
Oh, not at all, sir. Don't mention it, miss. Most happy, I'm sure, sir. Finch, come and wash your hands.
I'm thoroughly vexed and hurt, Mr. Clandon.
You'll get used to us. Come, Dolly.
And keep your wits about you, William. There will be fireworks.
Right, miss. You may depend upon me, miss.
The steps made me giddy. Not got over that infernal gas yet.
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Lanfrey Clandon.
Yes, sir. We're expecting you, sir. That is your table, sir. Mrs. Clandon will be down presently, sir. The young lady and gentleman were just talking about your friend, sir.
Indeed?
Yes, sir. Great flow of spirit, sir. A vein of pleasantry, as you might say, sir. The young gentleman's latest is that you're his father, sir.
What?
Only his joke, sir. His favourite joke. Yesterday, I was to be his father. Today, as soon as he knew you were coming, sir, he tried to put it up on me that you were his father, his long-lost father. Not seen you for 18 years, he said.
18 years?
Yes, sir. But I was up to his trick, sir. I saw the idea coming into his head as he stood there, thinking what new joke he'd have with me. Yes, sir. That's the sort he is. Very pleasant, very offhand and affable indeed, sir. Even the solicitor took up the joke. Yes, sir, I assure you, sir. You would never imagine what respectable professional gentlemen from London will do on an outing when the sea air takes them, sir.
Oh, there's a solicitor with them, is there?
The family solicitor, sir. Yes, sir. Name of McComas, sir.
McComas? Valentine, this is a plot, a conspiracy. This is my family. My children. My infernal wife.
Oh, indeed. Interesting meeting.
Meeting? Not for me. Let me out of this. Give me that coat.
Yes, sir. I seem to have done the young gentleman injustice. I have...
Valentine, you're in this. You made this plot. You... Bosh. What do you mean? How dare you...
Steady, sir. Here they come, sir.
So here you are, Mr. Crampton.
Yes, here. Caught in a trap. A mean trap. Are those my children?
Is this our father, Mr. McComas?
Yes,
Pleased to meet you again.
Allow me to discharge my first duty as host by ordering your wine. Finch, some crusted old port for you as a respectable family solicitor.
Apollinaris only. I prefer to take nothing heating.
Valentine?
Would lager be considered vulgar?
Probably. We'll order some. Dolly takes it. And now, Mr. Crampton, what can we do for you?
What do you mean, boy?
Boy? Whose fault is it that I'm a boy?
The whiskey's on the last page but one, Mr. Crampton.
Let me alone, child.
Child? No. You may call me Dolly if you like, but you mustn't call me child.
McComas, we're going to have a pleasant meal.
Mother and our sister Gloria.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Valentine.
Miss Clandon?
Fergus, you are greatly changed.
I dare say. Man does change in 18 years.
I did not mean that. I hope your health is good.
Thank you. No, it's not my health. It's my happiness that's the change you meant, I think. Look at her, McComas. Look at her. And look at me.
Order before William.
I think you have all met one another already today. Oh, no, excuse me, Mr. Valentine, Mr. McComas.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Fergus, will you take the head of the table, please?
The head of the table.
This end, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Valentine, will you take that side with Gloria?
Thank you.
Finch, I must put you on this side between Dolly and Phil. You must protect yourself as best you can.
Thank you.
Thick or clear, sir?
Does nobody ask a blessing in this household?
Let us first settle what we're about to receive. William. Yes, sir. 2 small lagers for the children, as usual, William, and 1 large for this gentleman. A large Apollinaris for Mr. McComas. Yes, sir.
Have a 6 of Irish in it, Finch.
No, thank you.
Number 413 for my mother and Miss Gloria, as before. And, All right, sir.
We know what Mr. Crampton likes here, sir.
Oh, you frequent bars. Bad habit.
You've learned your lesson from your mother, I see.
Phil, will you please remember that your jokes are apt to irritate people who are not accustomed to us, and that your father is our guest today.
Yes, a guest at the head of my own table.
Yes, it's embarrassing, isn't it? It's just as bad for us, you know.
Dolly, we are both wanting in tact. We mean well, Mr. Crampton, but we're not yet strong in the filial line. William, come and restore a good feeling.
Yes, sir. Certainly, sir. Small lager for you, sir. Seltzer and Irish, sir. Apollinaris, sir. Small lager, miss. 413, madam. Large lager for you, sir. 413, miss.
To the family.
Hearth and home.
Oh, we're getting on very nicely after all.
After all? After all what, Finch?
She means that you're getting on very nicely in spite of the presence of your father. Do I take your point rightly, McComas?
No, I only said after all to round off the sentence.
Turbot, sir.
Oh, thank you, waiter. Thank you.
Don't mention it, sir.
Have you thought of choosing a profession yet?
Well, I'm keeping my mind open on that subject. William.
Yes, sir.
How long do you think it would take me to learn to be a really smart waiter?
Can't be learned, sir. It's in the character, sir. Bread for the lady, sir?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Very few are born to it, sir.
You don't happen to have such a thing as a son yourself, have you?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Is your son a waiter too, William?
Oh, no, miss. He's too impetuous. He's at the bar.
Oh, a pupman, eh?
No, sir. The other bar. Your profession, sir. A QC, sir.
Well, I'm sure I beg your pardon.
Not at all, sir. Very natural mistake, I'm sure, sir. I've often wished he was a potman, sir. Would have been off my hands ever so much sooner, sir. Salt at your elbow, sir. Yes, sir. Had to support him till he was 37, sir. But doing well now, sir. Very satisfactory indeed, sir. Nothing less than 50 guineas, sir.
Democracy, Crampton? Modern democracy?
No, sir. Not democracy. Only education, sir. Scholarship, sir. Cambridge local, sir. Sydney Sussex College, sir. Very good thing for him, sir. He never had any turn for real work, sir. Stone ginger, miss. Right, miss. Which of us dare give that man an order again?
I hope he won't mind my sending him for ginger beer.
Well, he's a waiter. It's his business to wait. If you treated him as a waiter ought to be treated, he'd have held his tongue.
And what a loss that would have been. Perhaps he'll give us an introduction to his son and get us into London society.
London society? You're not fit for any society, child.
Now, look here, Mr. Crampton, if you think...
Stone ginger, miss.
Thank you, dear William. You were just in time.
Cheese, sir. Would you like a cold sweet?
What? Oh, cheese.
Bring a box of cigarettes, William.
All ready, miss.
Does she smoke?
Really, Mr. Crampton? I'm afraid I'm spoiling your lunch. I'll go and have my cigarette on the beach.
Margaret, call that girl back. Call her back, I say.
Oh, come, Crampton, never mind. She's her father's daughter, that's all.
I hope not, Finch. Mr. Valentine, will you excuse me? I'm afraid Dolly is hurt and put out by what has passed. I must go to her.
To take her part against me, you mean?
Gloria, will you take my place while I'm away, dear?
Yes,
Mother. Young lady forgot the matches, ma'am, if you will be so good, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
There's a mother for you, McComas. There's a mother for you.
Yes, a good mother.
And a bad father. That's what you mean, eh?
Miss Clandon.
That girl's name is Crampton, Mr. Valentine, not Clandon. Do you wish to join them in insulting me?
I'm overwhelmed, Miss Clandon. It's all my fault. I brought him here. I am responsible for him. And I'm ashamed of him.
What do you mean?
No harm has been done, Mr. Valentine. We have all been a little childish, I'm afraid. Our party has been a failure. Let us break it up and have done with it. Goodbye, Father.
Father! No!
This coat is yours, sir, I think so. The lady's sunshade, sir. Nasty glare off the sea today, sir. Very trying to the complexion, sir. I shall carry down the camp stools myself, sir.
You are old, Father William, but you are the most considerate of men. No. Keep the sunshades and give me the camp stools.
Thank you, sir.
Finch, share with me. Come along.
Oh, all right.
Leave me something to bring down. One of these sunshades, perhaps. Oh, that's the younger lady, sir. Oh. Thank you, sir. If you'll allow me, sir, I think you had better have this. The elder young lady is reading it at present. Thank you, sir.
Schopenhauer, sir, you see. A very interesting author, sir. Especially on the subject of ladies, sir.
Now, look here, Crampton. Are you at all ashamed of yourself?
Ashamed of myself? What for?
For behaving like a bear. What will your daughter think of me for having brought you here?
I was not thinking of what my daughter was thinking of you.
No, you were thinking of yourself. You're a perfect egomaniac.
She told you what I am. A father. A father robbed of his children. What are the hearts of this generation like? Am I to come here after all these years to see what my children are for the first time, to hear their voices and carry it all off like a fashionable visitor? Drop in to lunch, be Mr. Crampton? Mr. Crampton! What right have they to talk to me like that? I'm their father. Do they deny that? I'm a man with the feelings of our common humanity. Have I no rights, no claims? In all these years, who have I had round me? Servants, clerks, business acquaintances. I've had respect from them. Aye, kindness. Would one of them have spoken to me as that girl spoke? Would one of them have laughed at me as that boy was laughing at me all the time? My own children! Mr. Crampton, my...
Calm, they're only children. The only one of them that's worth anything called you father.
Yes, goodbye, father. Goodbye. Oh, yes, she got at my feelings with a stab.
Now, look here, Crampton. You just let her alone. She's treated you very well. I had a much worse time of it at lunch than you.
You?
Yes, I. I sat next to her, and I never said a single thing to her the whole time. I couldn't think of a blessed word. And not a word did she say to me. Well? Crampton, do you know what's been the matter with me today? You don't suppose, do you, that I'm in the habit of playing such tricks on my patients as I played on you?
I hope not.
The explanation is that I'm stark mad. Or rather, that I've never been in any real sense in my own senses before. I'm capable of anything. I've grown up at last. I'm a man. And it's your daughter, Gloria Clarendon, that's made a man of me.
Are you in love with my daughter?
Love? Nonsense. It's something far above and beyond that. It's life, it's faith, it's strength, certainty, paradise.
Rubbish, man. What have you got to keep a wife on? You can't marry her.
Who wants to marry her? I'll kiss her hands, I'll kneel at her feet, I'll live for her, I'll die for her, and that'll be enough for me. Look at her book, see? If you offered me all your money for this excuse for going down to the beach and speaking to her again, I'd only laugh at you. Oh!
Steady, sir. Steady.
I beg your pardon.
Not at all, sir. Not at all. Very natural, sir. I'm sure, sir, at your age. The lady has sent me for her book, sir. Might I take the liberty of asking you to let her have it at once, sir?
With pleasure. And if you will allow me to present you with a professional man's earnings for 6 weeks.
Thank you, sir. Much obliged.
Miss Clarendon! Miss Clarendon! How could that man have so beautiful a daughter?
That seems to be an attempt at what is called a pretty speech. Let me say at once, Mr. Valentine, that pretty speeches make very sickly conversation. Pray let us be friends, if we are to be friends, in a sensible and wholesome way. I have no intention of getting married, and unless you are content to accept that state of things, we had much better not cultivate each other's acquaintance.
You are strong. Do you know that you changed the world for me this morning? I was in the dumps, thinking of my unpaid rent, frightened about the future. When you came in, I was dazzled. Well, that was silly, of course, but really and truly something happened to me. Explain it how you will. My blood got oxygenated. My muscles braced. My mind cleared. My courage rose. That's odd, isn't it, considering that I'm not at all a sentimental man?
Let us go back to the terrace.
Oh, Miss Clarendon, how could you?
What have I done?
Thrown this enchantment on me. I'm honestly trying to be sensible, scientific, everything that you wish me to be, but oh, don't you see what you've set to work in my imagination?
I hope you are not going to be so foolish, so vulgar as to say love.
No, not love. We know better than that. Let's call it chemistry. You can't deny there is such a thing as chemical action, chemical affinity, chemical combination, the most irresistible of all natural forces. Well, you are attracting me irresistibly, chemically.
Nonsense.
Of course it's nonsense, you stupid girl. Yes, stupid girl. That's a scientific fact, anyhow. You're a prig. A feminine prig, that's what you are. And now I suppose you've done with me forever.
Well, that shows how very little you understand my real character. I am not in the least offended. I am always willing to be told my own defects, Mr. Valentine, by my friends, even when they are as absurdly mistaken about me as you are. I have many faults, very serious faults of character and temper. But if there is one thing that I am not, it is what you call a prig.
Oh, yes, you are. My reason tells me so. My knowledge tells me so. My experience tells me so.
Excuse my reminding you that your reason and your knowledge and your experience are not infallible. At least I hope not.
I must believe them. Unless you wish me to believe my eyes, my heart, my instincts, my imagination, which are all telling me the most monstrous lies about you.
Lies?
Yes, lies. Do you expect me to believe that you are the most beautiful woman in the world?
That is ridiculous and rather personal.
Of course it's ridiculous. But that's what my eyes tell me. No, I am not flattering. I tell you, I don't believe it. Do you think that if you were to turn away in disgust from my weakness, I should sit down here and cry like a child?
Why should you pray?
But of course not. I'm not such an idiot. And yet my heart tells me I should, my fool of a heart. But I'll argue with my heart and bring it to reason. If I loved you 1,000 times, I'll force myself to look the truth steadily in the face. After all, it's easy to be sensible. The facts are the facts. What's this place? It's not heaven, it's the Marine Hotel. What's the time? It's not eternity. It's about 1:30 in the afternoon. What am I? A dentist. A 5-shilling dentist.
And I am a feminine prig.
No, I can't face that. I must have one illusion left. The illusion about you. I love you.
Please.
No, what a fool I am, an idiot. You don't understand. I might as well talk to the stones on the beach.
I am sorry. I do not mean to be unsympathetic, Mr. Valentine. But what can I say?
You can say nothing, Miss Clarendon. I beg your pardon. It was my own fault, or rather my own bad luck. You see, it all depended on your naturally liking me. Oh, but I know you mustn't tell me whether you like me or not, but...
Must not? Why not? I am a free woman. Why should I not tell you?
Don't. I'm afraid to hear.
You need not be afraid. I think you are sentimental and a little foolish. But I like you.
Then it's all over.
But why?
Oh, don't pity me. Your voice is tearing my heart to pieces. Let me alone, Gloria. You go down into the very depths of me, troubling and stirring me. I can't struggle with it. I can't tell you.
Oh, stop telling me what you feel. I can't bear it.
It's come at last. My moment of courage. Our moment of courage. Now you've done it, Gloria. It's all over. We're in love with one another. But what a dragon you were, and how hideously afraid I was.
Valentine! Valentine!
Goodbye. Forgive me.
The children want you, Mr. Valentine. Why is he running off?
Mother, what is it, dear? Why didn't you educate me properly?
Child, I did my best.
Oh, you taught me nothing. Nothing.
What is the matter with you?
Only shame. Shame. Shame.
Tea was what you rang for, Mom, I hope.
Thank you, yes.
I thought so, Mom. Curious how the nerves seem to give out in the afternoon without a cup of tea. The young lady and gentleman have just come back, Ma'am. They have been out in a boat, Ma'am. Mr. McComas will not come to tea, Ma'am. He has gone to call upon Mr. Crampton.
And the other gentleman?
Oh, he's coming, miss, he's coming. He has been rowing in the boat, miss, and has just run down the road to the chemist for something to put on the blisters. But he will be here directly, miss, directly.
Gloria, where are you going?
I think you must excuse me, Mother.
Anything more, Ma'am?
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. Here is Mr. Philip and Miss Dolly, Ma'am.
Oh, give me some tea. We've been out in a boat. Valentine will be here presently.
He's unaccustomed to navigation. Where's Gloria?
Phil, there's something the matter with Gloria. Has anything happened?
Romeo.
And Juliet.
Yes, my dear mother, the old story. Dolly, don't take all the milk. Yes, in the spring.
A young man's fancy.
Lightly turns to, thank you, thoughts of love. It also occurs in the autumn. The young man in this case is...
Valentine.
And his fancy has turned to Gloria, to the extent of...
Kissing her.
On the beach.
On the lips, before everybody.
Phil, Dolly, are you joking? Did she allow it?
We waited to see him struck to earth by the lightning of her scorn.
But he wasn't.
She appeared to like it.
As far as we could judge. No, you've sworn off 2 cups.
Children,
You must not be here when Mr. Valentine comes. I must speak very seriously to him about this.
To ask him his intentions. Oh, what a violation of 20th century principles.
Quite right, Mamma. Bring him to book. Make the most of the 19th century while it lasts.
Shh, here he is. Very sorry to be late for tea, Mrs. Clarendon.
Will you...
No, thank you. I never take any. No doubt Miss Dolly and Phil have explained what happened to me.
Yes, Valentine, we've explained.
We have explained very thoroughly.
It was our duty. Come, Dolly.
Will you sit down, Mr. Valentine?
Thank you.
I want to speak to you a little, if you will allow me. I must begin by throwing myself somewhat on your consideration. I'm going to speak of a subject of which I know very little, perhaps nothing. I mean love.
Love?
Yes, love. Oh, you need not look so alarmed at that, Mr. Valentine. I am not in love with you.
Oh, really, Mrs... I should be only too proud if you were.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine, but I'm too old to begin.
Begin? Have you never?
Never. My case is a very common one, Mr. Valentine. I married before I was old enough to know what I was doing. As you've seen for yourself, the result was a bitter disappointment for both my husband and myself. So you see, though I'm a married woman, I've never been in love. I've never had a love affair. And to be quite frank with you, Mr. Valentine, what I've seen of the love affairs of other people has not led me to regret that deficiency in my experience.
Well, what are you driving at, Mrs. Clarendon?
I think you know.
Gloria?
Yes, Gloria.
Well, yes. I'm in love with Gloria. I know what you're going to say. I've no money.
I care very little about money, Mr. Valentine.
Then you're very different to all the other mothers who've interviewed me.
Ah, now we're coming to it, Mr. Valentine. You are an old hand at this.
Oh, no, really?
Do you think, little as I understand these matters, that I have not common sense enough to know that a man who could make as much way in one interview with such a woman as my daughter can hardly be a novice?
No, I assure you...
I'm not blaming you, Mr. Valentine. It is Gloria's business to take care of herself, and you have a right to amuse yourself as you please.
Amuse myself? Oh, Mrs. Clarendon.
On your honor, Mr. Valentine, are you in earnest?
On my honor, I am in earnest.
Are you?
Only I always have been in earnest. And yet here I am, you see.
This is just what I suspected. Mr. Valentine, you are one of those men who play with women's affections.
Well, why not, if the cause of humanity is the only thing worth being serious about? However, I understand. You wish me to discontinue my visits?
No. I'm sensible enough to be well aware that Gloria's best chance of escape from you now is to become better acquainted with you.
Oh, don't say that, Mrs. Clarendon. You don't think that, do you?
I have great faith, Mr. Valentine, in the sound training Gloria's mind has had since she was a child.
Oh, that's all right.
What do you mean?
Come, shall I teach you something, Mrs. Clarendon?
I'm always willing to learn.
You've heard of the duel of sex, haven't you? Oh, I forgot you've been in Madeira. The expression has come up since your time. Need I explain it?
No.
Of course not. Now, what happens in the duel of sex? The old-fashioned daughter received an old-fashioned education to protect her against the wiles of man. Well, you know the result. The old-fashioned man got round her. The old-fashioned woman resolved to protect her daughter more effectually, to find some armor too strong for the old-fashioned man. So she gave her daughter a scientific education. Your plan? Ah, that was a corker for the old-fashioned man. He said it wasn't fair, unwomanly, and all the rest of it. But that didn't do him any good. So he had to give up his old-fashioned plan of attack. You know, going down on his knees and swearing to love, honor, and obey, and so on.
Excuse me. That was what the woman swore.
Was it? Oh, perhaps you're right. Yes, of course it was. Well, what did the man do? He went one better than the woman, educated himself scientifically, and beat her at that game just as he'd beaten her at the old game. I learned how to circumvent the women's rights woman before I was 23. It's all been found out long ago. You see, my methods are thoroughly modern.
No doubt.
But for that very reason, there is one sort of girl against whom they are of no use.
Pray, which sort?
The thoroughly old-fashioned girl. If you had brought up Gloria in the old way, it would have taken me 18 months to get to the point I got to this afternoon in 18 minutes. Yes, Mrs. Clarendon, the higher education of women delivered Gloria into my hands, and it was you who taught her to believe in the higher education of women.
Mr. Valentine, you are very clever.
Oh, Mrs. Clarendon.
And you have taught me nothing. Goodbye.
Mother.
Is what Dolly told me true?
What did she tell you, dear?
That you have been speaking about me to this gentleman.
This gentleman, oh?
Mr. Valentine, can you hold your tongue for a moment?
Mother, what right had you to do it?
I don't think I've said anything I have no right to say, Gloria.
Nothing whatever. I beg your pardon.
Mr. Valentine, you are a most dangerous man. Gloria, come here. Ask this man whom you have inspired and made brave how many women have inspired him before. How many times he has laid the trap in which he has caught you. How much practice it has taken to make him perfect in his chosen part in life as the duelist of sex.
This isn't fair. You're abusing my confidence, Mrs. Clapton.
Ask him, Gloria.
Is that true?
Oh, don't be angry.
Is it true? Did you ever say that before? Did you ever feel that before for another woman?
Yes.
Oh!
Remember, a man's power of love and admiration is like any other of his powers. He has to throw it away many times before he learns what is really worthy of it.
Another of the old speeches, Gloria. Take care.
Oh.
Do you think I need to be warned now? You have tried to make me love you.
I have.
Well, you have succeeded in making me hate you passionately.
It's surprising how little difference there is between the two. I know men whose wives love them, and they're gone exactly like that.
Mr. McComas, ma'am.
Oh, certainly. Bring him in.
He wishes to see you in the reception room, ma'am.
Why not here?
Well, if you will forgive my mentioning it, ma'am, I think Mr. McComas feels that he would get fairer play if he could speak to you away from the younger members of your family, ma'am.
Tell him they are not here.
They are within sight of the door, ma'am, and very watchful for some reason or other.
Oh, very well. I'll go to him.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, sir. Only the tea things, sir. Excuse me, sir. Thank you, sir.
Look here, you will forgive me sooner or later. Forgive me now.
Never. While grass grows or water runs. Never, never, never.
Well, I don't care. I can't be unhappy about anything. I shall never be unhappy again. Never, 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 while grass grows or water runs. The thought of you will always make me wild with joy.
How often have
No, I've never said that before. That's new.
It will not be new when you say it to the next woman.
Oh, don't, Gloria, don't. I kneel at your feet.
Get up! Get up! How dare you!
I beg your pardon.
Come, Dolly. Mother will be back in a moment, Phil. Please wait here for her.
Ah, indeed.
Aha.
Here comes the solicitor, looking very grave.
What cheer, Finch?
Very serious news from your father, Miss Clarendon. Very serious news indeed.
Perhaps I had better go.
By no means, Mr. Valentine. You are deeply concerned in this. Mrs. Clarendon, your husband demands the custody of his younger children who are not of age.
Oh, how nice of him. He likes us, Mamma.
I'm sorry to have to disabuse you of any such idea, Miss Dorothea.
Oh, Dorothea.
No.
Dearest Dolly, the deed of separation gives me the custody of the children.
It also contains a covenant that you are not to approach or molest him in any way.
Well, I've done so.
Whether the behavior of your younger children amounts to legal molestation is a question on which it may be necessary to take counsel's opinion. At all events, Mr. Crampton not only claims to have been molested, but he believes that he was brought here by a plot in which Mr. Valentine acted as your agent.
What's that, eh?
He alleges that you drugged him, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, so I did.
But what did you do that for?
5 shillings extra.
I must really ask you, Miss Clarendon, not to interrupt this very serious conversation with irrelevant interjections. I insist on having earnest matters earnestly and reverently discussed. Miss Gloria, it is my duty to tell you that your father has also persuaded himself that Mr. Valentine wishes to marry you.
I do.
In that case, sir, you must not be surprised to find yourself regarded by the young lady's father as a fortune hunter.
So I am. Do you expect my wife to live on what I earn? 10 pence a week?
I've nothing more to say, sir. I shall return and tell Mr. Crampton that this family is no place for a father.
Finch, if Mr. Valentine cannot be serious, you can. Sit down.
Oh, well,
You know that all this is a made-up case, that Fergus doesn't believe in it any more than you do. Now, give me your real advice, your sincere, friendly advice. You know I've always trusted your judgment. I promise you the children will be quiet.
Well, what I want to say is this. In the old arrangement with your husband, Mrs. Clarendon, you had him at a terrible disadvantage. You were an advanced woman, accustomed to defy public opinion, and with no regard for what the world might say of you.
Yes, that is true.
On the other hand, Mrs. Clarendon, your husband had a great horror of anything getting into the papers. There was his business to be considered, as well as the prejudices of an old-fashioned family.
Not to mention his own prejudices.
Now, no doubt he behaved badly, Mrs. Clarendon.
I did not blame him. I simply rescued myself and the children from him.
Yes, but you made hard terms, Mrs. Clarendon. You had him at your mercy. You brought him to his knees when you threatened to make the matter public by applying to the courts for a judicial separation. Suppose he'd had that power over you and used it to take your children away from you and bring them up in ignorance of your very name. How would you feel? What would you do? Well, won't you make some allowance for his feelings? In common humanity.
I never discovered his feelings. I discovered his temper and the rest of his common humanity.
Well, women can be very hard, Mrs. Clarendon.
That's true.
Be silent.
Let me make one last appeal. Mrs. Clarendon, believe me, there are men who have a good deal of feeling, and kind feeling, too, which they are not able to express. What you miss in Crampton is that mere veneer of civilization, the art of showing worthless attentions and paying insincere compliments in a kindly, charming way. If you lived in London, where the whole system is one of false good fellowship, and you may know a man for 20 years without finding out that he hates you like poison, you'll soon have your eyes opened. There we do unkind things in a kind way. We say bitter things in a sweet voice. We always give our friends chloroform when we tear them to pieces. But think of the other side of it. Think of the people who do kind things in an unkind way. People whose touch hurts, whose voices jar, whose tempers play them false, who wound and worry the people they love in the very act of trying to conciliate them, and yet who need affection as much as the rest of us. Oh, Crampton has an abominable temper, I admit. He has no manners, no tact, no grace. He'll never be able to gain anyone's affection unless they will take his desire for it on trust. Is he to have none? Not even pity from his own flesh and blood.
Oh, how beautiful, Finch. How nice of you.
Finch, this is eloquence. Positive eloquence.
Oh, Mamma, let us give Chalkstones another chance. Let us have him to dinner.
No, Dolly, I hardly got any lunch. My dear Finch, there is not the least use in talking to me about Fergus. You have never been married to him. I have.
Miss Doria, I have hitherto refrained from appealing to you because if what Mr. Crampton told me be true, you have been more merciless even than your mother.
You appeal from her strength to my weakness.
Not your weakness, Miss Clarendon. I appeal from her intellect to your heart.
I have learned to mistrust my heart. I would tear my heart out and throw it away if I could. My answer to you is my mother's answer.
Well, I'm very sorry. Very sorry. I've done my best.
But what did you expect, Finch? What do you want us to do?
The first step for both you and Crampton is to obtain counsel's opinion as to whether he is bound by the deed of separation or not. Now, why not obtain this opinion at once and have a friendly meeting, or shall we say a neutral meeting, to settle the difficulty here in this hotel tonight? Now, what do you say?
But where is the counsel's opinion to come from?
It has dropped down on us out of the clouds. On my way back here from Crampton's, I met a most eminent QC, a man whom I briefed in the case that made his name for him. He's come down here from Saturday to Monday for the sea air and to visit a relative of his who lives here. He has been good enough to say that if I can arrange a meeting of the parties, he will come and help us with his opinion. Now, do let us seize this chance of a quiet, friendly family adjustment. Let me bring my friend here and try to persuade Crampton to come too. Come. Consent.
Finch, I don't want counsel's opinion because I intend to be guided by my own opinion. I don't want to meet Fergus again because I don't like him and don't believe the meeting will do any good. However, you have persuaded the children that he is not quite hopeless. Do as you please.
Thank you, Mrs. Clandon. Will 9 o'clock suit you?
Perfectly. Phil, will you ring, please? But if I am to be accused of conspiring with Mr. Valentine, I think he had better be present.
I quite agree with you. I think it's most important.
Well, there can be no objection to that, I think. I have the greatest hopes of a happy settlement. Goodbye for the present.
Allow me, sir. You rang, Bob?
We expect some visitors at 9, William. Can we have dinner at 7 instead of 7:30?
7, Ma'am. Certainly, Ma'am. It will be a convenience to us this busy evening, Ma'am. There will be the band and the arrangement of the fairy lights and one thing and another, Ma'am.
The fairy lights?
The band? William, what mean you? The fancy ball, miss.
Fancy ball?
Oh, yes, sir. Given by the regatta committee for the benefit of the lifeboat, sir. We often have them, Ma'am. Chinese lanterns in the garden, Ma'am. Very bright and pleasant. Very gay and innocent indeed. Tickets downstairs at the office, sir, 5 shillings. Ladies half price, if accompanied by a gentleman.
To the office, William.
Quick, before they're all sold.
Where's McComas?
Gone out to leave us together. Delicacy on his part, I suppose. Well, Father?
Well, daughter?
Shake hands.
What has happened to you, my child?
Oh, never mind. I'm my father's daughter. That's a come down, isn't it?
What you... Well, yes, my dear, I suppose it is. I'm afraid I'm sometimes a little irritable, but I know what's right and reasonable all the time, even when I don't act on it. Can you believe that?
Believe it? Why, that's myself all over. I know what's right and dignified and strong and noble just as well as she does. But, oh, the things I do. The things I let other people do.
As well as she does. You mean your mother?
Yes, Mother.
Why?
Now, listen. No treason to her. No word, no thought against her. She's our superior, yours and mine. High heavens above us. Is that agreed?
Yes. Just as you please, my dear.
You don't like her?
My child, you haven't been married to her. I have. She did me a great wrong in marrying me without really caring for me. But after that, the wrong was all on my side, I dare say.
Take care. It's my dangerous subject. My feelings, my miserable, cowardly, womanly feelings may be on your side, but my conscience is on hers.
I'm very well content with that division, my dear. Thank you.
Excuse me, but it's impossible to find a servant to announce one. Even the never-failing William seems to be at the ball. I should have gone myself, and I haven't 5 shillings to buy a ticket. How are you getting on, Crampton? Better, eh?
I am myself again, Mr. Valentine. No thanks to you.
Look at this ungrateful parent of yours, Miss Clandon. I saved him from an excruciating pang, and he reviles me.
I am sorry my mother is not here to receive you, Mr. Valentine. It is not quite 9 o'clock, and the gentleman of whom Mr. McComas spoke, the lawyer, is not yet come.
Oh, yes, he is. I met him and talked to him. You'll like him, Miss Clandon. He's the very incarnation of intellect. You can hear his mind working.
Where is he?
Bought a false nose and gone to the fancy ball. I didn't like to borrow 5 shillings from him and go in with him, so I joined the mob and looked through the railings until Miss Clandon disappeared into the hotel through the window.
So it has come to this, that you follow me about in public to stare at me.
Yes. Somebody ought to chain me up.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Beg pardon. But can you tell me what became of the gentleman with the false nose?
Yes?
Oh. Beg pardon, sir, I'm sure, sir. Was it you, sir?
It was I.
Yes, sir. You with a false nose, Walter. I beg your pardon, ma'am, I'm sure. A little giddiness.
You will excuse him, Mrs. Clandon, when I inform you that he is my father.
Oh, no. No, Walter. A waiter for your father on top of a false nose. What will they think of you?
I am delighted to hear it, Mr. Boone. Your father has been an excellent friend to us since we came here.
Oh, no, ma'am. It's very kind of you, very ladylike and affable indeed, ma'am. But I should feel at a great disadvantage off my own proper footing. Never mind my being the gentleman's father, ma'am. It is only the accident of birth, after all, ma'am. You'll excuse me, I'm sure, having interrupted your business.
One moment. My father was a witness of what passed today, was he not, Mrs. Clarendon?
Yes, most of it, I think.
In that case, we shall want him.
Sit down, won't you?
Oh, if you please, ma'am, I really must draw the line at sitting down. I couldn't let myself be seen doing such a thing, ma'am. Thank you, I'm sure, all the same.
William only wants to go on taking care of us. I should like a cup of coffee.
Coffee, miss. Certainly, miss. Thank you, miss. Very timely, miss. Very thoughtful and considerate indeed. Anything for you, ma'am?
Oh, yes. It's so hot, I think we might have a jug of claret cup.
Claret cup, ma'am. Certainly, ma'am.
Oh, well, I'll have claret cup instead of coffee. Put some cucumber in it.
Cucumber, miss. Yes, miss. Anything special for you, sir? You don't like cucumber, sir.
If Mrs. Clarendon will allow me, siphon Scotch.
Right. Irish for you, sir, I think, sir?
Yes.
I like cucumber.
Right, sir. Claret cup, siphon, 1 Scotch, and 1 Irish.
I think that's right.
Right, ma'am. Directly, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, we can begin now, I suppose.
We had better wait until Mrs. Clarendon's husband arrives.
What do you mean? I'm her husband.
You said just now that your name was Crampton.
So it is.
One moment. Pray allow me. Sit down, everybody. In this family, it appears, the husband's name is Crampton, the wife's Clarendon. Thus, we have on the very threshold of the case an element of confusion.
No, but it's perfectly simple.
It is. Mrs. Clarendon has adopted another name. That is the obvious explanation which you feared. I could not find out for myself. You mistrust my intelligence, Mr. Valentine. No, I don't want you to answer that. I want you to think over it when you feel your next impulse to interrupt me.
This is simply breaking a butterfly on a wheel. What does it matter?
I will tell you what it matters, sir. It matters that if that family difference is to be smoothed over, as we all hope it may be, Mrs. Clarendon, as a matter of social convenience and decency, will have to resume her husband's name.
I think, Boone, we'd perhaps better dispose of the important questions first.
McComas, there will be no difficulty about the important questions. There never is. It is the trifles that will wreck you at the harbour mouth. You don't agree with me, eh?
Oh, if I did...
If you did, you would be me instead of being what you are.
Well, of course, Boone, your speciality...
My speciality is being right when other people are wrong. If you agreed with me, I should be no use here. Now, you, Mr. Crampton, what point in this business have you most at heart?
I wish to put all consideration of self aside in this matter.
So do we all, Mr. Crampton. It's understood that self is put aside. Human nature always begins by saying that.
But I mean it, sir.
Quite so. Now for your point.
Every reasonable person would admit that it's an unselfish one. It's about the children.
Well, what do you object to in the present circumstances of the children?
I object to the way they've been brought up.
How do you propose to alter that now?
I think they ought to dress more quietly.
Nonsense. When you are done, Mr. Valentine, when you are quite done...
What's wrong with Miss Clarendon's dress?
My opinion is as good as yours.
Father?
Oh, I didn't mean you, my dear. But the 2 younger ones... You've not seen them, Mr. Boone, and indeed, I think you would agree with me that there is something very noticeable, something almost gay and frivolous in their style of dressing.
Do you suppose I choose their clothes for them? Really, this is childish.
Childish?
Thank you.
Let us behave reasonably.
Ah. Irish for you, sir. Scotch and siphon for you, sir.
You.
And claret cup.
I'm afraid we interrupted you, Mr. Boone.
You did. Just wait a bit.
Yes, sir. Certainly, sir.
You don't mind our detaining you, I hope Mr. Boone wishes it.
Oh, no, ma'am. Not at all, ma'am. It is a pleasure to me to watch the working of his trained and powerful mind. Very stimulating, very entertaining, and instructive indeed, ma'am.
And now, Mr. Crampton, we are waiting for you. Do you give up your objection to the dressing, or do you stick to it?
Mr. Boone, consider my position for a moment. I haven't got myself alone to consider. There's my sister Sophronia and my brother-in-law and all their circle. They have a great horror of anything that is at all, well...
Out with it. Fast, loud, gay?
Oh, not in any unprincipled sense, of course, but... Well, those two children shock them. They're not fit to mix with their own people. That's what I complain of.
Mr. Valentine, do you think there is anything fast or loud about Phil and Dolly?
Certainly not. It's utter bosh. Nothing could be in better taste.
Oh, yes, of course you say so.
William, you see a great deal of good English society. Are my children overdressed?
Oh, dear, no, Ma'am. Oh, no, sir, not at all. A little pretty and tasty, no doubt, but very choice and classy, very genteel and high-toned indeed. Might be the son and daughter of a dean, sir, I assure you, sir. You've only to look at them, sir.
Lift me down, somebody. Oh, Phil, put me down. I'm going to fall. Papa, lift me down.
Oh, my child.
Oh, thanks. So nice of you. What's that? Oh, dear. Oh, here it comes.
This is the younger lady, is it?
Yes, sir. And please, who are you?
This is Mr. Boone, Dolly, who has very kindly come to help us this evening.
Oh, he comes as a boon and a blessing to me.
Mr. Boone, McComas, I appeal to you. Is this right? Would you blame my sister's family for objecting to it?
Have you begun again?
No. It's perhaps natural at your age.
Never mind my age. Is it pretty?
Yes, dear, yes.
Pretty, you like it?
My child, how can you expect me to like it or to approve of it?
How can you think it pretty and not like it?
Oh, really, I must say
No,
that...
don't interrupt, McComas. The young lady's method is right. Press your questions, Miss Clandon. Press your questions.
Oh, dear. You are a regular overwhelmer. Do you always go on like this?
Yes. Don't you try to put me out of countenance, young lady. You're too young to do it. Sit down. Now, Mr. Crampton, the facts are before you. Both of them. You think you'd like to have your two youngest children to live with you. Well, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You think you would, but I know better than you. You'd want this young lady here to give up dressing like a stage Columbine in the evening and like a fashionable Columbine in the morning. Well, she won't. Never. She thinks she will.
No, I won't. I'll never give up dressing prettily. Never. As Gloria said to that man in Madeira, never, 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 where grass grows or water runs.
What? What? When did she say that? Who did she say that to?
Mr. Valentine...
Don't you interrupt me, sir. This is something really serious. I insist on knowing who Miss Clandon said that to.
Oh, perhaps Phil remembers. Which was it, Phil? Number 3 or number 5?
Number 5?
Oh, courage, Valentine. It wasn't number 5. It was only a tame naval lieutenant that was always on hand, the most patient and harmless of mortals.
What are we discussing now, pray?
Excuse me. I'm sorry I interrupted. I shall intrude no further, Mrs. Clandon.
Please go on, Mr. Boone. You're going to bully us, Mr. Boone.
Oh,
yes, you are. You think you're not, but you are. I know by your eyebrows.
Mrs. Clandon, these are clever children. Clear-headed, well-brought-up children. I make that admission deliberately. Can you, in return, point out to me any way of inducing them to hold their tongues?
Dolly, dear...
Our old failing, Dolly. Silence.
Now, Mr. Boone, before they begin...
Be quick, sir. Be quick.
Dear William.
Have you any intention of getting married?
Well, Finch calls me by my Christian name.
I will not have this. Mr. Boone, I use the young lady's Christian name naturally as an old friend of her mother's.
Yes, you call me Dolly as an old friend of my mother's, but what about Dorothea?
Keep your temper, McComas. Don't let us quarrel. Be patient.
I will not be patient. You're showing the most wretched weakness of character, Crampton. I say this is monstrous.
Mr. Boone, please bully Finch for us.
I will. McComas, you're making yourself ridiculous. Sit down.
I will not...
Sit down. Now, if she doesn't marry you, she will marry somebody else. That is the solution of the difficulty as to her not bearing her father's name. The other lady intends to get married.
Mr. Boone.
It's no use, Miss Clandon. You can't put me down. I tell you, your name will soon be neither Clandon nor Crampton. And I could tell you what it will be, if I chose. Mr. Crampton, your notion of going to law is all nonsense. Your children will be of age before you can get the point decided. You can do nothing but make a friendly arrangement. If you want your family more than they want you, you'll get the worst of the arrangement. If they want you more than you want them, you'll get the better of it. The strength of their position lies in their being very agreeable people personally. The strength of your position lies in your income. Give me my false nose. There.
Oh, now you look quite like a human being. Mayn't I have just one dance with you? Can you dance?
Yes? You think I can't, but I can. Come along.
On with the dance. Let joy be unconfined. William. Yes, sir. Can you procure a couple of dominoes and false noses for my father and Mr. McComas?
Most certainly not. I protest.
No. What harm will it do just for once, McComas? Don't let us be spoil sports.
Crampton, you're not the man I took you for. Bullies are always cowards.
Well, never mind. We must indulge them a little. Can you get us something to wear, waiter?
Certainly, sir. This way, sir. Dominoes and noses, sir?
I shall wear my own nose.
Oh, dear, yes, sir. The false one will fit over it quite easily, sir. Plenty of room, sir. Plenty of room.
Come along, my boy. Come along.
Coming, Dad. Coming.
Why did Mr. Valentine go away so suddenly, I wonder?
I don't know. Yes, I do know. Let us go and see the dancing.
Excuse me. I thought the party had quite broken up.
Then why did you come back?
I came back because I'm penniless. I can't get out that way without a 5-shilling ticket.
Has anything annoyed you, Mr. Valentine?
Never mind him, Mother. This is a fresh insult to me. That is all. Glorious.
Mrs. Clapton, have I said anything insulting? Have I done anything insulting?
You have implied that my past has been like yours. That is the worst of insults.
I imply nothing of the sort. I declare that my past has been blameless in comparison with yours.
Mr. Valentine.
Do you go, Mother? I wish to speak to Mr. Valentine alone.
My dear, you... I beg your pardon, Gloria. Certainly, if you wish.
Oh, if your mother were only a widow, she's worth 6 of you.
That is the first thing I have heard you say that does you honor.
Stuff. Say what you want to say and let me go.
I have only this to say. You dragged me down to your level for a moment this afternoon. Do you think, if that had ever happened before, that I should not have been on my guard? That I should not have known what was coming and known my own miserable weakness?
Don't talk of it in that way. What do I care for anything in you but your weakness, as you call it? You thought yourself very safe, didn't you, behind your advanced ideas? I amused myself by upsetting them pretty easily.
Indeed.
But why did I do it? Because I was being tempted to awaken your heart, to stir the depths in you. Why was I tempted? Because nature was in deadly earnest with me when I was in jest with her. When the great moment came, who was awakened? Who was stirred? In whom did the depths break up? In myself. Myself. I was transported. You were only offended, shocked. You are just an ordinary young lady, too ordinary to allow tame lieutenants to go as far as I went, that's all. I shall not trouble you with conventional apologies. Goodbye.
Stop. Oh, will you understand if I tell you the truth, that I am not making an advance to you?
Oh, I know what you're going to say. You think you're not ordinary, that I was right, that you really have those depths in your nature. It flatters you to believe it. Well, I grant that you are not ordinary in some ways. You are a clever girl. But you have not been awakened yet. You didn't care, you don't care. It was my tragedy, not yours. Goodbye. Let us part kindly.
Goodbye. I trust you will soon recover from the wound.
I shall recover. Such wounds heal more than they harm. After all, I still have my own Gloria.
What do you mean?
The Gloria of my imagination.
Keep your own Gloria, the Gloria of your imagination. The real Gloria. The Gloria who was shocked, offended, horrified. Oh, yes, quite truly. Who was driven almost mad with shame by the feeling that all her power over herself had broken down at her first real encounter with...
Oh, take care. I'm losing my senses again. Oh, Gloria, be sensible. It's no use. I haven't a penny in the world.
Can't you earn one? Other people do.
I never could. You'd be unhappy, my dearest love. I should be the merest fortune-hunting adventurer if... Oh, Lord. Oh, I don't know anything about women. 12 years' experience is not enough.
Oh, I'm out of breath. How beautifully you waltz, William.
You make me do such a silly thing, Finch. I haven't danced since the soiree at South Place 20 years ago.
Mr. Valentine, now let us have no false delicacy. Tell my mother that we have agreed to marry one another.
Number 6. Oh, my feelings. I want to kiss somebody, and we vow it in the family. Miss Finch.
No, certainly no.
Oh, Daddy, you're just in time. Now, bless them.
No, I will have no such thing, even in jest. When I need a blessing, I shall ask my mother's.
Am I to understand that you've engaged yourself to this young gentleman?
Yes. Do you intend to be our friend or our father?
I should like to be both, my child, but surely... Mr. Valentine, I appeal to your sense of honor.
You're quite right. It's perfect madness. If we go out to dance together, I shall have to borrow 5 shillings from her for a ticket. Gloria, don't be rash. You're throwing yourself away. I'd much better clear straight out of this and never see any of you again. I shan't commit suicide. I shan't even be unhappy. It'll be a relief to me. I'm frightened. I'm positively frightened, and that's the plain truth.
You shall not go.
No, dearest. Of course not. But will somebody only talk sense for a moment and bring us all to reason? I can't. Where's Boone? Boone's the map. Phil, go and summon Boone.
From the vasty deep. I go.
If you will excuse my putting in a word, sir, do not let a matter of 5 shillings stand between you and your happiness, sir. We shall be only too pleased to put the ticket down to you, and you can settle at your convenience. Very glad to meet you in any way. Very happy and pleased indeed, sir.
He comes. The point is, Mr. Boone...
Excuse me, sir. The point must be put to him by a solicitor. The question is one of an engagement between these two young people. The lady has some property and will probably have a good deal more.
Possibly. I hope so.
And the gentleman hasn't a rap.
Then insist on a settlement. That shocks your delicacy. Most sensible precautions do. But you ask my advice, and I give it you. Have a settlement.
He shall have a settlement.
My good sir, I don't want advice for myself. Give her some advice.
Oh, she won't take it. When you're married, she won't take yours either. Oh, no, you won't. You think you will, but you won't. He'll set to work and earn his living. Oh, yes, you will. You think you won't, but you will. She'll make you.
Then, Mr. Boone, you don't think this match an unwise one?
Yes, I do. All matches are unwise. It's unwise to be born. It's unwise to be married. It's unwise to live. And it's wise to die.
Then, if I may respectfully put a word in, sir, so much the worse for wisdom.
Allow me to remark that if Gloria has made up her mind...
The matter's settled, and Valentine's done for. And we're missing all the dances.
Gloria, may I have a dance?
Excuse me, I claim that privilege as counsel's fee. May I have the honor? Thank you.
Well, Dolly, may I have a dance?
Nonsense! Finch! My Finch!
No, pain restraint, really. No.
Mrs. Clarendon, may I have a dance? I might as well be a married man already.
Cheer up, sir. Cheer up. Every man is frightened of marriage when it comes to the point. But it often turns out to be very comfortable, very enjoyable, and happy indeed, sir, from time to time. I never was master in my own house, sir. My wife was like your young lady. She was a commanding and masterful disposition, which my son has inherited. But if I had to live my life twice over, I'd do it again. I'd do it again, I assure you. You never can tell, sir. You never can tell.
In Bernard Shaw's comedy, You Never Can Tell, Valentine was played by Dennis Hawthorne, Gloria Clarendon by Prunella Scales, and the waiter by Freddie Jones. Dolly Clarendon, Joe Manning Wilson, Philip Clarendon, Nigel Anthony, Mrs. Clarendon, Betty Bascom, Fergus Crampton, Godfrey Kenton, Finch McComas, Lockwood West, Walter Boone, Michael Kilgarrett, and the parlour-maid, Jane Knowles. The play was produced by Betty Davis.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama.
In today's Lux Radio Theatre, we feature the story The Cruel Sea by Nicholas Montserrat. adapted for broadcast by Stephen Grenfell and starring Jack Hawkins.
My name is George Eastwood Erickson, and I spent my war at sea. This is part of that story. It's a long and true story of one ocean, one ship, and about 90 men. It's a true story because that is the only kind worth telling. First, the ocean, the steep Atlantic stream. The map will tell you what it looks like. What the map will not tell you is the strength and fury of that ocean, its moods, its violence, its treachery. Next, the ship, the doomed ship. In November 1939, she's brand new. She's a corvette, a new type of escort ship. Her name is Compass Rose. Lastly, the men. The 90 men. They're very nearly all amateurs. Bakers, bank clerks, farmers' boys, lorry drivers, shop assistants. One day, the war and the Navy will have welded them into a company of sailors. They come onto the stage in 2s and 3s. Some are early, some are late. Some, like this pretty ship, are doomed. They have women, at least 90 women, loving them or tied to them, or glad to see the last of them as they go to war. The men are the stars of this story. The only heroines are the ships. The only villain, the cruel sea itself. Job number 2891, movable stores. Oh, heavens, I'm out of practice. Come in and shut the door very firmly.
Reporting for Compass Rose, sir, to Lieutenant Commander Erickson.
I'm Erickson. You're Lockhart?
Yes, sir.
And you're Ferriby?
Yes, sir.
First trip?
Yes, sir. We've just come up from King Alfred.
And how long were you training there?
5 weeks, sir.
Oh, and now you know it all.
No, sir.
Well, that's something anyway. What was your job in peacetime?
Journalist, sir.
And what about you, Ferriby?
I worked in a bank, sir.
Ever been to sea?
Only across to France, sir.
Oh, well, you might find that useful. You two subs know what you're in for.
No, sir.
Well, gentlemen, the particular war you've elected to join isn't a very pretty one, and the place has been hot.
Yes, sir.
And it'll get a damn sight hotter before we're all very much older. The Germans hang about off the coasts of Scotland and Ireland and in the Bay of Biscay on the lookout for stray ships that they can pick off at their leisure.
Rather like jackals, sir.
Yes, some rather like jackals.
We weren't looking for a cushy war, sir.
Good. All right. I'll take a look at the ship and report to the first lieutenant. His name's Bennett. He's somewhere aboard.
Aye, aye, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be damned crowded. You and I share a cabin, I suppose.
I wonder what the first lieutenant's like.
Below! We shall soon know.
Below! Is that us?
Come up here and double up! Names?
Lockhart.
Ferriby.
Sir.
Sir.
Which of you's senior?
We passed out together.
I know that, but one of you is ahead of the other on the Navy list.
We're not in the Navy list yet.
You're not out of the egg yet by the sound of it. Well, we'd better find out what you can do. You ever been around the ship?
Yes.
How many fire hose points are there?
14.
Very clever. You, Ferriby.
Yes?
What sort of guns have we got?
4-inch.
4-inch what? Breech loading, quick firing, Mark 4, Mark 6, fixed ammunition?
4-inch. I don't know.
Find out. I want to know next time I see you. I got work to do. You two subs get back to the hut and start checking CBs.
Oh, my, an engaging character. Come in here.
He's Not really what I expected.
Gold dust baffles brains, my lad. And CBs happen to be confidential books. See what I mean?
How on earth did you know there were 14 fire hose points?
I didn't. And I was damned sure our Antipodean mastermind didn't either.
I liked the captain.
He loved you. Yes, he's all right. The good R&Rs are really good.
By the way, Lockhart, which one of us is senior?
I think I'd better be.
Lockhart?
What is it?
I wonder if I could get my wife up here.
I don't ask about it.
Who?
Bennett, I suppose, or the captain.
Bennett would say no.
Probably.
You know, I was just getting used to being married.
Must be very satisfactory.
Oh, it's more than that. It's meant everything to me the last few weeks. I don't know how I could have got through otherwise. Mavis she's someone you can tell everything to without feeling ashamed. She's someone who's the other half of yourself. That's why it's so rotten being separated.
Why don't you see if you can get her up? After all, the captain's wife is staying with him, so I was told, at some ghastly hotel on Kelvin's Line.
She'll not be a happy ship. Or my name isn't Chief Engine Room Artificer Watts.
Oh, she'd be lovely enough.
And she's not got the makings of a happy ship. I'm not saying the skipper's not okay, and you as coxswain will make a great difference, Bob. But that Jimmy the one's a proper Aussie bar steward. He was round my engine room tonight, blathering about a watch-keeping bill. And me with the ruddy main shaft still opened up.
Makes you wonder what sort of country Australia is, doesn't it?
The sooner I get my ticket and settle down on pension, the better.
Well, there'll be no tickets in this war, mate. If you won, you're in, for the duration.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, you could hoist the old outfit aboard me old ship repulse and not feel the difference.
I hope yon repulse will be handy if we run into trouble.
Well, what have we got in the way of armament? One perishing little 4-inch pop gun and a couple of rows of depth charges. To make rings round us.
What gets me is the accommodation. There's stokers messing alongside seamen, and you know they don't like that. There's no canteen, no refrigeration, no forced draft. And the galley's right aft, so that everything will be stone cold by the time we eat it. Whoever designed that ship must have been blind drunk.
Wish the basket had to sail in it. We won't be able to do that. I have a feeling we're going to move soon.
Well, gentlemen, we go down river tomorrow, which happens to be Christmas Day.
A nice present, sir.
I hope so, Lockhart. Well, here's the rough program, anyway. We'll be towed to the oiling berth about 5 miles downriver. We'll oil there and then steam the rest of the way down to Greenock.
How long do we stay there, sir?
About a fortnight, taking on stores and ammunition and adjusting compasses. Then we go north to Ardnacresh for our working up exercises.
How long will they take, sir?
Well, 3 weeks. But if we don't put up a good show, they can keep us there as long as they like. So it's up to us.
Do you hear that, subs? We don't want any mistakes from either of you.
We don't want any mistakes from anyone, whether it's me or a second-class stoker. They're a commodity I'm not going to have aboard. I'll be in my cabin if I'm wanted.
That means that in less than a month we can be at sea. In the Atlantic, perhaps.
Which is plenty cold at this time of year, subs.
You know what I was thinking? I was thinking that perhaps one might stand a better chance of survival in very cold weather, swimming in the water supported by a life jacket, than sitting wet through in an open boat exposed to the wind.
Rot. Wait till the first time you're fished. You'll soon change your mind.
How do you know? You can hardly have been torpedoed yet.
You talk to me like that again, and I'll crown you.
That would get you into a great deal of trouble.
Just watch it, that's all.
Station! We're leaving harbour!
Number one?
Yes, sir.
Are we ready to move?
Yes, sir, any time you like.
Well, you should come and tell me. I can't guess at it, you know.
Oh. Sorry, sir.
Are all the hands on board?
I reckon so, sir.
Well, are they or aren't they? Didn't you have it reported to you?
There was only the postman, so I know he's aboard.
Well, what about the mess caterers? What about the leading steward? What about the berthing party?
I'll check up, sir.
Well, find out and come and tell me here on the bridge. And next time, remember that you report to me that the ship is ready to sail with all the crew on board at the proper time. That's part of your job.
I'd better detail Ferrabita.
You won't detail anybody unless you want to change jobs with them. Leading Signalman Wells, I want to send a signal about our leaving.
Yes, sir.
To Flag Officer in Charge, Glasgow. From Compass Rose. Sailed in accordance with your 0945-23/12. It was not particularly impressive, that first tow downriver to the oiler, save for one odd accompaniment, which I, like many others on board, found moving. As Compass Rose edged outwards from the quay, with a tug at either end, a small cheer broke out from the knot of dockyard workers lining the quayside. It was ragged. It was... but that made it preliminary gunnery and depth charge tests. Then Compass Rose weighed anchor and sailed for the open sea.
Shortened into 2 shekels, sir.
Way!
Aye, aye, sir.
Wheelhouse, stand by engines.
Clear anchor, sir.
Wheelhouse, half ahead. Port 20. Steer 348.
Holy cow, what a week.
I must say it has rather been a state of continuous tension.
The old buzzard. When his signal came this morning, half the crew were ashore on some mad scheme of his, and I found myself hauling on a rope like any ordinary metallo. I'll be cleaning out the lavatories next.
Signal from the Admiral, sir.
Oh, hell, what is it this time?
Here, sir.
Compass Rose from Flag Officer in Charge. You are being bombed by... Holy cow! Captain, sir.
What is it, number 1?
Signal from the Admiral, sir. You're being bombed by long-range heavy bombers. And German parachutists have been landed on the beach 2 miles north of Ardnacreche.
All right, I'll be up in a tick. Sound off action stations and detail Lockhart and the forecastle party to stand by as an armed landing force.
Aye, aye, sir. Lockhart.
Sir.
Get your forecastle party to stand by Port Whaler.
Aye, aye, sir.
Fellaby, sound off action stations.
Aye, aye, sir.
Stand by to lower Port Whaler.
Holy cow, he expects a lot, doesn't he? Action stations 30 minutes before we go on a gunnery exercise.
There's the tug, sir. Red 80. Calling us up, sir. Take it down, Harris. Compass Rose from Basher. My course and speed 270. 7 knots. Length of tow 750 yards. Ready for you.
Right. Wells, make. On our first run, we will close in from 4,000 yards and fire 3 rounds. Please signal hits.
Aye, sir.
Basher. Singular name for a target towing tug, sir.
No, well, it gives you fair warning.
Reply from Basher, sir. If any.
No, the humorous. Bridge wheelhouse. Starboard 20, steer north. Lockhart.
Sir.
Sound off action stations. We'll start this from the beginning.
Aye, aye, sir.
Gun crew closed up, sir.
Very good, Phillips. Low.
Target bearing. Red 45. Range 3,000. On target, sir. Shoot!
Well short of target. Up 400.
Shoot!
Down 200.
Shoot!
What's the matter?
Shell half in and half out of breach, sir.
Clear it.
Aye, sir.
Next one would have sunk it. Oh, what's the matter with you, Greg? Moving over your old woman again? Look here, my lad, if you do that in action and they land a couple of 14-inch bricks while you're fiddling about clearing the gun, I'll never forgive you.
ceasefire, sir. Check! Check! Check!
Not bad, Lockhart. Get ready for the next run.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain, sir.
What is it, Wells?
Secret signal, sir. Signal boat just brought it aboard, sir.
All right, thank you. Being in all respects ready for sea, HMS Compass Rose will sail to join convoy AK-14, leaving Liverpool at 1200 the 6th February 1940. What do you think of your first convoy, sir?
I never realized it would be so big, sir. 46 ships.
Yes, and our job is to shepherd them through the most treacherous waters in the world with a 15-year-old destroyer Viperus, 2 corvettes, a trawler, and a rescue tug that bunches about like a pea on a drum. Still, as they're never tired of telling us, there is a war on, and we shall have to do the best we can. Lockhart.
Sir.
Have you loud hailed all ships regarding that alteration of course?
All except one, sir. I'm just calling up number 32 now.
Hello, number 32. Hello, number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please. Hello, number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please.
You'd think they wanted to get lost. Try again, sir.
Can we use the siren, sir? They don't seem to hear the human voice.
We'll use the gun in a minute.
Well, that's raised somebody, sir.
Yes, a man in a bowler hat.
Number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please. Oh, God, the old fool's deaf.
I'm afraid you've hurt his feelings, sub. You forgot to switch the loud hailer on.
Mistake, sir. Sorry.
Message for you, number 32. Important alteration of course. Please take it down.
Keep at it, sub.
Well, well, well. The officer of the day, if you can call him that.
The captain's taken over for a bit. Evening round's correct, sir.
I'll bet. Have you been up to the bridge?
Yes.
Did you check the position of the nearest ship?
The nearest? I'm afraid I forgot that.
Oh, you forgot, did you? What do you think we're doing on this convoy, Ferriby? Mucking about all over the Atlantic Ocean just for the fun of it? We're supposed to protect the convoy. Anyway, we're supposed to know where the goddamn thing is. And you forgot to check whether there's any convoy there. You know what your trouble is, don't you, Ferriby? If you stop drooling over that picture of your wife and thinking about her 24 hours a day, you might make a sailor.
I'm sorry. I'll go and make the check now.
Oh, get out of my sight. You make me sick.
Why don't you leave him alone?
What did you say, Lockhart?
I said, why don't you leave him alone? He's only a kid. He's doing his best.
It's not good enough.
Would be if you gave him a chance.
That's enough. You keep out of it. I don't have to argue with you.
You don't have to argue with anybody. Can't you see it's no good going on at Ferriby like that? Only makes him worse instead of better. He's that sort of chap.
Then you better change pretty quickly.
He's doing his best.
He's not. He's been no use ever since I stopped him having his wife up in Glasgow. That's been the trouble all along.
What a horrible man you are.
One more crack like that and I'll report you to the captain.
Try it. Captain's not a fool. He knows how you treat Ferriby.
Now I will report you. Get your cap and come along.
Well, it's a damned awkward time, number one. What's the trouble?
Sub-Lieutenant Lockhart has been impudent to me regarding Ferriby, sir.
Well, Lockhart?
I think Ferriby gets a rough deal from the first lieutenant, sir.
It's not your concern whether someone else gets a rough deal or not. You've got your own job to do.
I realize that, sir, but if you think a friend of yours is being unfairly treated, the natural thing to do is to try to help him.
Now, look here, Lockhart. This is not going any further. It's bad for you, and it's bad for the ship. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Just forget about the whole thing. There's plenty to do without this sort of scrapping.
Yes, sir.
May I have a word with you, sir?
All right, number one. Now, what's the trouble?
Sir? I think Lockhart got away with it.
You've got to make allowances, number one. He's a very new officer, and we've all been working pretty hard. I don't think it'll happen again.
I've had a lot of trouble with Lockhart. I hoped you'd pull him up, sir. He needs stamping on good and hard.
I want to avoid having to stamp on people as far as possible, number one. There are other ways of getting them to work properly. All right, number one, that's all. The first convoy was a bloodless affair. We met no U-boats, only because they were probably thankful to stay submerged and escape the fury of the weather. And the weather turned out to be the most violent enemy of them all. For 8 days, we steamed straight into a westerly gale, buffeting through a weight of wind that seemed to have a personal spite against Compass Rose. She seemed doomed to ride this terrible ocean forever. But no voyage, save for the ships that are sunk, can last forever. As soon as we got in after our first trip, I applied for another officer. There was far too much work for a first lieutenant and 2 subs to handle. And the Admiralty appointed Sub-Lieutenant Morrell to Compass Rose, fresh from the training establishment. In peacetime, he was a junior barrister.
Well, do you think you're going to like the ship, Morrell?
Yes, the ship. And the captain. I understand the first lieutenant hails from one of the Dominions.
Australia.
Ah. Do we often have tin sausages for dinner, by the way?
Very often.
In that case, whether this war is long or short, it's going to seem long. You know, the first lieutenant used an expression which is novel to me. I wish you'd explain what it means.
What was it?
He said, don't you come the acid with me. Come the acid. I must confess that even as a barrister, I've not heard that before.
What were we talking about?
We were discussing the best way of dismantling the firing bar on the Aztec set. It's not too technical for you.
No, but it may have been too technical for Bennett. He's been trained in a rougher school.
Well, that may well be the case. So, coming the acid...
It means that you probably corrected him without wrapping it up enough.
I could hardly have been more diplomatic.
Well, then you must have overdone it.
How strange to meet Scylla and Charybdis in Atlantic waters. Perhaps I should explain the allusion. They were...
Don't come the acid with me.
Ah, now I understand. He really is a monstrous man.
Well, of course he is, unique. Very few Aussies are like him.
Oh, God, how can we get rid of him?
I have an idea he might get rid of himself. He didn't like the convoy at all. I shouldn't be surprised if he gave this job up.
How could he do that?
Oh, there are ways. If I were him, I think I should get a duodenal ulcer. For some inscrutable reason, the Navy takes them very seriously. If they suspect anything like that, they put you ashore straight away in case something blows up while you're at sea.
One of us had better tell him. I wouldn't like him to be in any doubt as to how to go about it, just for want of a word of advice.
The first few convoys followed the pattern of our initiation. The cruel sea was our only enemy, but this was not to last.
Captain, sir.
What is it, Ferriby?
Burst of tracer bullets from the far side of the convoy, sir.
I'll come up. Sound off action stations.
Aye, aye, sir.
Release clear away, sir. Close up, sir.
Very good, Wainwright.
That's close up, sir.
Right, Phillips.
What is it, sir?
Low-flying aircraft attacking across the convoy, sir.
As I see it, too far away for us to have a crack at her yet.
Yes, sir.
She's coming our way.
Another few hundred yards.
There goes a bomb. See it?
Yes, sir. In the moonlight. Oh, God.
It must have been a tanker. Poor devils.
Will we pick them up, sir?
Yes, we're their escort. If there are any, that is. Bridge, wheelhouse.
Wheelhouse, sir. Coxswain on the wheel.
Starboard 20, steer 145.
Starboard 20, steer 145, sir.
Full ahead.
Full ahead, sir.
So presently we found them. With 20 years at sea behind me, even I was not prepared for the pity and horror of their appearance. First came the ones who could climb aboard themselves. Half a dozen shivering, black-faced men, shot and silent. This was war at sea with all its pitiless vengeance. One came aboard with his scalp streaming with blood. Another had been scalded from head to foot with steam. They looked round them in wonder, dazed by the swift violence of the disaster and by their rescue. And to these pitiful human beings, the solid deck, the fellow men, the warmth of Compass Rose was sanctuary from the cruel sea.
Easy, Charlie. To you. Mind your back, sir. Right.
Hallows, hold him down.
Aye, aye, sir.
Why doesn't he die, Sub?
I wish he would.
Do us all a favor. Die. Please, die.
Bennett will be back late from leave.
He probably can't tear himself away from some disreputable tart.
Oh, evening.
Evening, sir.
Evening, sir.
Number one back yet?
I think I hear his approach now, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Evening, number one.
What's laid on?
Snorkers.
Good out?
Oh.
Had a good leave, sir?
Yes, thank you, number one. Everything under control, Lockhart, while I was away?
Everything, sir. Boilers clean to treat, as the dockyard lady said.
Good.
Holy cow.
What's the matter, number one?
Hell of a fight. I feel pretty crook.
Well, you'd better lie down and take it easy for a bit.
Holy cow, it's agony. I reckon I will go and lie down. Might pass off.
Well, what are you all grinning at?
Oh, sorry, sir. I was thinking of something.
Oh, it hardly does you credit, Lockhart, at a time like this. If the first lieutenant is in pain, I should hardly have thought you would be able to laugh at anything else.
Come in. Oh, come in, Lockhart. Sab, here are two signals.
Yes, sir.
The first is our sailing orders for 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
The second concerns Bennett. The first lieutenant won't be back for some time. Suspected duodenal ulcer.
Oh.
He's left to sail without him, and there's no chance of getting relief by 4 o'clock either.
I see, sir.
You'll have to take over as number one and organize the watches on that basis.
Yes, sir.
I'll help you with it. You should be able to carry on until a relief
I
arrives.
can carry on anyway, sir.
Can you?
I know I can, sir.
All right, then. I'll see. Do your best this time anyway.
You can count on that, sir.
I think I can. Now, off you go and get those watches sorted out.
So Compass Rose sailed on through 1940. Sometimes to Iceland, sometimes to Gibraltar, sometimes to a pinpoint in mid-Atlantic that was our rendezvous with the incoming ships. Another, and what was obviously to be a longer year, was born. And it began in port with a piece of domestic drama.
You know, Bob, I've been doing a wee bit of thinking.
Well, why don't you have a bash at your beer before you go crackers? Well, you got 2 bucksheep pants lined up already.
I'll get to them. You see, Bob, I'm a widower with grown-up children.
Well, what about it, Jim? We both know you know Clark Gable.
Well, I was wondering about after the war.
Well, let's get through the ruddy thing first before we start salting out the piece.
But if I do get through it, I want to get fixed up.
And so say all of us, Jim. Well, what are you worrying about? There's bags of shore billets going for old-timers like you.
I was thinking more about a home.
Oh, you old basket. Got your eye on some little wren glamour pants, eh?
No, she's no wren. And no glamour pants.
Oh. Well, cheerio, Jim.
Cheers. No, she's a widow.
Well, a good tune played on an old bottle. Do I know her?
Well, yes, you do, Bob. Here, haven't you ever,
Glad? Blow me capper. Gladys, my sister. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Well, you see, Bob...
Oh, well, that's marvellous, Jim. That's all smart. Here, come on, shake on it. Oh, it's the best thing that could happen to her, that. Here, I'm for you and all.
Thanks, Bob.
Well, have you asked her?
Well, sort of. We've got a understanding.
Hmm?
The only thing is...
Well, come on, what's the trouble?
Well, she's a wee bit worried about you. I mean, she's been housekeeping for you for a long time, hasn't she?
Oh, don't be daft. Don't be daft. I might get married myself one of these days. I might. You never know. Oh, you go ahead, Jim. I'll give the bride away any time you like.
I can't see it happening soon now with the war going the way it is. It's the longest job I ever saw.
It was on one of our journeys home from Gibraltar that Compass Rose justified the men who had designed and built her and the men who sailed in her. Toward the end of the morning watch, the light began to grow to the eastward, blanching the dark water.
Bridge. Captain, sir.
Captain, yes?
Lockhart, sir. I think we've got a submarine on the radar screen.
I'll be up at once, number 1. Sure it's not a straggler?
I don't think so, sir. This thing's at least 10 miles behind the convoy.
Have you had an echo like this before?
Not exactly, sir. It's about the size we'd get from a buoy or a small boat.
A trawler or a drifter?
Oh, it's smaller than that, sir.
Right. Sound off action stations. Bridge, wheelhouse. Full ahead. Steer 10 degrees to starboard.
Left charge crews closed up. Guns crew closed up. 2 by the gun closed up.
Action steaming stations. Coxswain on the wheel, sir.
Action stations closed up, sir.
My God, number 1, I think that this time... There it is. See it? That black speck on the horizon.
Yes, I got it, sir.
On the surface, too. Something I thought perhaps we'd never see. The conning tower of a U-boat.
Captain must be blind.
Morel! No? A U-boat on the surface, dead ahead. It's far out of range at the moment, but be ready. We want to get a couple of shots in before she dives, if we can get near enough.
Aye, sir.
I can see it, sir, dead ahead. Shall we send a sighting report, sir?
Yes, Wells. WT signal, warn the office. Take this down. Admiralty, repeated Viperus. Submarine on surface, 10 miles astern of convoy TG-104. Course 345, speed 5 knots. Am engaging. Number 1?
I kind of overheard, sir. Too far away from me at the moment.
We'll need that Asdic box of tricks before long. You can stand by for the quickest crash dive in history as soon as they see us.
Let's make the most of it while their trousers are down, sir.
Ferrabin, stand by for immediate action. Crack it on, Chief. We haven't much time to play with.
Aye, aye, sir. I think I can reach him now, sir.
That German in the conning tower must turn round.
He'll say God in Himmel or Donnerwetter and crash and she'll be gone. Right, Morel.
Fire!
Damn! 30 yards over.
Fire!
Blast! Sure!
She's crash diving, sir. Nearly down. Fire!
She's down, Lockhart!
In Aztec contact, sir. She's moving quickly, sir.
Every inch of steam you've got, Chief.
Aye, aye, sir. If I have to split her apart.
Moving right, sir.
Now! Fire depth charges!
Aye, aye, sir. Pattern 1. Fire! Depth charges gone, sir.
Depth charges gone, sir.
But we must have got her. The damn thing was there.
Get back on that search. We haven't finished yet.
Sorry, sir. Target stationary, sir. Third pattern. Fire!
Any minute now. We've got her! We've got her!
Like a ruddy, great, dead, unwieldy fish.
Open fire!
There they come. The bastards.
Machine gun? No, one of them's got guts anyway. Well, that's that. Cease fire! Wheel amidships. Stop engines. And stand by with those scrambling nets.
See how they swim. The staunch apostles of total war.
This is my favorite kind of survivor. They invented the whole idea themselves. I want to see how they perform. That was our moment of triumph. How soon it was to be tarnished. Even far down the Mersey, at the Crosby light vessel, we knew that something was wrong. And as we sailed upstream, we began to smell the acrid tang of smoke.
Get out the mooring wires.
Aye, aye, sir.
Can you train your glasses on the city, sir? It looks funny.
Huh?
There's an hell of a lot of smoke about.
I can see the liver buildings.
There's a ruddy great piece missing out of the skyline, though.
Oh, it's copped up packet.
What's it like, sir?
Not too good, I'm afraid. Looks as though they've been raided several times.
Look at those houses.
Hope to heaven they didn't get our oiler. She'd go up like a Roman candle. I was just getting to like some of those rather rugged types.
Stop talking and get on with those wires.
Aye, sir.
Ship secure, sir.
Number 1.
Sir.
There'll be a lot of requests for special leave, probably. You better cancel ordinary leave and give it to the ratings who have homes or relatives here.
Aye, aye, sir. What about yourself, sir?
See that those wires are squared off. Sir. I'm going ashore to phone. Now, it'll probably be some time because there'll be a queue as long as a wet week for that dockside telephone.
Couldn't get through, Bob. But then they might just have damaged the telephone wires.
Yeah, I know. It might be that, Jim. Well, this is the Dock Road, all right.
There's not a great deal off it left.
No, there isn't. Number 33. 31. Oh, my God.
Well, that's that.
Yes, Jim.
Let's ask those rescue blokes.
How did it happen? How about the people inside?
I was at the warden's place.
Yeah, I know, but what about the people inside? I mean, you know, don't you?
They were dead. I'm very sorry. There were 2 of them.
Probably Mrs. Crossley. She used to sit with Glad in the evening.
There's the oath I can give.
What did they do? When was the funeral?
Oh, 2 days ago. There were some others, you know. 21 altogether.
21.
Where was it? The funeral, I mean.
Croft Road Cemetery. It was very tasteful. They were all together in
One big grave. The mayor and the corporation attended, and the floral tributes. They can't have known anything. It was all over in a second.
That voyage was a tough one. 6 ships in 2 days, including Sorrow, our sister ship. We asked permission to search for survivors. We didn't get that permission till dawn. We found them without difficulty towards the end of the morning watch. 15 out of a ship's company of 90. The men on the rafts were stiff and cold and soaked with oil. Some alive, some dead. Sorrel's captain, Ramsay, my friend for many years, was holding in his arms the dead body of a young sailor. The whole story, the lost ship, the lost crew, the pain and the exhaustion, all these were written on Ramsay's grey face. It was a true captain's face, a captain in defeat, who mourned his ship and who bore alone the monstrous burden of its loss. But the enemy hadn't finished with us, that convoy.
That's the 3rd ship tonight. She's settling down.
None of her boats away yet, sir?
You've got the best eyes in the ship, Wells.
Aztec echo bearing. 225. Moving left.
Increase revolutions.
Aye, aye, sir.
What's it look like, number 1?
Submarine, sir. Can't be anything else.
Ferriby?
Sir?
I'll take over here. Get down to your depth charges.
Aye, aye, sir.
I'll take her in at attacking speed and drop a pattern of depth charges on the way.
Very good, sir.
Starboard 10.
Starboard 10, sir.
Steer 135.
Steer 135, sir.
Captain, sir.
Yes, Wells?
Survivors in the water ahead, sir.
I can see them.
Sorry, sir.
What's it look like now, number 1?
The same, sir. Solid echo, exactly the right size. Must be a U-boat.
Is it moving?
Very slowly.
There are some men in the water just about there. 600 yards from those men swimming in the water. What's it look like now?
Just the same. Seems to be stationary. It's the strongest contact we've ever had.
There are some chaps in the water.
There's a U-boat just underneath them.
All right, then. Attack at all costs. That's what it says in the book. We'll go for it.
Depth charge positions aft. Attacking. Stand by.
Good, they're waving. The bloke's in the water. You can't do it, sir. You can't.
Do you think I'm enjoying myself, Wells?
But those blokes.
Drop first pattern.
Aye, aye, sir.
Depth charge is gone, sir. Depth charge is gone, sir.
Oh, God.
You all right, sir?
No, number 1. I don't mind telling you. I don't mind telling you I'm not.
You've got to forget all about it. No good worrying about it now. You can't change anything.
There was a submarine. I'm sure of it. It's all in the report.
It was all my fault anyway. I identified it as a submarine. If anyone killed those men, I killed them.
No one killed them. It's the war. We've just got to do these things and say our prayers at the end. Have you been drinking, number 1?
Yes, sir. Quite a lot.
So have I. First time since we commissioned. Good night.
You poor old devil. You've had just about enough, haven't you? Can't get you properly to bed, my dear and revered captain, but at least I can snug you down for the night. You'll have quite a head when you wake up. God bless you. Oh, get your legs out straight. Yeah, that's the best I can do for you. Wish it could be more. Wish I could really cure you. Drunk or sober, Erickson, you're all right.
Number one. I heard that.
That's all right, sir. I meant it.
Number one. When we get back after this trip, I'll buy you the best dinner in Liverpool. Our next convoy was our worst ever. It fitted into the whole interminable, messy pattern of that seemingly endless war at sea, and its cost was very great.
I've never known a Gibraltar run like it, number one.
No, sir. Simply a steady wastage.
Signal from Viper, sir.
Read it, Wells.
Following ships were sunk last night. Fort James, Oriskey, Bulstrode Manor, Glen McCurtain. Amend convoy list accordingly.
Thank you, Wells.
But the next convoy to Iceland was even worse than the Gibraltar run. Compass Rose was running southward past the frozen coastline after delivering 4 ships independently to Reykjavik. It was cold, and it grew even colder as night fell. Looks just as Iceland ought to look, doesn't it?
Plenty of snow. Black cliffs, white mountains, broad glacier.
But peaceful. Cold and peaceful.
Wells, sir, call Viperus on RT. Plain language. They torpedoed in position 050 degrees, 30 miles astern of you.
Aye, aye, sir.
Number one, clear away boats and rafts, but wait for the word.
Aye, aye, sir.
She's going down already. Poor little Compass Rose, just like sorrow.
The RT smashed, sir.
Stop engines, Chief.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief?
Sir.
Leave it, Chief, and come up.
Aye, aye, sir.
Nothing can save her now, number one.
Nothing.
Shall I ditch the book, sir?
Yes, well, throw him over. Coxswain, sir. Pipe abandon ship.
Aye, aye, sir.
Abandon ship! Abandon ship!
What's the chances, sir?
Oh, not too bad. Well, it's time to go. Good luck to you all. She's going.
Shorty.
Aye.
Did anyone see Jameson?
He were in forecastle.
None of them got out.
Lucky devils. Betting of this any road.
Ah, we got a chance still.
It's getting lighter.
That's the moon.
Shorty, wake up.
Are you all right, Rose? Rose? Damn, he's gone.
Shorty, wake up.
Trefoil will have seen us on her radar screen.
Wilson's dead, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir. Stone cold.
All right. Tip him over, then. Who's going up on the raft next?
Any more for the Skylark?
Must be pretty near Iceland.
Some men died well. Some men died badly. Some men just died, having nothing to live for. And so in the first light of early morning, Viperous found us, 11 men on 2 rafts. She brought us back to our home port and safety.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Another pink gin.
Pink gin, sir?
Oh, no. Here's my captain. Make it 2 pink gins.
Yes, sir.
2 very large pink gins. Sir, congratulations.
My very new brass hat. Thanks, number 1.
2 large pink gins, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Well, the lordships only told me last week the passage of time, of course.
Oh, nothing else, sir. Well, here's to it all the same.
I really am sorry.
Thank you. I know, sir.
It's a damn silly question. Any better?
No, not very much.
I didn't think it would be.
Did you go and see Morell's wife?
Yes, I did.
How was she?
In bed.
Taking it badly?
I think she was taking it very well. There was someone with her.
Damn the war.
Yes. To hell with it.
Tell me about your new ship.
Oh, no, she really is something. It's a new class, frigate, same size and shape as a destroyer.
Is she?
8 or 9 officers and about 160 men. She's got everything, but everything. Now, this time, we're going to give them more than they can cope with. You know, we've got turbines, twin screws, 3 big guns, new ASDIC, new radar. I'll be commissioning her in about 2 months' time.
I hope we'll be commissioning her, sir.
Thank you, number 1. I wanted you to say that. Well, let's raise our glasses.
Good idea.
To Watts, and Tunbridge, and Tallow, and Wells, and all the others.
And all the others. Oh, and to Compass Rose.
Yes, to little Compass Rose.
Theater. Starring Cary Grant and Gene Crane in People Will Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. If you saw 20th Century Fox's fine drama, People Will Talk, I'm sure you continue to talk about it long after you left the theater. About its unusual dramatic ingredients, the mysterious and romantic Dr. Pretorius, and a frightened and desperate girl who turned to him for help and understanding. And of course you recall the outstanding performances of the stars who portrayed these 2 central figures. So we have invited Cary Grant and Gene Crane to recreate their exceptional roles in People Will Talk. Now, Act 1 of People Will Talk, starring Cary Grant as Dr. Noah Pretorius and Gene Crane as Deborah. Several years ago, a young and wealthy doctor came to the university. He came for 2 purposes: to teach medicine and to open his own hospital clinic near the campus. In both endeavors, Dr. Pretorius has attained remarkable success, but he remains very much a man of mystery. Well, it's early evening. At his clinic, Dr. Pretorius has just completed the rounds of his patients, and now in his office...
I'll have the other reports from the lab in the morning, Doctor. What about Mrs. Adams?
Running on the test. How was she when you made this one? Depressed?
Cried all through it.
Well, when you want it again, call me. We'll make her laugh through the next one. See what happens with a different set of emotional factors.
Well, if you like.
May I see you now, Dr. Pretorius?
Well, nurse?
It's Mrs. Fawcett. She's nearly ready to go home, but she wants to take her gallbladder with her in a bottle of alcohol.
I think that's quite touching. Let her have it.
But you know we don't keep gallbladders lying about once they've been removed.
Mrs. Pegwhistle, it's highly unlikely that Mrs. Fawcett would recognize her own, so why don't you just give her any old gallbladder? Make her happy.
Oh, very well, if those are your orders. Oh, what about the girl in 204?
Deborah Higgins? I've just been in to see her. I've left full instructions with the charge nurse. I'll see her again first thing in the morning.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, may I see you, Doctor?
Come in, Miss Fillmore. Rebellion in the diet kitchen, I presume?
Doctor, unless all the patients are served breakfast at the same time, I simply cannot run the kitchen without present personnel.
Then hire more help.
But it is common practice in hospitals.
Miss Fillmore, in my clinic, no patient shall be awakened from a health-giving sleep and forced to eat breakfast at a time which happens to please a culinary union.
But in the interest of good economy...
Bad therapy is never good economy. Now, if you must economize, do it in the doctor's dining room. Oh, and while I think of it, Mrs. Pegwhistle.
Yes, sir.
I would not have all the patients bathed at the stroke of a gong for the convenience of the nurses. Now, one of the reasons for my founding this clinic is a firm conviction that patients are sick people, not inmates.
Of course, Dr. Pretorius.
All right. If anything comes up, you can reach me at the University Orchestra rehearsal till 10:30. I'll be home at 11. Good night, all. Thank you. You can get the car, Mr. Chesterton.
Orchestra rehearsal?
Someday I'll discover something he can't do. He conducts the orchestra. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Just don't ask me where he finds the time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Tonight, for the first time, your attack was not pre-medical. The horns did not sound as if they'd been sterilized, and our violins at long last indicate a realization that catgut can create notes as well as sutures. Now, if it were not for the gentleman in back of the bull fiddle... Well? Dr. Barker, now, is there any reason why you, who live so intimately with millions of neutrons and know them all by name, cannot maintain a simple beat on a bull fiddle?
My only mistake is that I follow your beat religiously.
I do not mean to impugn your academic standing, of
My
course.
dear Dr. Pretorius, I would willingly entrust my life to your skill as a surgeon, but I would not permit you to conduct my 3-year-old nephew to the bathroom.
The fact remains that I am the conductor, and you pay no attention to me.
Oh, I pay absolute attention. That's the trouble.
Unfortunately, Dr. Barker, you are the only one in our group who possesses a bull fiddle. Now, let us hope that by next rehearsal, the two of you will have become better acquainted. Well, that's all, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Shall I get the car?
Drive it home, Mr. Chesterton. I'll ride with Dr. Barker. Oh, and don't wait up. You'll make me very unhappy unless you go straight to bed.
Good night, Doctor. Mr. Chesterton is not ill.
No, just old. I keep forgetting he can't stand these long hours anymore.
Noah, something I want to talk to you about.
Here and now?
Yes, while it's fresh on my mind. Just for a minute. Now, sit down.
Now, you behave as if you were about to propose.
Now, first, I want you to know that I am your good and devoted friend.
I've been aware of that for some time. And I am yours.
Then believe me, please, when I tell you there is trouble brewing. Professor Elwell and certain other members of the faculty, they've started to rummage about in your past. Noah, it's serious.
Let them rummage. They're spitting into the wind.
Noah, can Elwell dig up anything that conceivably would discredit you enough to justify a hearing before a faculty committee?
How much discredit is enough?
I have known you intimately for 10 years, but I can't even guess at what you were up to the day before I met you.
I suppose I told you all. Could it affect our friendship?
No, of course not.
Well, then?
Well, tell me just this, then. Sanderson. Who is he, Noah? Why is he with you day and night, everywhere you go?
I've got no right to tell even you anything about Mr. Sanderson.
Well, can Elwell uncover something about his past, or yours, or both, that he can use to make trouble?
That depends. Well, shall we go?
You can be very exasperating, you know.
Drop me by the clinic first, will you? I want to look in on a patient.
At this hour?
I know. You don't happen to have a student by the name of Deborah Higgins, do you?
Higgins? No. No Higginses.
Well, she stopped by this afternoon for a checkup, and as she was leaving, she paused in the corridor, took out a small revolver, and shot herself.
She tried to kill herself?
Yeah. That's a good thing. Most people haven't the foggiest notion where the heart is actually located. She'll be all right, just a superficial wound.
Why did she try to kill herself?
You know, I imagine that when people need help the most, it must sometimes seem as if they were all alone in the world. Isn't that true?
That's no answer. However, if she is still all alone, if there's still no one to help her, she'll try again. Won't she?
As I said before, drop me by the clinic, will you?
Who is it?
Dr. Pretorius.
Please, don't turn on the light.
You've been crying again. Is that it, Deborah?
Have I?
Oh, that's a pretty good guess when a woman wants the light kept off. Either that or her face isn't on.
You know all about women, don't you?
Not nearly enough.
I don't mean just as a doctor.
Not even as a doctor. Deborah, I got something to tell you. And as a pompous know-it-all...
I didn't mean to call you that this afternoon, really. Even when I said it.
As a pompous know-it-all, it isn't going to be easy. Now, when you came to see me and I told you that you were going to have a baby, I also mentioned the remote possibility that the laboratory diagnosis could be wrong. Those fog tests, remember?
Well?
Well, the diagnosis wasn't wrong. The fog reacted perfectly. You merely got the wrong report.
I what?
You see, 2 tests were being run at the same time. Through unforgivable negligence, you were given the Mrs. Bixby's report.
And you mean I'm not having a baby after all?
You're not having a baby after all. You've got nothing to worry about.
Oh, that is what you say.
Well, now, what are you crying about?
Oh, it's just awful.
What is?
To think I had to go and tell you all about myself, and now it turns out I didn't really have to.
As a matter of fact, you told me very little. Something about a young man who used to be a student here. You were going to be married when he came back, but he was killed in Korea.
Oh, it's all such a crazy nightmare.
Well, it's good to have someone to tell it to.
But not to you.
Well, why not?
Oh, never mind. Oh, but at least now my father won't have to know.
From what you said about your father, I can't understand why you'd be afraid of him.
Afraid of him? Oh, no. He's the most gentle and understanding man in all the world. But you see, I'm all he's got. And if this had happened, it would have killed him.
So rather than that, you prefer to kill yourself?
Oh, and now you tell me it was all just a mistake in the laboratory.
Well, I'll see you in the morning.
Dr. Pretorius.
Yes?
Are all your patients women?
Almost.
I guess they all fall in love with you.
Not all of them.
Just most.
Not even most. Good night, Deborah. Sleep well.
What a mess. Oh, what a mess.
Well, help yourself, Lionel. Knotfurs, sauerkraut, and beer.
Smells delicious. Believe me, if it were not for your knotwurst after rehearsals, I would resign from your orchestra. Now, tell me, your patient at the clinic, maybe now you'll tell me why she shot herself.
Because of an unpremeditated baby.
Oh.
I stopped by to tell her she was not pregnant after all.
Oh, lost the baby, huh? What was it, shock or when she fell?
She's as pregnant now as she ever was.
Well, then why in the name of good sense tell her that she isn't? You know, having a baby, my dear boy, that's not the state of mind, Paddle Pickles.
I have 2 reasons. One, to get her a good night's sleep, and the second, to keep her from trying suicide again until I can find her father and talk with him.
What has her father got to do with it?
She's got an unshakable conviction that the knowledge of what she has done will kill him.
And you intend to talk him into clicking his heels with joy?
No, I intend to convince him either to be compassionate about it or to convince her that her father will survive and her chief responsibility is to the baby.
Noah.
Yes?
Has it ever occurred to you that most of this is none of your business?
What is my business, Lionel?
Oh, to diagnose physical ailments and to alleviate them?
No. My business is to make sick people well. Now, there's a vast difference between curing an ailment and making a sick person well.
Wonderful sauerkraut. That tastes like sauerkraut used to taste.
I'll tell Mr. Chesterton. He'll be pleased. Hello? When? Oh, I see. No, don't do that. Don't notify the police or anyone else. I'll take care of it in the morning. Keep looking, of course. Let me know if you find her. Good night.
Who flew the coop, that young lady?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. But I've got to find her.
Yes, I should think so. It seems you've got some important information about her that she hasn't got. But, Noah, be careful. Whatever you do, remember Professor Elwell is going to find out about it, and if he possibly can, he will use it against you.
Where would she go, Lionel?
Where? Well, to her gentle and understanding father, of course.
Yeah. You're right. So we decided to take a Sunday morning drive out in the country, Mr. Chesterton and I. And oddly enough, Mr. Higgins, we found ourselves...
I can't tell you how delighted I am, Doctor. I've heard so much about you from my daughter.
Have you, Mr. Higgins?
Well, won't you, Mr. Chesterton, come up on the porch and sit down?
Thank you.
How fortunate you and Deborah were such good friends when she had that ridiculous little accident. I still don't understand how a girl can accidentally burn a deep welt on her side with a curling iron.
Well, it's not uncommon for women, female students in particular, to curl their hair, eat, read, and telephone all at the same time. The results often are disastrous.
Yes, I imagine it could have been worse.
Much worse.
I happen to be devoted to porch sitting, but if you'd rather go inside...
No, this is very pleasant. And I see that you're properly protected against too much fresh air.
You don't believe in the benefits of fresh air?
I do not. Nor do I believe that eating fish develops a brain. Oh, I could go on for days.
You must tell that to Deborah. She's forever driving me out of the house.
Father, Uncle John says that if we're going to have dinner on time, we... Oh!
We have guests, Deborah.
Yes, I see. Hello, Doctor. Hello, Mr. Shunderson.
Good morning, miss.
I was wondering about that nasty little burn you got from the curling iron.
Oh, it's, fine.
Well, it's been almost a week. And since we happen to be driving out this way...
Surely you and Mr. Shunderson will join us for dinner.
No, really. We couldn't impose upon you.
Dr. Pretorius must have more important matters.
Nonsense. We can't let them drive miles to get here and then send them away unfed.
We'll be happy to stay.
Have you, been here long?
Your father and I have just been getting acquainted.
Dr. Pretorius has a way of knowing people very well, very quickly.
And after all, you've told me so much about him.
Father, I'm not at all sure that it's good for you to be out of doors.
There is nothing healthier than fresh air. Don't you have something to do in the kitchen?
I haven't the slightest intention of leaving this porch.
It also seems that Deborah's told me a great deal about you, Mr. Higgins.
There wasn't much to know, was there? The number of accomplishments in my life is one. Deborah.
Quite an accomplishment.
If you don't mind, I'd rather not be discussed this intimately on the front porch.
On the front porch or in the test tube, it's obvious that you are going to be discussed. So, why do you insist on remaining where you're not wanted?
Well, why should you want to discuss me? There's nothing to discuss, is there?
Deborah, it's quite apparent that Dr. Pretorius has come to talk with me. Now, go and tell Bella that there'll be 2 extra for dinner.
Well, what about Uncle John?
He's doing his books. I'll tell him later.
I would like to help.
Oh, no, please, Mr. Shunderson. It isn't necessary.
Oh, let him. It's a good idea. He'd be of great help.
May I ask, is Mr. Shunderson your servant?
No, he's my friend, but he likes to help.
Oh, I see. I referred to Deborah a moment ago as the only accomplishment of my life.
I'm sure you were being modest.
Well, she's more than my only accomplishment. If you'll permit a rather lurid analogy, Deborah is my heartbeat.
Mr. Higgins, now, please don't feel that you have to tell me anything.
No. I want to tell you about myself for just a moment. Now, my brother John owns this farm. He owns the food I invited you to share, the beds we sleep in, and the clothes we wear. Also, Deborah's tuition, and the tobacco in my pipe. The pipe is mine. I have other possessions, some scrapbooks, a thin volume of poetry. Mine, too. It was published, but it didn't sell, of course, and Deborah, the memory of my wife.
I wondered about her.
She died when Deborah was very little. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll find Brother John.
Now, perhaps it would be better if we didn't
no,
stay.
Please, I'd consider it a favor. I won't be long.
Now, Mr. Shunderson, I thought you were helping in the kitchen.
The woman didn't want me. It's not going to be easy what you came here for.
I came here to... Come on, let's go for a walk. Well, now, that was a very fine meal, Mr. John.
And they ain't certainly without chicken.
Well, don't you ever eat chicken on weekdays?
Only on Sunday.
Well, if you like chicken so much, why not eat it more often?
Because I only eat it on Sundays.
Uncle John lives according to a very strict schedule.
Two things I live by. The good book and the calendar. I get a day's work to do every day in the year. I take care of my work, and the good book takes care of me.
Then you do the same thing every day of the year, is that it? Just like the cows and horses and vegetables.
That's right. That's what the good Lord and old Mother Nature put us here for. To do the job they set out for us.
Well, I can't speak for the good Lord, of course, but I know a little about old Mother Nature. If old Mother Nature had her way, there wouldn't be a human being alive.
How do you mean that, Doc?
I mean, among other things, that old Mother Nature tries to destroy us periodically by pestilence, disease, and disaster. That's why the human race has been at war with old Mother Nature ever since it became the human race.
What do you mean, became the human race? Is that what you teach?
Oh, that merely happens to be my opinion.
Well, I'm going back on working on my books, income tax. Ain't complaining, though. Got more deductions than I thought. Doc, do you mind if I put you and your friend down as a couple of feed salesmen?
Oh, no. Mr. Chesterton and I are flattered. Just don't call me Doc.
That way I deduct the whole dinner. Just don't play the radio too loud while I'm working out there.
No, John. Deborah, why don't you show Dr. Pretorius the farm? I'm sure he'd be interested.
All right. I'll get a sweater and meet you outside.
Tell me, Mr. Higgins, how old were you when you learned to walk?
I did pretty well by the time I was 4.
When did you leave the farm?
When I was 16.
It couldn't have taken you 12 years to make up your mind. I'll wait for Deborah out on the porch.
Do you enjoy music, Mr. Shunderson? More than anything? Good. I'll turn on the radio. Mr. Shunderson, Dr. Pretorius has come here to ask Deborah to marry him, hasn't he? I wouldn't be surprised, Mr. Higgins.
And in this barn, well, this is the dairy. The cows are out in the pasture.
Doing the job good old Mother Nature gave them, huh?
Uncle John has 8 cows. Of course, that's far more milk, butter, and cheese than we need, so he sells the rest in town. That makes it a commercial enterprise, and he can write off the dairy and the equipment and the cows.
Oh, my, all that bookwork.
No, I think I like the dairy best of all. Now, down there's the room for the separator and things.
Oh, I'd stay out of there if I were you. You might get caught in a room with a dead end. Now, why did you run away from the clinic?
This, of course, is the separator where the cream gets separated from the milk.
Why did you run away?
It works by centrifugal action. The cream, being lighter than the milk, rises to the surface.
Deborah.
Because I had to.
Why?
I had to, that's all.
Why?
Because.
Why?
I had reasons.
What?
They were private and personal. You know, I don't have to tell you everything.
Why?
I'm in love with you.
What makes you think so?
I can't give you symptoms. It's love, not measles.
Am I being pompous again?
Well, there are some things you can't be scientific about.
Even so. Now, why should that make you want to run away in the middle of the night in your bathrobe and slippers?
I didn't want to see you the next morning.
I wanted to see you.
Not if I knew about you. What you knew about me, you wouldn't want to.
Possibly. I don't know.
Oh, a person just doesn't fall in love that fast or that often. I just couldn't lie there anymore and think about it. Oh, don't you see? If I do love you, then how could I have been in love with him? And if I didn't love him, then why? Oh, and anyway, even if I did, why did I have to go and tell you about it?
Turn around. Are you crying again?
No, I just want to run away again.
No more running away. You know, you were right about your father. I couldn't have told him. He'd have understood, but I couldn't have told him. Certainly you couldn't have.
Now, you tell me something. Why did you come out here?
Well, what do you mean?
It couldn't have been to talk to my father.
Well, as a matter of fact...
Because if it were what it was, there wasn't anything to tell him, really, was there?
Well, no, not really.
Superficial flesh wounds like mine. You certainly weren't worried about that, were you?
Of course not.
Going to all the trouble of finding me, searching the registrar's records and whatnot? Why did you come all the way out here?
Oh, I don't know, really.
I think you do know. What's your first name? I can't go on calling you Dr. Pretorius.
Noah.
Oh, Noah's a cute name.
Well, my real name is Ludwig. You see, cream is the oily part of the milk. It's not actually a separate product.
I prefer no.
Now, in homogenizing milk, for instance, the particles of fat become
I do not want to
emulsified.
appear unladylike about this, but I can't think.
Cream becomes part of the general body of the milk.
With you of all men. You couldn't have come out here because you wanted to talk to my father.
Oh, dear.
And you couldn't have come out because you were worried about my health. And there comes a time when a patient asks the doctor questions. Come on. Why did you come all this way just to see me, Noah?
I did have a reason, you know.
I know.
Oh, no, you don't. It doesn't seem to matter much at this moment.
You're being pompous again at the moment.
Oh, you'd be surprised how unpompous
Then what
I am.
are you doing?
Come here.
Well, things do have a way of happening, don't they?
Old Mother Nature. Old Mother Nature knows best.
Act 2 of People Will Talk. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of People Will Talk, starring Cary Grant as Dr. Noah Pretorius and Jean Crane as Deborah. It's an hour later. Deborah, her father, and Dr. Pretorius are upstairs in the farmhouse.
I still say this is just plain silly, dropping my suitcases out the window. You know, there's no reason why we can't just walk out the front door.
Oh, go on. It's much more fun this way. When are you going to break the news to Uncle John?
As soon as you've gone.
Uncle John's going to be awfully angry.
I hope so.
Now, Dad, remember your promise to come and live with us.
Of course he will. Much against everybody's better judgment, including my own, I intend to live very happily with you.
Golly, I'm scared.
Well, there's nothing John can do to any of us.
Oh, she's not scared of John. She's scared of me.
Pompous know-it-all. It just so happens that what I'm afraid of is that you don't really want to marry me and that I won't make you a good enough wife. Well?
Well, in the first place, I'm not in the habit of marrying women I don't really want to marry.
You know, Father, his first name isn't really Noah.
And in the second place...
It's Ludwig.
The woman has yet to be born who doesn't in her heart believe she'll make her husband a much better wife than he has any possible right to expect.
I just don't want to get married tonight. I don't want a long engagement, but can't I even have one day?
You'll be married in New York. That takes 3 days.
I must say, you're the only man I ever heard of who acts, well, exactly like some poor girl who's got to get married.
I imagine that as a man, I've come as close to it as any other man who ever lived. Now, let's get out of here.
Hello? Hello, Professor Elwell? Yes. This is Coonan, Professor, from the Detective Agency. I got news about Dr. Pretorius. Well? Just stay in your office, Professor. I'll be right over. First of all, Professor Elwell, we just got married. Dr. Pretorius and a girl named Higgins. They got married in New York this morning. I don't require a detective agency to tell me that. They posted that news on the faculty bulletin board. Oh. Well, here's something that ain't on the bulletin board. See this newspaper? Take a look at this picture. Now, whose picture would you say this is, Professor? Shunderson. You bet it is. Right on the front page. Shunderson. But this newspaper. What? Why, it's dated March 12th, 1921. That's right, Professor. Only there's no doubt about whose picture it is there now? No, I'm positive. This is Shunderson. But why is his picture in this newspaper? Start reading, Professor. It makes some very interesting reading matter. Very interesting indeed.
Well, Mr. Shunderson, I thought rehearsal went very well tonight, didn't you?
Yes, sir, very well.
I wish Deborah and her father had come along.
Give them a chance to get settled in the house, sir. You didn't forget to invite Dr. Barker to dinner tomorrow night?
He invited himself. Lionel never forgets my birthday.
It will be a wonderful birthday for you, with a fine wife at the table.
It's been quite a week, Mr. Shunderson, quite a week.
Doctor, before we get home, there's something you should know. Someone's been following me today, a detective.
How do you know?
I have a gift for such things. Perhaps it would be better if I went away now. You've made a great career. You have your home, your wife, responsibilities.
No.
What should I do, Doctor?
Exactly what I shall do. Wait and see what happens.
There's someone at the front door. Professor Elwell from the university.
At this time of day? Professor Elwell?
I told him you'd be sitting down to dinner soon, but he said it's very urgent that he see the doctor, ma'am. Shall I call him?
What are they doing upstairs?
The three of them, ma'am. Your father, Dr. Barker, Dr. Pretorius, they're playing with what you got him for his birthday. The electric trains, ma'am.
Good. Then I'm not going to disturb him. I'll talk to Professor Elwell.
I'm sorry that you insist, Mrs. Pretorius. Oh, believe me, I have no wish to upset you.
But I want to know, Professor Elwell. I want to know why you're here.
Very well, then. Dean Brockwell has asked me to give Dr. Pretorius this envelope. It contains a list of charges that have been brought against him.
Charges? By whom? What charges?
I am not privileged to reveal them.
But you know what they are.
Unhappily, I do. Well, I must be going. I admire your courage, Mrs. Pretorius. Most women would be, shall we say, apprehensive.
Most women are not married to my husband.
That's true.
Whatever he did for good and sufficient reason. Even if it turns out that he murdered somebody.
Your devotion moves me, Mrs. Pretorius.
Mr. Shunderson?
Yes, ma'am?
Will you show the professor to the door, please? He's leaving.
You see this envelope, Shunderson?
Yes, sir.
Give it to the miracle man.
Let me have it, Mr. Shunderson. I'll take it up. And he was very disappointed, knowing that he couldn't hand you this in person, this envelope. Oh, anyway, he's gone now.
Envelope. Have you read this?
No.
Then why are you crying?
That's just it. I don't know why I'm crying. And whatever it says, I don't believe it anyway.
Well, nevertheless, according to this document, I am not the picture of innocence you imagine me to be. Do you want me to tell you about it?
Not if you think you shouldn't.
Not if you think you shouldn't. Now, you know, that's a phrase used exclusively by women who assume a man's guilty without having the guts to come out and say so.
Nothing could be less important to me than this whole business of rumors and charges against you.
That's my girl.
No, you haven't done anything you shouldn't have. Have you?
Many times. But not as a doctor. Now, don't let it worry you.
I won't. Noah? Does it seem to you that I cry a lot?
Well, you know, truthfully, darling, there's never been anything like it since the little Dutch boy took his finger out of the dike.
He never took it out. That's why he was so brave.
Pompous know-it-all.
I never used to cry at all, you know. But now the least little thing and I start shedding buckets. Why do you suppose it is?
Why do you suppose it is?
Well, I get so upset easily these days, and I used to be, well, anything sort of calm, even placid about things. What did you say the name of that frog was?
Frog? What frog?
The one you told me about when I first went to the clinic. The one who gets pregnant in 2 hours.
Oh. The frog does no such thing, darling. It merely shows certain helpful indications.
Well, I'm beginning to show certain indications. Anyway, I think I am. I feel so silly talking to you about it.
I know just what you mean. It's the sort of thing you'd rather discuss with a doctor. What seems to be your trouble, Mrs. Pretorius?
Well, right now I feel a little like Elsie Dinsmore. I'm all confused. Heaven knows after all I've been through these past few weeks, I have a right to be, but not this confused. No, darling, forgive me for being little Nell from the country, but is it possible?
Little Nell, Elsie Dinsmore, or Catherine the Great. It is entirely possible.
Well, if it's possible, then you should be the first to know. It is also probable. Do you mind?
Comes the dawn, I'll stand on that windowsill and crow.
Come the dawn next December, you'll be walking the floor with us.
Next September.
December, dear.
September.
Now you're getting mixed up. December.
September.
My dear Dr. Pretorius, unless they change the rules about how long it takes, I make it December.
Oh, the rules still hold. You're just not starting back far enough.
But don't be silly. How can I possibly start any farther back than... No. Oh, no. You're quite a noble character, aren't you?
Oh, I never thought of myself as one particular...
Oh, no, really. I mean, I've heard of doctors who were self-sacrificing and unselfish. Apparently, there's no limit to yours.
Deborah,
You couldn't be more wrong.
Were you that afraid I'd kill myself?
Now, how afraid is that afraid?
Afraid enough to marry me to keep me from it?
Is it conceivable to you that I would?
Then why did you marry me?
Because I'm in love with you.
You fell in love all of a sudden, didn't you?
All of a sudden, I'm still falling.
Let me know when you hit bottom.
Any time within the next 30 or 40 years.
You came out to the farm that day because you knew I was going to have a baby. Then you met my father and my uncle, and you understood why I tried to kill myself.
Did I?
Only by that time, you were all mixed up in it because you told me that silly lie about the wrong frog. And I was so obviously in love with you. It was all over me like a tattoo. And so, with no possible way out for anybody, all of a sudden you fell in love with me. And that solved everything, and everybody lived happily ever after. For 2 weeks, that is. For 2 weeks and 3 days. Until I found out that my baby isn't going to be yours. Funny. This calls for tears, and I haven't got any.
Now, what makes you think this isn't going to be my baby?
Because it isn't. Because it's...
Yes, I know. And however true, it has nothing to do with our baby. Now, his interest in this world will begin, as it does with all babies, when suddenly, through no fault of his own, he's rudely deprived of a warm, secure, and well-fed existence, which he has every reason to believe will go on forever, and finds himself upside down in the air being smacked on the backside. Now, are you going to love him?
Of course I am.
Oh, so am I. And we'll keep him warm, and we'll feed him, and make him feel secure again. And give him brothers to play with.
Oh, boy. Huh?
Well, it's time you stopped thinking about yourself and started thinking about my baby.
No, if you really suddenly fell in love with me...
No, if.
Why?
I couldn't say why.
Haven't you ever wondered?
Falling as fast as I am, I don't have time.
A man as exact as you with a reason for everything?
Then I'll find it. Any time in the next 30 or 40 years, I'll start wondering.
I won't be doing much else, it looks like, except wondering about you and me, about you and the baby, me and my fine character.
Are you feeling sorry for yourself?
I'm feeling sorry for you.
Don't be.
I love you.
Say that.
Forgive me.
Shut up.
Love me.
Do the guests ever eat around here?
Oh, good heavens, Steve, it's your birthday dinner. Right away, Lionel. Many happy returns, no?
I thank you.
As for this, Professor Elwell's greetings, may I?
You may indeed.
What will they do?
Call the meeting.
You'll ignore it.
On the contrary, darling. There's very little I can do, but get it over with.
What can they do to you?
Considerable.
Will they?
I wish I knew.
Now for station identification.
Rises on Act 3 of People Will Talk, starring Cary Grant as Dr. Noah Pretorius and Jean Crane as Deborah. Tonight, 2 events are scheduled on the campus of the School of Medicine. In the crowded auditorium, a restless audience and a group of bewildered musicians await the arrival of their conductor, Dr. Pretorius. But Dr. Pretorius suddenly has been summoned to a closed hearing in the office of the dean.
My intention, Dr. Pretorius, to conduct this hearing informally. Wouldn't you care to join us at this end of the table?
Thank you, Dean. I would prefer to remain as remote as possible.
I suggested it merely to avoid having our discussion take on the appearance of a trial.
Oh, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I have no intention of regarding an investigation of my methods as a cozy little chat among devoted friends.
Here, here. Dr. Barker, no one speaks without being recognized by the chair.
I am by nature a man who interrupts. However, I shall try.
Thank you. Dr. Pretorius, may I suggest that you give us a brief account of your activities prior to your arrival at this university?
I prefer to be questioned.
Why?
Because I do not intend to tell things about myself of my own volition, which are nobody's business but my own.
They are the concern of the entire medical profession. I be recognized, Professor.
Your objection is understandable, Dr. Pretorius. Professor Elwell, you may begin.
Thank you. Dr. Pretorius, will you agree to abide by the verdict of this committee?
I'll do nothing of the kind.
Why not?
Because I don't know what the verdict will be.
The verdict will affect you seriously whether you agree to abide by it or not.
Then why ask idiotic questions to which you already know the answer?
Yeah, one horse on you, Elwell. Will you admit that in 1939 you were a highly successful quack and miracle healer practicing in a remote little village in the southern part of this state?
I will admit nothing of the kind.
Very well. Where did you live in 1939?
In Goose Creek.
Would you describe Goose Creek as a thriving metropolis?
It is a remote little village in the southern part of this state.
Exactly. And what was your source of income in Goose Creek?
My practice.
You practiced openly?
I was available to anyone at any time.
I mean to say, did you set up a practice as doctor of medicine?
When I came to Goose Creek, I had my degree. I did not, however, display it on my door.
On your shop door?
His shop door?
Isn't it true, Dr. Pretorius, that in that remote village you opened a butcher shop?
It was an honorable trade, if ever there was one.
In itself unimpeachable. But what did you sell in your butcher shop?
Beef, chops, and poultry at cost. Fish on Friday.
At cost? Then how did you make your living?
I made sick people well.
Aha.
Now, why should that startle you, Professor? I still do.
Your practice flourished in Goose Creek because of the pathetic willingness of those poor people to rely upon a belief in miraculous cure. Because of the readiness with which so many people will prefer the glamorous quack to the licensed physician.
Professor Elwell, despite your definition of a quack, as someone who does not practice medicine according to your rules, the fact remains that a quack is an unqualified person who pretends to be a doctor. I was a licensed practitioner and therefore not a quack. As for the willingness of those so-called backward people to rely upon the curative powers of faith, I consider faith, properly injected into a patient, as effective in maintaining life as adrenaline. And the belief in miracles has been the difference between the living and dying as often as any scalpel.
Now, that is not the issue under discussion.
It is precisely the issue. Whether the practice of medicine should become more and more intimately involved with the human beings it treats, or whether it is to go on in its present way of becoming more and more a thing of pills, serums, and knives, until eventually we should produce, no doubt, an electronic doctor.
The issue at hand, quite simply, is that you amassed a fortune by treating sick people who believe that you are a miracle-working butcher.
I could not have amassed that fortune unless I had made an enormous number of sick people well.
Oh, all this folderol. It has nothing to do with the ethics and honor of our profession, but it has everything to do with the envy of one man's genius for healing the sick. Call Pretorius a psychiatrist, high priest, voodoo, medicine man, witch doctor, anything you like. But don't investigate him, gentlemen. Learn from him.
Professor Bach, it was understood that you would not interrupt.
I'm sorry, you can strike my remarks from the record. I'm sure you all agree with me anyway, so why don't we call off these monkey shines and start the concert?
It would interest me, Dr. Pretorius, to know why you ever left this lucrative practice in Goose Creek, and under what circumstances.
I'd always intended to leave when I'd acquired enough money to start a clinic of my own. As it turned out, I departed a little sooner than planned. I had a housekeeper, an inquisitive maiden lady who discovered my medical diploma in a bottom drawer of my desk. In a matter of hours, the entire village knew that I was not a butcher at all, but a licensed M.D. I was confronted by a crowd of angry townspeople and forced to admit the truth. I narrowly escaped being run out of town on a rail.
Any more questions, Professor Elwell?
A great many more, thank you. Dr. Pretorius, who is Shunderson?
I take it you mean Mr. Shunderson. Mr. Shunderson is a friend of mine.
Is he associated with you professionally?
No. He helps in whatever he can, where and when he pleases.
Well, he's never very far from your side for long, it seems.
Rarely.
And what was Mr. Shunderson before you knew him? Well, you refuse to answer?
I certainly refuse.
You have always evidenced a remarkable tolerance for this strange and mysterious man. His blundering and slow-wittedness have caused constant complaint, and yet you persist in protecting him at all times. Now, why?
Perhaps because I know the reason for his so-called slow-wittedness.
And is the reason of so delicate a nature that you can't disclose it?
I have no right to disclose it.
Then I shall. Gentlemen, Mr. Sanderson is a convicted murderer.
Who is it?
Sanderson, sir.
Oh. What are you doing here? I was listening through the door.
I protest against this highly irregular and probably prearranged eavesdropping.
Oh, Elder, you can use more words more unpleasantly than any other pipsqueak I have ever known.
I want to tell my story, sir. Dr. Pretorius will never tell it.
Well, let us hear it by all means.
Okay, Doctor? It's up to you. I'm not a fancy talker. I don't know a lot of words.
Now, that alone is a welcome relief.
Well, now,
Don't start with well now.
Where should I begin?
Tell them when you were condemned to death for murder.
The first time?
Of course.
Well, the first time was in 1921 in Canada. It was Christmas. It wasn't a very merry Christmas. I had a sweetheart, a friend. We were very close, the three of us. Well, this one time we were mountain climbing, my friend and I. We didn't get very far before we started to argue. I don't remember what about. We always argued, as friends do. But this time he hit me with a rock. So I hit him with one.
Not too much detail.
Anyway, we had a bloody fight, and he ran away, so I went back to my sweetheart. She took one look at the blood on my clothes and saw that I was alone and started to scream, "Murderer! Murderer!" That was how I found out that my sweetheart and my friend were sweethearts.
Who saw to it that you were arrested and charged with murder?
Oh, my sweetheart, of course. I was found guilty of murdering my friend, and I was condemned to death. But because nobody could produce the corpse of my friend, my sentence was commuted to 15 years of hard labor.
And was the corpse of your friend never found, Mr. Chesterton?
Oh, I found it myself, Dr. Barker. After I served my 15 years, I went to Toronto. I happened to look into a window of a restaurant, and there was the corpse of my friend sitting at a table eating a bowl of soup. I think it was pea soup.
Immaterial and irrelevant.
Well, I went in and spoke to my friend in a very friendly fashion. I asked him very nicely where he had been for 15 years and why he never admitted that I had not killed him. His answer, gentlemen, was unsatisfactory. So I hit him in the face with his bowl of soup. Then I hit him with the chair. Then somebody called a policeman, and I took the club away from the policeman, and I used it to finish up on my friend. When they arrested me, I tried to explain that if I was committing a crime, it was a crime for which I had already paid the penalty. They arrested me anyway.
You were released, of course.
Oh, no. I was sentenced to death again.
Well, how could you be tried twice for the murder of the same man?
Oh, the prosecutor was very fair about it. He was willing to admit that my first conviction was probably a miscarriage of justice. But he said I didn't have the right to commit a murder just to correct that mistake. And I was condemned to be hanged.
But this time you were pardoned.
Oh, no. You see, the fact that I had killed my friend with the policeman's club made it a very serious crime.
Then will you tell us, please, how you managed to escape?
I didn't escape. I was executed.
Why, this is absurd.
It was on the morning of February 29th, 1936, a leap year. It was a gray and rainy morning. The hangman's assistant held an umbrella over my head so I wouldn't get wet. The minister said a prayer, and I closed my eyes and thought of my mother. Then the floor went out from under me, and that was that.
Oh, I must protest against this childish assault upon our intelligence.
You be quiet.
Then what happened?
The next thing I felt was a finger. It was in my mouth, pressing down on my tongue. I bit it, and somebody yelled. I opened my eyes, and that was the first time I saw Dr. Pretorius.
I think I can make the next part of the story clear to you. At the time all this happened, I was just finishing my studies as a medical student. I was also keeping company, as they say, with a young lady who happened to be the hangman's daughter. Both the hangman and his daughter were generous and sympathetic. The hangman, in particular, was sympathetic to my desire, as a student of anatomy, to have a cadaver I could call my own. Well, knowing that Mr. Shunderson's body would go unclaimed, because certainly no one was ever more alone in this world than poor Mr. Shunderson was, the hangman managed to send it to me immediately after the ceremony, along with a sweet note from his daughter. I was delighted, of course, but not for long. I soon found out that Mr. Shunderson was still alive.
Oh, you must have been furious.
He told me his story, and we put some pig iron in the cheap wooden coffin that he'd arrived in, and we had it buried in a charity graveyard. From that day on, Mr. Shunderson has never left me. And I think it's understandable that from time to time, he may seem a little confused and perhaps even a little dull-witted. But to say that he... Deborah, you're interrupting us here.
Mrs. Pretorius, it's customary to at least knock
I
before...
know, and I don't mean to intrude too much, gentlemen, but I'm sure that by now you must have made up your mind.
A wife simply does not come barging into a room where her husband is being investigated.
After all, gentlemen, if he's innocent, he's late to the concert. And if he isn't, well, he'd better start conducting anyway, because he may have to earn his living at it.
I am of the opinion that the hearing is at an end. Do you agree, Professor Elwell?
My opinion no longer seems to matter, does it?
The trouble with you, Elwell, is that you never had a cadaver of your own. Much less one that bit your finger.
And as for this incredible evening, gentlemen, the sooner we forget it, the better for all concerned. I think we've held up the concert far too long.
Come along, Mr. Shunderson.
Yes, sir. I haven't said so many words in years, all in a bunch.
You did very well. I'm proud of you.
Professor Elwell, that little man, that poor little man.
Father?
Yes, dear.
He's a terrible conductor, isn't he?
Yes, dear. Betty seems so happy up there. I honestly believe he's the happiest man I've ever known.
He's crowing on a windowsill.
What's that mean?
Old Mother Nature. Old Mother Nature knows.
In a moment, our stars will return. Please step forward for your curtain call. Cary Grant and Gene Craig. Next week, Eddie. Well, next week, we have another charming star who has just returned from abroad. Gene Tierney. Miss Tierney will co-star with one of the most handsome actors in Hollywood, Victor Mature. And we will present them in one of 20th Century Fox's all-time screen hits, the unforgettable Laura.
That's one of my favorites. Good night.
Good night. And hurry back.
Radio Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra directed by Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to be with us again next week for another worldwide presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater, brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
We present Closed Planet by John Hynam. Closed Planet. We must suppose that we've taken a step forward in time and attained the era of a new space age. By now, the nearer planets have been explored, their seas, continents, and skies plotted and mapped, their inhabitants, for many have been found to possess their own advanced civilizations, drawn within the concordat of a great galactic council. Only the outer cosmos still challenges the courage and endurance of our voyagers across the oceans of space. But interplanetary travel and discovery are no longer the cherished
prestige symbol of any single nation or any one group of nations. Having long since composed their differences in a pax universalis, the peoples of our planet have pooled their scientific knowledge, skills, and resources, even their technicians, in ever more far-reaching probes towards the uncharted horizons of infinity.
Sol 3, exploration ship Dromio. Thank you, Galactic 5. Your message received and understood. Hey, operator, tell him we'll be home in less than 3 months. 3 months, man. 3 months.
Captain Hunsaker, after all, I am the medico on board this ship.
I'm aware of that, Lieutenant DeWitt.
And I am telling you, you should take more sleep.
I feel fine.
I don't believe you.
That's your opinion as a doctor or as a woman?
Both, if you like. Look here. Take these 2 pills. Hand over to Commander Ogden and get some rest.
Oh.
Carl, we are in hyperspace. Just about everything's automatic, isn't it? I had a good mind to put in a check sheet on you. Refusal to cooperate with the medical office.
You do that, and I'll sign it.
Carl Hunsaker, you're the limit.
Good. Now we've said everything, Leila. Go and see that husband of yours. The astrogation office is having a sweet time these days.
I'll see Han when I've finished with you.
Doc, you have finished with me. Now, how's the baby coming on?
He's fine.
Won't be born on Earth, will he?
What does it matter? He'll be born.
Hunsaker.
Astrogation section here, Captain. DeWitt speaking. Going off duty now. Lieutenant Carey in charge.
Thank you. Oh, Han, your wife's here. You like a word with her?
Thanks, Captain.
Han, hello. I'll be off in a few minutes.
Haven't you done enough yet?
Must look in at the sick vessel. Kisanga's in there again. Same old trouble.
Well, don't be long, sweetheart.
Come on, take it easy, Dan boy. It's only because you missed a pill. The one you just had will do the trick.
I hope so, Jennings. I'm the only man in this crew that gets it. Do you think it's anything to do with my being an African?
No, Dan. Geo-nostalgic psychosis can strike any Earthman. It's a longing for Earth. That's what it is. Look, here's Nurse Longmire. Ask her.
Ask me what?
Chief Artificer Kazonga's got the EBGBs again.
Oh, only one thing that'll really cure him.
Sure. To get home and feel your feet on your own planet.
Hello.
Oh, good evening, Lieutenant DeWitt.
Oh, hello, Mom.
Well, look who is here again.
Same trouble, Doc. Getting easier now.
Good. I think we might try giving you a permanent light sedation. You would still be able to work.
Hello, sickbay. Shabazz here. How's Kisonga?
Dr. DeWitt here. He'll be with you in about half an hour. But don't keep him on anything for too long.
I'll watch it, Doc. Will you ask him to report to me?
Yes, Commander.
Thanks, Doc.
You hear that, Kisonga?
Yes, Doctor.
Very well. Now, anything else before I go?
Not officially, but unofficially, how's the baby?
We are both doing very well, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doc.
Hello, darling. Nearly ready for bed?
Hello. That's better. How's my wife?
Fine.
And how's my son?
He's fine, too.
Well, take the weight off your feet, for goodness sake. That's better.
Oh, I really am tired.
Not overtired.
No. Normal. Absolutely normal.
All right. But you know me. You and the baby are always on my mind.
There is nothing to worry about. Everything's ready in the sick bay. As soon as it's time, I just walk down there, and that's that. We'll broadcast his first squawk over the loud hailers.
I know. I fussed. But I lost a good wife once.
You won't lose this one.
No, I won't. I couldn't bear it.
Sweetheart.
But what makes you so wonderful?
Having you as a husband.
You ever just lie and listen to ship noises? Sort of classify them?
Not much.
Hello? A meteor warning.
Only second time we have heard it this trip. It stopped.
No, it doesn't mean much. Just that they are within 1,000 miles.
Kiss me good night.
Hello? Listen. That's the second stage. That means the meteor's within danger range. Look, we've been hit.
Again!
Let's get to the station.
Attention all personnel. We have been hit by part of a meteor storm. One engine is gone and the astrogation computer is part wrecked. Deceleration is on. Repeat, deceleration is on. You have 20 seconds to get to your couches before we come out of hyperspace. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now!
Records Office. Lieutenant Commander Anderson speaking.
Secretary. Anderson, have you got all the engine wreck details from Travasse yet?
Not yet, Captain. He's very busy.
Damn right he is. With the motor gone, most of the computer wrecked. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Runiki, my notes ready?
Yes, sir. Ready to record now.
Log of the Dromio, day 87, position is at 1500 ship time. It is now 72 hours since we were hit by the two meteors. Since the last recording, Lieutenant Commander Travasse has reported that the outside crew have sealed off the area of the smashed engine. Leakage is less than 0.05. 8 men in heavy outside duty suits are now working on cleaning up the wrecked area from outside. Astrogation Lieutenant DeWitt reports that he has part of his computer working and may soon be able to give us an approximate position. Medical, in the sick bay, crewmen Skolnikov and Lee Soon are still critically ill. All the minor injuries to the dozen men previously listed are now discharged.
Captain here. DeWitt, have you got our position yet?
Carey speaking, sir. DeWitt's got his head inside the works right now. Computer seems to be okay. We hope to have the answer within the hour.
Right, let me know at once.
Yes, sir, at once.
Come on, my beauty, don't settle down. Click away.
Will she do it, you think?
Telecoms did the best they could. If she doesn't work, we'll be using an awful lot of pencils and paper. Makes me feel stupid orbiting our planet. I'm not knowing what to call it.
It sounds damn noisy. Hope she won't blow. Hope so, too.
Dave, switch on the pair crews and let's hear them.
Okay.
What the hell do you think I am, a caterpillar? Don't! Don't! Damn it, what's your line, will you? You trying to fry me? Get that cutter away!
The boys around the tail still cutting and trimming.
The whole engine gone. Just scrapped. It's fantastic.
Try and leave a 10-centimeter lip around here.
He's on that.
Might be useful when we refit.
Hope he's all right.
Listen, Captain. You've been out and seen these, eh? You know I've got to get down to the planet for repairs. Much more of these and all my men will be sick.
He's right. Wonder what Captain Hunsaker will do.
Look, just give me a planet to set down on and I'll guarantee the job. Any damn planet with a reasonable atmosphere, I'm not fussy. Tell astrogation to find a fresh one if these below us won't do. Commander Sylvester, I got a reading of 250 here. Who's that talking? Muller, sir. Where are you? At the last ceiling point, sir. Keep reading, I'll come round. Isolga, I want you. Right, Commander.
They want the best planets. We've got to find them. How are we doing?
Something's happening. Look, Anne, she's going to do it.
What did I tell you? Now, give me that ornament. Cross your fingers, Dave. Cross your fingers, and we shall...
Hello.
Oh, hello, Leela. How's the sick bay?
Those two will live. Hans, could you spare
hold
me?
it, I'm working.
Sorry. Do we know where we are yet?
It shouldn't be long now. He's working on it.
Oh, sick bay. I must call them.
CPO Jennings, sick bay.
Jennings, Emma here.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Will you see if you can get Kisangas in? He's been outside the ship long enough for a sick man.
Yes, ma'am.
Speak to Lieutenant Commander Chivas. Via control, remember.
Yes, ma'am, at once.
Thank goodness for Jennings.
Attention, please. This is the captain speaking. All officers in charge of departments with chief artificers available to control. At once, please.
Leela, that's us. Dave, will you finish this off? Bring the figures up to control when you're done.
Okay.
seats here, Lila. Hell, look at those view screens up front.
Sphere of the planet we are orbiting. What's the distance?
I made it 1,800 miles.
Fourth one blank.
Yeah, but how about number 5 screen?
Ooh, makes me shudder.
Now you know what a smashed engine looks like.
They just said 80 feet of tail plating cut away. Never thought it would look as bad as that.
Here's the old man.
Now, Dr. DeWitt, gentlemen, firstly, thanks for cooperation since we were hit. It's been good. As you can see from the number 5 screen up there, things are going pretty well as far as cleaning and tidying go. We've got 2 dead, 2 seriously injured. All other troubles we can take in our stride except the wrecked engine. Lieutenant Commander Chavas.
Well, we are one whole engine short. We've trimmed and sealed, and that's all so far. Even at hyperspace travel, we are 11 weeks from home. Perhaps some of you know what I'm thinking.
Oh, look. Kisanga's just come in.
Doesn't look too happy.
We carry complete engine spares, but not enough plating. And this ship needs its 4 drives to get into hyperspace. With 3 engines only, we are going to be a long time getting home, even if we do let Earth know and manage to rendezvous with a supply ship. Moreover, I don't want to rig an engine in space. Engineers get as sick as dogs. For me, that planet we are orbiting is the number 1 hope.
That's right. DeWitt, have your computer's got the answer yet?
We shall be here any minute, sir.
Thanks. Remember, we don't make a move until we know what the planet is. Galactic law.
Sir.
What is it, Chavas?
Well, sir, I knew that we all wanted to get home.
Yes?
I wanted to know about the planet. I mean, to be able to get down there and maybe start repairs.
So, you did what?
So I took the responsibility of sending down a flying eye.
You sent down an eye?
Yes, sir. We've been tracking it on a spare kit in the workshop, the telecoms people and the engineers. I was anxious. I had to know.
I see. And you also knew that it was against galactic law, a violation of a planet's privacy. Very well. We've broken the law. Now let's see what good we can get out of it. Karasawa, will you try workshops and see if you can link a screen onto their kit?
Yes, sir. I have been listening out with them. I'll get you a picture if they have one. Hello, workshop. Can you feed me a picture from the flying eye, please? Yes, number 4 screen. On now, right. And I'll take a peek on the data panel, too. 7, 3. Thank you. I'm on this end waiting for you. We have the picture clear, thank you, and the data.
It's an Earth-type planet. Trees, buildings, flyers.
Captain, look at the data panel. Gravity, 8/10. Oxygen, 25%. Temperature, 68 degrees. We've got the jackpot. This planet will do fine.
Seems all right so far.
I must be down pretty low. 3,000 feet.
Whoever they are, they don't seem to mind.
Oh, don't they? Look. See them? Those little green flashes?
They're trying to shoot it down.
Picture's gone. They've hit it.
Oh. Shot down. And they've every right to do that.
Captain.
Who's that?
Cherry, sir. Astrogation. The details of the planet below us, sir.
Oh, thank you. No.
What's the matter?
The planet below us is Dranith, 3rd planet of the Kindra system, colonized and run by Kirillans. Under galactic law, we may not land here. Dranith is a closed planet. There can be no argument about it. If the Galactic Council is satisfied that the reasons for a planet's closure are good, then no one visits it. We must prepare for a long voyage, minimum everything. We know that the Kirillan system's not closed. We'll get in touch with them. And explain our situation to Earth also. Unless Earth can think of anything better, it's Kirilla next stop. Louis, you better get us going as soon as you can.
The old stickler means it.
What else can he do?
Oh, let's get home. I'll be a raving lunatic if I don't get back home soon.
Now, Kisanga, remember what I told you.
Sorry, Doc.
Captain, we must make an appeal to them, whoever they are. Down there is a planet where I could do this repair job in safety. Are they human down there?
Oh, yes.
What else do we know about them? Their technology?
Modern technology, but no space flight of their own. Other cultures do their carrying.
May we make an appeal to them?
An appeal? Well, maybe. Karasawa, what's that?
Human?
Check the records. It's getting there.
You ever heard anything like that before?
Don't think so.
Look at that screen. It flickered.
Operator, can you get a picture through?
Right, sure.
It said the people were human.
Yes, but there are some strange things with that label.
You got them lined up?
Yes, sir. I'll try call sign. Earthship Romeo, registration EAR 5117, calling planet Greenwich. Earthship Romeo, registration EAR 5117, calling planet Greenwich. What is your language? What is your language? Ketu Spraco, Ketu Spraco.
Did they get that?
Must have done, sir. Unless the transmitters also.
Hey, quiet, quiet.
Alien ship Romeo. Answer questions at once, please. Why have you come here? Why have you broken galactic law with your spy eye? Answer, please. Answer, please, if you have me.
We have you now.
Look, there he is. Completely human appearance.
And handsome, with the pale hair and amber eyes.
Hello, Dranith. This is Captain Hunsaker speaking. Do you take me clearly?
Take you clearly, Captain. Your explanation, please.
We have been hit by 2 meteors, and one of our engines has been wrecked. Our ship needs 4 drives to put her into hyperspace faster than light. We think we can repair, but this work is difficult to do in space. And we may not have all necessary material for this major operation.
Ready to record, sir.
Thank you, Dunigi. Log of the Dromio, day 93, 1500-hour ship time. First proof of the Donethan's good intentions was received today. 3 ferry rockets from the planet brought us supplies. They're working on the assumption that we need to be stopped for the long journey to Kurilla, but they still refuse to allow us to land. They are in touch with Lieutenant Commander Chavas and the metallurgist, and it is hoped that they may be able to supply plating for the engine repair. The difficult question of the hardness of the steel remains to be settled. These people understand the difficulties of prolonged periods of work in space. They may be able to help us with a sickness known as spacehead. All this confirms the belief of Dr. DeWitt that these people seem to be exactly the same sort of humans as ourselves. But they never relax. Even the pilots of the rocket ferries who made contact flawlessly only speak their own language, unless obliged to speak ours when communication fails.
Whatever they are not too bad. If they help Louis to get his repair done.
He's not going to like it, having to do all that work in space. We'll have a full sick bay.
You're talking of sick bay. When are you going in?
Oh, could be any time now.
Is he late? The baby, Lila.
Don't panic.
There's no panic. It's love.
I know.
Well, there you are, Doc. No worried about that cure for space sickness yet?
No. I'm not worried about that. But if it takes us a great deal of extra time, Kisonga might not be the only one with a geonostalgic psychosis.
Yeah. Well, I hope you can keep Kisonga working. He's worth 3 Sprague lieutenants to Chavas.
Do my best.
Control, calling Captain Hunsaker, please.
Hunsaker here. What is it, Almquist?
Message from Dranas, Captain.
Yeah?
They are sending up a member of the Planetary Council to talk to you.
What?
That's right. His name is Sarima Da.
Sarima Da?
Yes, he has full authority to negotiate and take decisions. They were emphatic about that.
What's his ETA?
20 minutes ship time.
Right. I'll meet him in control with chief personnel. Thank you. Gentlemen, he'll be here in just a few seconds. We must let him do most of the talking. If he wants to meet any of us individually, he'll say so. Any questions through me, please. Understood?
Here he is. The same blonde hair, the same amber eyes.
And that costume, like the ancient Greeks.
Captain Hunsaker.
I'm the captain.
I am Sarimeda, of the Governing Council of Draneth. I touch hands.
Oh, we're glad to see you, Sarima Da. Will you sit down?
Thank you. These are your key personnel in front of us?
Yes. Do you wish them to be here?
Certainly. After we have talked, I would like to meet them, all of them.
Just as you wish.
You have a wonderful ship, Captain. I hope she will carry you safely home.
Well, we all wish that, too.
That is why I am here. Since your first contact with us, the Council has talked about you a great deal. The debates have not been made public. There were certain members who were for the strict letter of the law. There were others, of whom I was one, who believed that the law should be tempered. I explained your repair problem, and I argued that you, like us, are humans, and that if you are to get home quickly, you must do your repairs and tests on the ground. This we have now decided to allow you to do.
Oh, fine. Good.
Common humanity.
Well, that's the quickest way of getting rid of us. Just because they look like us, that doesn't mean they think like us.
Attention, please. Surima Da, we're very grateful to you.
That pleases me. But the conditions under which you come down to our planet will be strict, and you must agree to them without exception. I will outline them now. You wish all your officers to hear?
More than that, I want everybody on board to hear. Pass me that mic, Kurosawa.
Yes, sir.
Attention, all personnel. You are about to hear a statement from a member of the governing body of Draneth. Go ahead, Surima Da.
Yes. We have arranged for your ship to land in a deserted area. Radio and light beacons will guide you, and I will stay on board to assist you. Once you have come down to this area, you may not travel more than 5 kilometers from your ship in any direction. Accommodation has been arranged for you. We thought you would welcome a chance to sleep outside the ship. Whatever help you want, we will do our best to give you. We are not bound to supply you with anything or to answer any of your questions. And we may, if we wish, order you to leave our planet at short notice and without giving any reason. In the event of any refusal, we have the right, under galactic law, to destroy you all. Is this understood?
Yes, Surima Da. This is understood.
Alignment coming up. 93, 2, 1, right.
Dampers ready. Beacons off now. 300 feet.
What's your correction, Chavas?
I'm watching. Back to 90. Now.
Balance okay. 210 feet per second.
Maximum thrust. Now.
10 feet per second. 8 feet per second. 5 feet per second. 100 to go.
Telescopics out.
Telescopics out, sir. 50 feet. 3 feet per second.
Alignment 90.
2 feet per second. 1 foot per second. Last 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now.
There's the cat.
Cat main jet.
Cat main jet.
Custard.
Custard.
Ready to do the log.
Yes, sir. Ready to record.
Log of the Dromio, day 95, ship time 1200 hours. Reception committee is now dispersed, and a large number of our men are now enjoying the excellent sleeping quarters which the Dronethans prepared for us. We are in wild country, film reference 22-1-A. 2 small groups of Dronethans remain with us. They occupy the 2 red huts which are set some distance apart from our white ones. They have fly cars parked near them. 1 team of Dronethans consists of a metallurgist, an engineer, a telecoms man, and a doctor, under the general control of a liaison officer named Sun Tzu Ah. The others might be described as police, guards, or watchmen. Their chief is a large, unsmiling character named Manchoke, very correct, very distant. Inevitably, there's been much speculation.
What about this, Songa? Can you control the bed?
You mean replate right from the top, Didington?
The metallurgist said they could match our plating exactly.
Oh, well, if he's sure. I suppose we can trust him.
We can't do anything else.
It gives me the creeps. They all do. They're so exactly like us. But yet you feel somehow they're not. You know.
Yes, I know, Kisonga, but let's work with them for Pete's sake. Everybody feels it the way you do.
As you say so. Say, all that scaffolding makes a hell of a sight from here.
It certainly does.
Scares me a bit when you look up at it.
You've not got over your psychosis?
No, I
I mean that I feel scared when I think of what could have happened to it.
We could have been captain, too. Good. They've got the hoist working at last. I'm not built for climbing.
Well, then, Louis, take a run around the perimeter every morning.
Hello, Hans.
Permission to carry on, sir. Must watch these welded.
Yeah, carry on, Kisanga, sure.
Thank you, sir.
There's a good guy.
It's good to see him better. Might be only temporary, though.
It had better be permanent. What that guy's worth to me, I can't.
End of shift. They're glad of it.
And look at this marvelous evening sky. This intense green blue.
Yeah. And while you're looking, take a peep through these filter glasses. No, right above us, in the darkest part of the sky. See anything?
What am I supposed to be looking for?
Sort of faint flickering. See it?
Faint flicker. Oh, yes. Yes, I've got it. What is it?
I can make a guess. It's a fly car on permanent base station, watching us and sending them pictures. They think we can't spot a thing that's light shielded.
What are they afraid of?
We'll never know.
You ever get a weird feeling about those parties of visitors they fly in?
I try to shut my mind to that. So does Lila.
I know. We've no comeback. We just have to do as we're told.
And that hurts like hell, doesn't it?
Evening, Captain.
Good evening, sir.
Evening, gentlemen. Things are going well, it seems.
Fairly satisfied, sir.
How's your wife, DeWitt? Haven't seen her today.
Taking it easy, sir. My order.
Oh, your orders. That's new. She needs to, I guess.
Do you have any worries, sir?
Worries? About what?
It's people being here? Anything?
Yes, sir. I've clamped down on all questions for myself and for everyone else. That's the only way. I've seen things. We've all seen little things that could worry you out of your mind once you started.
Like being always under observation.
These police people, you mean?
More than that, sir. Look through these filters. No, directly above you.
Well, where? What am I supposed to be looking for?
90 degrees. Straight up.
See anything, sir?
My God, that's a light shield round something.
Fly car. Always has his eye on us.
I think you're right. They're scared of something, but listen.
Fly car from the east.
A big one.
Might be Seri Mada paying another call.
Might be. There is something else that makes me wonder. It is always one of their top men who comes out to us. Usually him. Do we rate such treatment?
Well, they think so.
He's down.
Well, let's go meet him.
Their police never turn out to meet him.
Their way of doing things.
That's a youngster with him. I haven't seen him before.
What's that he's carrying? An outsized camera.
Hello, Captain Hans Decker.
Hello, Sir Madar. I touch hands.
Shiraz, DeWitt, I touch hands.
Touch hands.
Touch hands. My visit arises from a mistake made by this young man here. He will tell you about it.
Good evening. My name is Imra G. I'm a news reporter of the Granite City Television Service. This afternoon, I was here with a party of visitors. Instead of merely taking stills, I reported it went direct with this vision camera. This was incorrect. But my direct broadcast aroused much interest. The authorities reconsidered their decision and agreed to my suggestion that I should come again.
I remember you. You recorded me talking to the metallurgist.
Yes. This time I have come to stay to interview you in detail and to talk with you. What I see will be recorded and put out in a series of news programs. This is subject to your agreement, Captain.
Oh, go ahead. You people have done enough for us.
Thank you, Captain. I thought that would be your answer. I will leave Imre G with you. He can find accommodation in the Red Huts. Remember, if there is anything you do not wish to tell him, a direct refusal will not offend.
Now, part 2 of Closed Planet.
Tell you, Lila, I've met some eager beavers, but this boy Imra G went on for hours. I think he must have talked to half of us already.
What did he say when he saw Carol Longman?
I don't think he saw her. But he ran into her all right. Handsome fellow, in a way. What's the for?
I don't quite know. You have only to think long enough, and you can work yourself into a scare over anything.
Scare? Now, don't start upsetting yourself at a time like this.
No, I won't. I was just thinking. There are only 2 women on board this ship.
Well?
We have neither of us been seen much by Drenitans.
What's all this about?
Oh, I suppose it's because I have been sticking my nose in things. But with the doctor up there, my being a woman, it doesn't register. He's like a brick wall. Strange.
Is it something the captain ought to know about?
No, he's not interested in my feelings. Did this Imre G. fellow meet Kisonga?
He met him. Seemed a bit startled at first. I filled him in on our different races and such.
Kisonga will be glad to live here.
And me. Oh, think of it.
I do. I keep getting a sort of cheated feeling here. It's so like Earth, and yet you know it isn't.
The alarm!
While we're grounded.
Duty officer here. Man away. Man away. Chief Artificer Kisonga reported in Granite City. Kisonga out of bounds in Granite City.
It must have gotten again. What's the matter?
Captain Hunsecker, please. Captain Hunsecker. Man away.
Carousel was doing a sweep. He picked up this police alarm call from Granite City, sir. We just picked up the sound. When I knew that it was a dark-skinned earthman causing trouble, I punched the button.
Fine, Carrie. Oh, what now?
I don't know, sir.
We can't make a move.
We have to wait for them as usual.
What the blazes is that, Carousel?
Police, sir. And I got a picture of them just for a fraction of a second.
You called them again?
Yes, sir. No good yet.
Well, keep trying to raise them, Carousel.
Yes, sir. Earthship Romeo calling Granite City Police
The reason? Kisonga's psychosis hit him again?
Lila said it could happen.
If it can't be proved that Kisonga was not responsible for his actions, I'll break him.
Look, sir, a picture. The police officer I saw before.
Hello. Earthship Romeo. Captain Hunsecker.
Hunsecker here.
I am Akron Me. I am a police officer, and I hold the equivalent rank of colonel. You know what this is about.
A member of my crew.
Yes, the one with the dark skin. He stole a fly car from the site and came here to Granite City. This is a serious thing, Captain.
Yes, Colonel, I know that, but
Explain this, please.
we have medical evidence to show that the man is not responsible for his actions.
Yet you let him escape.
He's been suffering from a psychosis which amounts to a great longing for his home planet. We thought he was improving. He'd been carrying out normal duties. He may have had a relapse.
You realize that this may be true, but may not be accepted as an excuse. He could do damage, and he is your responsibility. What is his name?
Kisonga.
Kisonga.
If you send him back as soon as
I am under no compulsion to do so.
Yes, I understand, but if you could...
I shall do what I think is best for us. Stay tuned to this frequency, please.
This would stop them if they hurt Kisonga.
Even if they kill Kisonga, we can't do a thing. We're in their hands.
Damn it, who do they think?
Right, Louis.
Operator, keep that frequency. Can you get anything else?
Only this, sir.
It's no good. There's nobody here can understand it.
It's their internal police net, sir.
That's one of the troubles. They can talk to us what they want, but if they don't want to talk, they take refuge in that.
May I help you, please?
Who's that?
It's the young Donethan television reporter, sir.
Imre G, Captain. Shall I translate for you?
And why should you want to?
I have my reasons. We're not all servants of orthodoxy.
All right, translate that nonsense.
That's the police, isn't it?
Yes, that is the police. Excuse me.
Now what is it?
That was a patrolman in one of the parks, reporting that the Earthman was not in his area.
What's that?
More negative reports from the park. They're still hunting. Now more patrolmen are reporting.
Well, where's the danger? When it comes to the point, what harm is Kisonga liable to do anyway? He's not crazy, not killer crazy. Why are they so scared?
An undesirable contact, perhaps?
Listen, young man, you people are human as we are. Why are we so undesirable?
Or, to put it another way, why is Granite a closed planet? Excuse me. Yes, they're now starting a street check. The usual plan is to radiate from the center of the city, and at the same time there's an ever-tightening cordon from the outskirts. This is most effective.
Usual? You've known it before.
Shall I say, some of us who have a fair amount of freedom have known about it.
What do you mean by that?
Lost them, sir.
That is deliberate. Prearranged wavelength changes.
Try a sweep.
Yes, sir.
You were saying something just now which showed dislike of your rulers.
Yes.
But they've treated us well until this affair of Kisonga.
Why do you dislike them?
That is difficult to say. But there is a movement among us. Men like myself in positions where news is handled. We are of the movement.
Tell us more about it.
We are well housed, clothed, fed. We live according to our natures, but some of us doubt the validity of our natures. Does your operator get go down to North 5?
Yes.
Try at the very bottom and search slowly.
The validity of your natures, you would say.
Yes. That is why I went for this job of reporting on your ship and its personnel. I have friends who want that information.
What sort of information, Imre G?
We would like to know about the basic conditions of life on Earth.
Got a picture, sir.
Oh, good man.
The police circuit.
What is the picture? And those red things, police cars.
Let's have it.
That's street, no. Oh, yes, that's part of Carrera Avenue. And that's the Mugos, the big bar restaurant.
Where are all those people being taken? What have they done?
I think I know. Let me listen for a moment. Yes. They have been in contact with an undesirable influence.
Kisonga? Are they people who met him, maybe talked to him?
Yes, these people are being taken away for some re-education.
Because they spoke to Kisonga?
They must be crazy.
Listen.
Yeah, police. That's it.
That is the colonel. He's seeing how they lost Kisonga. He got into a bar where the scanners were out of action.
Scanners out of action? Do they have scanners everywhere?
Kisonga had been in there some time before he was reported. This is significant. It shows that other people wanted to question him. Wait a minute. He complained about the drinks they served there. Then he got bothered with the question.
What now?
This is not surprising. The order has gone out that everyone in contact with him will have to be brain probed.
Brain probed?
Picture gone.
This business over scanners in the street.
There are scanners everywhere. Wherever we go, we are observed. This is necessary.
Necessary? What sort of a setup is this?
Excuse me, will you? There's a friend on duty in the newsroom. I would like to get my camera set up in front of the screen here so that when we get the picture back, I shall be ready. Could you stand on your left, please?
Yeah, sure. Your people are going to record the picture from the screen?
Yes, my friend.
Well, is that legal? Are they allowed to?
No, but the time has come to take chances. We may be monitored, of course. Excuse me. Yes, he's ready to record.
So they took those people away just because they've been in contact with Kazanga.
Yes. Our group is wondering, too.
Picture back.
Different streets now.
Yes, they've got a chase on.
The way these pictures changed, they have got scanners everywhere. Superstition, re-education. What sort of a place is it?
Another street. Look, there's Kazanga now. The police have him.
Now what happens? Imre G. What will they do to him?
He's broken away.
He's running faster than they can. Look.
Keep going down.
No, the best thing he can do is let him catch him.
Yes, they've got him in range everywhere.
See there, a parking place. That's where he left the fly car?
Listen. There is talk of having to kill him.
They mustn't.
They can if they want.
Another crowd of police. They'll get him.
He won't make it. He can't.
Frank, what happened?
Lila, what are you doing
You
here?
shouldn't come here.
Let me see. Who is that on the screen?
Those blue flashes.
They're shooting.
Doc, why don't you just go away?
Oh, no!
No.
Oh. They shot him. Oh.
Lila, sit down. You shouldn't have come.
We want that baby, too, you know. Better take it easy.
I killed myself. I killed Kisonga.
Nonsense. I was the one who insisted I couldn't do without him.
I should have had him under observation all the time. But I was selfish. I was thinking about the baby when I should have thought of my fiction.
You did all you could. Try and raise Granite City, operator, or get back out of that police net.
I'll try, sir.
But, Captain, they just killed one of our men.
They did. And there's nothing we can do about it.
Picture on 33.2.
My fault.
Doc, there's no blame on you.
Of course not.
The captain is right. This was our law in operation. Some of our people will find it very interesting, just as they will find your reactions interesting. I have recorded it all.
Are you a revolutionary of some sort?
If seeking after truth is being revolutionary, then yes, I am. Tell me, this female person, I have recorded her for the first time tonight. She is your doctor?
Yes,
I have not seen you before.
I have been resting because of my child.
Lila, why don't you go back?
Child? Please, will you stay and answer me some questions? This is something that I must...
Listen, Imre G. One of our men has just been killed. We don't feel all that chatty. Why not leave it until later?
But I would like so much to talk to you.
Oh, good.
Captain Onseca, please.
The same policeman.
Don't tell him you saw it happen.
I'm here, Colonel.
Thank you. We have been compelled to kill the man who disobeyed our orders. This is regrettable.
Yes.
You accept this?
We must. It's your law.
Thank you, Captain.
are very wise. The incident is closed. I hope that you are being assisted in every way possible. That is what Seri Madar would wish.
We have every assistance.
I will break contact then. Good night.
Good night.
That's the end of dance song. How much they care.
How can they do it? Kill like that. Are the humans steady? We have Emery with us.
This is no insult. This is our problem that you state. This I am investigating at the risk of my life. We seek to know our humanity. We seek to find the answer in the name of all real religion.
Sam, I wonder what Imraji meant.
About what?
Investigating humanity, ours and theirs, he said.
I don't care. No, really. We've been in this cabin too long. All I want is to be off this planet and on the way home.
Poor Cassandra. How she longed for home. Did you ever meet Camilla, his wife? Lovely person. I hope she'll be brave.
I think she will be brave.
And I was thinking...
About what?
About Siri Madar.
Wondering why such a top man is always ready to buzz around us.
No. I was thinking about the way he walked. And the way that young reporter walked.
I am not with you, sweetheart.
There's a difference in the rhythm of the way they walk.
Earthmen don't all walk the same.
Earthmen of different races. That's true. But this, Dunitans, are all one race, aren't they? A Krill colony.
So they tell us? Now listen, Lila. I don't give a damn. Right now, I want 3 things.
3?
Yep. Firstly, our baby to be born safely.
Guaranteed and soon.
Secondly, I want to get the hell off this planet.
Third?
I want my wife to let me get to sleep.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry.
Bless you. Good night.
Good night. Good night, my darling.
Lieutenant, wake up. Oh, wake up. What is it? Lieutenant, it is I, Emery G. Huh? What are you doing here? What do you want? Listen. When I left you, I did not go to the huts to go to bed. I stayed outside to send my report. Then I saw guards meet a big flight guard which arrived from Granite City. City? Next, they put your sentries to sleep and stole into the ship. Stole into the ship? Why? Look in the other bed. Your lady, the doctor, they have taken her. Lila! Where did they take her? Show me, and I will kill the lot of them. I think I know. You'd better be sure. Pass me that belt and hold. Listen, first you must put the guards and the others out of action. All those in the red hut. Then you must smash their radio gear. I'll guide you. Here's another gun for you. Look, set the dial to stun. Like this. We'll put them to sleep with that. Come on. This way. Can you see it? Yes. Must you bring the camera with you? Yes, I must. Main hatch. Take it easy. Watch your step. Just a minute. No lights. To the patrolman, Johnny. Wait. Where is he? Watch now. Corner of the hut. There. All right? Yes. I'll take the left up then. Yes. I'll take the guard. In the right hut, in the radio gear. Now. Show up! Not really! Go on! Lieutenant! This way. You fix them? Yeah. Which way? Yeah. Look. This fly guy here. We'll take it. Is it ready? Yes. I'll fly her. Get in. Hold on. Are you sure you know where she is? There can only be one place. Now, go. North by northwest until we see the river. Yes, there can surely be only one place. What sort of a place? I'll get her right away. I have to kill the whole damn Lieutenant. We'll talk a bit later. now I must transmit to my friends. This is vital for both of us. Believe me. Exigalis gelac tempor. Exigalis gelac tempor. I want to go for in the Pato Hignali Rapids. Van Hodlib Taken Agtose Dema. Segam Teg.
For God's sake. Haven't you told him enough?
Yes, for the present.
Are we on course?
Yes, we should be there soon if we're not intercepted.
Could they? We'll destroy the radio gear.
Yes, but they may have monitored some of my stuff. I don't care. All I want is to get you there and make sure.
Make sure of what? Why, they kidnapped Delilah.
Yes, call it that. But I don't think they were breaking the law, not as they see it.
What the hell are you talking about?
Lieutenant, please answer my questions into this mic. My friends will hear you. Please, will you do this? I swear that this is important to us, as well as to you.
Go on, then.
For a long time, certain higher intelligence groups among us have suspected there was something strange about this planet, about its people. We began to hunt for information, to find why those with the swinging walk were always in authority. It took a long time, but gradually we pieced our information. Thank you, Lieutenant DeWitt. We could not be certain and spread the truth until tonight. Now that you've answered all my questions, their power is broken. The Remodeled and his counselors cannot re-educate us all. They can only kill us all.
Kill you all? Millions?
They could.
No.
Why not when they're property?
But there might be another explanation.
Can you think of it?
No.
We might kill ourselves, mass suicide.
For heaven's sake.
Would you like to be without the hopes and fears you have at this moment? If you were me, would you want to live? I don't know. We're nearly there.
Will they see us?
We'll have to chance that. Look, I'll take the flight guard down behind these trees.
They could be waiting for us.
That is possible.
Will they shoot?
What do you think?
I'm prepared to risk it. All right with you?
All right. I've little to lose now.
About 50 feet. And there's a stream. I see it. See? There. Beyond the tree. Good Lord. What an extraordinary looking place. Do you really think they brought Lila here?
Yes, I'm almost sure.
That'll be right. Come on. Is this the front of it?
Yes.
But there is no way in. Only steps leading up to a sort of catwalk.
I will show you. Come.
If she is not there, I will get some of them in front of a gun and make them tell me she will be. Look, along here. The first big window. Yes, you are right. It is a kind of operating theater. She's there now. There on the table. Steady, steady.
Are they harming her?
Are they? No. No, I can see they are not. They're doctors and nurses.
I was right then.
So I'll be right about the rest of it.
I must record this.
Leela. She's quite safe?
Yes.
And you don't want to shoot everyone down now?
No.
It's all fitting together. All you said.
And you will stay and watch? And see your baby born?
I will stay.
And I will stay to the end. And report all I can. Exigalis gepack. Chromalatic drop at Tinvik. Rita Leoke lactose. Nas nu filnamu. Iskelop. Exigalis bilag. There. I have finished. I have said all I can. Back in the newsroom, they have the pictures.
You did what you had to do.
This is my greatest experience. To have seen the birth of a child.
Yes. It all seems so simple. And beautiful. My own son. Part of me. Part of her. What is it, Emmerich?
Did you think we couldn't weep? We can. We lack so much. At least they gave us the tears to weep for what we lack. Who's that? Certainly, madame. Counselor.
Put away that gun. You know that you will not need it.
Yes, I know.
I want you to come inside. Imreji.
Que tu serais, madame?
Sinagina tahira rutu.
E voilà qui te rutu serait, madame.
Come inside then, Handy.
What about Imreji?
He has seen what he came to see.
He will not be harmed?
The harm has been done. He may go in peace.
Goodbye, Imreji, and thank you. I touch hands. Goodbye, Han. I touch hands. May I see her, Father?
Of course. The baby will be with her in a little while.
A little while?
Yes, have no fears. When the baby has been made ready, he will be given to her. Remember, Handywit, I am human too, as you are.
Yes, I understand that.
Imreji told you?
Yes, he told me many things.
What fools we were. Who knows what it will lead to? One thing is certain. You, the Earthmen, were not to blame. She is in here.
Lila. There, sweetheart. Everything is fine. How do you feel?
I still don't know what happened. I tried not to be frightened. I woke up and found myself here. I was on the point of telling you that the baby was nearly ready when I seemed to be wake up here. They're good doctors, Han. The baby's fine.
I have seen him. I saw him born.
You saw?
I was afraid at first. But it was wonderful.
It is wonderful, Han. Oh, what is it all about?
You feel strong enough to listen?
Yes.
Then I will tell you. Dranet was a closed planet because it held a terrible secret. You burst it wide open. The people of this planet are more than what we thought they were. And at the same time, they are less. Much
And we will see before you an idealistic fool. One of a group of idealistic fools. We shall pay dearly for our folly.
You will be punished?
Yes, by the Galactic Council we deceive them.
Very, madame. Is there nothing to be done for Dranet?
I do not know. Our plans were so fine, our needs so great. We of the Gorillan system thought we had the answer to the slow population growth of our people when we perfected the making of intelligent life.
Androids?
Yes. Androids, who are 98% of the population of Dranet. Wonderful creations. The only outward difference is that they walk slightly differently from true humans.
And the real difference is that they cannot reproduce their own kind.
Yes. We created hundreds of thousands of beautiful, intelligent beings. All were denied one of the basic sources of human dignity, their own children.
I can imagine the lies and contradictions which had to be built into their natures to stop them asking questions.
We were blind. Yes, the questions. But our troubles mounted as they were bound to. Kisonga, your runaway man, and his dangerous talk, the secret seekers after truth. And then when we monitored Imreji's reports, we panicked. I knew of your condition, Leela. We felt that we had to get you away from the ship before he questioned you. A foolish decision. We failed.
And what about the people of Dranet?
What of them? They know now that they are merely the clever creations of scientists, brought about by nothing more than sheer expediency, that they are only things of the test tube. We thought we could control the fount of life itself. It cannot be done.
Srimadar, we are deeply sorry for you.
Thank you. A message has been sent to your ship saying that you are safe.
Thank you, Srimadar. Will this planet remain closed now?
Perhaps, who can tell?
Maybe Earthmen could help.
I do not know. Look at this tiny child as he sleeps here. Look at him, and let us all be humble. Soon, Leela and Handywit, your ship will lift away from Dranet forever. Will you remember us and our lesson?
Lesson?
Yes. Perhaps you will tell it to the people of Earth whatever their religion. That man should never try to play God. We know. We know.
This was the cast of Closed Planet by John Hylam. Hunsaker, John Glenn, DeWitt, George Hagan, Leela, Vandana Dasgupta, Shavas, Andre Moran, Carey, Andrew Irvin, Kisonga, Lionel Ngakane, Karasawa, Eric Young, Anderson, Rolf Lefevre, Commander Armquist, Frank Partington, Sarima Da, Peter Pratt, Akron Mee, Arthur Gomez, Imre Gee, Peter Bartlett. Other parts were played by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. Music and special effects by the Radiophonic Workshop. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Archie Cass.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Charlton Heston and Gene Peters in Viva Zapata. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we are presenting two new faces in motion pictures. Two young players who are among Hollywood's most popular stars, Charlton Heston and Gene Peters, and who will undoubtedly be among the outstanding artists of tomorrow. And we have chosen one of the most exciting and dynamic pictures of the season for their co-starring roles. It's Viva Zapata, the story of one of Mexico's famous leaders, as created by the 20th Century Fox Studios. You know, many of the scenes for Viva Zapata were shot on location. And although going on location can be in the nature of a vacation, our glamorous stars know that it can't be a vacation from their beauty care. Our lovely actresses are devoted to their daily Lux facials, whether on location or at home. Now, Viva Zapata, starring Charlton Heston as Zapata and Gene Peters as Josefa.
In the year 1909, a delegation of peons journeyed to the presidential palace in Mexico City. A ragged group of Indians, they'd been granted an audience with Porfirio Diaz.
Well, my children, you must have had some reason for coming here. Surely there's something you want to tell me?
They have taken our lands away, my president.
You can talk. Now, who took your land away? Who?
The big estate at Nenenquilco. They have taken our green valleys, my president. They leave only the rocky hillsides.
They build fences with barbed wire. They plant sugarcane in our cornland.
You can prove that you own those lands? I must have facts as well as accusations.
We have a paper from the Spanish crown, my president, and another paper from the Mexican Republic.
Well, if this is true, you have no problem. The law will settle it, my children. But first you must find your boundary stones. Verify your boundaries. You will do this for me?
Oh, yes.
Good. Now go home, my children, and establish your boundaries.
Thank you, my president.
We can't verify the boundaries, my president. There are guards at the fence with rifles.
Well, the courts will settle everything.
With your permission, do you know of any land suit that was ever won by country people?
My children, I am your father, your protector. But you must be patient.
With your permission, we make our tortillas out of corn, not patience. And patience will not cross an armed and guarded fence. To do as you suggest, we need your authority to cross the barbed wire.
I cannot possibly exercise such authority.
But you advised it, my president.
What is your name?
Zapata. Emiliano Zapata.
As they left, the president read the names of his petitioners, and around the name Zapata, he drew a heavy black circle. The Indians went home. They cut the barbed wire and swarmed over the newly planted sugar cane, searching for their boundary stones. But the guards, the rurales, were waiting for them. They had been ordered to kill only one man, Zapata, but Zapata escaped. With his brother Euphemio and a handful of men, he found safety in the high and lonely mountains. And there a man came, searching for him.
You are Zapata. All week I have searched these mountains for you.
Who are you?
I was sent by your friends.
For what purpose?
I come with news of Madero.
Madero? Who's Madero?
He is the leader of the fight against Diaz. I must talk with you.
Talk. Go ahead.
But first I will read something. The true meaning of democracy has long been forgotten. The control of our country is in the hands of a tyrant and those he has named to carry out his ruthless orders.
Who wrote that?
Francisco Madero. If we are to bring back the freedom that goes only with democracy, we must unite and drive the tyrant from office.
This Madero, where is he now?
The United States, Texas.
A fine place to be fighting Diaz.
He's ready now to move. He sent out many people like me to find leaders. That's how I found out about Emiliano Zapata.
Get him something to eat.
You, come with me.
Hey, Pablo, what about it? This Madero, this is his picture here in the paper?
A small man, Emiliano, with a beard. A good man.
I like the look of his eyes.
Then find him. Talk to him.
I can't, not now.
The girl again? Espejo's daughter?
I said not now. You will go, Pablo. You look in his face and tell me what you see.
Me? He's in Texas.
Then go to Texas.
Well, how far is it?
Who knows? Go and see. If you like what you find in Madero's face, tell him about our troubles. Tell him that we recognize him as the leader against Diaz.
I will be back when you see me again.
That man, where is he going?
What?
Where is he going?
I don't know. He didn't say.
Now, where is he going?
I don't know. He didn't say.
What's the matter with him?
With him, it's a woman. What else?
Yes, with Zapata it was a woman. And that night he went down to her house in the village and hid in the shadow of her window and called to her.
Emiliano.
Be quiet. I must speak to your Josefa.
The rallies are after
I
you.
know. When may I speak with your father?
No. Never.
Why not? What's wrong with me?
It's what would be wrong with me if I married you.
What does that mean?
It means that I have no intention of ending up washing clothes in a ditch and patting tortillas like an Indian.
My mother was a Salazar. Zapatas were chieftains when your grandfather lived in a cave. Just remember that.
Well, you're not chieftains now. You have no land, no money. Without luck, you'll be in jail by tomorrow. And after that, let go. You're hurting me.
You listen to me. I've been offered an important position, Donazio Relatore.
Donazio doesn't hire a fugitive from the law.
If I accept, he'll have me pardoned.
Pardoned? Why? Why would he want you?
Apparently you don't know that I am the best judge of horses in the country. You're the only one who doesn't know this.
The answer is still no.
I could take you away with me right now.
I could not prevent you, could I? But sooner or later you would go to sleep.
And then you would kill me? No. You're too respectable.
I would do it because I am respectable. I want to live a safe life without surprises, and preferably with a rich man.
You don't mean that.
I mean exactly that. Come back when you can offer me something.
And Zapata took her arm. He touched it gently with his fingers, as a blind man touches to recognize and to remember. And he left without looking at her face. Zapata became a horse buyer, and his patron, Don Nacio, secured his pardon. In his love for Josefa, Zapata struggled to shut his eyes to the misery of his people. When he had saved a little money and owned a good suit of clothes, he made up his mind to see Josefa's father. But on that very day, a traveler returned from Texas.
We can talk here, Emiliano. Now tell him, Pablo, tell him.
We spoke of you much in Texas, Emiliano.
One strong push and Diaz is finished. Now,
wait
Madero promises.
Wait a minute. You, Fernando, how are you in all of this?
Madero sent him with me.
He wants a message from you.
Tell him to get another lead.
You don't believe in him?
Yes.
So?
Tell him to get someone else.
I have
private affairs. I don't want to be the conscience of the world. I don't want to be the conscience of anybody.
That is all you have to say?
It's enough for me. Come on, let's get out of here.
Zapata stayed on the road. He'd go on to the village and speak to Josefa's father. But other men were on the road, men in uniform.
Rurales, 4 men on horses, 1 on foot.
With the rope around his neck.
Who is he, Euphemio?
The old man, Inocente.
What's he done?
Who knows?
Come on. Inocente! What's the matter?
Get away from the prisoner.
What have you done? What are they taking you for?
The rope's too tight. He can't talk.
Give him some water. What did he do?
They're all crazy, these Indians. The craziest people I ever saw.
What did he do?
The captain tells me to bring them in. They're always doing something.
I think you'd better let him go.
Your machete. Put it away.
Let him go.
Get to the village.
The rope. Cut the rope.
By now, the old man was dead. Carefully, gently, they bore the body back to his house.
He was stubborn. He would not listen. And now he is dead.
What did he do?
He crawled through the fence at night to plant the corn.
My father does the same. Still believes that the land belongs to him.
The field is like a woman. You live with it all your life. It's hard to learn that she isn't yours anymore.
They will be after you again, Emiliano. You can hide in my house.
It would be an honor to take care of your horse.
Thank you. I'll go now.
Where?
I was on my way to the village.
Oh, but the Rurales.
I am still on my way.
He was captured at the door of Josefa's house. They put a rope around his neck and set out for their headquarters. And as they rode, men appeared from out of nowhere. They emerged from either side of the road, quietly and in order, but with rifles and machetes. Side by side they rode with the Rurales, but the captain said nothing, until still another band appeared and blocked the way.
What are you trying to do? This man is a criminal.
With your permission, we are here to see that the prisoner does not escape.
You're breaking the law.
Helping the law. With your permission, we are guarding the prisoner.
Cut the rope. Let him go.
Cut the rope?
Give me your knife. I'll do it myself.
The captain is letting him go. What a kindness.
Emiliano, we have brought your horse. Thank you.
What about the Rurales?
Let them go.
Let them go? And what about the wire?
What wire?
The telegraph wire. Cut the wire before they use it.
No. It belongs to the government. If you touch that wire, you've rebelled against the government.
Euphemio.
Well?
Cut the wire.
The rebellion had started, and the troops came, the president's troops. For many bitter weeks, death walked across the cornland, but Zapata led his people, wise in the ways of traps and ambush and sudden raids. And the day came when there were no more troops to fight. And on that day, the legend of Zapata was written across the face of Mexico. When it was over, Zapata returned to the house of Josefa Espejo.
Where is he, Euphemio?
Still inside. Still in the house. Still with the girl and her relatives.
An hour and 3/4 already.
What a waste of time.
I've loved with all my heart 100 women I never want to see again. And he's still after this one. It escapes me.
This is the way these people go about getting married. They sit in chairs and talk proverbs.
Oh, it makes me sick.
Go to the saloons. Everyone else is celebrating. You may as well, too.
The general must be protected.
Are you crazy? Who tried to harm your brother?
Nobody, my friend. Not while I'm here.
But I still do not know, Josefa. Did you think of me while I was away, or didn't you?
It is said that a warrior's shield is the heart of his beloved.
Huh?
Well, that's very true. Emiliano, it is said that Madero himself has made you general of all the armies of the South. Is it true?
It is true, Senor Espejo.
But what of the North? When will the fighting in the North be over?
No one knows. Days or months.
Father, is Emiliano here to talk of war?
But it is such an honor. A general. General Zapata.
Josefa, let's go for a walk. There might be a breeze on the road.
A walk? Alone? Impossible.
Yes, no.
Forgive me, Senora. The whipped dog is a wiser dog.
Do you think that 3 women and a goose make a market?
This, I believe, that love cannot be bought except with love, and that he who has a good wife wears heaven in his hat. But I ask you, please, when can we be alone? When can we talk as we want to talk?
Perhaps tomorrow.
No. But only perhaps. And now we shall have refreshments.
This is as it should be. A starved body has a skinny soul.
Yes.
Maria!
Yes.
Emiliano, quick, to the window.
Well?
It's Fernando, a telegram from Madero.
Diaz has run away. Diaz has left the country.
Is it true?
It's true, Emiliano.
Josefa, the fighting is over.
Emiliano.
Josefa. She kissed him on the lips. Josefa!
Be quiet, Mama. The fighting is over.
They were married that afternoon, and all night long the town celebrated the victory and the wedding, with wine and singing and the playing of music.
Finally, it's happened. I have a sister now, Fernando.
You're drunk.
Ooh, very drunk. And you are very sober. I know what's the matter with you, Fernando.
What?
You have heavy blood. You're unhappy because the fighting is over.
I am unhappy with half victories.
I love you, Fernando, but I don't like you. I never liked you, my darling friend.
There will be more bloodshed.
All right, more, but not tonight. Here, take the bottle. Be human. Enjoy yourself. A lot more blood.
Emiliano, can't you sleep? How long have you sat here by the window?
I don't know. Pretty soon I'll go to sleep.
What are you thinking?
Nothing.
But you are.
No.
What are you worried about? We'll find a good piece of land someplace and we'll settle down.
I'll go to sleep.
I don't want to sleep. Emiliano, the fighting is over.
Madero's in the capital. Tomorrow, I will leave and go to talk to him.
Can I go with you?
No.
Oh. Do you think we'll have children?
Yes.
We'll name them all Francisco, after Madero, because he brought peace. Emiliano, please, tell me, is it something about me?
You must never think that, Josefa. I love you.
And you will tell me.
Madero will have men around him, men from schools, lawyers, educated men. My horse and my rifle won't help me there. I can't read, Josefa. I can't even read.
Oh. When they asked you to win battles, did they say, can you read, Zapata?
Teach me.
Teach
me to read.
Of course.
Well, teach me now. Get a book. Here's a book.
The Bible?
Well, open it. Any page, it doesn't matter.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Which word is God? Which is heavens?
Now watch. In. The beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning.
We'll continue with Act Two of Viva Zapata in a few moments. Now, here's your Lux Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins.
The picture in the news tonight is The Turning Point, Paramount's hard-hitting documentary of a crime investigating committee fighting to clean up a big city. William Holden plays the reporter, Edmund O'Brien, the chief investigator, and Alexis Smith, the beautiful society girl who becomes O'Brien's girl Friday.
The men are both in love with Alexis, but they've hardly time for romance. They're so busy fighting crime.
Yes, there's chilling suspense as they track down the racketeers. And the exciting cross-examination scenes in The Turning Point are authentic, based on recent crime investigation.
O'Brien wins in his fight against crime and in his love for lovely Alexis Smith. What a beauty she is. A real Lux girl with a sparkling, glamorous complexion that reflects daily Lux soap care.
Ken, Alexis is just one shining example of Lux beauty care. 9 out of 10 glamorous screen stars depend on Lux facials. Their fresh, lovely complexions show you what Lux Care can do for your skin.
And here's why. Lux Soap Care has skin tonic action. Yes, a beautifying tonic action that brings your skin luscious new smoothness, freshness. You see, skin tonic action helps your skin retain natural moisture. And that's a must for radiant, young-looking skin.
It's wonderful how quickly your skin responds to this stimulating care. You just cream in rich Lux lather. Then, after you rinse warm, splash cold, you'll see your skin looks clearer, feels more satiny.
Tomorrow, try Hollywood's Lux Soap Facials. Beauty care that helps any normal skin, even dry skin, bloom with softer beauty. Yes, Lever Brothers Company guarantees Lux Toilet Soap Care with skin tonic action will make your skin definitely smoother, definitely fresher. Now, our producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Act Two of Viva Zapata, starring Charlton Heston as Zapata and Jean Peters as Josefa.
And so Zapata journeyed to Mexico City, for this was a troubled man, and only Madero could ease the turmoil in his mind. They met in the presidential palace where once before Zapata had asked the same question.
The lands, sir. When will the village lands be given back to the people?
Tell them that they will get their land, but under the law. This is a delicate matter, Emiliano. It must be studied.
What is there to study, my president?
The lands must be given back so there will be no injustice. And speaking of lands, close the doors, please. Let me show you this map. You see here, where these two streams meet? The land here is very rich and well-watered. It has a good house on it. You know what this is, General?
Oh, it is a ranch.
It is your ranch.
Mine.
It is the custom to reward victorious generals, and no one deserves it more than you.
I did not fight for a ranch.
I don't think you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. The land I fought for was not for myself. Now, what are you going to do about the land I did fight for?
Believe me, it will all be taken care of in good time.
Now is a good time, sir.
No, there is only one way to do these things. Oh, this noise is confusion. I can't think here. Get out, please. Everybody, please, get out.
There are papers to be signed, sir.
Let them wait. Let them wait till General, will you excuse me?
You will return?
Immediately.
Efemio, come here. Fernando, Pablo.
This Madero, he's a very busy man.
He has things to do every minute, night and day.
He is a mouse in a black suit. He talks too much like Diaz.
No, Madero is right. This is peace, Emiliano. It takes time. We must work by law.
But first, the land must be given back.
And if Madero doesn't do it?
Well, Fernando?
Then he is an enemy, too.
You're his emissary, his officer.
I'm a friend to no one and to nothing, Pablo, except logic and reality.
Peace is very difficult. Efemio, what do you think?
That's a nice piece of land he offered.
No!
What's the harm? You've never taken anything. The result, we have nothing. A ranch like that...
You see, I have kept my word. I am back. Emiliano, I promise you, that my first thought is of the land, but in a way that is permanent. Before you can do anything by law, you must have law. We cannot have an armed and angry nation.
Then what do we do?
Stack your arms. That is my first request. Stack your arms and disband your army.
Who will enforce the laws once we have them?
The regular army. General Huerto, the police, the rurales.
They are the ones we just fought and beat. Hey, give me your watch.
My watch?
Give it to me. My rifle's loaded and it points at your heart.
Here, take it.
It's a beautiful watch. Very expensive. Here, now take my rifle.
Take your rifle? I don't understand.
Hey, take my rifle. Now, everything is different. This time you have the rifle, so I give you back your watch. But without the rifle, never.
You draw a strong moral.
You ask us to disarm. How could we keep our land if we disarm?
But it is not that simple. There's a matter of time.
Time is one thing to a lawmaker, but to a farmer there is a time to plant and a time to harvest, and you cannot plant in harvest time.
General Zapata, do you trust me?
I trust you the way my people trust me, and they trust me as long as I keep my promises and not 1 minute longer.
Where are you going?
I'm going home. I will wait, but not for long.
I just saw Zapata. He was leaving, huh?
You are listening to us, General Huerta?
A little, perhaps. Kill that Zapata now. Kill him and you save time and lives. Your own, maybe.
I do not shoot my own people. He's a fine man, an honest man.
What's that got to do with it? Man can be honest and completely wrong.
I trust him.
Good. Meanwhile, I'll take my troops down to Morelos and help him to decide to disarm.
No. I must have time to think.
Sir, forgive me.
Pablo, come in.
There is something I had hoped to say. All right, my friend, you can speak freely.
Oh, I'm so glad you came back. I want you to speak to General Zapata again, for me.
He won't come back, my president. He's stubborn. But if you would come down to Morelos, he's different there. He needs you, sir, to help him. And if you will excuse me, you need him too?
I will come.
Thank you. Thank you.
What does the president say?
Madero is going to Morelos, but no troops. He forbids it. Oh, the odor of goodness.
No troops?
We'll never get anywhere as long as Zapata's alive. He believes in what he's fighting for.
So does Madero.
Madero's a mouse. He can be handled. But Zapata's a tiger. You have to kill a tiger.
So Madero went to Morelos. He spoke to the people, to the followers of Zapata. Then the people assembled in the public square and surrendered their arms. Madero watched them with a look of great happiness on his face. And Zapata also watched. But who could tell what he thought?
You see, my friend, your people give up their weapons gladly. We are a nation at peace.
He explained it very well, didn't he, Emiliano?
Believe me, Pablo. Do you, General?
I've been fighting so long I don't understand peace.
Peace is a problem. Many men have been honest in war, but I often wonder how long a man can stay honest under the pressure of peace.
This is a man I can love, Emiliano.
Emiliano! Not on your brother.
What is it?
Ask him. Ask Madero. What is it?
Huerta's troops are coming through the pass.
Pretend you didn't know it. No, I can't.
How many?
3 regiments with artillery.
How did you find this out?
Because I posted scouts. I didn't trust Madero and I was right. Huerta disobeyed me. I'll stop him. I'll stop him myself. He would not dare.
Emiliano, you must trust him. You must trust him. You must. Only Madero can bring us
Emilio! The buglers! Rifles and ammunition!
No, listen to me.
Now get up the snipers and flank the roads!
That Madero. He runs around like a chicken without a head.
Might be better to finish him off. What do you say, Emiliano?
There must be no fighting. I give you my word that I will stop the troops.
I hope so. But if you don't, I will.
My president.
Huerta must have misunderstood. He too has good qualities. Believe me, Pablo.
I know. And I'll talk to Emiliano. I'll bring you two together again.
The rifles again were in the hands of the Zapatistas. They waited in hiding, in ambush, and they destroyed the troops of General Huerta. But Huerta had many more regiments. This Madero knew. So he went to Huerta to plead for peace.
But where is he? Why won't Huerta see me? I've been here for days. I'm a prisoner.
The general has been guarding you for your safety, my president. Outside, you have many enemies.
How can you say such things? I don't understand. Why can't I see him?
But, sir, the general wants to see you now, tonight. That's why I'm here. He has sent a special automobile. We will leave at once.
It's going to be all right. Yes, it's going to be all right.
It's a rainy night, sir. I brought a heavy coat for you.
Hurry. We mustn't keep him waiting.
On the road, some distance away, Huerta had instructed his soldiers. He gave a signal when he saw the headlights of the approaching automobile. And when it stopped and Madero ran to him through the rain, he gave another signal. And the fighting resumed. Huerta against Zapata and Pancho Villa. In his village, Zapata had a prisoner, his friend of a lifetime, Pablo.
You look at me, Emiliano, and you say nothing. Not even a word.
You were his friend, Pablo, and you betrayed.
Let him tell me that himself.
I have nothing to say.
The squad is waiting, Emiliano.
Let it wait. I'm going home. I'll be back tomorrow. I sent a message to Josefa. I promised her that...
Are you putting this off?
No.
Pablo met with the enemy. I have witnesses.
You don't need witnesses. Just ask me. It's true, Emiliano. I met with Madero before he was taken away and killed.
You met him many times.
Many times, Fernando. He tried to hold back Huerta, and Huerta killed him.
When you went to Madero, you deserted our cause.
He was a good man. He wanted to build houses, plant fields. If we could begin to build, even while we're burning. If we could plant while we destroy.
Our cause is the land, not thoughts or ideas or laws. Corn planted earth to feed the family.
But can a good thing come from a bad act? The question beats in my head. Can peace ever come from so much killing? Can a man whose thoughts are born in anger and hatred, can such a man lead to peace and govern in peace? You must have thought about it, Emiliano. Do you know?
The last time you saw Madero, they followed you back across the line.
They found our camp on the river. How many men did we lose? How many?
You knew our rule against consorting with the enemy.
Yes, my general.
And you ignored it.
Yes, my general.
I'll call the squad.
No, not strangers. Emiliano, do it yourself. Yourself.
Fernando, go.
As you wish.
Where is he, Fernando?
He's busy.
There's a messenger just come from Pancho Villa.
Tell him to wait, Lazaro. The general's busy.
But he says it's important. I think it's good news, Fernando. I think he...
Get the messenger. Zapata will see him now.
Zapata did not go home that night, nor for many nights. And Josefa waited, as she had waited since the day of their marriage.
Look at you, my own daughter. Look at your dress. Look at this house. Why is he a general at all? What's he got from it? Is this the house of a general?
Emiliano has sent me a message. He'll be home soon, and things will be different. He's been busy. He's had to see Villa.
Pancho Villa, he knows what to do with his opportunities. Being a general is a business opportunity. Zapata could have half the state, and everyone would respect him for it. But he won't touch it. Not 1 inch of land, not 1 penny. I give him up. I never had faith in him. Never.
Emiliano.
Oh, welcome home, my son.
Josefa. Josefa.
You're hurt.
No, tired.
How did you get through the lines?
As of yesterday, there are no lines. Huerta's defeated. Villa's in Mexico City.
Congratulations, my son.
Emiliano, something's wrong.
No, nothing. We've won. I just need some sleep. Stay by me, Josefa. Stay by me while I sleep.
Once again, Zapata went to Mexico City, and where it was first Diaz and then Madero, now it was Pancho Villa. But the meeting with Villa was not in a palace. It was in a wood near the military encampment, and the two generals lay on the ground, leaning against trees. They ate fruit and they talked.
Forgive me, gentlemen, but it's past 3 o'clock.
Go to bed, Fernando.
But, General, there is so much to discuss.
What do you think we have been doing?
I mean political matters, sir.
Me? I have made up my mind. I'm going home. I have a nice ranch now, Emiliano.
So?
I'm going to be president of a ranch. In the morning, no bugles, only roosters. You know, somebody took a shot at me today. Somebody I didn't even know.
Sir, what do you propose?
Nothing. No proposals. I've been fighting too long. I'm sick of it, Emiliano. You beat one of them, 2 more jump up. I used to think it would work.
But what about Mexico?
I have it all figured out. There's only one man I can trust. Emiliano, you can read?
A little.
Senor the President.
No.
Yes.
No.
I just appointed you. You sleep on it, you'll see I am right. There isn't anyone else.
There is you.
Me? Do I look like a president? There is no one else, Emiliano. God go with you.
Before we continue with Act 3 of Viva Zapata, meet Lux Lovely, Helene Stanley, whom you'll see in 20th Century Fox's great Technicolor saga, The Snows of Kilimanjaro.
Mr. Cummings, this picture is my big break. I play a love scene with Gregory Peck, but he leaves me, alas, to become a writer. And 3 beautiful women enter his life. Susan Haywood, Ava Gardner, and Hilda Gardner.
Elaine, it's certainly a compliment to be in the cast in such a picture. Everything about it spells greatness. The story by Ernest Hemingway, the Darrell F. Zanuck production, and the magnificent scenery of Africa, Paris, Spain, the Riviera. I'm quite sure everyone will enjoy The Snows of Kilimanjaro.
It was thrilling, Mr. Cummings, to play in the same cast with Susan Haywood. She's so talented and so beautiful. You know, visiting Susan's dressing room, I found she uses the same complexion care I do. Wonderful Lux toilet soap.
Well, Helene, you'll find Lux in practically every dressing room that has a star on the door. You see, Lux toilet soap care has skin tonic action, a gentle toning action that makes skin smoother, fresher, wonderfully younger looking.
And, Mr. Carpenter, the big bath-size Lux is a Hollywood favorite, too. We all know Lux beauty baths are the way to all-over loveliness.
Yes, a Lux beauty bath really gives all your skin new satin smoothness. And it's a real beauty treatment. You'll delight in the creamy richness of Lux lather. It's so abundant, even in hard water.
And what a heavenly fragrance Lux has. It's so flower fresh. Lux perfume really clings, too.
Why don't you try Hollywood's favorite beauty pickup? Get the big bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow. You'll find life's lovely when you're Lux lovely. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Viva Zapata, starring Charlton Heston as Zapata and Gene Peters as Josefa.
Zapata remained in Mexico City. He sat in a great office and struggled with the endless problems of people and government. No longer was Pablo at his side, nor even his brother Euphemio. But Fernando, yes, Fernando always.
Oh,
Who's next?
There's a delegation from Morelos, but I'll tell them to come back in the morning. There are more pressing matters.
From Morelos, tell them to come in now.
Yes, my president.
General, not president, general.
Yes, sir. Tell the delegation to come in.
I know these men. Lazaro, Pepe, you got skinny. Well, what can I do for you, huh? What is it? Well, tell me, what's wrong?
We have a complaint against your brother, Emiliano.
Your brother has moved into the hacienda at Ayala.
And?
He took the land that you just distributed. He put us out. He killed a man who wouldn't go.
Lazaro, is this true?
Yes, it is true.
All right. All right. When I get some time, I'll look into it.
These men haven't got time. They've plowed the land. They've got it half-seeded. They haven't got time.
When we went to your brother, he said
My brother's a general. He became a general fighting your enemies or winning your battles. And I'm one of you. You can trust me.
Then you know the land can't wait. Empty stomachs can't wait either.
What's your name?
Hernandez, my general.
Fernando, give me the list of their names.
Hernandez. H-E-R-N...
Give me a pencil.
We'll take care of this one. I'll speak to Bianco. I'll see
No.
to it.
No, there is no list of names. I never want to see another list of names. You all of you, wait for me. Wait for me here.
Where are you going?
I'm going home.
Leave now, and your enemies will be here tomorrow, in that room, at that desk. They'll hunt you down till you get your rest in the sun with the flies in your face. Leave now, and I promise you, you won't live long.
I won't live long anyway, Fernando.
I won't go with you.
I don't expect you to. Now I know you, Fernando. A man with no fields, no wife, no friends, no love. You only destroy. That is your love. And I will tell you what you will do. You'll go to Obregon or Carranza, and you'll never change. Now hand me my rifle.
The delegates from Morelos had spoken the truth. Zapata's brother had stolen the hacienda at Ayala. Zapata found him there, sprawled on the rich carpet with a bottle in his hand.
Be careful what you say to me, Emiliano.
Get up.
Your arm. I need help. You're a little drunk.
I have come with men we both know. Did you take the land away from them?
I took what I wanted. Their land, their wives, their wine, whatever I wanted.
What kind of an animal are you?
I'm a man. Not a freak like my brother.
Get out.
Look, I fought as long and as hard as you did. I, too, am a general. And what's in my pocket? Nothing. Nothing but a little dust. We beat Diaz. He's living in a palace in Paris. We beat Huerta. He's a rich man in the United States. I have to beg pennies in my own village from people that never even fire a gun, but I'm a general. So I'm going to act like a general. I'm going to take what I want.
Let him go. This land is yours again. But you must protect it with your lives if necessary, and your children with their lives. Our enemies will be back. If they drive us out of the valley, live on the sides of the mountains, but live. You've always looked for leaders, strong men without faults. There aren't any. There are only men like yourselves. They change, they desert, they die. There are no leaders but yourselves. And a strong people is the only lasting strength.
Emiliano! Efemio! Someone was waiting for him out there.
You see?
He held him in his arms, his dead brother, and he kissed his face and wept.
He was a general. We will bury him as a general.
No. He didn't die in battle, Lizano. I'll take him home with me.
We will help you.
No. Alone. Alone.
Zapata went back to the mountains. But because he still was a power, the new leaders, the new generals, sent their armies against him.
Can't find him. Neither Zapata nor his men. How can we fight an enemy we can't find? There's only one thing to do. Wipe them out. All of them. We go to their villages. Their corn is growing. In their houses, there are fires in the hearths. But no people. We destroy the corn. We burn the houses. When we go back, there's a new shelter and the corn is growing again. They're like a different race. They're not afraid of anything. Cut off the head of this snake and the body will die. Ideas are harder to kill than snakes. How do you kill an idea? Zapata. The answer is always Zapata. Kill Zapata, and your problem is solved. We must send a man to Zapata. A man who will get him out of those mountains.
So they sent a man, and the friends of Zapata knocked at the door of his hut in the mountains and brought him the news.
This much is true, Emiliano. He took us to where they have stored their supplies. The guns are new. Some never fired. Machine guns, too.
Ammunition? A mountain of it.
You've seen it?
Yes.
Enough of everything to last us a year.
This man, why does he want to join us?
He says he was stripped of his rank for nothing. A colonel, he wants revenge.
Sounds like a trap. But it's strange enough to be true. What proof did he give you of his good faith?
He executed Juan Calzado, the chief of police who killed so many of our people.
Further proof he leaves to you.
All right. All right. Be back here tomorrow.
What has happened, Emiliano? What did the men want?
Nothing, Josefa, nothing.
I want to know, Emiliano, what is happening?
Are the hens beginning to crow?
Every night I have the same thought. My heart says to me, now for the first time you have your husband alone sometimes, without fighting, running, hiding. But it also says that soon you will be dead, and I have never known you in peace.
Josefa, I am trying to make a plan.
My father told me. You'll squat over the grinding stone, he said. You'll beat your clothes clean on a river's bank. You'll walk behind him on the trail, and he will only speak to give you orders. And I said I love him, and I will have him.
Josefa, we're getting all the ammunition we need.
No, I don't want to hear. Soon you will be gone, and one day a Charo will come to the door and tell me that you're dead. That is what is left for me.
There's a man in the village, a federal Colonel Guajardo. He's giving me his regiment and all his equipment.
A trick?
I always suspect a trick. I wouldn't be alive if I didn't.
This is an easy way to kill you.
I haven't made up my mind.
Emiliano, don't go.
We need what Guajardo can do.
Don't go. I have a feeling.
Now, that's enough. I will make up my mind.
Emiliano, do you want to die?
I must do what is needed. It will be all right.
I will say something, but not for myself. If anything happens to you, what would become of the people? What would they have left?
Themselves.
With all the fighting and the death, what has really changed?
They have changed. That's how things really change. Slowly, through people. They don't need me anymore.
They have to be led?
Yes, but by each other. A strong man makes a weak people. Strong people don't need a strong man.
You're right or you're wrong. It doesn't matter. All I really know is that I love you. Look, the little clouds across the moon.
It's a good sign.
The clouds are racing. Time is racing, too.
The next day, Zapata's lieutenants had more news to tell him.
Guajardo can be trusted, Emiliano. He told us a troop train was coming. We put dynamite on the tracks.
The train came, as he said. It was destroyed.
And the supplies?
I saw them again, stacked and waiting, Emiliano.
What do you think? What do you think, huh?
He's passed every test.
Tonight. We'll ride down to the town tonight. There is just one thing I would like to know. Suppose that something happens to me.
We will get along.
And someday we'll go down into the valleys again. Until then, Emiliano, you have taught us how to survive.
Tonight.
Always in battle, Zapata had ridden a white horse, From the first, the same white horse. But a year ago, the horse had disappeared. Only Lazaro had found him again. And that night, he brought him to Zapata.
Look, Josefa, my old friend. The best horse I ever had.
You're leaving.
I lost him at Honokapapik, remember? The Federals must have had him. You see, the brand has changed, but now he's mine again. He's grown old, Josefa.
Emiliano! We're waiting!
Don't go, Emiliano. No! Don't go!
I will try to be back by sunrise. If not, then by
Send someone else! Don't go! I beg you! Emiliano, don't! Don't!
So they rode out of the mountains and into the town. It was arranged that Zapata would meet with Guajardo in the courtyard of the garrison, the two men alone. The gates of the fort were open, and Zapata entered. But hidden behind a wall were 20 Federal soldiers and the man called Fernando.
Cut to ribbons. We must have been terribly afraid of him. Well, Fernando, the tiger is dead.
The horse got away.
The horse?
The people are very superstitious.
Yes, I know. And sometimes a dead man can be a terrible enemy. Well, what do we do with this?
The body will be exposed in the plaza so they can see it. So they can all see that he's dead.
Yes, the people saw the body, and some said it was Zapata, and others in the mountains said it was not.
But I saw him. It must be. Who do those Federals think they're fooling? Shot up that way, it could have been anybody. He's fooled them again.
Are you sure, Lazaro?
I rode with him. I fought with him all these years. They think they can fool me. They can't kill him.
They'll never get him. Can you capture a river? Can you kill the wind?
No, he's not a river and he's not the wind. Zapata is a man, and still they can't kill him. Then where is he? He's here, in these mountains.
Look, his horse, the white horse.
We couldn't find Zapata now. But if we ever need him again, he'll be back.
Yes. Yes, he's in the mountains.
In a moment, our stars will return.
Here's a special Merry Christmas money-saving offer from Lux Flakes.
This Christmas, Lux Flakes offers you a complete 127-piece Christmas gift wrapping kit for one Lux box top and 50 cents.
It includes yards of shining red satin ribbon, 10 big sheets of beautiful gift wrapping paper, 80 glossy Christmas seals, exquisite French fold gift cards, and many more glorious gift wrappings to transform up to 18 medium-sized packages into rare and exciting Christmas gifts.
This 127-piece gift wrapping kit is a regular $1.50 value, but you can have it for only one Lux Flakes box top and 50 cents. Send them to Lux, Box 34, New York 46, New York. Remember, send one Lux box top and 50 cents for each kit. That's Lux, Box 34, New York 46, New York. Offer closes November 30th. Good only in United States, Alaska, and Hawaii. Safe Lux Flakes are guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company. Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are at the footlights, Charlton Heston and Gene Peters. And we certainly applaud your performances. You were just great.
Si, senor. Gracias.
Well, you're welcome, but why in Spanish?
When Charlton studied the part of Zapata, he thought he was supposed to have a Mexican accent.
Well, that's one problem we didn't have in the silent days. No dialects.
I read in an article, Irving, that you starred in and directed the longest serial ever made in silent pictures.
That's right, Charlton. 30 episodes. It was called The Diamond from the Sky.
30 episodes. How did it end?
I don't know, Gene. We sold it to a radio for a daytime series.
Well, I'll bet I played in it one time. I came up from radio, you know.
That's some comeuppance. From radio serials to the star of Paramount's new picture, The Savage. And I think it's one of your best, Charlton.
And how about your career, Gene?
Well, let's just say that I started as a Lux girl, and I shall go right on being devoted to Lux soap complexion care. But speaking of careers, watch for Mitzi Gaynor and Scott Brady's careers to zoom in their new picture for 20th Century Fox, The Bloodhounds of Broadway.
We will, Gene, if you be sure to listen next week, because we don't want you to miss a delightful romantic comedy. It's Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's screen hit, Grounds for Marriage. And starring in their original roles, we'll have that popular favorite, Van Johnson, and a lovely lady with a beautiful voice, Catherine Grayson.
We wouldn't miss that one, Irving. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. I'll see you at the polls tomorrow. Here's important news about mouth health for you and your entire family. And here's Ken Carpenter to tell you about it.
The first major test of chlorophyll toothpaste has now been reported in a leading dental journal. This report, now in the hands of your dentist, tells how Chlorodent, the largest selling chlorophyll toothpaste, was tested under the supervision of the dentists at Father Flanagan's famous Boys Town in Nebraska. In this test, Chlorodent and a fine white toothpaste were used regularly by different groups of youngsters at Boys Town. In only 60 days, 3/4 of the boys using Chlorodent showed dramatic improvement in mouth health. Chlorodent was proved to be twice as effective as the white toothpaste for quickly reducing acute gingivitis. And that's another reason why Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantees that Chlorodent does more for you than any other dentifrice, white, ammoniated, or chlorophyll, to give you a clean, fresh, healthy mouth. Remember, no other nationally advertised chlorophyll toothpaste has been proved so effective. So make sure you and your family get the toothpaste used in this test, Chlorodent.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, invite you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Catherine Grayson and Van Johnson in Grounds for Marriage. This is Irving Cummings saying good night to you from Hollywood and urging you as good Americans to be sure and vote tomorrow.
Heard in our cast tonight were Paul Frees as the narrator, Jay Novello as Pablo, Edgar Barrier as Fernando, Larry Dodkin as Lazaro, Chet Mencken as Euphemio, Lou Krugman as Madero, William Conrad as Diaz, and William Johnstone, Herb Butterfield, Yvonne Patey, Jack Crucian, Charlie Lung, Lou Marrow, Tony Barrett, Jim Bannon, and Eddie Marr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager.
Trust Silver Dust. Trust Silver Dust. Trust Silver Dust to give you more for your money with a goodwill offer that's really a honey. Trust Silver Dust.
New improved Silver Dust Wonder Bubble Suds for laundry and dishes now makes you this amazing goodwill offer. Inside every large size Silver Dust, you get, as an extra, a genuine Canon face cloth. It's big, soft, fluffy, lovely pastel colors, worth up to 15 cents. Remember, in large size Silver Dust, you get this genuine Canon face cloth as an extra. Try Silver Dust. See how it safely digs out dirt, gets clothes cleaner, speeds dishwashing, kind to your hands. Yes, Silver Dust, a great washing product with a Canon face cloth inside, gives you more for your money than any other washing product. That's guaranteed.
Get the large size box of Silver Dust with the big Canon face cloth as an extra today.
Gene Peters appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, whose next production will be The Way of a Gaucho, co-starring Gene Tierney and Rory Calhoun. Lever Brothers Company unconditionally guarantees the quality and performance of Lux Toilet Soap, Lux Flakes, Chlorodent Toothpaste, and Silver Dust, or your money refunded. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Grounds for Marriage, starring Van Johnson and Catherine Grayson. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Hollywood, California, Monday, May 10th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone in Mary of Scotland with Judith Anderson. Lux presents Hollywood, starring Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, and Judith Anderson. And as guest of honor, the head of one of the oldest houses in English nobility, the Earl of Warwick. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. These performances come to you through the courtesy of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap. And may we thank you for your enthusiasm for this fine soap, which of course makes the Lux Radio Theater possible. Now, I'm sure you have all heard men say something like this. Pretty? No, not exactly. But let me tell you something. Boy, she's got a way with her. There's something about her that sort of gets you.
When a man talks that way about a girl, you can be sure she's learned the secret of being really attractive to men. That skillful and beautiful little screen star Betty Davis says this. You girls who want to be popular, here's something to remember. The man was never born who could resist the charm of perfect daintiness. The least fault against it just ruins illusions, spoils romance. The easiest, most delightful way I know to protect daintiness is to bathe with Lux Toilet Soap. The active lather leaves skin really sweet, fragrant with the delicate perfume you'll love. Try it. I turn our microphone over to Hollywood's celebrated producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The climax of tonight's play was created exactly 350 years ago, when in 1587, emissaries from the English crown entered the great hall of the castle of Fotheringay and read to a woman named Mary the memorable orders of Queen Elizabeth. Termed the most eloquent historical romance drama of our time, the story you will hear is the work of Maxwell Anderson. It brings us through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Joan Crawford in the title role, and Francho Tone as Bothwell, while Judith Anderson will portray Queen Elizabeth. Joan is one of the most earnest actresses in Hollywood. The next picture in which she will star with Spencer Tracy is named 3 Rooms in Heaven. From Cornell University, Francho Tone went immediately to the stage. We in Hollywood know him not only as a fine actor, but as one of our most civilized, charming, and best-liked neighbors. He comes to you shortly on the screen in MGM's They Gave Him a Gun. In Judith Anderson, Broadway lends us one of its greatest dramatic actresses, last seen in Hamlet, The Old Maid, and Come of Age. Now, back through history, back to the kingdom of the north, to Scotland, land of lakes and heather, of pibrochs and bluebonnets and bagpipes, of tartan and tam o'shanter, back to a day when one throne stood in Edinburgh and another in London, back to romance, as the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone with Judith Anderson in Mary of Scotland. Scotland, in the year 1561, from France across the angry waters of the North Sea, Mary Stuart comes unheralded to take her rightful place upon the throne as Queen of Scots. It's a stormy midwinter night. On the pier at Leith, Scotland, 2 soldiers huddle in a corner seeking shelter from the wind and freezing rain. The Earl of Bothwell walks quickly along the pier and, stepping from the shadows, addresses them sharply.
Leg it over the inn, one of you lads, and fetch a chair.
What on God here, my lord?
Curse your guard duty. The Queen of Scotland stepping out of a boat in velvet shoes.
I doubt there's a chair nearer than Edinburgh town.
There's one at the Leith Inn, as you well know.
Wouldn't have the silver for that in any case.
What the devil do you mean by haggling over a dirty chair? Seize it. Seize it in the Queen's name.
I'll fetch it.
And you go with him.
I will, my lord.
The Queen of Scotland with her velvet shoe. We'll want none of her here.
A very braw evening to you, Master Knox.
And to you, Lord Bottle.
It seems some here have heard of her coming, though not perhaps those she'd have chosen. You're not here by chance to greet Mary Stuart.
If I had aught to say to her, it will be for her own ears.
No doubt. And I have a little observe to make to you about that, too, sir. I'm no such fool as to try to muzzle a minister. Nevertheless, whatever it was you were going to say, you won't say it. That's my observe to you.
I shall say what I have come to say.
Clear at the steps for the Queen. She's coming off the boat.
That you are Queen would be known if the world were stripped of subjects. The very trees and frozen mountains would bow down to you, Your Majesty.
I can well imagine. Body o' me, I could wish the clouds would stoop less to their queen in my native land.
Oh, one forgets how rank dismal this Scotland can be.
Dismal? Traitor. Have you never plucked a gowan in spring? A very green gowan?
Oh, is there spring here in this heathenish climate?
They are sweeter than in France, as I recall. And all fruits are sweeter here. Of those that grow. And the summer's sweeter.
They're short enough, in faith.
And when they come, they will bring excellent devices of masks and ornaments to deceive the eye, and soft words and perfumes to cumber the senses of mankind.
Who is this man?
Jigmasters and the like will come in authority with Mary Stuart, and their council will be whining and carousing the flowers and fruits of evil.
Surely this is some jest, sir. Surely this is not said in welcome to me.
And what other welcome shall we give the woman of Babylon? The leprous and cankerous evangel of the devil.
Stand back. Your Majesty, they're preparing a room at the inn. The chair will be here at once. If you would deign to take my cloak for your shoulder.
Thank you. I wish to speak to this gentleman.
This is Master John Knox, of whom your grace may have heard.
Nay, then I have heard of him, and I wish to speak to him. Master Knox, it is true that I am Mary Stuart and your queen. And I have come back from France after many years away to take up my rule in this country. It is true, too, that I am sad to leave the south and the sun. And I come here knowing that I shall meet with difficulties that would daunt many older and wiser than I am. For I am young and inexperienced, and perhaps none too adept in statecraft. Yet this is my native place, Master Knox, and I loved it as a child and still love it. And whatever I may lack in experience, whatever I may have too much of youth, I shall try to make up for, if my people will help me, in tolerance and mercy, and a quick eye for wrongs, and a quick hand to right them.
Hey, they told me you spoke, honey.
Your Majesty, if the old goat has said anything that needs retracting...
He shall retract nothing in fear. I will have all men my friends in Scotland. Can we not be friends, Master Knox?
Your Majesty, I have said what I came to say.
But you no longer mean it. See, I give you my hand, Master Knox. It is a queen's hand and fair. And I look at you out of honest eyes, and I mean well and fairly. You cannot refuse me. Do you still hesitate? It is clean.
Your Majesty.
And will you come to see me at Holyrood House and give me counsel? For heaven knows I shall need it. And I shall listen. That I promise.
I will come.
I will send for you, and soon.
Good night, Your Majesty.
Good night, Master Knox. Now I wonder, will he hate me more or less?
More, probably. However, it's just as well to have him where he can watch him.
You're an outspoken man yourself, Captain.
I am.
You will forgive me, but so far I have not heard your name.
The captain is James Hepburn, madame, the Earl of Bothwell.
Ah, you fought ably for my mother.
I have been of some slight service here and there.
You have indeed. Tell me, my lord of Bothwell, have I done well so far? Shall I not make this Scotland mine?
Madam, it is a cold, dour, sour, villainous country. And the folk on it are a cold, dour, sour lot of close-shaving villains. And I can only hope no harm will come here to that bonny face of yours. And no misery to the spirit you bring.
Now, here's a new kind of courtesy.
You'll hear far and wide I'm no courtier, madam. But I have eyes, and I can see that the new sovereign is a comely lass, and a keen one. And I was for her from the first I saw her face. But from my heart I could wish you a better country to rule over.
Enough. Solemnly and truly, sir, it may be that they are not a happy race. But they have beliefs. And what they believe from the heart. Why, even this Master Knox believes.
He believes whatever's to his own advantage. He split the country wide open over your coming and leads the pack against you. We'll have bloodshed over it yet.
Bloodshed?
And plenty.
No. If I thought that, I should turn now and bid the mariners hoist sail and put back for France. I shall win. But I shall win in a woman's way, not by the sword.
Let us hope so.
Hope so? But I shall.
I am no courtier, madam. I say, let us hope so.
And so Mary Stuart began her reign in Scotland. Meanwhile, in the court in London, the jealous Queen Elizabeth of England begins to plot the downfall of the young sovereign.
You said, Lord Burleigh, you had made some memoranda in regard to Mary Stuart.
They are not in order, but the main points are covered. First, Mary Stuart has crossed from France to Scotland against your advice and without your safe conduct.
Yes?
Second, she has been crowned Queen of Scotland. This also against your wish and in defiance of your policy.
Yes?
Third, she is next heir after your majesty to the throne of England and is held by some to be the rightful Queen of England at the present time.
Out with it, then. What must be done?
She must be defeated.
Truly, but not so quick. Not so quick with wars and troops and expenses. Have you no better counsel?
In all my reading, I have found no case of a sovereign deposed without violence.
My lord, it is hard to thrust a queen from her throne. But suppose a queen were led to destroy herself, led carefully from one step to another in a long descent, until at last she stood condemned among her own subjects, barren of royalty, stripped of force, and the people of Scotland were to deal with her for us.
Can this be done?
She is a woman, remember, and open to attack as a woman. We shall set tongues wagging about her. And since it may be true that she is of a keen and noble mind, let us take care of that, too. Let us marry her to a weakling and a fool. A woman's mind and spirit are no better than those of the man she weds.
She will hardly marry to our convenience, madam.
Oh, not if she were aware of it.
You have thought of someone? She is seen much with the Earl of Bothwell.
I have thought of Darnley.
But after herself, Lord Darnley is in fact heir to the English throne.
The better. He is handsome and a good bearing.
Yes.
And a fool.
A boasting, drunken boy.
If I give out that I am determined against it, she will marry him. And he will drag her down, turn her people against her, make her a fool in council, spoil her beauty. I tell you, a queen who marries is no queen. A woman who marries is a puppet, and she will marry him.
But this will take time.
It will take many years. I can wait.
And we shall need many devices.
You shall not find me lacking in devices. In the word to drop here, the rumor started there. It will grow up about her in whispers that she is tainted in blood. She will be known as double-tongued, a demon with an angel's face, a prophetess of evil. Her own people will rise and take her scepter from her.
But, Your Majesty, you...
However, I am not to appear in this. Always and above all, I am to seem her friend. You would say that I am in myself more nearly what will be said of her.
No.
Perhaps. But that is not what is said of me. Whatever I may be, it shall be said only that I am the Queen of England and that I rule well.
With expert prompting from Elizabeth in England, the court of Scotland fast becomes involved in a morass of lies, deceits, and petty intrigue. Lord Darnley, vapid of countenance, vain in bearing, has already begun to press his favor with Mary, Queen of Scots.
Mistress Beaton, is it true that our sovereign is inaccessible this day?
Quite true, I fear, my Lord Darnley.
Oh, heaven help the man who tries to woo a queen.
Lord Darnley is to remain within call. It is Her Majesty's pleasure.
Oh, well, that's something.
Oh, my Lord Bothwell.
I see my name's remembered, and that's a triumph. Tell the sweet Queen Lord Bothwell would see her alone.
Sir, she's closeted with her secretary. We're not free to speak with her.
Closeted? So? I like not that word closeted. Who is there here can speak with her and tell her?
My lord, she has spaced this day off into hours. So many to each, and I fear your name is not scheduled.
I've been sloughed off much the same way, my lord.
Run along, then. And practice wearing that tin sword you got hung on you before it tripped you.
Tripped me?
Aye, run and play. This one's been used. The nicks along the edge were made on tougher than you. Tell my lady queen I wish to see her, now.
My orders are strict, my lord. Her Majesty has great problems of state.
And they concern me more than some others. Now I've argued enough with women and women-faced men. A room's a room and a door's a door. Shall I enter without warning, or will you announce me to her?
Your Majesty. I will speak with my lord alone.
Sure.
Do I find you angry?
At these pests and midges.
You saw me yesterday.
I have been standing since this early morning. I and some 100 crows out in a coppice on the cliff's edge, waiting for the smoke to rise from your breakfast chimney. And by the Lord, these crows are a funny company. I've had 4 full hours to study them.
You come to tell me this?
I come to tell you I've never shown such patience for a woman. Not in my life before. When I would see my girl, why, I must see her.
Your girl? Give me leave, since I'm a queen with a kingdom to reign over, to queen it once in a while.
I tell you truly, I've the manners of a rook. For we're all crows here, and that's what's understood in this town. But I could be tame and split my tongue with courtly speeches if I could be sure of you. If I could know from one day to another what to make of your ways. You shut yourself up with secretaries and ministers, harking for weeks on end to that truffle, while I perched me on the rocks and looked my eyes out.
Mm-hmm. When I was but 13, a pretty lad fell in love with me. He'd come, afternoons, late midnight, early dawn, sopping with dewfall. He'd stand there waiting for a glance. I've never had such tribute.
This is no boy. This is a man comes beating your door in now. It may be you're too young to know the difference, but it's time you learned.
You've had your way, my lord. We've spoken, though I had no time to give. And now, with your pardon...
You'll go about the business of marrying someone else.
I cannot marry you. I beg you. Ask it not. Speak not of it. Let me go now.
They've made a slave of you. This half-brother of yours, this fox of a Maitland, this doddering Châtellerault. What they'd like best of all is to wreck you, break you completely, rule the country themselves. And why they fear me is because I'm your man alone, and man enough to stop them.
Yes, you are man enough. It's dangerous to be honest with you, my bottle, but honest I'll be. Since I've been woman-grown, there's been no man save you, but I could take his hand steadily in mine, and look in his eyes steadily, too, and feel in myself more power than I felt in him. All but yourself. There is aching fire between us. Fire that could take deep hold and burn down all the marches of the West. And make us great or slay us. Yet it's not to be trusted. Our minds are not the same. If I gave my hand to you, I should be pledged to rule by wrath and violence, to take without denial and mount on others' ruin. That's your way, and it's not mine.
You'll find no better way. There's no other way for this nation of churls and cravens. Here you strike first or die. Your brother Murray seeks your death. Elizabeth of England seeks your death, and they work together.
Nay, you mistrust too much.
God, help the child.
Oh, be staunch to me. You have been staunchest of all. Let me not lose your arm, no, nor your love. You know how much you have of mine. I'm here alone, made queen in the set, hard, bitter time. Aid me and not hinder.
So it shall be. Lady dear, do you use guile on me?
No, sweet. I love thee. And I could love thee well. Go now and leave me. We've been seen too much together.
You must lay this hand in no one's else. It's mine.
I have but lease on it myself. It's not my own. But it would be yours if it were mine to give.
And now, to Mary's court comes an ambassador from England, in the person of Lord Throgmorton, whose purpose is to trick the Scottish Queen into marriage with Lord Darnley.
Come down to earth and speak without swaggering. What is it that Elizabeth would have me do?
There is some hope, Your Majesty, that when you seek a husband, you will not do so to bolster up your claim to the English crown.
That had not occurred to me.
But surely your choice in marriage will imply your attitude.
I have no intention of plighting my troth at once. But if I had, I've received enough advice already on that point. A mort of it. And I'm tender.
Say no more, madam. And I will say no more.
Oh, out with it now. Give me the advice. I won't take it.
You see, Your Majesty, Elizabeth had a fear of this. The young Lord Darnley has come north against her will. Why he's here, we don't know. Nor whether by invitation or What plans you have concerning him?
I have none.
Then, if you will, forget what I have said. It was only that this Darnley combines to exactness what Elizabeth dreads in case you marry. After you, he's next to her throne. And if you had a son, why, he'd be heir to England. And I think the plain fact is that Elizabeth would rather choose her own heir.
Now, heaven forgive me. I am heir to the throne of England. And after me, whatever children I have. Is it part of her love to cut me off from my right?
In brief, my queen has wished that you might choose Bothwell or perhaps some
other. And that's
other.
The message. We're down to it at last. Lord Throckmorton, I marry where I please, whether now or later. And I abate not one jot of my good blood's lien on the English throne. Nay, I shall rather strengthen it if I can.
This will hardly please.
I could hardly expect it would. But I, too, am a power, and it matters what pleases me. This was all?
This is all I am commissioned with.
I shall see to your safe conduct. Yes?
Will your Majesty see a gentleman calling himself Lord Bothwell?
He's in again?
There's no keeping him out.
The Doxy invited me in herself.
You may go, Beaton.
Yes.
Lord, I have heard from England.
Mary McQueen, what you heard I could have guessed. She's a demon. She bodes you ill.
I believe it now. Oh, would heaven I'd been born deep somewhere in the Highlands and there met you. A maid in your path and you but a Highland bowman who needed me.
Why, if you love me, Marie, you're my maid and I your soldier.
And it won't be.
Aye, it will be.
Look, Bothwell, I'm a sovereign and you obey no one. Were I married to you, you'd be king here in Edinburgh. And I'd have no mind to your ruling.
They'll beat you alone. Together we could cope them.
Love you I may. Love you I have, but not now and no more. It's for me to rule, not you. I'll deliver up no land to such a hothead. If you'd been born to the blood, I'd say, aye, take it. The heavens had a meaning in this. The royal blood's in me. I will have no master. Nay, I am jealous of this, my Stuart blood. Jealous of what it has meant in Scotland. Jealous of what it may mean. They've attacked that blood, and I'm angry. They'll meet more anger than they know.
And who has angered you? Not I.
Elizabeth.
I thought so. She's afraid if I'm half a prophet that you'll marry me.
No, her fears run the other way. She's afraid I'll marry Darnley and threaten her throne, and so I might.
Will you tell me what that means?
I mean, if I have a son, he'll govern England.
And so he might if he were mine, too.
Nay, might. But it must be. She dares to threaten my heritage.
Does that mean Lord Darnley? Aye, lady, will you stoop so low to choose a weapon? This is not worthy of the girl I've known. Am I to be ousted by a papejay? An end of mouldy string? You take too much on yourself for the future. Think of us, and the hours close on us here we might have together. Leave something to the gods in heaven. They look after lovers.
Oh, what's a little love? A trick of the eyes, a liking to be set beside the name you'll have forever or your son will have? You don't offer enough, Lord Bothwell. You're not true in it, and I'm not true to myself and what I feel for you.
I'm no lute player to languish and write sonnets when my lady says me nay. But when the tug begins around your throne, you'll be lost without me. Try no threats toward England. It will tax a hardy man all his time to hold what you have.
We differ there, too. What I have, I'll defend for myself.
If you marry this Darnley, I take away my hand.
Oh, before heaven, he believes he's held me up so far, and that I'd fall without him.
I believe it, and it's true. Darnley. No miracle could make him a king. He's a fool, and he'll rule like a fool.
We shall see, Lord Bothwell.
Well, I'm sped. My suit's cold. But by heaven, lady, Darnley, he sticks in my craw. I can't go him.
Will you learn, Lord Bothwell, that this is not your palace, but mine? Or must you be taught that lesson?
There's been a bond between us. We'll find it hard to forget.
You may, not I. I've set my face where I'm going.
Last, God Fendi. You've seen the last of me.
I've given no leave for departure, Lord Bothwell.
I need no leave, nor leave-taking. You see no more of me.
shadow of the hills from the windows. On the top floor lives Miss Jane C., who came to Hollywood a year ago and is now an extra over at the Paramount Studios. Today, she's home early to greet a friend just arrived from New York. Let's listen in.
It's a break that Betty's away, so you can use this bedroom the whole 2 weeks you're here. There, I've cleaned out the top drawers there, and there's room in the closet.
Oh, thanks, darling. I'll hang my dresses up right away. We can talk while I unpack. Heavens, this bag was stuffed and something's dropped on the floor.
I'll get it. Oh, it's under the bed. Here it is. Wait. Well, there's 2 of them. 3 of them. For Pete's sake, Lux toilet soap.
Certainly, darling. Never go anywhere without it. No cosmetic skin for little Nettie. You know, unless cosmetics are thoroughly removed...
You're explaining to me, and after I've been in Hollywood for a year. Well, Ned, old girl, I'll have to hand it to you. We may be able to tell you something out here about how movies are made and show you the Coconut Grove or the Brown Derby, but we're not going to be able to tell you a thing about smart complexion care.
It's because Lux toilet soap has active lather that it guards so effectively against cosmetic skin, little blemishes, enlarged pores, dullness. It carries away every trace of dust, dirt, stale rouge, and powder. Use it before you put on fresh makeup. Always before you go to bed. Use it regularly. You'll learn why 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. At home in their own luxurious bathrooms and in their studio dressing rooms as well. Now, back to Mr. DeMille.
Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, and Judith Anderson return to us now in Mary of Scotland. An evening in the year 1566. Mary has been married to Lord Darnley for only a year, but already the vicious actions of the new king have reflected on the throne. The web of lies surrounding Mary has grown stronger. Malicious tongues have linked her name falsely with that of Rizzio, her secretary. In a hall in the palace, Mary is seated near the great hearth. Rizzio and the ladies in waiting form a circle about her. Mary is sad, and Rizzio knows the reason.
Oh, my lady, I shall never forgive myself. I favored Lord Darnley, and he's our weakness, not our strength.
None could have known that.
I should have known. Bothwell would have been better.
Bothwell?
Aye, Bothwell. He'd have held them off. There's no trifling with him.
Let's have no talk of Bothwell.
He's better away. The country's been much quieter since he left it, hasn't it, madam?
Much quieter.
You'll have a child, Your Majesty. You'll have an heir, and then you'll be happier.
With Darnley's child?
He will change, too. The man changes when there are children.
We must hope so.
His Majesty will return tomorrow?
He was to have returned 3 days ago, but the hunting may have been delayed. We may expect him soon.
Your Majesty, I have a request which you have denied before, but which I must make again. It is necessary for me to leave Scotland.
Oh, Rizzio.
I grow lonely for Italy.
We know why, Rizzio, and I won't have it. I won't have my friends driven from me.
I think it best.
Has His Majesty spoken to you?
Only by the way. Oh, I'm not wanted here. You know that.
The king is full of these whims and fancies, my dear Rizzio. If I gave way to one, I should have to humor him in all. You and I know that I'm quite innocent with you, and you with me. And I can't spare you.
Majesty, I tell you honestly, it's torture to speak of going away, and yet... Oh, I want no harm to come to you through me.
And none will. The king is jealous of everyone, my Rizzio. Everyone I see or have seen. It's a brain-sick notion. I know that he has acted and spoken foolishly in many such matters. But as for danger, there is none.
I hope there is none.
His Majesty?
My lord.
I'm unexpected, perhaps. Too early. A thought too early. I'll retire. Come when I'm wanted.
No, my lord. You've been long expected and more than welcome.
Aye, a pretty wife. A housewife with her maids. A pretty sight. And maybe a cavalier or two for the maids' company. Don't sit ye down all. I'll not intrude.
I'll take my leave, my lady.
Yes. No, stay. Stay, Rizzio. I'm the one to go, it seems.
You're tired, my lord. Will you wish some service, something to eat or drink?
She sends me off to bed, you note. You noted, Rizzio.
My lord, I hoped you would have some other word for me when you returned.
Why, Pink, if I gave you the word you've earned, you wouldn't stay to hear it. Ribbon! Ribbon!
What is this? You will retire, sire. Who are you?
My good friend Ribbon.
Is this a place for armor? I will receive Lord Ribbon another time.
The gallant's there, Ribbon.
Hey.
This is my apartment, sir, and I ask you to go.
Not yet, Miss Sweet. Lord Douglas comes here, too.
I demand little courtesy, but that little I must have. Are these your friends? If so, take them elsewhere.
Why, I'm to have my friends in my apartment, and you're to have yours here. That fellow Rizzio with the kinked hair there. That's he, the one we have in question. He, I tell you, that Italian spawn.
Your Majesty.
Take him!
No, Lord Douglas, Ribbon. Whatever you have in hand here, put no faith in this king I've crowned and set beside me. His word is a paper shield.
I'm king in this country, mistress, and I know my rights.
Let me pass.
Nay, lads, my sword says nay.
My queen,
Try, Rizzio.
We'll take care of him.
No.
Douglas, I'll remember this. Murdered him. You pack of filthy cowards.
Yea, and done well.
Done well. Oh, fools and cowards. Oh, Rizzio. It was I wouldn't let you go.
You might cover that sight.
Is he dead?
Yes, madam.
Oh, you do well. You do well, all of you. You shall answer for this.
There'll be no answering. We know what we know about you.
You pitiful dolt. To think such a calf should rule, and at my choosing. God may forgive you, not I, and Rizzio. Take yourselves out. You pollute the dead to stand there.
Come, we've done our work.
And well done, too.
Rizzio. He wanted to go to Italy.
Madam, take care. The blood will stain your dress.
Oh, if that were all. This blood will bring more blood after. Now I see. Before I reign here, clearly there will be many men lie so for me. Slain in needless quarrel. Slain, and with each one with blood to spill but once, like his. Oh, I tell you, Beaton, my soul is aghast at this blood spilt for me. And yet it hardens me, too. These are their manners. This is the way they go to work. I shall work on them, and not too lightly. They think of me as a girl, afraid of them. They shall see. And yet my mind believes nothing of what I say. I'm weak as grief, stripped and wept out before them.
Your Majesty, there's someone here would speak with you.
Let no one enter. No one. In all this kingdom, I can trust but 5, and one's myself. And we're women, all of us.
But he's from France, and says that he has news.
From France? What is his name?
He gave me this token for you. No name. It's a crow's feather.
Tell my Lord Bothwell I have no wish to see him now or later.
Oh, madam, you'll see him. I brought him along with me.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you've had unwelcome company this hour, if I've heard aright. And I care not to be another. But I come to make an offer I made before. To be your soldier.
I have no time to talk, Lord Bothwell. Nor do I wish to see you. The time has gone by.
My queen, turn not away your friends. You're few enough. Too few, it seems, to prevent what's happened.
Oh, go now. I'm not unkind. But I'm cut off from you. You know that.
Aye. There was no need to hide your weeping. He was over young to die.
Oh, it's not for him. No, it's for all I wanted my life to be, and is not.
Majesty, you have a fortunate star. It will come well yet.
If I have a star at all, it's an evil one. To violate my room, kill my servant before my eyes. Oh, how I must be hated.
They'll pay for that.
Perhaps.
I've taken an oath they'll pay for it. Your Majesty, I wearied of France and exile, wearied of the sun and wine, and looked north over the water, longing for fog and heather in my own country. Further, the news was none too happy from Scotland. They want your throne and plan to have it. But I mean to live in this land and mean you to be queen of it. The Earl of Bothwell is home and spoiling for a fight. Before day dawns, they'll hear from me.
Lord, I thank you.
Give me no thanks. I like a fight too well to pretend it's a virtue.
You have no army.
I have my bordermen. Lord Huntley's joined with me in his Highland kilties. If you'd call your clans, we could drive them to the wall.
It's a war, then.
It's war already. They've turned your Darnley against you. They'll use him as long as they need his seal. It's in the wind. This Darnley has not long to live.
I'd have no hand in that, nor you.
Lady, I need you and you need me. But I'll be cursed if Darnley's needed on this earth.
You have never yet learned how to take an order.
And never will, from man or woman living, sovereign or knave. I have not been conquered and will not be. But I offer you my loyalty, and it's worth the more for that.
You shall be my Lord Admiral and act for me. Yes. And to that let me add how my breath caught when I knew you were here. Hoping I know not what. Things not to be. Hopes I must strangle down. Oh, Bothwell. Bothwell, I was wrong. I loved you all the time and denied you. Forgive me, even too late.
I tell you, we shall be happy yet.
No, for I think I've been at the top of what I'll have, and all the rest is going down.
You're weary. You've borne too much. They shall pay for this.
Come no nearer, my lord. It's not ours to have. Go now.
Yes, your majesty. Yet I tell you, we shall be happy. And there will be nothing not ours to have.
The Earl of Bothwell's prophecy came true, in part, for Darnley was mysteriously murdered, and some months after his death, the Queen and Bothwell were married. But their happiness was short-lived, for rumors again beset the throne. Rumors that Bothwell himself had murdered the king and set himself up in his place. Scotland was split in two, and the nobles arrayed themselves in battle against their sovereign. At a parley in Dunbar Castle, Murray, the Queen's half-brother, addresses the vanquished Earl of Bothwell.
We have little to gain, Lord Bothwell, by a conference with you. The battle is ours. The Queen is prisoner to us. But to spare ourselves further bloodshed, and spare you bloodshed, we grant this respite and ask that you surrender without conditions.
No, I thank you. Moreover, Murray, if your tongue's to be foremost in this council, we'll stop now and argue the matter outside.
Be patient, my lords. We're here to make terms, as you are, Bothwell. The Queen and you have been defeated. We made war on you because you two were married, and because she planned to make ye king.
You make war on us like the pack of lying hounds you are by swearing in public and in court that we killed Darnley so that we might marry. You've won with that lie. May your mouths rot out with it. And now, what do you want? What do you ask of us?
First, that you leave Scotland.
That's easily said. What else?
Why, next, that the Queen should delegate her powers to the Lords of the Council, those you see before you.
I see them.
And bind herself to act with our consent only.
No more?
No more.
Then here are my conditions. I will leave and trouble you no more if you pledge your word that the Queen's to keep her throne and her power intact without prejudice to her rights. But if you dare encroach 1 inch on her sovereignty, guard your gates, for I'll be at them.
Aye, you make your terms.
Aye, I make mine. Defeated, I still make mine, and you'll do well to heed them. I shall want leave also to see the Queen for a moment.
You know our answer.
Then look to yourselves.
Take his terms, my Murray.
Are we to fight a war and win and toss the spoils away?
Find some agreement, for I'm in haste. And if you say no to me, I've other plans.
I say, let him go and leave her the throne.
And if you do, this sword stays in a scabbard, and lucky for all of you. You give your pledge? Lord Maitland.
I give my pledge, Lord Bothwell, for all here present. We have not rebelled against the Queen and will not. If you are banished.
Then give me leave to speak alone with her.
With the Queen?
Aye, for a moment.
Thank God you're safe.
And you are safe, my Queen. Safe and set free, and may keep your kingdom.
At what price?
They made a bargain with me. God knows whether they'll keep it, but I think they will, for Maitland gave his word, and he's been honest.
What bargain? You've sacrificed yourself for this. What have you offered?
Nothing to weigh against what you'll keep. I've given my earldom. That's a trifle to what we say.
Oh, you shall have it back and more to put with it.
No, I've accepted exile. I'm to leave the kingdom.
Well, then, I'm exiled, too. I'm your wife, and I love you, Bothwell.
The bargain's made. You may keep your crown without me, but not with me. Do you abdicate your throne? What's left?
Call in the men of your guard. Cut our way through and ride. They'll never hit us. We can rouse the North, ask help from France and England, return with an army they dare not meet.
You'd raise no army, Marie. You forget what a drag I am on you. The North is sullen of the South toward you and me. What's left, we must do apart.
What if we lost? At the worst, we'd have each other.
And do you vision the end of that? A woman who was a queen. A man who was the Earl, her husband. But fugitives put to it to ask for food and lodging. Enemies on every road. They, weary, heartsick, turning at last on each other with reproaches. She saying, I was a queen, would be one now but for you. And he, I have lost my earldom.
I betrayed you once and betrayed my love. But I learned by that. I swear, though it cost my kingdom, not again.
If you wish to thrive, break that oath. Betray me, betray your love. Give me up forever. For you know, as I know, we lose together. God knows what we'll ever win apart.
Nothing. Oh, Bothwell, the earth goes empty. What worse could happen than parting?
Can I stay? This once for the last, I can save you from yourself and me. There's something wills it. I go alone. This is your kingdom. Rule it.
You must not surrender. They'd serve you as they served Donald.
I'll not surrender. I'll see to my own banishment. Find my guard, force my way out, and go.
We must say goodbye.
Aye, girl. We've spent what time we had, and I know not when I'll see you. Let's have no pretense unworthy of us. It's likely we'll not meet again on this same star.
God help me and all women here in this world, and all men. And let all women and men drink deep while they can their happiness. It goes fast and never comes again.
Face these lords like a queen and rule like a queen. I'd help you if I could, but I'm no help. You must meet them now.
Yes, I'll meet them. Can you break your way through? They're watching.
It's a chance. Huntley. Huntley. I'm here. We ride at once for Stirling. Be ready for a fight.
We're ready.
I must take my moment.
I know.
Goodbye, sweet. But if they wrong you, if you ever need me, look for me back.
Goodbye to our two worlds.
Our horses, Huntley. You're my lord. Away, then. Waste no time.
Who's there? It's Bothwell. Bothwell, hit him off. Uncle! Pistol him! Pistol him!
Well, brother?
The Earl of Bothwell. Is he gone?
He has.
You sent him off. That was your ruse.
Lord Bothwell will leave Scotland. That was what you wanted.
Lord Murray, he's escaped. Hey, clean away.
Madam, collect what necessities you require. You will change your residence.
That is at my will, I think.
You think so?
You're to be lodged in Holyrood House for the time.
I'm to be lodged. And your faith? You pledged your faith and word, all of you, to leave my power untouched. Leave me my throne if Bothwell and I were parted.
We'll keep it when Lord Bothwell surrendered to us.
Go out and take him. Go out and take him if you can. But for your queen, I warn you. Never since there were kings and queens in Scotland has a liegeman laid hand on my line without regret.
What you need, gather it quickly.
This is betrayal at once of your word and sovereign.
We know that.
I need nothing.
Your Majesty.
I am a prisoner beaten. Come after me to Holyrood House. I may have my own room there, Lord Maitland.
Yes, madam.
You show great courtesy for a liar and traitor. You lied to us, a black and level lie. Blackest and craftiest. It was you we believed.
Aye, sister. It was that we counted on.
Aye, brother.
For station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Kate.
Mary of Scotland, starring Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, with Judith Anderson, is resumed in a moment. In the 16th century, when our play was being enacted in real life, among the closest advisors of Queen Elizabeth were the Earl of Warwick, his younger brother, the Earl of Leicester, and Leicester's son, Essex. Tonight, it's my honor to introduce the present Earl of Warwick, member of a family which for centuries has been among the most distinguished in the British Empire. Nephew of Anthony Eden, England's Foreign Secretary, our guest recently arrived in Hollywood. Here, under the name of Michael Brooke, he makes his debut shortly as a motion picture actor. Ladies and gentlemen, Charles Guy Fulk Greville, Baron Brooke, and 7th Earl of Warwick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but think of what time you'd save if you called me just Mike, or at least Michael Brooke.
I'll take that advice, Mike. Queen Elizabeth doesn't fare so well in tonight's play. Do you think we do her an injustice?
All I can say, Mr. DeMille, is that Elizabeth did what she thought best for England, just as Mary did what she thought best for Scotland. My ancestors, as you said, were rather close to Elizabeth. About 10 miles from my home in England is Kenilworth Castle, which many of you will recall from Sir Walter Scott's novel. Elizabeth gave Kenilworth to the Earl of Leicester, and they'd visit there quite frequently, and often come over to my home. As a matter of fact, I still sleep on what was called Elizabeth's bed. It's a fine old bed with enough room for 5 people if we ever get crowded. I also have her fiddle. When she owned it, it was about 200 years old. So today it's really an antique. It's beautifully carved, and in spite of its ripe old age, can still be played.
Do you have any of Queen Mary's belongings?
No, but I've seen several. There's a house near mine which belongs to the Throckmortons. I've been there many times. They own one of the garments worn by Queen Mary when she met her death. Also near Warwick at Sulgrave is the ancestral home of George Washington. And Shakespeare's birthplace at Stratford. Shakespeare was alive at the time of your play tonight. It's a great romantic age, though many things were terribly crude. To put it bluntly, it was an age of awful smells. In fact, a gentleman protected himself by carrying a gold or silver ball around his neck filled with perfumes which he could sniff whenever the going got rather tough. Women used lots of cosmetics, which had such funny names as Fat of Swans, Turpentine of Abazo, and one which might interest you, Mr. DeMille, called Soap of Cyprus. But I dare say they'd have given its weight in gold for a cake of Lux toilet soap. It's a splendid soap. I took along several cartons on an expedition I made in 1935 through Russia, Persia, Afghanistan, and into India. One of the comforts I didn't like to leave behind.
I don't blame you. After a trip like that, Mr. Brooke, even Hollywood must seem rather a dull place.
On the contrary, it's one of the world's most fascinating communities. Certainly the only place where one can learn the motion picture business. I'd like to stay here 4 or 5 years, acting and learning, and then perhaps I'll be able to make some better pictures at home.
Too bad that you're unable to attend the coronation.
I regret it tremendously. I know this program is frequently heard across the ocean and all over England. Although I can't be there on Wednesday, I can at least say what's in my heart. God save the King.
In which sentiment, I'm sure we all join you. Mary of Scotland, starring Joan Crawford and Francho Tone with Judith Anderson. Escaping from her enemies in Scotland, Mary fled to England, fled to certain doom at the hands of another enemy, Elizabeth. The jealous English queen was quick to seize her advantage. Mary was imprisoned in Carlisle Castle, there to await for help, which never came. In her room, the exiled sovereign turns from her barred window as the heavy door swings open.
I have seen but a poor likeness, and yet I believe this is Elizabeth.
I am Elizabeth. May we be alone?
Beaten.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I had hoped to see you. When last you wrote, you were not sure.
If I've come so doubtfully and with slow step, it's not for lack of thinking of you. Rather because I've thought too long, perhaps, and carefully. Then at last it seemed, if I saw you near and we talked as sisters over these poor realms of ours, some light might break that we'd never see apart.
Can it be as I've hoped? Can it be that you've come to me as a friend, meaning me well?
Would you have me an enemy?
I have plenty to choose among as enemies. What I seek now is only my freedom, so that I may return and prove in open court and before my witnesses that I am guiltless. You are the Queen of England, and I am held prisoner in England. Why am I held, and who is it holds me?
It was to my interest, child, to protect you, lest violence be offered to a princess and set a precedent.
You wish me here? You wish me in prison? Have we come to that?
It's safer and better for both our kingdoms if you remain my guest.
For how long?
Until the world is quieter.
And who will rule in my place?
Why, who rules now? Your brother.
Elizabeth, I have been here a long while already. If it's your policy to keep me, shut me up, I can argue no more. No, I beg now. There's one I love in the north, you know that. And my life's there, my throne's there, my name to be defended. And I must lie here, darkened from news and from the sun. Lie here impaled on a brain's agony.
Then be advised. And sign your abdication.
Stay now a moment. I begin to glimpse behind this mask of yours. It was this you wanted from the first.
This what I wanted? Why, I'm no witch to charm you. I make no incantations. You came here by your own road.
I see how I came. Back, each step the wrong way. And each sign followed as you'd have me go. It was you who forced Bothwell from me. You there and always.
Your life was a threat to mine. Your throne to my throne. Your policy a threat.
And you'd take my life and love to avoid this threat?
Nay, keep your life and your love, too. The lords have brought a parchment for you to sign. Sign it and live.
And if I will not sign this abdication?
You've tasted prison. Try a diet of it.
And so I will.
I can wait.
And I can wait. I can better wait than you. Bothwell will fight free again. Kirkcaldy will fight beside him, and others will spring up from these dragon's teeth you've sown. Each week that passes, I'll be stronger and Murray weaker. I wait for Bothwell, and wait for him here.
Child. I studied this gambit before I played it. I will send each year this paper to you. Not signing, you will step from one cell to another. Step lower always, till you reach the last. Forgotten. Forgotten of men. Forgotten among causes. Wait then for Bothwell's rescue. It will never come.
I may never see him?
Never. It would not be wise.
And suppose indeed you won within our lifetime, they still will find you out. Win now. Take your triumph now, for I'll win men's hearts in the end, though the sifting takes this 100 years or 1,000.
Child, are you gulled by what men write in histories? This or that, and never true. It's not what happens that matters, but what men believe to have happened. They will believe the worst of you, the best of me.
And still I win. A demon has no children. And you have none, will have none, can have none, perhaps. Leave me here and set me lower this year by year as you promise. Still, I win. I have been a woman, and I've loved as a woman loves, lost as a woman loses. I have borne a son, and he will rule Scotland and England. You have no heir. A devil has no children.
By heaven, you shall suffer for this. But slowly.
And that I can do. A woman can do that. Come, turn the key. I have a hell for you in mind, where you will burn and feel it. Live where you like and softly.
Once more I ask you, and patiently, give up your throne.
No, devil. My pride is stronger than yours, and my heart beats blood such as yours has never known. And in this dungeon, I win, here alone.
Then, good night.
Aye, good night. Beaten.
You will not see your maids again, I think. It's said they bring you news from the north.
I thank you for all kindness.
Year after year, the fateful missive came. Year after year, with head held high, the exiled queen refused to sign, until at last another document arrived, one with no need of Mary's name to make its fatal clauses binding.
This, then, my good lord, is the warrant?
The warrant for your death, milady.
Signed by Elizabeth, and by her my fate is sealed, and yet not death, for I have died these 20 years 1,000 deaths, with each one worse than that which went before. I welcome then these tidings, and I pray to God the end of all my bitter suffering is at hand. Tell your queen, my lord, that I am ready.
Many years before, Mary, Queen of Scots, had embroidered 6 words upon a piece of linen. 6 simple words, which were, "In my end is my beginning." Our play, ladies and gentlemen, is done. Leaving the royalty of ancient Scotland and England, we bring you the royalty of modern Hollywood and the stage in a brief interlude with our stars, Joan Crawford, Francho Tone, and Judith Anderson.
It's rather difficult to be original, ladies and gentlemen. And what you want most of all to say is simply thank you.
I think you might express our appreciation of the Lux Radio Theater, Joan.
That's right. But personally, I feel indebted not only to the Lux Radio Theater, but also to Lux Toilet Soap.
Well, I was coming to that, Judith. I think everyone should at least try Lux Toilet Soap. And if they're like me, they'll keep on using it. After all, it's the easiest thing in the world to have a smooth, healthy complexion when you let Lux Toilet Soap take care of it for you. And certainly there's no doubt that a lovely complexion is very important to women.
That's exactly the way I feel, Joan.
Mr. DeMille, what are we going to listen to? The Lux Radio Theater next Monday night.
A play, Joan, that has a particular message and a particular appeal to every family. Maybe you saw it on the screen, or when it was entertaining capacity crowds on Broadway. It has a compelling honesty and a simple love story that I'm sure will keep you all very close to your loudspeakers. The title, Another Language, and starring in it will be Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale. Sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Davis, Fred McMurray, and John Beale in Another Language. As a special guest of honor, you will hear also from the mother of our president, Mrs. James Roosevelt. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
A word of appreciation to those who were with us in the cast tonight. Edward Cooper as John Knox, Kenneth Hunter as Burley, Vernon Downing as Darnley, Walter Kingsford as Throgmorton, Vernon Steele as Maitland, Leo McCabe as Moray, Phyllis Coghlan as Mary Beaton, and James Eagles as Riccio. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. Tonight's Suspense brings you an all-star cast of Hollywood's finest radio players in the premiere of a remarkable story by Ray Bradbury called Ryabushinska.
But first, we'd like to remind you that in hotels, restaurants, and homes of distinction, wherever hospitality is a gracious art, the knowing host serves Cresta, Blanca, Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Yes, the famous name of Cresta Blanca is a symbol of good taste and good living wherever discriminating people gather. And when you serve proud Cresta Blanca California wines, you pay guests the highest compliment a host can offer. So, distinguish your table by pouring Cresta Blanca Burgundy or Cresta Blanca Sauterne. Yours to enjoy for gracious dining. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California.
And now, Shenley brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines of Fresno, California, for your everyday enjoyment. Tonight, starring Joseph Kearns, Lorene Tuttle, Wally Mayer, and Armina Faye in Ryabushinski, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear.
Mr. Ockham had a look about him in death as he had had in life. A general appearance which might prompt one to say, there's a man who'll one day be stabbed, or shot, or booted in the head. And although Mr. Ockham had not met his end in any of the aforementioned ways, he had been strangled. And he was dead. Dead on the floor of a theater cellar. Yes, Mr. Ockham was deceased, and nobody seemed to care. Nobody but Detective Lieutenant Krovich, who'd been sent down to have a look around. On a table he saw a small, polished bronze box with certain words on the lid which read, Ryabushinska, property of John Fabian, world's greatest ventriloquist. Krovich looked from the box to the three figures standing stiffly before him. They were John Fabian, ventriloquist, Alice, his wife, and Bernard Douglas, Fabian's press agent. As Krovich lit his cigar, it happened.
Please let me out. Oh, please let me out.
The four people looked with startled eyes at the box on the table. Then Fabian, the ventriloquist, stepped forward and spoke earnestly.
No, Rhea. This is serious business, darling. You stay where you are.
Please don't laugh. You should be kind to me now after what's happened.
If you don't mind, Fabian, we'll have the dummy act at another time. Now, let's get this matter clear. Each of you testify that you don't know who this dead Mr. Ockham is, yet he told the stage manager tonight that he knew Mr. Fabian and wanted to see him about something important. Oh, stop it, Fabian.
Pay no attention to her, Lieutenant.
Her? You mean you? What is this? Get together, you two.
We'll never be together again. Never again after tonight.
Give me the key to the box, Fabian.
Thank you.
Krovich stood motionless, just looking down, seeing Ryabushinska lying in her box and not believing what he saw. He thought, there were nights in life when you dreamed, and this is what you dreamed. There were women you saw in life, far down the street, walking, fragile, far away, unattainable, and this tiny figure was one of them. There were voices that you heard singing high in a dark church loft, voices that made the candle flames shudder and dance to every cadence. And this was one of those voices. On a summer afternoon, you watched a spider gracefully spinning its cloudy web. And now, that web was Ryabushinska's evening dress, here and now. You had heard of honesty and intelligence and frankness and unafraidness all your life. And now, it looked straight up at you, fearlessly, shiningly, from a puppet's eye. She was so beautiful your throat closed and you were sad, because you knew that she was only a puppet. John Fabian tenderly picked up Ryabushinska.
Oh, isn't she beautiful? She's carved from the finest wood, Ryabushinska is. She's appeared in London, Paris, Rome, New York. Everyone in the world knows her and loves her. Many people question Ryabushinska's authenticity. They think she's really alive, that she's a midget. People just cannot believe she's constructed of wood.
John Fabian's wife, Alice, stood glaring at her husband with a look of pure hatred. But he was aware of no one but the lifelike figure he held in his arms. And speaking to him, it said,
Please don't go on about me, John. Alice doesn't like it.
Alice has never liked anything about you, Rhea.
Not here and not now, John. Tell me, Lieutenant, how did it all happen? I mean, about poor Mr. Ockham.
What is this? You'd best return to your box, Ryabushinska.
But I don't want to. I have as much right to listen and talk. I'm as much a part of this murder as Alice. Or Mr. Douglas even.
Don't drag me into this, you little witch.
And the manner in which he replied made it obvious that Ryabushinska was more than an illusion to him, for he reacted to her as to a real person.
It's just that I want the truth to be told. And if I'm locked in my bronze casket, there will be no truth. For John Fabian is a consummate liar, and I must watch him. That's right, isn't it, John?
Yes, I imagine it is.
John loves me best of all the women in the world. And I love him. And try to understand his wrong way of thinking.
We're wasting time. If you think you'll interfere with my investigation, Fabian...
Lieutenant, I am helpless.
But she's in your throat.
No. She is in my heart, which is much deeper. Sometimes I'm powerless. Sometimes she is only herself. Nothing of me at all. Sometimes she tells me what to do, and I must do it. She watches over me, reprimands me, is honest where I am dishonest, ethical where I am wicked as old sin. She lives her life, I live mine. She's raised a wall in my head between herself and me, and she lives there, ignoring me if I try to make her say improper things, but cooperating if I suggest the correct words in pantomime. So, if you intend going on, I'm afraid Rhea must be present. Though locking her up will do no good.
Lieutenant Krovich sat quietly for a few moments. Then he seemed to make a decision.
All right. Let us stay. Maybe before the night's over, I'll be tired enough to ask even a ventriloquist dummy questions.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Ryabushinska. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, selected from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. Some hosts have a way of making you feel completely welcome whenever you drop in for a visit. Theirs is the kind of hospitality that says, come in and make yourself at home. Well, such is the hospitality of millions of Americans who always keep Roma California wines on hand. For Roma wines lend sparkle and companionship to any occasion. And there's a Roma wine to please every taste. For friendly entertaining, serve nut-like golden amber Roma sherry, rich red Roma port, or mellow flame-bright Roma muscatel. You'll find that these better tasting Roma wines add warmth and charm to any get-together, brighten those restful stay-at-home evenings with your family. Tomorrow, solve your problem of what to serve when friends drop in with Roma wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Ermina Feige as narrator, Joseph Kearns as Fabian, the ventriloquist, and Wally Mayer as Detective Krovich in Ryabushinska, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Once more, Mr. Douglas, do you recognize the dead man?
No. He looks somewhat familiar. An actor type, I believe.
One of you three is lying. From the condition of Occam's shoes, his worn clothing, he needed money. Are you in love with Mrs. Fabian?
Why,
Really, Lieutenant?
I've been watching you, your actions.
My actions?
Yes. The way you look at Rio Buchinska's box, the way you hold your breath when she appears, the way you knot your fingers when she talks, the way you stare at her.
If you think for one moment that I'm jealous of a little piece of wood...
Aren't you?
No, I'm not jealous of her.
You needn't tell him, Alice.
Let her.
They all stared at the figurine, even Fabian, the ventriloquist, as if her cry had come from an alien throat.
Alice, tell them.
I married John 7 years ago. He said he loved me. I loved him, and I loved Ria Buchinska, too. At first, anyway. But then I began to see that he really paid more attention to her than he did to me. I began to feel hatred. Not for Ria Buchinska, because it wasn't her fault. But I felt a terrible hatred for John, because I knew it was all his fault. His cleverness, his sadistic temperament. Each jealousy on my part was a tribute to the perfection of his art. She came out of him like a woman out of a dark god. But I don't hate Ria. She's lovely, sweet, and honest. Everything that John isn't.
Tell about Mr. Douglas.
When I got no understanding, no love from John, I turned to Mr. Douglas.
Aha. The dead man was a blackmailer. He came to the theater tonight to see her husband about you. You killed him to prevent that interview.
I didn't kill him.
Douglas might have and not told you.
Why kill a man? John knew all about it.
I did indeed.
The next day, Lieutenant Krovich was back.
Yes, come in. Ah, Fabian, I have something here which might interest you.
With a tight grin on his face, Lieutenant Krovich held out the photograph of a woman. Fabian stared at the shiny picture before him, and then he fell back in his chair. He shut his eyes as if with a great ache in his head. Krovich turned the picture over carefully and began to read from the typewritten data on the back.
Name, Ilya Ryamansk. Weight 100 pounds, blue eyes, black hair, oval face. Born 1914, New York City. Disappeared 1934. Believed a victim of amnesia, of Russian Slav parentage.
Oh, no.
You know, Fabian, it was pretty silly to go through the files for a picture of a ventriloquist dummy. They all laughed at headquarters. And yet, here she is, Ria Buchinska. Not papier-mâché, not wood, not a puppet. But a woman who once lived and moved about and disappeared. Take it from there, Fabian.
Well, Lieutenant, there's nothing to it. I saw her picture long ago. Liked her looks and copied my puppet after her.
Nothing to it, huh? Listen, Fabian, this morning I went through a stack of Billboard magazines that high. In the year 1934, I found an interesting article concerning an act playing the smaller circuits, known as Fabian and Sweet William. Sweet William was a little male dummy. As usual in such acts, there was a girl assistant, Ilya Ryamansk. Look at that picture. The resemblance between the real woman on one hand and Ria Buchinska, the puppet, on the other, is startling.
She was my assistant, but that was all. I simply used her as a model.
It all starts and ends with Ria Buchinska. Why should you love a puppet so intensely? Because you love the original woman intensely.
All right. In 1934, I was billed as Fabian and Sweet William. Sweet William was a small, bulb-nosed little boy dummy I carved years ago. I was playing Los Angeles when this girl, Ilya Ryamansk, appeared at the stage door one night. She wanted a job. I remember. It was autumn.
John Fabian remembered Ilya Ryamansk in the half-light of the stage alley. He remembered how startled he was at her fresh beauty, her eagerness, the way the rain, when it came down through the narrow alley, caught in her dark hair and touched her feverish cheeks. She became his assistant, worked in the act, and in 4 short months, he who had always denied and scoffed at love became hopelessly lost with this woman. Then there were arguments, and things much more than arguments. Things done and said that were violent and unfair. He wanted her to marry him. She never quite accepted. He went into hysterical rages at her. Once he destroyed her wardrobe. That much she had taken. But it was somewhat different on that last night when he had shouted at her, taken hold of her, and slapped her brutally 3 times across the face.
And Ilya Ryamansk vanished that night. Vanished. The police questioned me. There was talk of murder, but she was gone with no trace. A record of her was sent to all the larger cities. That was the end of it for the police. But not for me. The knowledge of her going was too much. She might be dead or just run away, but wherever she was, I knew I needed her. One night I returned home more depressed than usual. I collapsed on a chair. And before I knew it, I found myself speaking to Sweet William in the totally dark room. William. Oh, this is all over and done. I can't go on.
Coward, you can get her back if you want.
No, I can't. No, I can never get her back.
Yes, you can. Think of a way to get her back. Think of a way. Come on, you can do it. Put me away. Start all over.
Start all over?
Yes. Begin carving. Exactly. And slowly and lovingly. Carving. Make the little arching nostrils just so. And cut her black, thin eyebrows round and high. And make her cheeks in small duplicate hollows. And...
No, it's monstrous. I can never do it.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could.
And the voice faded away like a water ripple in a dark cave. Blackness rushed over Fabian. His head fell forward. He whimpered. And Sweet William sighed. And then they both lay silent and solemnly unconscious. The next morning, John Fabian purchased the best grained piece of wood he could buy. But when he reached home, despair seized him. How could he fashion his warm Ilya from this cold wood? How could he shape this dumb block of dead substance into anything faintly approximating her glowing light?
Go on.
It was Sweet William who egged him on.
You can do it.
And for 20 weeks he worked. He carved her hands into things as natural and beautiful as shells lying in the sun. And Sweet William lay dust-cloaked in his box, from time to time feebly quoking some sarcasm, some criticism, some hint, some help. But he was dying, soon to be untouched, inanimate wood. As weeks passed and Fabian molded and scraped and polished the new wood, Sweet William lay longer and longer in stricken silence. And one day, as Fabian held the puppet in his hand, Sweet William seemed to look at him a moment with puzzled eyes. And then there was a death rattle in his throat. And Sweet William was gone. And now, as Fabian carved, a fluttering, an attempting of speech in his throat began echoing, re-echoing the sounds of Ilya Ryamansk. At the year's ending, he was thinned and without money. But by then he had searched his stream of consciousness, experimented and given the doll all the gracious mannerisms and shy gestures of the real woman. And then, at last, he held Ilya Ryamansk in his arms again. They were together. He could talk to her and she could reply. And the first thing he made the little creature say was,
I love you, John Fabian.
Oh,
Rhea!
I see. And your wife?
Alice. She was another of my assistants. She did her work well. She loved me. I don't know why I married her.
I see. What about the dead man, Arkham?
I'd never seen him before until you showed me his body in the cellar.
That's not true. Don't lie, John Fabian.
Fabian's cheeks drained white and the bones jutted out tensely. The puppet spoke, looking straight at Krovich.
John received the first blackmail letter a month ago. It said simply, Ryabushinska, born 1914, died 1934. Born again in 1930...
Fabian seemed paralyzed, unable to answer. He had a trapped, helpless, insane expression. His lips trembled. He searched the room as if seeking some way out where a frustration and a truth did not wait to bar his way.
Arkham threatened to expose me to the world.
Go on.
I wanted my love for Ilya kept to myself. What sort of a love would it be in the future if people really guessed the significance of my carving this figurine that talked and moved? People would laugh or be disgusted. Perverted, criminal mind, they'd shout. Ugly, horrible, revolting. And how could I play my love scenes with Rhea anymore when they knew? Not when with every word I uttered, someone in the audience would nudge someone else and whisper, "She lived once, you know, but disappeared. They say he killed her. They say he loved her."
How much did Arkham want?
$1,000 to start with, and more later.
And so you killed him?
No, I didn't kill Arkham, Lieutenant. I paid him $1,000.
We found no money on him.
Nevertheless, I paid him. Alice and Douglas must have heard our conversation. They've wanted to be rid of me for years now. I'm not blind. Alice saw a way of ridding herself of me and getting some money, too. Why, she's nothing but a...
Just a moment. There's something I wish to say. And yet I can't say it.
Krovich turned. He saw John Fabian's eyes widen in his head, as if a terrible conflict were raging, fighting within. His throat convulsed again and again, and lines cut deep in his cheeks, and the hollows of his face sank in.
I was in the room when Mr. Arkham came.
No, Rhea.
I lay in my box, and I listened, and I heard, and I know.
No.
Mr. Arkham threatened to destroy me, tear me up, burn me into ashes, if John didn't pay him $1,000.
Liz. And then suddenly...
There came a falling sound. Mr. Arkham's head must have struck the floor. I heard Mr. Fabian cry out, swearing and sobbing all in one. I heard a hissing, gasping, choking, horrible sound.
You heard nothing. You're deaf and dumb and blind and lifeless. You heard nothing. Your ears are calm.
But they hear. And then the hissing, choking sound stopped. I heard John drag Mr. Arkham to the door, open it, and take Mr. Arkham down the stairs, under the theater, toward the old dressing room that hadn't been used in years. Down into the body.
It was a scene so incongruous, so impossible, so completely beyond the veil of sanity and reason that Krovich recoiled even as he watched. If ever in the time of the world the forces that manipulate men struggled one side against the other, this was the time. The shocked, pallid face of John Fabian wrenching, the horrible protrusion of the eyes, the clenching of the teeth as a censor, then relaxing again, the subtle move of the throat, and the high, sad, and accusative voice of Rhea Buchinska leaping from her tiny, shining lips. Fabian must have known what was happening, and yet he did not know.
I'm not made to live this way. There's nothing for us now, anyway. Because the world will know of us. Even when you killed him and I lay in my bronze box last night, I realized, we both realized that these were our last hours. Because while I've accepted your weaknesses and lies, I can't exist in murder. It couldn't have gone on. No one can live side by side with such knowledge.
Fabian took her in his arms and held her high into the warm sunlight. She looked down at him with her clear, honest way of seeing him. There were angry, helpless tears in his eyes. His hands shook, and in shaking made her tremble too. Her mouth closed and opened, silent, gaping and shutting again and again with no words. Fabian began to sob. He closed his fingers unbelievingly around his own throat. His eyes numbed. He looked like a man trying to remember something beautiful. Her voice, how it sounded, how to make it sound again. How to make her take back all she had said that was the truth.
Oh, she's gone. She's gone. And I can't find her. I try, but I can't find her. She's run off behind the dark wall. And so deep down and far away in the night, I'll never be able to find her again. Yes, she's gone.
Ryabushinska slipped bonelessly from his limp hand, folded over and glided noiselessly down to lie upon the cold, dirty floor. Her eyes closed, her mouth gently sealed. Fabian didn't even look at her as Krovich led him away.
Suspense.
And so closes Ryabushinska, starring Armana Paige as narrator, Joseph Kearns as Fabian, Wally Mayer as Krovich, and Lorene Tuttle as Rhea. Tonight's study in suspense, presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines. Yes, more Americans do enjoy Roma wines than any other wines. And this is Truman Bradley to tell you why. It's because Roma wines taste better. You see, Roma selects and presses only the choicest California grapes. Then, with ancient skills and unmatched wine-making resources, Roma master vintners guide this luscious grape treasure unhurriedly to tempting perfection. These finer Roma wines are placed with other mellow Roma wines to await later selection for your enjoyment from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. This weekend, give your family and friends a surprise. Serve delicious Roma California Sherry. Roma Sherry is a glorious gold and amber wine, soft and mellow on the tongue, with a delightful nut-like taste that's a perfect invitation to dining pleasure. And remember to insist on Roma. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Sherry, because more Americans enjoy Roma wines than any other wines.
Tonight's suspense radio play was by Mel Donnelly from a short story by Ray Bradbury. Be sure to listen next Thursday, same time, to Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX Columbia Square, Los Angeles.
Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea in The Woman in the Window. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Mark Hellinger.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some years ago, I produced a picture called Brother Orchid, starring Edward G. Robinson in one of those gangster roles he made so famous. During the making of that film, Eddie expressed to me an ultimate desire to put down his revolver and interpret characters of more variety and scope. Well, he has such a role tonight. He's the quiet and scholarly professor in the unusual drama, The Woman in the Window, from International Studios, producers of Tomorrow is Forever. Not for very long, however, does he lead the calm, scholastic life, because we throw across his path a strange but fascinating woman, then add a homicidal maniac who precipitates a murder, and bring you a most exciting melodrama, one of Hollywood's greatest successes of 1945. Co-starred in our cast, from one of the theater's oldest, most respected families, is Joan Bennett. Also, Dan Duryea, who has hurried west from his native New York City to be with us in tonight's play. Now, from coast to coast, the curtain rises on The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson as Professor Wanley, Joan Bennett as Alice Reed, and Dan Duryea as Height. Dusk in Midtown New York City. A scorching July day has ended, and now, before the evening rush to theaters, the streets are almost empty. There's a clubhouse just off Fifth Avenue, an unpretentious, dignified brownstone building. And waiting in front of it is an unpretentious, dignified gentleman. Next to the clubhouse is an art gallery. Slowly, the gentleman walks over and gazes into the window. Enchanted by the provocative face that smiles at him from a newly painted canvas, he is unaware that two men now stand behind him.
Just look at him. Richard Wanley, associate professor of applied psychology, bowled over by a picture of a pretty girl.
I wonder how long we have to stand here before he notices us.
Oh, Frank. And Michael. Well, how are you?
Been waiting long?
Oh, no. Say, who is she? The girl of the portrait. We haven't the faintest idea.
But she's definitely our dream girl, of course.
We noticed her last night. Well, it's an extraordinary painting.
And the model probably is an extraordinary woman.
Well, how about dinner? I'm starved.
Good. Family get off all right, Richard?
Yes, this afternoon, and I'm lonesome already.
Now, to tell the truth, Richard, you're thrilled over the prospects.
Well, who wouldn't be? A whole month of bachelorhood? No, I repeat, gentlemen, I miss my wife and I miss my children. Club and have dinner.
Now that's what I call a meal.
Well, what's on the program now? I suggest a drink, a cigar, and a good old talk fest right here in the club. Are you out of your mind? Frank, what about the Stork Club?
That's more like it.
Now, what's gotten into you tonight? The two of you. You're determined to show me the town, aren't you? Throw over the traces. Whoopee. We want to see you celebrate. It'll do you good. Well, that's a fine prescription, Michael, from one of the city's most respected doctors. It's an excellent prescription. Frank, as district attorney, you should know some nice gay spots. You know, some that your office may be thinking of closing up. Oh, now, look. We're three old crocs. That sort of shenanigans is not for us.
Oh, so I'm an old crock, eh? Richard is absolutely right. It's a darn good thing, too. Men our age...
Good thing? I didn't say it's a good thing. I rather doubt that it is for men of our age. I'm stuffy and stodgy, and all the brightness of life, the spirit and adventure, well... it's all gone by now.
Oh, come now. Michael was just kidding.
Only as far as tonight's concerned. I've got to be at the hospital in 30 minutes, but in principle, I was not kidding.
If you and Richard worked with the police as I do, you'd see what happens when middle-aged men try to act like colts. You'd know that tragedy starts out of the merest trifles. A casual impulse to do something daring, an idle flirtation. Youth can handle such things, but we... judging from that look you're giving me, Richard, I am treading on a tender spot.
Oh, nonsense. If I'm giving you any look, it's simply one of academic disagreement. You see, with me, the flesh is still strong. It's the spirit that grows weaker by the hour. Yes, even if adventure should beckon to me. Even in the form of, of that most alluring woman in the window next door. I'm afraid all I do is clutch my coat a little tighter and run like the devil. Well, at least you could get her phone number for me first. Well, I'm sorry to break this up, but I'm on my way.
Wait a second. You give me a lift. What about dinner tomorrow night?
Excellent. Richard? Well, shall we say here, 7 o'clock?
Good.
Do you think it's safe to leave me here alone in my rebellious state of mind?
That depends on your plans.
A drink, glance at a book, and home in bed by 11 o'clock.
Good night, Richard.
Good night. Good night, Michael.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, Charles.
Yes, sir?
Charles, I'd like scotch and soda. I'm going to read here for a while. Oh, will you be sure to remind me when it's 10:30?
Yes, sir.
You know, these absent-minded professors, sometimes I lose all track of time.
I'll remind you, sir. 10:30. Professor Wanley? Professor Wanley?
Hmm? Oh, Charles.
10:30, sir.
I didn't fall asleep.
I'm afraid you did, sir.
Well, I better be getting on home.
Shall I get your car, sir?
No. I parked just next door in front of that art gallery.
Well, good night, Professor.
Good night, Charles.
Paper, morning edition paper. Paper, mister?
No, thanks.
Say, that dame in the picture, some tomato.
Yeah, some tomatoes. The woman in the window. What did I tell Frank? I'd clutch my coat a little tighter and run like...
Well, what do you think of it?
I beg your pardon?
The portrait. What do you think of it?
But it's an amazing Why? Why, it's you. You're the one...
Yes, I posed for it.
Well, then my admiration for the artist is doubled.
You mean it looks like me?
Oh, more than that. It is you.
I shouldn't be talking to you. It's just that every now and then I like to wander over here and watch people's reactions when they see the portrait.
Oh, you mean like just now? How did I react?
Well, there are only two reactions. One is a kind of solemn stare at the painting, and the other is a long, low whistle.
Well, which was mine?
I'm not certain, but I suspect that in another moment you might have given a long, low, solemn whistle.
Well, that rather embarrasses me.
Well, you don't look like a man given to whistles.
Oh, no. It's, well, if my admiration was that obvious, I'm afraid you might misunderstand what I
What
really...
if I said that I'd like very much to have a drink and talk for a few minutes?
Well, you must excuse me if I appear completely bewildered. I am.
Well, I have no designs on you, and one drink is all I'd care for. Is that all right?
Well, it's fine. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, what's so funny?
Well, I was just thinking of a couple of my friends. I can't wait till I tell them about this. You see, they admired your portrait, too.
I have a few other subjects that the same artist painted. Would you care to see them?
Oh, very much.
Then you can take me home.
Well, it's a little late, isn't it? Besides, I recently was warned against the siren call of adventure at my age.
Is this adventure?
Oh, yes, it is. I should never have come here to have a drink with you.
Never?
No, but I think I'd like to see those other paintings very much. Beautiful. I've never seen finer composition and shading. Well...
I have a bottle of wine inside. Let's have a drink before you go. This is much too pleasant to break up.
I should say no. But I haven't the slightest intention.
I'll be right back. Talk too tight?
Well, it's the wire around the top of the bottle. Do you have something I can cut the wire with?
Well, how about these scissors?
Oh, fine. That's your dog?
Why, yes, it's...
Who?
I don't know. It couldn't be. Oh, it's probably someone trying to locate somebody else in the building. That's what happens when you live on the ground floor.
Ellis, I just got in town and
Oh, Fred, I...
Who are you? Well, there's really no reason to be upset. My name is,
Fred, darling, listen, please.
I warned you. I told you if I ever found you double-crossing me.
Here, stop that, you fool. Stop hitting her.
And you. I'll kill you.
You, for heaven's sakes, man. You don't know what you're doing.
Go on. Talk.
Fred, you're choking him. You'll kill him. Fred, stop.
Stop. I'll kill you, too, you no good little... Here are the scissors. Give me the scissors. Hurry. Get away from here, Alice. Stop, you. Please, hurry.
Here. What are you... Oh, no. No, don't. Is he...
Yes. Yes, I think so. I better telephone the police. What's his name?
Howard. Fred Howard. That's what he told me.
You don't think that's his right name?
I don't know. He's not breathing.
No.
He never told me where he lived or anything. He's just someone I knew. But he's so jealous and his temper, it's horrible. I'd see him maybe once or twice a week, but always alone.
You better tell me the truth.
I am telling you the truth.
You said you always saw him alone? And how did you meet him?
On a train. Why?
Who knows that he saw you at all?
Unless he's told someone, which I doubt. No one.
You never mentioned him to anyone?
Not his name, not even the name he gave me. You think there's something we can do? I'll do anything. I don't want to go to jail.
Please try to keep calm. Let's think this out. He was trying to kill me. There's no question about that. If I hadn't killed him, he'd have killed me. What if the police say it was self-defense? I'm ruined any which way, my whole life.
You're thinking of something. What is it?
No, I was wondering if we have the nerve for something. Something dangerous that would shut the door on us completely if we were caught.
Anything you say. I'd die in jail. I'd die.
Now, if nobody knows about you, if nobody saw him come here, how could either of us be connected with this murder if his body were found miles away from here?
But how?
My car's still parked in front of the art gallery. I'll drive it back here.
Then what?
I'll take the body, leave it, somewhere in the country. It'll be found, but maybe not for a week or so.
You go for the car and I wait here?
Would you be afraid?
Well, once you got out of here, why should you come back? I don't even know who you are. And there isn't a man in the world who wouldn't try to get out of a mess like this if he could.
No, we mustn't quarrel. If we do that, we're lost.
Why can't I go with you?
Because we mustn't be seen together. There's no need for me to tell you who I am if we're successful.
All right. But leave something here.
I don't understand.
Leave something that would identify you if you don't come back.
Well, that's fair enough. My hat? I have a vest. I always wear a vest, even in summer.
It'll do.
All right. Now we have to move fast. Look, almost no blood at all. That's very fortunate. Now, wash the scissors.
Yes.
Better boil them. Fingerprints, you know. The police do miraculous things with clues. A piece of cloth, a button.
I'll be very careful.
Nearly 1 o'clock. There may be some time getting back.
Why?
I don't know why. I only know that I want to be cautious. Now, just don't get panicky and call the police. I promise you that I won't fail you. Quarter of 2. I've got to hurry. Oh, no.
Pull over, mister.
Yes, officer.
What's the matter with you?
Why, nothing.
Let's see your license.
Yes, sir.
What are you sweating for?
Am I? Oh.
Nice and cool now.
Oh, yes.
Name's Wanley, huh?
Hmm.
Got any other identification?
Well, I have a pencil. My initials that were engraved on it here in my vest box. Oh, yes, sir. Left my vest home. How about a letter? Here, it's from the president of Atchison College.
Let's see it. Professor, huh?
Associate professor. I know it sounds foolish, but I assure you I wasn't aware I was speeding.
Speeding? I didn't tag you for speeding.
You,
No. Your lights. Don't you ever turn them on at night?
Oh. I'm sorry.
Okay. Get going, Professor, but watch those lights from now on.
Yes, I will, officer. Thank you.
I thought you'd never get back.
Sorry. I wondered about it myself.
Before I forget, my name is Reed, Alice Reed, in case you have to come back again.
But if we're lucky, I won't have to come back. Now, we better get rid of anything that might identify him.
I've already done that.
You searched him?
Had to be done, didn't it? Here's his wallet and his watch.
A watch. What are those initials?
CM.
CM. That doesn't sound like Fred Howard, does it? Put the watch with the other things. Tomorrow get on a ferry boat and drop it all overboard and be sure that no one sees you. Now, what about this rug?
Well, there's only that one small spot.
Well, wash it very thoroughly. A laboratory can find signs of blood that the naked eye could never see.
I'll take care of it.
Now, do exactly what I tell you, please. Otherwise, we might as well give ourselves up. We've got to think of everything in advance. Now, remember that.
I will.
Now, when I leave here, I want you to go over the whole place. Wash these glasses and put them back on the shelf. And get rid of that champagne bottle. There mustn't be one sign that you had any visitors tonight, him or me or anyone else. Well, looks as if I'm ready.
I'll get a blanket.
Good. I'll bring it right back.
Right. He's quite heavy. Now, put out that light. Open the door. Take a look in the lobby.
It's all clear.
Wait for me here.
Miss Reed, I've got to hurry now.
You forgot something. Here.
Oh, my vest, thank you.
I won't see you again, I suppose.
Well, for both our sakes, I hope this ends the whole thing completely and forever.
All right, then. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
In just a moment, Mark Hellinger will present Act Two of The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea. back to Mark Hellinger and our stars.
Act 2 of The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson as Professor Wanley, Joan Bennett as Alice Reed, and Dan Duryea as Height. In a remote section of Westchester County, the body of a man sprawls grotesquely in a clump of underbrush just beyond a barbed wire fence. The ground is wet, for it rained hard last night, but still visible on the barbed wire is a drop of blood. And now it's 9 o'clock at night. Professor Richard Wanley has just finished dinner with his friend, Dr. Barkstain. Quite unnoticed, beneath the sleeve of Wanley's coat is a fresh, clean, white bandage. A cut from barbed wire can leave a nasty wound.
Well, Richard, heard yet from Grace and the kids? Yes, I had a wire this morning. Arrived safe. Uneventful trip, all fine. No doubt you proceeded to spoil them with an immediate answer. Well, I wrote Grace this afternoon. I told her I'm lonelier than I ever have been. You look positively wistful. Well, doggone it, I do miss her. I wonder what's keeping Frank. He didn't say? Only that he was phoning from the police commissioner's office. He sounded excited. Well, here he is now. Frank.
Oh, hello, Michael. Richard.
Hello.
Sorry I missed dinner.
Well, count for yourself.
Claude Mazard has disappeared.
What do you mean, disappeared?
Mazard left Washington yesterday afternoon. He arrived at Penn Station last night and vanished completely.
Mazard, the financier?
Yes. The police are waiting for him until midnight. If he doesn't show up, we're giving it to the newspapers. Then watch the fireworks.
The stock market?
And how?
What did he look like? I mean, what sort of fellow was he?
A perfect nuisance. I knew him. He used to be a patient of mine.
Oh? I didn't know that.
Nerves, blood pressure, the most ungovernable temper I've ever seen.
Well, just because a man doesn't show up for a day, why assume he's been murdered?
I didn't say he was murdered.
Well, what I...
Yes, Charles.
Telephone for you, sir.
Oh, thanks. Be right back. Excuse me.
I don't know why I said Mazard was murdered, but Frank's whole manner, it seemed to indicate violence of some kind.
Frank suspects it, too. His head's up like a bird dog's.
Oh.
He's on the scent of something.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Charles?
Mr. Lawler's phone call. He had to go right to his office. He said you would understand.
Well. Michael, I've rather a bad headache. If you don't mind, I think I'll run on home.
Well, I'm rather tuckered myself. You want something for that head?
No. It's just the heat.
Some nerve of Frank leaving us high and dry about Mazard.
Well, maybe he'll know more about it tomorrow.
I'll give him a call in the morning.
Yes, he'll probably be busy.
Nonsense. I'll see that we meet Frank tomorrow and get the whole sordid story. Can I call you at home?
Home? Oh, yes. I'll be home all day. Hello?
Richard, this is Michael. Do you happen to have your radio on?
No. Why?
Well, turn it on. There's a news broadcast. They found Claude Mazard's body up in Westchester.
Oh?
Some kids taking a hike in the woods. And you were right. He was murdered.
Well, I guess we won't be seeing Frank then. He'll be all tied up.
We certainly will see him. We're meeting him at 6 at the club again. By the way, how's that head of yours?
Oh, better, thanks.
Good. Well, I'll see you in a little while.
Yes, thanks for calling, Michael. Well, Frank, we're waiting to hear all about it.
Well, by now you've read the papers, but here's something. Mazard was not killed where the body was found.
Well, how do you know that?
We've got tire marks of a parked car. It rained, and the ground was soft. We also have a man's footprints. Deep prints when he was going into the woods carrying the body. Lighter coming back. Yes, the shoe prints should be very helpful.
Shoe prints?
These were well-worn shoes. They've told us quite a bit.
Don't be so indefinite.
Well, the man weighs about 160 pounds, wears a size 8 shoe, and is probably in moderate circumstances.
Well, that's rather a guess now, isn't it?
No, the shoes have been half sold. We like evidence like that. It doesn't help us name the murderer, of course, but once we line up a suspect, these things are positive checks against him. The car, the shoes, the kind of suit he wore.
You know that, too?
Oh, yes. And his blood. Inspector Jackson found blood on a wire fence. It didn't match with Mazard's.
Yes, but a clue like that on a barbed wire fence, could that be enough to be of any use?
Did I say barbed wire fence?
Well, didn't you?
No. But it was barbed wire, of course.
Oh.
I was only trying to impress you fellows with my keenness.
Well, in that case, Frank, I'll give you a chance to impress the whole city. Look at this.
At what?
Here, under my sleeve. See? Bandaged. Doesn't this suggest something to you, Frank?
Yes. You see my name on the front pages, and you make a desperate effort to elbow your way into the case by insinuating that you're the guilty man. But it's no use, my boy. You've wounded yourself for nothing.
Did you ever see such selfishness?
That bandage, Richard. What happened?
A couple of days ago, I cut it on a tin can. It's nothing.
Would you like to hear what the police think?
You bet we would.
Well, this afternoon we got a line on a woman. Now, who she is... Oh, wait a minute. Looking for me, Williams?
Yes, Mr. Lawler.
One of the boys on the staff. Be right back.
Frank's a very smart man, Michael.
Yes, he is. Richard, what's the matter?
Oh, I haven't been feeling any too well.
Missing the family, eh?
Yes, very much.
And a headache yesterday. I think you could do with a few capsules.
Capsules?
I'll write a prescription. 2 a day should pep you up considerably. Oh, you don't walk in your sleep, do you?
Not that I know of. Why?
Well, I'd hate to think of you wandering into the bathroom and popping these capsules into your mouth like peanuts.
Poison?
Technically, no. It's a gland concentrate. But too much of it would hit the old heart like a sledgehammer.
Instantly?
Oh, 20 or 30 minutes and...
What's going on here?
Oh, just a prescription for Richard. It not only kills you if you take enough, but it leaves no trace. Just a case of heart disease. That's all you could say.
Oh, fine.
Frank, a minute ago, you mentioned the woman.
Oh, yes. Well, the police had a theory this afternoon. Mazard was a bachelor, but he had a girlfriend. They're certain of that. But they don't know who she is. Well, Mazard probably called on her. A man was already there, a man the girl liked better than Mazard.
Well, how would the police know that?
Well, because she's made no effort to bring the killer to justice or identify herself.
That's just a theory, of course.
I said that. Well, Mazard is killed. They get rid of his body. But now these two people, this man and this woman, sit hating and fearing each other, each wondering how long it'll be before the other blabs out the whole story.
Always a woman, eh?
Oh, that was the theory this afternoon.
Oh, they've changed their minds?
Williams just told me something that pulls the rug right out from under that theory.
Really?
It seems that Mazard's partners were always afraid that he'd get into trouble. They knew his temper. So they hired a bodyguard, a fellow by the name of Arthur Height, to follow him secretly at all times. The bodyguard has also disappeared.
Then he could be the murderer, couldn't he?
Well, he might have tried to blackmail Mazard, killed him in a fight. Or he might have witnessed the murder and is getting ready to blackmail the killers. But even if he's 100% innocent, Height still won't walk in and talk.
Well, why do you say that? Why wouldn't he?
Oh, because he's a known crook with a blackmailing record. He's wanted now for at least 2 other raps. We'll get that gentleman only when we run him down, not before.
Nice fellow to pick for a bodyguard.
Don't ask me why Wall Street geniuses do anything. He was tough and strong, and I suppose that's all they thought about. Anyway, I'm going up to Westchester tomorrow morning to look over this place where they found the body. Want to come along?
I wish I could, but I've got a date with some gallstones.
Richard?
Go along by all means.
Well, I'm
afraid
he'll
that,
go,
Frank. I'm his physician, and I order him to go. Give you something to think about, Richard.
Well, all right.
Good. Inspector Jackson will be with me. We'll try to show you how the law operates to nail 'em.